staying up late to indulge in novels led to an untimely demise, only to find myself transported to the Douluo Continent, where I was discovered by Douluo. After binding to his system, I realized there were 3 others. You 2 are members of the royal family. He is the young sect master, and I am the favored one, with an innate soul power of level 30. To my astonishment, I am not alone in this matter. United as 4, we shall keep the 3 great empires and the 3 major sects at bay. Chapter 1. Sudden Death Transition and Awakening of the Martial Spirit. Xian was engrossed in reading a novel in her dormitory, so captivated that she exclaimed, "Damn it. Xian, try not to get so worked up over your novel. You have an exam tomorrow. Failing would be quite unpleasant," one of her roommates remarked, turning off the glowing phone. "You make a fair point, but you've been glued to your novel for several days now, even late into the night. Be careful not to overexert yourself," her roommate joked. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Xian finally felt fatigue, she realized it was already 3 in the morning. Weary, she switched off her phone and drifted off to sleep. It was then that she experienced a sudden, intense pain in her chest, accompanied by difficulty in breathing. As dizziness enveloped her, she glanced at her roommate across the room, but her vision faded to black. Is it truly possible for a benevolent, handsome young man like me to perish from reading a novel? Xian lamented, growing increasingly aggrieved. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dense forest, sunlight streaming down upon her face. Though perplexed, she felt a sense of relief at not being dead, albeit uncertain of her current whereabouts. At that moment, a wolf emerged from the nearby thicket, charging directly at her. "How can there be wolves here?" Xian thought in despair, attempting to flee, but discovering she was utterly immobilized, tears streaming down her face. "Move, legs!" She desperately urged herself, for she had barely managed to return to life, yet found herself incapable of even the slightest movement. Just as the wolf lunged towards her, a golden blade of light struck the creature, causing it to recoil in pain and flee the scene. Before Xian stood a pristine young girl, seemingly around 6 years old, wielding a sword that radiated golden brilliance. The little girl, appearing puzzled, remarked, "How could there be a baby in the Douluo forest?" She then cradled Xian in her arms, leaving Xian bewildered. "What is this? Douluo forest? What kind of world is this?" Xian pondered in distress. At that moment, an elderly man appeared, adorned in opulent golden attire. The old man, dressed in the fine garments, spoke. "Xiaoxue, that soul beast just escaped." "Xiaoxue? We're still in the Douluo forest, and heirs an old man with his granddaughter? Could this be the world of Douluo? And this girl holding me is none other than Xianxue? So that must mean the old man is Douluo?" Xian thought incredulously, for every young person had surely seen Douluo. Xianxue shook her head and said, "It's all right, Grandpa. But why would there be a baby in the Douluo forest?" Upon hearing this, Douluo took Xian from Xianxue's arms, and a warm aura enveloped her being. However, Douluo furrowed his brow. This child is not a transformed soul beast, yet why is he present in such a perilous location? Douluo pondered, his own curiosity piqued. "Wonderful! Now I have a companion," Xianxue joyfully exclaimed, holding Xian close. Xian was enveloped by the enchanting fragrance emanating from Xianxue, and as he inhaled deeply, he gradually succumbed to slumber. "Indeed, he is but a child, able to sleep so soundly," Xianxue murmured softly. When Xian next opened his eyes, he found himself upon a plush, expansive bed. Glancing towards the window, he noticed the night still cloaked the world in darkness. His mother had been right. Infants tend to slumber during the day and awaken at night. Yet, Xian was no longer the same, as before he neither cried nor fussed. Truth be told, he yearned for his family, pondering how devastated they must be upon learning of his demise. After a moment of melancholy, he turned his gaze to the side, where he beheld the 6-year-old Xianxue, her golden locks cascading about her as she slept peacefully in her pajamas. The more he looked, the more he found her exquisite beauty captivating. Throughout the night, Xian remained awake, fixated on Xianxue's visage. However, he was not devoid of thought. He organized his reflections at this juncture. He was 6 years younger than Xianxue, who, in turn, was 9 years junior to the protagonist Tang San, making her 3 years younger than himself. Dai Mubai was 3 years older than Tang San, thus placing Xian and Dai Mubai at the same age. While these details were trivial, what mattered most was that he was indeed 6 years younger than Xianxue. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, leading him to involuntarily chuckle at that moment. Xianxue stirred awake, her her sleepy gaze landing upon the grinning Xia Xen. Upon noticing, Xia Xen hastily covered his mouth with his tiny hands. Yet in an unexpected turn, Qian Rinxue embraced Xia Xen with open arms. The smoothness of her skin flushed Xia Xen's cheeks, for he had never experienced romance in his previous life, being a pure-hearted warrior of love. To be held by such a stunning beauty, whose fragrance enveloped him, was overwhelming. Though he was an 18-year-old youth, Qian Rinxue was merely 6, prompting him to mentally chastise himself. Time swiftly passed, and Xia Xen found himself at the age of 3, now capable of speech and walking. During this period, Qian Douluo endeavored to name Xia Xen, yet no name seemed to please the child. Xia Xen persistently countered, declaring, "I shall be called Xia Xen." Regardless of Qian Liu's acceptance, Xia Xen would only respond when addressed by his chosen name. Qian Douluo, feeling quite helpless, acknowledged that his granddaughter Qian Rinxue stood firmly by Xia Xen's side. At that moment, Xia Xen was playing within the worship hall, accompanied by another child, whom he recognized as the Light Wings Douluo, the 5th offering within the hall. Xia Xen was surprised to see an elder so playful, though he appeared as a mere child. "Light Wings, how old are you to still act like a child?" A voice resonated from the entrance of the hall. Entering were Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue, with Qian Douluo being the one to speak. Light Wings rose and greeted, "Elder brother, Mr. I." In contrast, Xia Xen dashed forward unreservedly. "Come here, little Xen, let grandfather hold you," Qian Douluo called, disregarding Light Wings' Douluo. He moved a few steps forward, crouching down with open arms towards Xia Xen. However, Xia Xen bypassed Qian Douluo and leaped into Qian Rinxue's embrace instead. Qian Rinxue held Xia Xen and inquired, "Is this place enjoyable? It's quite nice, especially with Brother Light Wings to play with me." Xia Xen replied with a smile. "Fun is all that matters," Qian Rinxue remarked, pinching Xia Xen's cheek. Nearby, Guangling chuckled at the scene, prompting Qian Douluo to chide him. "Guangling, you're no longer a child, why do you still act so immature?" With a sense of grievance, Guangling rubbed his head and replied, "Brother, is it wrong to possess a childlike heart?" Just as Qian Douluo was about to reprimand him again, Guangling hurriedly fled from the worship hall at that moment. Qian Douluo turned to Qian Rinxue and stated, "Xiao Shui, we can commence that plan now." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, while Xia Xen, nestled in her arms, remained bewildered. "What plan?" Xia Xen blurted out. The following day, Qian Rinxue left early, and Xia Xen wished to avoid such a scene, fearing he might be unable to resist the urge to retain her. Yet he also recognized that true strength lay in his own power. The only significant incident this year was the untimely death of Qian Rinxue's father, Qian Xuanji, coinciding with the year of Tang San's birth. For the past 3 years, Xia Xen had not encountered Qian Xuanji or Bibadong not due to a lack of desire, but because Qian Douluo disapproved. Qian Douluo had already disowned Qian Xuanji as his son. Xia Xen sensed a hint of guilt from Qian Douluo towards Bibadong, for to her, Qian Rinxue was merely the child of that beast. However, these sentiments were solely Qian Rinxue's own perception. Xia Xen, having read the entirety of the narrative, was aware of the truth. Beside his pillow lay a storage bag gifted by Qian Rinxue, which he embraced in his arms. 3 years passed. Xia Xen looked at the newcomer and then rose to dress, saying, "Let us go." Brother Guangling, upon exiting his room, he glanced at the adjacent one, which belonged to his sister Qian Rinxue's quarters. Yet, 3 years had already elapsed. At the entrance of the worship hall stood 2 figures. 6th brother, 7th brother, keep watch. "I'm taking Xiao Xen to awaken his martial soul," Guangling cheerfully announced. The 2 at the door were Qianjun and Jiang Mo. Xia Xen politely greeted them. "Xiao Xen, give it your all during the awakening. Even if your martial soul is subpar, it matters not," Jiang Mo encouraged. In response, he received a punch from Qianjun. "If you can't speak sensibly, then remain silent." Qianjun scolded. Xia Xen merely smiled at this exchange. He then followed Guangling to the martial soul awakening location. When they arrived, the area was already teeming with people. "Come on, Xiao Xen, I'll help you cut in line," Guangling said with a grin. However, Xia Xen shook his head and replied, "Let's just wait in line, brother." Guangling, taken aback, responded, "Don't be afraid, I'm a worshiper of the martial soul hall. What's wrong with cutting in?" No. Let's stick to the line," Xia Xen insisted once more. Seeing this, Guangling refrained from pressing the matter further and instead joined Xia Xen in the queue. The awakening process proceeded swiftly. Many individuals manifested tools, such as hoes and axes, yet the majority awakened as blue silver grasses. Soon, it was Xia Xen's turn. The awakening teacher placed a hand on Xia Xen's shoulder, and a gentle wave of soul power flowed into him. System awakening. A voice resonated at that moment. This moment. Xia Xen felt a sharp pain in his right hand, and then a sword, resplendent in pure auroral white, materialized before him. The instant the sword appeared, it emitted a brilliant beam of light that soared into the sky. Yet, within the blink of an eye, the radiant column vanished. This spectacle astonished both the light-winged Douluo and the awakening teacher. Light-winged Douluo was taken aback because he had only witnessed such a beam on 2 occasions. Once during the awakening of Qian Renshua, and the second time with Xia Xian. While it was perfectly normal for Qian Renshua, who possessed an angel martial soul, to manifest such a phenomenon, the sword wielded by Xia Xian was unfamiliar to him. The awakening teacher was simply surprised because he did not recognize the sword. Just as Xia Xian was about to speak, he was suddenly enveloped in darkness, and a system panel appeared before him. Esteemed host, greetings. I am the system accompanying you on this journey through worlds, the system panel announced abruptly. System? Xia Xian inquired, curiosity piqued. System, can you tell me if I am the only traveler in this realm? He asked. How many others are there? He pressed further. Very well, where's my novice gift package? Xia Xian asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After all, he had read many stories about transmigration, where a system often granted immense power to its host. Currently, I am dispensing your novice gift package, which includes a randomly selected martial soul, the system replied, initiating a draw on the panel. A flurry of options appeared before Xia Xin's eyes, showcasing a variety of creatures, including fish, phoenixes, and dragons, alongside mundane vegetables and grasses. At that moment, the system panel began to tremble. Xia Xin hastily stepped back, exclaiming, System, you're not going to explode, are you? As soon as the words left his lips, a verdant dragon surged forth from the system panel and swiftly entered Xia Xin's body. Reward distribution complete. The unparalleled Azure Dragon, the system proclaimed before vanishing from sight. Upon opening his eyes, Xia Xin found himself still at the awakening site within the martial soul hall. He then realized the name of his primary martial soul. The sword that gleamed in pure auroral white was called the Sky Sword. The awakening teacher then instructed Xia Xin, Young one, please retract your martial soul using your will. Xia Xin nodded, and the sword in his right hand vanished from view. The awakening teacher placed a soul power stone before Xia Xin and said, Little one, place your hand upon it. Just as Xia Xian was about to comply, Light-Wing Douluo intervened, blocking his path. Xia Xian looked at him puzzled. Light-Wing Douluo shook his head and took Xia Xian by the hand, leading him outside. The awakening teacher, bewildered, was about to stop Light-Wing Douluo when he merely exchanged a glance with him, causing the teacher to freeze in place, aware that not everyone could confront the esteemed guardian of the martial soul hall. What is it, brother? Xia Xian asked Light-Wing Douluo. Your martial soul is exceedingly peculiar, and I have not encountered it before I require my elder brother to examine it. Light-Wing Douluo stated as he ushered Xia Xian out the door. What's so peculiar about it? I have something even more extraordinary. I possess an Azure Dragon martial soul, Xia Xian thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. The two individuals strolled leisurely, when suddenly Xia Xian's system panel reappeared before him, but he scrutinized it carefully and involuntarily exclaimed, What the heck? What is it? Inquired glorious spirit Douluo. The system panel resembled a group chat containing 5 members. One was the system, one was Xia Xian, and the other 3 were likely fellow transmigrators like him. At that moment, a person named Yin Shi sent a question mark. Finding it amusing, Xia Xian also sent a question mark using the familiar 9-key mode. He noticed that each person's avatar depicted their current appearance. Daishi's visage was characterized by golden hair and fair skin. Xia Xian felt a twinge of envy towards those with differently colored hair and eyes in his previous life. He possessed black hair and eyes, and this life mirrored that. The remaining 2 individuals soon followed suit, sending their own question marks. One was a boy named Tang Feng, while the other was a girl named Shui Xinyao. The identities of these 3 were glaringly obvious to Xia Xian. He could have guessed them even with his eyes closed. Dai-Shi, with his golden hair, was undoubtedly the prince of the Star Luo Empire. As for Tang Feng, he was either from the Haoyan school or the child of Tang Hao, though the latter seemed less likely. Shui Xinyao was clearly a member of the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire. Without a second glance, Xia Xian dismissed the system panel. Despite being in the spirit hall, he bore no connection to the Qian surname, and his black hair led him to dismiss any notions of belonging there. Thankfully, he had consistently rejected the idea of adopting the Qian surname imposed by Qian Douluo. The 2 soon arrived at the offering hall, where only Qian Jun and Jiang Emo were present. Fifth brother, why did you take so long? Jiang Emo leaned against the door, inquiring. Xiao Xian had to wait in line otherwise. It wouldn't have taken this long, Glorious Spirit replied with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, it had been quite a while they had left in the morning, and it was already noon. Xiao Xian, what is your martial soul? Let us see, Qianjun said with a smile. Xiao Xian nodded, and the 9 heavens sword materialized in his right hand. Seeing this, Qianjun and Jiang Mo hurried over, with Jiang Mo curiously asking, "What kind of sword is this?" Qianjun shook his head, replying, "I've never seen it before." "This is the 9 heaven sword," Xiao Xian explained. "The 9 heaven sword? It must be another mutated martial soul," Jiang Mo mused, resting his chin on his hand as he turned to Qianjun. Xiao Xian was picked up by the eldest brother. "Do you think he could be the orphan of the sword elder?" At this, Qianjun and Glorious Spirit each gave Jiang Mo a light reprimand. Xiao Xian merely smiled without responding. Jiang Mo, feeling wrong, protested, "I was only joking." Qianjun, ignoring him, approached Xiao Xian and asked, "Xiao Xian, what is your soul power? Does this mean that the white beam of light we saw earlier was emitted when Xiao Xian awakened his martial soul?" Jiang Mo exclaimed excitedly as he moved closer to Xiao Xian. "Indeed, my elder brother's granddaughter also emitted a similar light upon awakening. Achieving a soul power of 20 Xiao Xian should be around that level," Glorious Spirit Daw remarked that it appears that each generation in our spirit hall will surpass the last. Qianjun said cheerfully. Chapter 2, The Pursuit of Soul Rings. Happy birthday, what brings such joy? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from outside the door. Qiandalu entered slowly. "Elder brother," called Qianjun, Jiang Mo, and the others in unison. Only in the presence of outsiders would they refer to Qiandalu as the Grand Elder. Privately, they addressed him as Elder Brother. "Grandfather," exclaimed Xiao Xian. Qiandalu turned to Xiao Xian and nodded, subsequently inquiring, "Xiao Xian, how did your martial soul awakening go today?" After all, Qianrenxue was his granddaughter, and having watched Xiao Xian grow up, Qiandalu regarded him as his own grandson. Xiao Xian presented the 9 heavens sword before Qiandalu. Observing closely, Qiandalu scrutinized the sword, pondering, this does not resemble the 7-killing sword. Could it possibly be a new martial soul? "Elder brother, perhaps you should test Xiao Xian's soul power," suggested Guangling, the Douluo, with a smile. "Did you not measure his soul power when you took him for the awakening today?" Qiandalu inquired of Guangling. Upon hearing this, Guangling shook his head, stating, "I believe Xiao Xian's soul power is akin to the young lady's, at a natural level of 20. "Oh?" Qiandaolia's interest peaked as he turned to Xiao Xian. "Xiao Xian, please retract your martial soul. Grandfather will test your soul power." Obediently, Xiao Xian withdrew the 9 heaven sword, and golden soul power emanated from Qiandaolu, gradually infusing into Xiao Xian's body. Xiao Xian felt a warmth, more gentle than that of his awakening teacher, and sensed a wondrous force coursing throughout his being from his chest. At that moment, Qiandaolu retracted his soul power, his expression turning serious as he gazed at Xiao Xian. Feeling somewhat uneasy under that scrutiny, Xiao Xian became anxious, while Guangling, Qianjun, and Jiang Mo watched the scene with growing tension. Suddenly, Qiandaoliu's serious demeanor transformed into a smile as he lifted Xiao Xian into his arms, exclaiming, "Xiao Xian, you possess a natural soul power of 30. Xiao Xian, relieved by the news, relaxed, and Guangling and Qianjun joined in the laughter. "Incredible, a natural 30. How astonishing!" Jiang Mo exclaimed. Come, let us enter the room. Grandfather has a reward for you," Qiandaolu said with a smile, carrying Xiao Xian into his chamber. Once inside, Qiandaolu set Xiao Xian down and firmly closed the door, stating, "Xiao Xian, be honest with grandfather. Do you possess a second martial soul?" Xiao Xian chuckled. Indeed, he could not conceal anything from the formidable limit Douluo before him. "Grandfather, that sword is indeed one of my martial souls," Xiao Xian admitted. "And what is your second martial soul?" Qiandaolu inquired. As soon as the question escaped his lips, Xiao Xian unleashed his second martial soul. A vivid green dragon silhouette gradually emerged behind him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Qiandaolia's heart raced. He sensed that his angel martial soul was inferior to this dragon, and it bore an aura of suppression. Qiandaolu had encountered numerous dragon-type martial souls, even considering the blue lightning tyrant dragon to be unimpressive. Yet, the current sense of oppression was peculiar. "Xiao Xian, what is the name of your martial soul?" Qiandaolu asked, looking intently at Xiao Xian. Upon hearing this, Qiandaolu was further perplexed and inquired, "What are the 4 divine beasts?" Xiao Xian finally comprehended that this world had diverged from her previous life. The inhabitants here were oblivious to the 4 divine beasts. In simpler terms, they were immensely powerful. It appears I truly am growing old, she remarked with a smile. The future belongs to the youth of your generation. Xiandao chuckled heartily and said, Come, my dear. I shall take you to hunt soul beasts. As he spoke, he pulled Xia Xian outside, leaving the three remaining in the worship hall staring blankly. They understood well what Xiandao intended to do with Xia Xian. Fifth brother, do you think Xia Xian's soul ring pairing will be favorable this time? In the realm of monotony, a sense of envy began to brew within me towards Xiao Xian. Qiandaolu, a formidable 99th rank limit Douluo, swiftly led Xia Xian to the Stardow Forest. Let us commence with a century-old soul ring, Qiandaolu suggested. For he was uncertain of the precise level of soul ring Xia Xian could absorb. Starting with 100 years seemed prudent, as absorbing a mere 10 years would be rather embarrassing. Xia Xian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qiandaolu left her in place and ascended into the heavens with remarkable efficiency, soon returning with a half-dead century-old soul beast before her. This creature was a 600-year-old bear-type soul beast, though Xia Xian failed to recognize its identity, certain that it was not the dark gold fearsome claw bear. Noticing the confusion in Xia Xian's eyes, Qiandaolu elucidated, this is the king of the koalas. While it may not rival the dark gold fearsome claw bear, its capabilities are akin to it, both offensive and defensive. After speaking, he handed Xia Xian a small blade. Without hesitation, Xia Xian imbued her soul power into the knife and plunged it directly into the neck of the king of the koalas. Blood splattered as the creature soon drew its last breath, and a yellow halo manifested before her. At this moment, Xia Xian turned to Qiandaolu, who nodded reassuringly. Do not worry. Should anything amiss arise, I will intervene. Following his words, Xia Xian seated herself cross-legged on the ground, guiding the century-old soul ring with her soul power as it slowly floated around her. Xia Xian's consciousness transitioned into a void space, where the deceased king of the koalas charged towards her. As she attempted to move, she found herself utterly immobilized. Just as the creature was about to reach her, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from behind. The king of the koalas froze in place, lying down in submission. Xia Xian recognized this as the assistance of her blue dragon martial soul, which seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, rather than being merely a lifeless entity. Fortunately, Xia Xian successfully absorbed the 600-year soul ring, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Qiandaolu observed her condition and suggested, take a moment to rest. Xia Xian nodded in agreement, but just as she intended to recuperate, a warm current surged through her body, instantly dispelling any remnants of fatigue. Oh, blue dragon. You are truly magnificent, Xia Xian murmured softly. She almost forgot that the blue dragon symbolized spring and the wood attribute, embodying immense vitality and remarkable restorative abilities. Her weariness paled in comparison. As the system detected that the host had absorbed the soul ring, the system shop was activated, presenting a panel before Xia Xian. She was not surprised, as the existence of a system shop seemed entirely normal. Perusing its offerings, she found soul bones, soul rings, and even celestial herbs. A 10,000-year soul bone required 50,000 gold coins, while a 100-year random soul ring was priced at 100 coins, with subsequent years scaling accordingly. 100,000 years demanded 100,000 coins. However, there were no soul-guiding devices, though the presence of battle armor intrigued her. She understood that in this era, Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile tower was inferior to 4-character battle armor. Most astonishingly, she discovered that divine positions could also be purchased, albeit at the staggering cost of 1 million gold coins. Finally, Xia Xian glanced at the top right corner of the system panel, where she noted she possessed 657 gold coins. System, is this the reward for defeating the king of the koalas? Xia Xian inquired of the system. Is it true that the only way to obtain system coins is by hunting soul beasts? The system responded candidly, not quite, host. While hunting soul beasts is one method, humans, whether ordinary individuals or soul masters, also contribute. The number of years they have lived corresponds to the coins you receive upon their demise. Xia Xian pondered. Is it truly that difficult to acquire coins? There are so few soul beasts, and the thought of killing humans is rather unsettling. As he contemplated, a bold idea emerged. He asked the system, can I exchange gold soul coins with you? Very well, let us proceed with that, Xia Xian stated. As he had no gold soul coins on him and didn't particularly need them, this revelation filled him with delight. Grandfather, I am ready to commence the next soul ring, Xia Xian announced to Qiandaolu. Nodding, Qiandaolu was about to depart in search of a soul beast when Xia Xian interjected, Grandfather, please find a 1,000-year soul beast for me to test. Taken aback, Qiandaolu asked, Xiao Xian, are you certain? Xia Xian nodded with a smile. After all, it's just a trial. If it proves too challenging, I have you to rely on. Qiandaolu, filled with pride, responded, "Very well, rest assured, with your grandfather here." With that, Daolu departed, leaving Xia Xian feeling rather bored. He opened the system group chat, only to be astonished upon entry. Daisher had posted a video of himself, showcasing 2 shimmering yellow soul rings and his martial spirit, the white tiger. The caption read, "Family, do I look handsome? Starting with innate level 20 soul power, huh? What level are you all?" Shui Xinyao responded with a disdainful emoji before sharing her own video. A demure girl appeared, her 2 yellow soul rings glowing, identical to Daisher's, yet her martial spirit was the 9 hearts Sitang. The caption simply stated, "Who doesn't he have one?" Daisher queried, "Aren't you from the Tiando royal family? Why is your martial spirit 9 hearts Sitang instead of a swan?" "I found it," Shui Xinyao replied candidly. "Ha ha ha." Daisher responded with a series of laughter emojis. The group chat was indeed entertaining, the perfect distraction from time. At that moment, Daisher tagged Xia Xian and Tang Feng, asking, "Have you awakened your martial spirits? What is your innate soul power level? And Tang Feng, did you find yours? Or were you originally from Haoyan sect, as Tang Hao's son?" Tang Feng initially responded with a series of speechless emojis before retorting, "Is that how you show courtesy?" Subsequently, Tang Feng sent out a message, proclaiming his innate soul power to be at level 20, declaring himself a disciple of the Haoyan sect. Born and raised in this very place, not adopted. Feeling somewhat offended, Shui Xinyao typed in silence, urging, "Xiaoxin, let us begin." At that moment, Daolu tossed a severely weakened soul beast, having been defeated after 1,300 years, before Xia Xian. It was a sharp-tailed rain swallow. Without delay, Xia Xian took a knife and swiftly dispatched the swallow, after which a purple soul ring materialized. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, Xia Xian began to absorb the soul ring using his soul power. The process remained unchanged. Upon completion, Xia Xian was drenched in sweat. Yet the fatigue vanished in an instant. At this juncture, Xia Xian's stomach audibly protested, prompting him to nod in agreement, for he had not eaten since noon. Thus, Daolu took Xia Xian aloft, and soon they arrived at the offering hall, where 6 individuals awaited their arrival. Daolu acknowledged the gathering with a nod. "Brother, what shall we feast on tonight?" asked Guangling Douluo, turning to Daolu. With a cheerful demeanor, Daolu replied, "This evening, we shall dine at the Great Soul Restaurant." At that moment, Qinghuan Douluo approached Xia Xian with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, Xia Xian, your innate soul power is now at level 30. Here, this is for you. Your uncle has little to offer, but I do have wealth." Qinghuan Douluo presented Xia Xian with a storage bag. Following suit, Genie Douluo, Xiongshi Douluo, Xinjin Douluo, and Jiangma Douluo each bestowed upon Xia Xian a monetary gift. Xia Xian recognized that, although contained within storage bags, his uncles were quite generous, each contributing no less than 500,000 gold soul coins. Upon receiving the gifts, Xia Xian turned to Guangling Douluo beside him, who whispered, "I am your brother. Do you still wish to ask your brother for money?" Though his voice was low, everyone present, apart from Xia Xian, held the title of Title Douluo. At this moment, Genie Douluo approached Guangling Douluo and remarked, "Fifth brother, are you so reluctant to part with your money?" Fifth brother has such a close relationship with Xia Xian. Surely he wouldn't be so stingy, Jiangma Douluo chimed in. "Who said that?" Guangling Douluo retorted, visibly irritated, and then produced 2 storage bags to hand to Xia Xian. Addressing the group, "You are all such penny pinchers, I shall simply double it." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Xia Xian understood that Guangling Douluo was a man of loyalty. Yet he found him excessively frugal, pondering whether there were even gold soul coins within the storage bags. All right everyone, let us proceed to dine," Daolu announced to the group. "Certainly, big brother." They cheered in unison. The 7 titled Douluos made their entrance, yet fortunately, few in the Spirit City could recognize them. Their meal transpired swiftly, and the system beside Xia Xian buzzed continuously, indicating that the others were engaged in conversation. He noticed Daisher incessantly tagging him. "Xia Xian? Daisher, now, you are the only one who has yet to inform us." Xia Xian, recalling that they had each shared their innate soul power, prepared to reveal his level of 30. However, after a moment of contemplation, he edited his message, "Xia Xian, I am also at level 20, and my martial soul is a sword." "Daisher, which sect do you currently belong to?" "I belong to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, while Shui Xinyao hails from the imperial lineage of the Heaven Do Empire. Tang Feng is associated with the Haoyan sect." After some contemplation, Xia Xian typed, "The 7 Treasures Glazed sect, after all, he wields a sword, and the sword-wielding Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect also employs a sword. Such an explanation seems quite reasonable." True to his expectations, Daisher promptly responded. Is that so? Are you the child of the sword Douluo? Xia Xian inquired. Why do you ask? Daisher explained. Because Tang Feng was born in the Haotian sect and possesses the Haotian hammer as his martial soul. You, being the child of the sword Douluo with a sword as your martial soul and being part of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, aligns perfectly. Daisher's remark evoked surprise from both Xue Xinyao and Tang Feng. Daisher continued, Are you serious, buddy? Xia Xian retorted, Absolutely. Do you still intend to challenge me? Daisher replied, I have no objections, as it is still early for a confrontation with the Spirit Hall against the Star Luo Empire. However, you have a long-standing feud with that individual. Tang Feng remarked indifferently, I don't mind. My family has been relentlessly urging me since childhood to confront the Spirit Hall. And truthfully, if they were capable, why wouldn't they act themselves? The 7 titled Douluo have already been reduced to insignificance by the Spirit Hall. Daisher countered. That's normal. You only have 7 titled Douluo, while the Spirit Hall boasts 7 titled Douluo among their elders, including the Snake Spear Douluo, the Spike Porcupine Douluo, the Demon Bear Douluo, the Ghost Leopard Douluo, and the Spirit Kite Douluo, along with the likes of Juhua Guan and that ancient specter. In total, there are 14 titled Douluo, not to mention Bibi Dong, who makes it 15. Do you truly believe you can contend with them? Tang Feng challenged. Can you? Daisher admitted, I cannot. Tang Feng queried, then why all the shouting? At that moment, Xia Xian received a friend request, which he opened to discover it was from Xue Xinyao. Without hesitation, he accepted it. Xue Xinyao messaged, I have a surprise for you. Just as Xia Xian was about to inquire about the nature of the surprise, a video call request appeared. He accepted it without a second thought, as they both recognized each other from their profile pictures. A cheerful voice emanated from the video, revealing a sweet girl smiling at the camera. Suddenly realizing she was being recorded, she quickly said, I'm so sorry. It seemed she was engaged in some activity, prompting an involuntary smile from Xia Xian. At that moment, a voice rang out from the video. Fourth sister, what are you laughing at? Upon hearing those words, Xia Xian stood frozen in place. The voice strikingly familiar. It's nothing, Heir Gushue Xinyu remarked in the video. As the scene shifted, Xia Xian beheld Qian Renxue, or rather, Qian Renxue portraying Xue Qinghe. In the video, Qian Renxue was diligently mending a piece of clothing, the camera swaying in tandem with Xue Xinyu's movements. At that moment, Xue Xinyu gazed at Xue Qinghe and cheerfully said, Ergo, you are so skilled. I can't even sew. Xue Qinghe affectionately ruffled Xue Xinyu's hair and replied with a smile, girls should learn more. As Xia Xian watched the video, he felt as if Xue Qinghe was looking at him. It had been 3 years since Xia Xian last saw his sister. Suddenly, Xue Xinyu spoke up, Ergo, did you know that a child at the Spirit Hall turned 6 today, just like me? And they are quite remarkable. This is what my informant told me. Initially taken aback, Xue Qinghe softly responded, I have no informants at the Spirit Hall, so I am unaware of this matter. That individual is indeed impressive. Their spirit is a sword, Xue Xinyu exclaimed with envy. Xue Qinghe once again patted Xue Xinyu's head and smiled. Xinyu's spirit is quite formidable too. For reasons unknown, Xue Xinyu abruptly ended the video, yet it sufficed. Xia Xian was profoundly grateful. Xia Xian messaged, thank you. Feel free to reach out if you need assistance. Xue Xinyu replied, I didn't expect you to have such a close relationship with Qian Renxue. Xia Xian responded, she is my sister. Naturally, we share a strong bond. What's wrong? Xia Xian inquired. I'm not a biological child, so in the royal family. Their brother Xue Luo Chuan has always looked down on me. Although the elder brother was initially kind, he wouldn't help me, which I understand, as I am not his real sister. However, since Qian Renxue's arrival, I feel indifferent. I like whoever treats me well, Xue Xinyu confessed. That's quite all right. Xia Xian replied. I understand, as long as it doesn't harm Qian Renxue. Rest assured, Qian Renxue is so kind. She treats me and Xue like her own sisters, and I would never harm her, Xue Xinyu assured. That is good to hear, Xia Xian said. It's 10 o'clock, I'm off to bed. Good night, Xue Xinyu added. Has my sister left? Xia Xian asked. She has, but if she hadn't I would sleep even better with her watching over me, Xue Xinyu replied. You're quite odd. Good night, Xia Xian quipped. The conversation ceased, and Xia Xian turned to sleep. However, he found himself restless for a long time, his mind continually occupied with thoughts of his sister, Qian Renxue. At that moment, someone knocked on the window. Xia Xian glanced at the system and noted the time, 11:37. Having tried to sleep since 10 o'clock, he had yet to find slumber. The knocking persisted. Dressed in his pajamas, Xia Xian descended from his bed and approached the window, muttering, who could it be at this late hour? After opening the window, Xia Xian was momentarily taken aback as golden feathers streamed in, followed by the graceful figure of a beautiful girl who embraced her tightly. It was her sister. In that instant, she no longer resembled Xue Qinghe, but rather appeared as Qian Renxue. As Qian Renxue held Xia Xian, tears glistened in both of their eyes simultaneously. Qian Renxue gently whispered, "Happy 6th birthday, little brother." Chapter 3. A parting once more, taking Tang Feng. "Thank you, sister," Xia Xian said, embracing Qian Renxue. The two then released each other, and Qian Renxue, in her martial soul embodiment, also returned to normal, collapsing onto the bed. "I'm utterly exhausted. You have no idea how far the martial soul hall is from the Heaven Do Empire," Qian Renxue lamented, lying on Xia Xian's bed. "How could that be?" "The mission is still incomplete," Qian Renxue added. At this moment, Xia Xian feigned ignorance and inquired, "Sister, what task do you have over there?" Unfazed, Qian Renxue replied, "You're still young, don't worry about it, it's rather troublesome." She then sat up and looked at Xia Xian, asking, "What is your martial soul?" "Let me see." Xia Xian, feeling somewhat exasperated, responded, "Sister, how can you celebrate my birthday without a gift? You come in here and immediately ask about my martial soul." Qian Renxue approached Xia Xian and playfully pinched his cheek, saying, "You still want a gift? Your sister traveled a great distance to see you. You should be grateful." All right, Xia Xian conceded, and with a wave of his right hand, a white sword materialized. Qian Renxue examined the sword intently and asked, "What is the name of your martial soul, little brother?" "It's called the Nine Heavens Sword," Xia Xian replied with a smile. "That is a splendid name. Far more melodious than the Seven Killing Sword," Qian Renxue remarked, continuing to inquire, "What is your innate soul power level?" "An innate level of 30, Xia Xian answered honestly. "Level 30? Qian Renxue pondered for a moment before saying, "In the Heaven Do royal family, Xue Xingyao also possesses innate soul power at level 30. Startled, Xia Xian exclaimed, "Didn't Xue Xingyao claim to be at level 20 in the group chat? It seems she lied, just like me. If that is the case, Dai Shi and Tang Feng must also have innate soul power at level 30. Truly, individuals of the 21st century are quite cunning. You all are so formidable. I, with my innate level of 20, feel rather inconsequential," Qian Renxue said, somewhat helplessly. "Perhaps it's just a coincidence," Xia Xian suggested, scratching his head. Suddenly, Qian Renxue's eyes lit up as she recalled something. "Brother, I think you should consider marrying that girl, Xue Xingyao. Your future children will surely be exceptional," she enthused. Xia Xian was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Sister, I'm only 6. You want me to get married already?" Realizing the validity of Xia Xian's point, Qian Renxue acknowledged, "You're right. At 6 years old, there is no rush. Oh no, if this continues. It seems I will only harbor sisterly feelings for Qian Renxue, while she will only see me as her little brother. What should I do?" Xia Xian thought in despair. "Don't worry, I'll help you with this," Qian Renxue said with a smile. Xia Xian quickly interjected, "No, sister. I already have someone I like." Qian Renxue looked at Xia Xian in astonishment and asked, "At 6 years old, how do you even know what it means to like someone?" Xia Xian promptly retorted, "Of course I know. After all, I was an adult in my previous life, though I had just turned of age that year." Qian Renxue, intrigued, inquired, "Pray tell, who is that girl?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renxue added, "You don't harbor feelings for your sister, do you?" At this, Xia Xian fell silent. Only to hear Qian Renxue continue, "Though I am naturally beautiful, like a flower that eclipses the moon or a beauty that stuns the fish and birds." Xia Xian interjected, "Sister, have you not heard the saying?" "What saying?" Qian Renxue asked. Xia Xian replied, "In the eyes of a younger brother, no matter how exquisite the sister may be, she is but a mere illusion." This statement rang true. Xia Xian recalled her sleeping posture, her scoldings, and her habit of picking at her toes. While she was restless in sleep, stealing the covers, she was equally unreasonable in her outbursts, and her toe picking was best left unmentioned. That is indeed the case. But you ought not to voice such sentiments in front of your sister. Just as Xia Xian was about to inquire further, Qian Renxue delivered a playful yet firm tap on Xia Xian's head. It was a genuine strike, and Xia Xian winced, letting out a cry. "Now you understand your sister's might?" Qian Renxue laughed, raising her tiny fist in a jovial manner. "Your sister shall always be your sister. Consider this punch a birthday gift from me." Then, as if sensing something, Qian Renxue made her way to the door. Xia Xian, puzzled, asked, "What is it, sister?" At that moment, Qian Renxue opened the door to reveal Qian Douluo standing on the other side. Qian Renxue rushed into Qian Douluo's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, my dear granddaughter," Qian Douluo said, holding her close. Xia Xian then realized that it had indeed been a long time since Qian Daolu had seen Qian Ruxue. Grandfather, I have missed you so much, Qian Ruxue sobbed. Even the seasoned Qian Daolu could not hold back his tears. My dear granddaughter, have you been bullied in the Heavendo region? If so, tell your grandfather, and I shall deal with them, he inquired, gently stroking her head. Hearing this, Qian Daolu felt a pang of melancholy. After so many birthdays, I have never seen you so concerned. Grandfather, you are so old, and you still care about this? Qian Ruxue replied, laughing through her tears. Old man, I still care, Qian Daolu chuckled. At that moment, Xia Xian hurried to Qian Daolu's side, exclaiming, Grandfather, just now. Sister hit me. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu turned to Xia Xian, noticing a bump on his head. Grandfather, it was my brother. He said I am not good looking. Qian Ruxue added once more. When did I say you were not good looking? Xia Xian retorted. Did you not say that in your brother's eyes, no sister is beautiful? Does that count? Of course it does. Qian Daolu, amused by their banter, chuckled and said, You too, cease your quarrel. As siblings, you ought to coexist harmoniously. In disdain, both Qian Ruxue and Xia Xian simultaneously replied, Humph. Qian Ruxue released herself from Qian Daolu's embrace and said, Grandfather, I must take my leave. Startled, Qian Daolu responded, Must you leave so soon? After just reuniting with your grandfather? Qian Ruxue nodded. Yes, the guards around the Heavendo royal family are stringent. The sooner I depart, the better. In agreement, Qian Daolu nodded. Very well. Do remember to visit your grandfather often. Understood. Qian Ruxue, playfully teasing, spoke to Qian Daolu. Upon hearing that Qian Ruxue was about to depart, Xia Xing was instantly engulfed by a wave of melancholy. Brother, shall we embrace once more? Qian Ruxue said. Opening her arms to Xia Xing, Xia Xing replied, immediately enveloping Qian Ruxue in his embrace, wishing fervently that this moment would linger a little longer. Yet, in no time, she departed, her golden wings shimmering in the night as she took her leave. All right, little Xing, you should retire for the night, Qian Daolu remarked before shutting the door and leaving the premises. At that moment, Xia Xing recalled something and retrieved 10 storage bags from his bed. 7 of them were gifts bestowed upon him by his devotees. 2 were from the light feather Douluo, while another was a present from his elder sister, Qian Ruxue. System. Xia Xing called out, convert my gold soul coins into system currency. With that, the system marketplace opened, prompting him to place the gold soul coins onto the system panel. Following the instructions, Xia Xing first inserted the storage bag from the Demon Slayer Douluo, watching in astonishment as his system currency surged from 1957 to 41957. According to the system's 10:1 conversion rate, it seemed that Uncle Demon Slayer had gifted him a total of 400,000 gold soul coins. Next, Xia Xing placed the storage bag given by the Lion Douluo into the system, causing his currency to rise to 71957. He then proceeded to insert the storage bags from the Azure Douluo and the Golden Crocodile Douluo, pushing his total to an impressive 161957. Without hesitation, he inserted the 2 storage bags from the Light Feather Douluo, only to see them swiftly ejected from the system panel. Not enough? Xia Xing pondered, picking up the 2 bags and emptying their contents, revealing a solitary gold soul coin from each. Goodness, Brother Light Feather is a bit stingy. Xia Xing chuckled to himself. Shifting his gaze to the storage bag gifted by Qian Ruxue 3 years prior, he realized he had never utilized it and had no idea of its worth, though he was certain of her kindness towards him. Hence, he was reluctant to exchange the money she had given him. Observing the system marketplace, Xia Xing exchanged for a Millennium Soul Ring, which deducted 160957 from his system currency. Gazing at the Millennium Soul Ring before him, he inquired, System, while it is true that the age of the Soul Ring is random, are you serious about this 9,999 years? Host, isn't higher better? The system queried. While this was indeed accurate, Xia Xing retorted, but I can't absorb it. He was well aware of the limitations regarding his ability to assimilate soul rings. Then I'm at a loss, the system replied dispassionately. Just as Xia Xing contemplated how to resolve the issue with the soul ring, his Azure Dragon Martial Spirit unexpectedly manifested. Staring at his Azure Dragon Martial Spirit, Xia Xing was at a loss for words. It seemed that this martial spirit possessed a consciousness of its own. The Azure Dragon opened its mouth, and the aura of the violet Millennium Soul Ring gradually entered within. Summer Xian gazed at the diminishing purple soul ring. The smaller it became, the lesser its age. In a short while, the 9,999-year Millennium Soul Ring transformed into a complete 8,000-year one. At the 8,000-year mark, the Azure Dragon ceased its absorption. Summer Xian looked at the Azure Dragon in astonishment. His affection for this martial spirit deepened, for his third soul ring's limit was precisely 8,000 years. As Summer Exine opened his eyes, the weariness that had enveloped him vanished instantly. In his right hand, the martial spirit, the Nine Heavens sword, materialized, accompanied by 2 purple soul rings and 1 yellow ring beside him. With a mere thought, the martial spirit dissipated from his grasp, and the soul rings naturally faded away. Subsequently, Summer Exine browsed through the system marketplace and discovered a peculiar item, a set of growth-type battle armor, priced at 150,000 system coins. He spoke slowly, then without hesitation, clicked to purchase. A sphere of light emerged from the system marketplace and entered Summer Exine's body. He distinctly felt a set of armor within him. With a gentle mental push, a white armor gradually appeared, adorned with dragon patterns. Although this battle armor offered enhancements, he understood that the bonuses were limited, as a single character battle armor required at least a 5-ring Soul King's cultivation. Thus his current armor did not even qualify as such. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Summer Exine would inevitably reach that level of cultivation in due time. In the early morning, Summer Exine awoke with bleary eyes, at which point the system panel began to chime incessantly. He appreciated that the system group chat allowed him to monitor others' statuses at any time, and that his slumber would go undisturbed by conversations. However, he knew that once conscious, his thoughts would invariably drift. It was evident to him that it was that fellow Daishur. Upon opening the system group chat, he confirmed that Daishur had been persistently tagging him. "What is up?" Summer Exine inquired. "Quick, look above. The system has issued a task," Daishur exclaimed. Summer Exine was taken aback upon seeing the announcement at the top, and he scrolled through the chat history. "System, everyone has awakened their martial spirits, so today, you are to report to the Soul Master Academy. This opportunity is available only today. Those who fail will have 10 levels of soul power deducted, while those who succeed will gain 3 levels of soul power. So give it your all." Then, another message appeared below. "Did you see the task?" Daishur asked. "Indeed, it seems rather simple. Isn't this just free soul power for us?" Summer Exine replied. "You may find it simple, but some might end up in tears," Daishur said. "What do you mean?" Summer Exine questioned, perplexed. At that moment, Shui Xinyao chimed in. "It's me," Tang Feng added. "Do you face any difficulties?" Summer Exine asked. "Ha ha." Daishur laughed. "Ha ha." Shui Xinyao joined in the mirth. Just then, a video call from the group chat came through, and Summer Exine accepted it immediately. The other 3 also clicked to accept. It was evident that Daishur and Shui Xinyao resided in particularly luxurious quarters, while Tang Feng's room appeared to be constructed of bricks. Daishur continued to slap his thigh, laughing heartily. "Tang Feng, it's truly unbelievable that you cannot complete such a simple task." Shui Xinyao laughed unabashedly, disregarding her image. Tang Feng, as if deaf to the remarks, ignored Daishur. Summer Exine, now more confused, inquired, "What exactly is going on?" At that moment, Shui Xinyao replied with a smile, "Summer Exine, you belong to the Spirit Hall, while he is from the Haotian sect. Can you not connect the dots?" Upon receiving the reminder from Shui Xinyao, Xia Exine gradually comprehended the situation. Years ago, an agreement was forged between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, stipulating that the members of the Haotian sect were forbidden from descending the mountain. This arrangement ensured that the Spirit Hall would refrain from attacking the Haotian sect. At that moment, Daishur ceased his laughter and earnestly inquired, "Xia Exine, as a member of the Spirit Hall, can you assist him?" After a brief contemplation, Xia Exine responded, "I am affiliated with the Hall of Offerings within the Spirit Hall, and any matters concerning the Haotian sect would require the consent of the current Pope, Bibi Dong, with whom I am not closely acquainted." Upon hearing this, Shui Xinyao hastily interjected, "Then please help Tang Feng. It would be utterly pitiful if he cannot even descend the mountain. The Tian-Do Empire and Daishur Xing Luo Empire cannot intervene in this matter, as the Haotian sect has been intimidated by your Spirit Hall." Xia Exine pondered for a moment before replying, "I shall attempt to assist, though success is not guaranteed." At that moment, Tang Feng, who had remained silent, expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. Xia Exine, smiling, replied, "We are all strangers in this unfamiliar world. There is no need for thanks." After concluding the video call, she stepped outside, where she found that the guardians of the Hall of Offerings for the day were the 4th and 5th offerings, namely the Lion Douluo and the Light Feather Douluo. "Ah, little Exine, you are up early," the Lion Douluo remarked, leaning against the door. "Good morning, Uncle Lion." Xia Exine greeted him with a smile. As the Light Feather Douluo was about to greet her, Xia Exine pulled him aside. "Little Exine, do you have something to discuss?" The Light Feather Douluo inquired, puzzled. "Yes, I need to visit the Haotian sect," Xia Exine whispered. "What business do you have with the Haotian sect?" The Light Feather Douluo asked, still confused. I have a friend there whom I wish to bring out, Xia Xin replied with a smile. The light feather Douluo was taken aback. How could you possibly be involved with the Haoyan sect? Our relationship with them is extremely strained. What's the issue? I simply intend to retrieve my friend from the Haoyan sect, Xia Xin stated nonchalantly. After a moment of reflection, the light feather Douluo remarked. This matter requires the approval of Pope Bibi Dong. We in the Hall of Offerings cannot interfere. Brother Light Feather, with your influence, what is there to fear? Xia Xin said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Realizing the undertone of her words, the light feather Douluo quickly protested. You don't intend to drag me along, do you? Just as Xia Xin was about to praise him, she heard the light feather Douluo shake his head. I cannot help. Not even the grand offering might sway Bibi Dong. Is it not possible for you to proceed without Bibi Dong's consent? Xia Xin inquired. To which Guangling shook his head and replied, No, we must adhere to the rules. Your visit to the Haoyan sect is strictly forbidden. Without the consent of the Pope Bibi Dong, if we act on our own accord, my elder brother would not spare us. At that moment, Xia Xin, wrapping his arms around Guangling's neck, implored, Brother Guangling, he is truly my dearest friend. Please lend me your assistance. After a prolonged debate between Guangling and Xia Xin, Guangling ultimately acquiesced. Subsequently, Guangling Douluo proceeded to summon Qianjun and Jiang Mo from their quarters, and together they made their way to the Wuhuan Hall. Xia Xin had hoped to bring along the Lion Douluo as well, but the worship hall forbade any absence of guards. The four of them journeyed forth, during which Qianjun and Jiang Mo expressed their astonishment upon hearing they were heading to the Haoyan sect. However, considering it was to assist Xia Xin, they refrained from further comment. After all, Xia Xin was regarded as the grandson of the Grand Offering, and the 7 offerings held a fondness for him. Upon their arrival at the Wuhuan Hall, they were halted, but when Guangling and Qianjun presented their offering badges, they were granted entry. The Wuhuan Hall was indeed discreet, as even the gatekeepers did not recognize them. Naturally, Xia Xin followed the trio into the hall. Before them sat a woman of grand stature in a lavish hall, with silver hair, a curvaceous figure, and porcelain skin that left Xia Xin in awe. No wonder Qianren Xue was so breathtaking. She had wholly inherited Bibidong's genes. We pay our respects to your holiness, the Pope. Guangling, Qianjun, and Jiang Mo knelt on one knee in unison. Xia Xin mimicked their gesture. Bibi Dong looked down and said, Rise, my 3 offerings. Thank you, your holiness. They replied in unison. At that moment, Bibidong's gaze fell upon Xia Xin, and she did not permit him to rise, leaving him kneeling. Who is this young boy? Bibi Dong inquired. This question left the 3 of them in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, Xia Xin had never encountered Bibi Dong before, and the grand offering had not intended for Xia Xin to be introduced to her, leading them to ponder Xia Xin's identity, fearing that their elder brother, the grand offering, might blame them. Their journey had been rather hasty, and they had come unprepared. Finally, Guangling, steeling himself, spoke, Your Holiness, this child is our 8th offering. As soon as Guangling uttered these words, Qianjun and Jiang Mo exchanged incredulous glances. Jiang Mo gently nudged Qianjun and asked, Brother, has the grand offering ever mentioned such a thing? Jiang Mo nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Oh, the 8th offering? Why was I not informed by your grand offering? Bibi Dong inquired of Guangling. Your Holiness, this child awakened his martial soul just yesterday, and at that time, the grand offering mentioned it. However, he did not have the opportunity to inform you, Guangling explained. Xia Xin glanced at Guangling, who spoke without a hint of embarrassment. I find it even more curious. What capabilities could a child who awakened his martial soul just yesterday possess to warrant being directly bestowed with the title of offering by the grand offering? Bibi Dong remarked with a smile. What is your name? She then asked Xia Xin. Young sir, please rise and demonstrate your abilities, Bibi Dong urged. Her smile genuine and devoid of mockery, likely finding the situation amusing. Xia Xin looked to Guangling Douluo, who nodded in encouragement. Rising to his feet, Xia Xin summoned the 9 heaven sword into his right hand, accompanied by 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. A 6-year-old soul master? At this moment, beside Bibi Dong, the chrysanthemum Douluo remarked that a higher starting point signifies greater talent, noting that the grand offering truly seems to have stumbled upon a treasure. Bibi Dong, in appreciation, added, However, the grand offering would not appoint him as the 8th offering. He is not that kind of person. Just then, the light-winged Douluo interjected, How could that be, Your Majesty? Before he could finish his sentence, Bibi Dong interrupted, stating, Even if the grand offering encounters a genius, he would not bestow honors directly, especially at such a tender age. He would not confine a talent within a hall of offerings. The future ahead of him is vast, as you, the offerings, should understand. After hearing Bibi Dong's words, the light-winged Douluo found himself at a loss for words. Bibi Dong then turned to Xia Xin and inquired, "It is evident that these 3 offerings accompany you. Your relationship with the members of the offering hall, and even with the grand offering Douluo, appears to be quite good. However, the matter you wish me to agree upon is significant, hence the presence of the 3 offerings. Hoping that I would assist you out of regard for them." Xia Xin gazed at Bibi Dong in astonishment. Indeed, this was precisely what he had been contemplating. "Speak. What is your request?" Bibi Dong smiled at Xia Xin. "I wish to bring someone out from the Haotian sect," Xia Xin replied. Bibi Dong smiled once more and said, "Very well, I agree. Not only Xia Xin, but also the light-winged Qianjun, as well as the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo." Were taken aback by Bibi Dong's response. "However, I have one condition," Bibi Dong stated. "What is it?" Xia Xin asked. "I require you to join my elder hall." "That is all." Bibi Dong looked at Xia Xin and declared. Xia Xin was momentarily speechless. It was undeniable that Bibi Dong bore a striking resemblance to Qian Rinxue, especially when she smiled. The light-winged Qianjun and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words, and Light-wing gently patted the dazed Xia Xin. In their eyes, Xia Xin was contemplating Bibi Dong's proposition, but in truth, he was mesmerized by her presence. Once Xia Xin regained his composure, he hastily exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Holiness. Do not be so quick to express your gratitude. You may choose not to join the Elder Hall. However, I require you to enter our Wuhuan Empire Academy. I wonder if this request is acceptable?" Bibi Dong gazed at Xia Xin. Without hesitation, Xia Xin agreed, as his system task also involved joining the academy. Subsequently, the 4 exited the Wuhuan Palace without the need for any formalities, as a single word from the Pope sufficed. Bibi Dong rubbed her temples and remarked, "This child has garnered the support of 3 offerings and aspires for more. Even the 6 offerings and the grand offering seem to favor him. Should that be the case, offending him would equate to offending the entire offering hall. Thus, I shall not take that risk. Yet, I cannot be too complacent. Elder Ling Yuan, where are you?" As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, a graceful woman appeared within the Wuhuan Palace. "What orders do you have, Your Holiness?" Ling Yuan Douluo knelt on one knee and said, "Follow closely behind the 3 offerings who just left and observe their actions." With that, Ling Yuan Douluo vanished without a trace. The distance from Haotian sect to Wuhuan Hall is neither too far nor too near. However, it feels distant to Xia Xin. While the 3 titled Douluos of Guangling can reach it in a remarkably short time, let us hasten, Guangling Douluo declared, as his purple soul rings illuminated, and a pair of wings manifested from his back. This was Guangling Douluo's 3rd soul skill, the ice wings of Guangling. He then soared upwards, carrying Xia Xin directly toward Haotian sect, with Qianjun and Jiang Mo closely trailing behind. "Brother, I sense someone is following us," Jiang Mo remarked, glancing back. Guangling shook his head and replied, "It matters not. I shall proceed." With that, Guangling Douluo accelerated, doubling the speed of Qianjun and Jiang Mo. "Brother, are we truly ignoring it?" Jiang Mo inquired, looking at Qianjun. After a moment of contemplation, Qianjun responded, "That person is likely from the Elder Hall. For now, let us heed brother's judgment." In no time, Guangling Douluo and Xia Xin arrived above Haotian sect, and Xia Xin was awestruck by the grandeur of the place. For Haotian sect was indeed vast. "The foremost sect in the world is indeed magnificent," Guangling Douluo remarked with a smile. "Indeed, I am truly astonished," Xia Xin replied. "What a pity that we have drawn the ire of Wuhuan Hall," Guangling lamented. At that moment, a figure emerged from Haotian sect, whose strength rivaled, and perhaps surpassed, that of Guangling Douluo. He appeared as a middle-aged man. Guangling Douluo acknowledged the newcomer, saying, "You must be Tang Xiao, the current sect master of Haotian sect." Tang Xiao regarded Guangling Douluo and Xia Xin before bowing slightly and inquiring, "May I ask who your excellency is?" After all, during the assault on Haotian sect, the offering hall did not intervene. The elder hall alone sufficed. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I have come to seek someone from your Haotian sect," Guangling Douluo replied. Tang Xiao, puzzled, asked, "Who are you searching for, Your Excellency?" Guangling then turned to Xia Xin and inquired, "Little Xin, who is the friend you seek?" "I am looking for Tang Foam," Xia Xin stated, gazing at Tang Xiao. "Tang Foam, what is your purpose in seeking him?" Tang Xiao inquired. "I am a friend of Tang Feng's, and I have come to escort him down the mountain," Xia Xin replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao looked at Guangling and said, No, Your Excellency, with your strength. You must understand that Wuhuan Hall cannot allow the disciples of Haotian sect to descend the mountain." Guangling reassured him, "You need not worry. I have obtained the consent of the Pope of Wuhuan Hall, but it is only for Tang Feng. Tang Xiao was rendered speechless by this revelation. Just then, a red hammer hurtled towards Guangling Douluo. As Guangling prepared to evade, he noticed Jiang Mo and Qian Jun arriving, and the dragon coil staff manifested, striking the incoming red hammer. Xia Xian looked at the assailant, and then at the flaming hammer in his grasp, her heart confirming that he was indeed the most volatile elder of Haotian sect, the seventh elder, Lai Yang Douluo. Seventh elder, am I the sect master, or are you? Tang Xiao reprimanded Lai Yang Douluo. The seventh elder? So, aside from the sect master, there are 7 titled Douluos in Haotian sect? Guangling mused with a smirk, as if he had uncovered a remarkable secret. And what of it? Who do you think you are? The radiant sun Douluo pointed at the light-winged Douluo and exclaimed, "This is quite remarkable. What do you suppose would happen if I were to report this matter to the Pope of the Spirit Hall? If you surrender Tang Feng, perhaps we could keep this under wraps." Lightwing chuckled and replied, "If you truly entertain such thoughts, do you believe you can survive?" The radiant sun Douluo, filled with fury, retorted sharply. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao contemplated silently beside them. Both Xia Xian and Lightwing understood that due to the exposure caused by the radiant sun Douluo, the Haotian sect had gained 8 titled Douluos, and if they were to disclose this to the Spirit Hall, none would survive. However, Tang Feng was someone they were unwilling to part with. As Xia Xian had surmised, Tang Feng's innate soul power was undoubtedly at the level of 30. "I concur with your proposal," Tang Xiao said, gazing at the light-winged Douluo. "I am unaware of your intentions regarding Tang Feng, but I implore you not to harm him. Otherwise, the entirety of the Haotian sect will mobilize to eliminate you." Upon hearing this, Light-winged Douluo smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Sect Master Tang. Tang Feng is a friend of Xiao Xian. We would never harm him." Yet, the radiant sun Douluo did not depart. Instead, his anger intensified, and he launched an attack against Light-winged Douluo, displaying 9 soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. At that moment, the demon slayer stepped forward, revealing his own 9 soul rings of the same configuration and wielding the spiral dragon staff, engaging the radiant sun Douluo in combat. "How dare a mere title Douluo of level 91 boast?" the demon slayer declared, activating his 6th black soul ring. His 6th soul skill, Demon Clone, manifested 6 identical replicas of himself, and the other 6 struck the radiant sun Douluo, forcing him to retreat. Lightwing cast a reassuring glance at Xia Xian, saying, "Do not worry. Your uncle Demon Slayer is a peak assault Douluo at level 96. That man is merely a newly ascended title Douluo at level 91. After being pushed back, the radiant sun Douluo's 6th and 7th black soul rings ignited. His 6th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar, and 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, transformed his Haotian hammer into 2, both enhanced by the Martial Soul True Body. He wielded one in each hand. Seeing this, the Demon Slayer activated his own 7th black soul ring, also entering his Martial Soul True Body, and the 2 resumed their fierce battle. Conversely, the radiant sun Douluo was drenched in sweat, aware that the 5-level difference was substantial in the realm of tidal Douluos. A single level could mean the difference between soaring in the heavens and being grounded. Without the augmentation from his 2 martial soul avatars, he would have struggled to maintain the fight against the Demon Slayer for so long. Meanwhile, within the Haotian sect, as Tang Xiao arrived with Tang Feng, he discovered that Elder Tang Lai was already battling the Demon Slayer, flanked by 6 other elders of the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao approached the 6 elders and said, "Greetings, esteemed elders." The Grand Elder nodded at Tang Xiao and then turned to Tang Feng, inquiring, "Tang Feng, is the child who arrived with you your friend?" Knowing that Xia Xian had come, Tang Feng nodded and replied, "Yes, he is my friend." The Grand Elder, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Your friend is rather extraordinary." Accompanied by 3 titled Douluos, he then turned to Tang Xiao and asked, "What sect or empire do you believe they belong to?" Tang Xiao stated without hesitation, "It is quite evident that among the 3 great sects, only our Haotian sect, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan are present. However, they cannot possibly have so many title Douluo. The remaining entities consist of the 2 empires and 1 city, Wuhuan City, the Heaven Do Empire, and the Star Luo Empire. Although our Haotian sect remains secluded, we understand that neither the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda nor the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan would possess those 3 unfamiliar title Douluo. It is improbable for the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires to have them either, as their title Douluo are quite keen on ensuring their prowess is well recognized. Thus, the only possibility left is Wuhuan City. We have encountered the elders of Wuhuan City, yet we remain oblivious to the number of title Douluo residing within the Hall of Offerings." The Grand Elder pondered deeply after hearing this, and then turned to Tang Xiao, asking once more, Are you considering entrusting Tang Feng to them? Tang Xiao paused for a moment before shaking his head. After all, Tang Feng possessed innate soul power at the 30th level. Without the opportunity, he would undoubtedly be the fastest among his peers to achieve the rank of title Douluo. He is a prodigy. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement and said, "Very well, then let us old fellows strive to protect this young one." Upon finishing his words, the Grand Elder summoned the Haotian hammer, and the other 5 elders followed suit. "Grand Elder, our Haotian sect has endured for so long. Besides, I am merely seeking a friend, not courting death," Tang Feng remarked, somewhat exasperated. The Grand Elder chuckled in response. "Tang Feng, you do not comprehend the Wuhuan Palace. If the Wuhuan Palace were to discover a disciple of the Haotian sect was present, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate you." At that moment, Tang Xiao interjected, "Grand Elder. The recently mentioned title Doa stated that the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace has granted permission for Tang Feng to descend the mountain." The Grand Elder, taken aback, responded in disbelief. "Why did you not mention this sooner? I nearly prepared to confront them." Tang Xiao retorted, "You did not inquire." With that, Tang Xiao led Tang Feng towards the direction of Xiaoxian. At that moment, Tang Lai, also known as the Sunlight Douluo, witnessed Tang Xiao bringing Tang Feng over while engaged in battle with the demon subduing Douluo. "Sect Master, how can you act in such a manner?" Tang Lai questioned loudly, expressing his discontent. Tang Xiao, appearing rather displeased, acknowledged that he was the sect master and noted that this was the second time today that the 7th elder, Tang Lai, had confronted him. However, he chose to disregard Tang Lai and continued towards Xiaoxian. At that moment, the flames on the Haotian hammer wielded by the Sunlight Douluo blazed even more fiercely, and his black soul rings began to glow. Finally, a significant event is about to unfold. The demon subduing Douluo exclaimed, following suit as his own black soul rings illuminated. 9th soul skill, Radiant Sunlight. Under the blazing sun, the Radiant Sun Douluo lifted the 2 Haotian hammers above his head, channeling his soul power and the power of the blazing sun to coalesce into a massive fireball. This technique was undeniably formidable, as evidenced by the exhilarated expression of the demon suppression Douluo. After all, the stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he became. The 8th soul skill, Demon Suppression, World Annihilation, unleashed, causing the martial spirit, the coiling dragon staff, to vanish. In its place, a gigantic coiling dragon staff, engulfed in flames, hurtled towards the Radiant Sun Douluo. In response, the Radiant Sun Douluo hurled the fireball, although this was his 9th soul skill. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the power gap between rank levels after attaining the title of Douluo is enormous, and the Radiant Sun Douluo's 9th soul ring was not one of 100,000 years. The fireball collided directly with the coiling dragon staff, merely melting a portion of the staff's head before being dispersed by it. The Radiant Sun Douluo, witnessing the approaching coiling dragon staff, hastily raised his 2 Haotian hammers to defend himself. However, how could he hope to match a soul skill that surpassed even his 9th soul skill with his own strength? With a resounding bang, the demon suppression Douluo furrowed his brow. He sensed that his strike had landed, yet the feedback felt amiss. Suddenly, the enormous coiling dragon staff vanished, and in its place, the coiling dragon staff appeared in the hands of the demon suppression Douluo. Before the Radiant Sun Douluo stood a figure, illuminated by flickering lightning, wielding the colossal Haotian hammers. This individual was Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao turned to the Radiant Light Douluo and inquired, "Your Excellency, shall we put an end to this matter?" Just as the demon suppression Douluo was about to act, he was halted by Qian Jun, who interjected, "Brother, 5th brother has decreed that this matter ends here." The demon suppression Douluo, feeling somewhat disheartened, responded, "Very well, very well. How can the sect master allow them to take Tang Feng?" lamented Tang Lai, shaking his head. The demon suppression Douluo replied, "I merely wish to contribute more for the grand offering." Upon hearing this, the Radiant Light Douluo shook his head, stating, "We cannot manage this on our own." "Why not? That 7th elder is quite weak. The other elders must be equally lacking," the demon suppression Douluo protested. "7th brother, the Haotian sect master possesses a peak soul power level of 97. What of it? Can't the 3 of us together overcome him? The prestige of the world's foremost weapon martial spirit is not mere boast. Moreover, he recently withstood your 8th soul skill using only his martial spirit's true form." At this juncture, Qian Jun, riding the coiling dragon staff, declared, "The sect master of the Haotian sect wields the most superior weapon martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. Even if their elders are ineffective, with his own peak level of 97, it would not be difficult for him to keep us brothers there." "All right, but 5th brother, are we truly not going to inform the pontiff about the Haotian sect? Should we not at least inform the grand offering?" inquired the demon suppression Douluo. The Radiant Light Douluo pondered before replying, I shall uphold my commitments, even to adversaries. As you know, my elder brother has resolved to refrain from interfering in external matters. The demon suppression Douluo fell silent, contemplating. Ling Yuan Douluo, being distant, did not overhear their discourse and could only speak of what he had witnessed. Another title Douluo? Remarked Bibi Dong, her expression grave. At that moment, the nearby Ju Douluo suggested, Your Excellency, do you require me to investigate the situation? After contemplating, Bibi Dong shook her head and said, No need. Since the 3 offerings have done nothing, we need not take unnecessary actions. Upon entering the room, Xia Xian opened the system shop in her own space to make selections. Tang Feng, possessing a system as well, could naturally observe Xia Xian's activities and inquired, Xia Xian, what are you up to? Nodding, Tang Feng also opened the system shop to take a look. Xia Xian could see Tang Feng's actions as well, and she was genuinely astonished to discover that he had a staggering 10,000 system coins. After all, the Haoyan sect was impoverished, lacking not only gold soul coins, but also soul beasts. Thus, she posed the question. Tang Feng, not wishing to conceal the truth, explained that he had taken a bit from the sect's small treasury. This explanation was plausible, considering that it was once the world's foremost sect. Having a bit left was only natural, especially since he himself had merely 957 system coins remaining. What do you intend to buy? I shall procure something as well. Tang Feng inquired. However, Xia Xian paid him no heed, as her attention was captured by the existence of martial arts techniques, leading her thoughts to the ancient families of the future. The unyielding staff technique, 9 forms. Xia Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Feng queried, What is the unyielding staff technique, 9 forms? Xia Xian looked at him, astonished. You don't know? This is used by the legendary Qian Gu Dong Feng. The best martial spirit for practicing it is the Panlong staff. Tang Feng shook his head in response. I have not encountered it. Very well, Xia Xian remarked, only to discover it required 10,000 system coins. At that moment, Tang Feng also found it, and promptly purchased the unyielding staff technique, causing a book to materialize in his hands. They aided me, so I shall buy one as a token of gratitude, Tang Feng said, cradling the book. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian smiled and subsequently purchased a piece of a 10,000-year-old ice right arm bone for the Light Feather Douluo. Considering that her brother Light Feather already possessed the ice skull and ice left arm bone, a soul bone emanating an icy aura appeared in her hands. And as she felt its chilling essence, she noticed that the coldness of the right arm bone was being absorbed by her hand, suddenly feeling less frigid. Xia Xian understood this was the effect of her Azure Dragon martial spirit. After leaving Tang Feng in the room, she proceeded to Light Feather Douluo's chamber with the soul bone. Light Feather Douluo, reclining on his bed, looked at her and asked, Xia Xian, is there something else? Brother Light Feather, thank you for helping me with this. I have a gift for you, Xia Xian said with a smile. Light Feather Douluo chuckled and waved his hand, saying, It is only right to assist you. After all, you have called me brother for several years. Besides, what gift could a child like you possibly have? Look, Xia Xian replied, pulling out the ice right arm bone. Light Feather Douluo glanced at it dismissively before quickly turning back to look closely at the soul bone in Xia Xian's hand, then leaped off the bed to stand before her. This is an ice soul bone. Light Feather's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Xia Xian and asked, Indeed. It's for you, Xia Xian said as she placed the ice right arm bone directly into Light Feather Douluo's hands. The moment he made contact, he sensed something amiss. Holding the soul bone in his left hand, he grasped Xia Xian's hand with his right. However, finding nothing wrong with her hand, he curiously exclaimed, What is it? What happened, Brother Light Feather? Xia Xian inquired. Light Feather Douluo examined it several times before saying, The ice on this soul bone is the ultimate ice. You do know this is a 10,000-year-old soul bone, right? The ultimate ice emitted by the eternal soul bone. How could a soul master like you handle it without consequence? After hearing this, Xia Xian awkwardly chuckled, unsure of how to explain his predicament. However, he swiftly devised a clever retort. Wrapping his arm around the neck of the radiant winged Douluo and inquiring, Brother Guangling, why did the gift you bestowed upon me last night consist of merely 2 golden soul coins? The radiant winged Douluo, upon hearing this, responded with an embarrassed smile. You already possess the means to purchase this soul bone for me. What need do I have for such a trifling amount? Quite a bit indeed. Furthermore, the soul bone was a favor you rendered to me and should not be conflated with a birthday present, Xia Xian replied with a mischievous grin. Subsequently, the radiant winged Douluo produced several storage bags and handed them to Xia Xian, who, for the sake of caution, inspected them and discovered they contained 1 million golden soul coins. After this exchange, the radiant winged Douluo promptly closed the door. The 2 brothers, Qianjun and Jiangma, shared a spacious room equipped with 2 beds. Upon seeing Xia Xin, they greeted him warmly. Xia Xin then handed over the indomitable rod method that Tang Feng had given him, expressing gratitude for their gifts. Jiang Ma burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brother, with this technique, we shall surely prosper." At that moment, Qianjun playfully struck Jiang Ma on the head, admonishing, "Calm down, little brother. You have witnessed grand spectacles before." Following this, Qianjun too erupted into laughter, mirroring Jiang Ma's enthusiasm. "Keep your voices down," bellowed the lion Douluo from outside the door. "Understood, fourth brother," they replied in unison. After completing all these exchanges, Xia Xin recounted the entire process in the system group chat and subsequently converted all the golden soul coins gifted by Guangling into system currency at a rate of 10:1, resulting in a total of 100,957. Xia Xin then accompanied Tang Feng to enroll at the Wuhuan Empire Academy. The Wuhuan Empire Academy was vast and interconnected, akin to an institution housing elementary, middle, high school, and university levels all in one location. Only Xia Xin and Tang Feng attended the enrollment, as the Radiant Wing Douluo and others did not accompany them. "Where are your parents?" a man inquired as he observed the two. "Our parents had matters to attend to and could not accompany us. Is it not permissible for us to enroll on our own?" Xia Xin replied to the teacher, "It is indeed permissible, but we require tuition fees, and since your parents are absent." The male teacher remarked, "We have money," Xia Xin responded, and the teacher subsequently glanced at the two individuals. Xia Xin was dressed in attire that was evidently expensive, while Tang Feng appeared as if he had just arrived from the countryside. The teacher shook his head and stated, "Each person must register with 1 golden soul coin." Xia Xin, unfazed, promptly produced 2 golden soul coins and handed them to him, having utilized the coins from her sister, Qian Rinchua's storage bag. The teacher, indifferent after accepting the 2 coins, proceeded to inform Xia Xin and Tang Feng of their class and various important matters. Fortunately, Xia Xin and Tang Feng were the last 2 students to register for Class 6. Once registered, the students were required to remain at school until the afternoon dismissal. The two ambled towards Class 6 when Tang Feng took out a golden soul coin and offered it to Xia Xin. Observing this, Xia Xin said, "There's no need to give me anything. Your presence here is my treat." They soon arrived at Class 6, only for a piece of chalk to fly directly towards them. Xia Xin swiftly sidestepped, allowing the chalk to head towards Tang Feng, who caught it and crushed it in his hand, astonishing the students inside. "Indeed, they are still children," Xia Xin remarked helplessly as she observed the reactions of those within. The two then exited the classroom in unison and approached the teacher, who had just registered them. The teacher looked at them in confusion and asked, "Are you having trouble finding your class?" "No, I was wondering if I could skip a grade." Xia Xin replied with a hint of exasperation. That might not be possible. Our academy assigns students to grades based on their soul power levels," the teacher explained. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 soul rings appeared on Xia Xin, 1 yellow and 2 purple, while Tang Feng displayed 2 yellow and 1 purple. The teacher's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Are you certain you awakened your martial souls just yesterday?" "I will go find the principal," the teacher said before departing. The two remained in place, seemingly invisible. "Congratulations, Shui Xinyao, on completing the task. Your soul power has increased by 3 levels, a system voice chimed. "Daisher, that was quick. I was still playing in bed," came a response. Shui Xinyao replied, "It's better to finish early." Just then, the male teacher returned accompanied by a distinguished-looking elder. The teacher addressed the elder, saying, "Principal, these are the 2 prodigies I mentioned." He then urged Xia Xin and Tang Feng, "Please release your soul rings again." Reluctantly, Xia Xin and Tang Feng complied. The principal approached them and inquired, "Do you wish to skip grades?" The two nodded, as they were indeed weary of the younger children. The principal then pondered aloud, "You are indeed once-in-a-millennium talents. You can advance to higher grades, but your ages are still quite young." "Not worried at all," Xia Xin replied with a smile. "Very well, follow me for a test. If you pass, I will allow you to enter the higher grade," the principal declared, leading them toward the academy. Xia Xin and Tang Feng followed closely behind him, traversing through numerous buildings until they arrived at an arena, where the majority present were Soul Masters of the Soul Sovereign and Soul King ranks. At that moment, the principal bellowed, "Everyone stop." After the director concluded his speech, those on the arena gradually ceased their activities and descended from the stage. Xia Xin felt a sense of bewilderment, a sentiment that had lingered since the beginning, for he sensed that this director possessed no soul power whatsoever, not even the slightest trace. Yet, his ascension to the position of director undoubtedly indicated extraordinary capabilities. Perhaps it was merely a misjudgment on the part of the Qinglong martial spirit. Subsequently, The director summoned Xia Xian and Tang Feng to the arena, casually addressing the audience below. I need 2 soul masters. Upon hearing this, the spectators looked at the director in astonishment. One soul master stepped forward and remarked, Director, is it appropriate to fight a 6-year-old child? Xia Xian glanced at the individual, noting that his martial spirit had not manifested, yet he bore 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Beside him stood a young man clad in red, seemingly around 17 years of age. Feel free to come up and test your mettle, the director said with a smile. All right, replied the young man, leaping onto the arena. Is there anyone else? The director called out to the crowd below. No need. Having brother Shijiao is sufficient, came the laughter from the audience. The director then turned to Xia Xian and Tang Feng, saying, You two possess little combat experience. I have heard of this individual. His martial spirit is the armored giant rhinoceros. You only need to defeat him. At this moment, Tang Feng shook his head, asserting he is far too weak. Little brat. Making jokes could lead to a loss of teeth, retorted the individual named Shijiao with a chuckle. Suddenly, Tang Feng manifested his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, and the Haotian hammer appeared in his hand, charging directly at Huanyue. Sensing the impending threat, Shijiao summoned his beast martial spirit, and a massive rhinoceros materialized behind him. Tang Feng's first yellow soul ring illuminated, activating his first soul skill, earth-shattering. He leaped into the air, raising the Haotian hammer, which was enveloped in a powerful purple lightning. Shijiao's yellow soul ring shone brightly as he unleashed his first soul skill, Rhinoceros Charge. The rhinoceros horn of the armored giant rhinoceros expanded dramatically, hurtling towards Tang Feng. Xia Xian could hardly bear to watch. It was evident that Shijiao would lose. The destructive power of the Haotian sect was formidable, and for a Haotian hammer soul master to be bested, one would need to possess a soul power 5 or 6 levels higher than their opponent, or possess an equally potent martial spirit. Otherwise, a direct confrontation would surely end in defeat. A resounding cry echoed, "Ah!" as Shijiao was sent flying off the stage. The director, observing the Haotian hammer in Tang Feng's grasp, furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a graceful woman approached him. Upon noticing her, the director promptly addressed her with respect, Elder Ling Yuan. Elder Ling Yuan nodded and stated, The Pope has instructed me to inform you that this disciple of the Haotian sect is an exception. You need not concern yourself. Chapter 5, Xia Xian's First Battle, The Path of the Protagonist. The director nodded in acknowledgement, and Elder Ling Yuan then departed, having accompanied Xia Xian and Tang Feng on their journey due to Bibi Dong's orders. Goodness, Shijiao, what are you doing? You can't even defeat a little brat? The audience exclaimed, clearly unafraid of Shijiao. After all, it was the Haotian hammer, the mightiest of martial spirits. It would indeed be remarkable to prevail against it. The director reflected on this as he stood at the edge of the arena. Director, have I passed? Tang Feng smiled as he turned to the dean, and in that moment, Shijiao stood up and exclaimed angrily, I have not lost. The dean shook his head and replied, Shijiao, in this arena, one is deemed defeated once they step down, even if you could still fight. You have already left the stage. Nonsense. How could I possibly lose? Shijiao retorted furiously at the dean. Just then, a figure clad in black robes appeared before Shijiao in an instant. Trembling with fear, Shijiao looked at the man and stammered, Vice Dean. The black-robed man gazed at Shijiao and stated, Show some respect for the dean, or you may leave the academy. It was evident that Shijiao was intimidated by the black-robed figure, and his fiery temper was instantly quelled as he slinked away from the academy. Xia Xian sensed that the man before him was at least a soul de law. This was not merely a feeling. It was a skill awakened by the Qilin martial spirit after absorbing a millennium-old spirit ring. He could perceive the strength of others, though he could not discern the exact power of those far superior to him. The dean, however, was indeed an ordinary individual. The dean did not acknowledge the black-robed man, but instead addressed Tang Feng, saying, You have qualified. You are now permitted to attend classes in the Soul Master level. Both Xia Xian and Tang Feng were not particularly fond of mingling with peers of their age. Rather, it was that they possessed mature souls within their bodies. My turn. My turn. Is there anyone who wishes to come up? Xia Xian eagerly looked towards the spectators below the arena. The crowd appeared contemplative, realizing that defeating a 6-year-old child was not something to boast about, and failing to do so would be quite embarrassing, especially after witnessing that boy wielding a hammer. They had never encountered the Haotian hammer, thus remaining unaware of its significance. Feeling a bit awkward under the gazes of the crowd, Xia Xian was interrupted by the dean's voice. Are you all too afraid to face a mere child? Although their faces flushed with embarrassment, none stepped forward. Dean, may I fight him? Tang Feng, standing on the platform, asked with a smile. Xia Xian looked at him in surprise. Tang Feng, noticing Xia Xian's reaction, chuckled, and continued. At our age, whether we win or lose is of little consequence. The group below is simply too timid. You little brat, who are you calling timid? A soul zone from the audience retorted. The dean then cleared his throat and stated, Our Martial Soul Empire Academy does not condone bullying the young. After the dean's pronouncement, the earlier soul zone fell silent. Bullying the weak, of course, did not pertain to age. Looking around, one could hardly find anyone younger than Xia Xin and Tang Feng. Thus, the term referred specifically to the ranks of soul masters. For instance, a soul master could only challenge another of the same rank, while a soul grandmaster was permitted to challenge a soul master. Dean, may I fight him? Xia Xin asked, pointing at Tang Feng. The dean nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Xin, unceremoniously, made his way to the arena and inquired of Tang Feng, Do you need a moment to rest after your previous match? At this moment, Tang Feng shook his head and approached Xia Xin, whispering, When we fight later, I will intentionally lose, and then we can break through together. After contemplating his words, Xia Xin shook his head in response, saying, Let us take this seriously. If I truly cannot match your strength, I will concede as you suggested. I primarily wish to gauge my own capabilities. Tang Feng, puzzled by her determination, noted that his martial soul was the Haotian hammer. Yet he refrained from uttering further objections and slowly retreated. The arena was expansive, measuring 70 meters in both length and width, allowing many soul masters to showcase their latent potential and adaptability. At that moment, the referee stepped between the two and declared, The sparring begins. Without hesitation, Tang Feng summoned the Haotian hammer into his right hand, enveloped by crackling purple lightning, while 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged around him. Observing this, Xia Xian manifested a white sword, the Jiuxiu sword, which was surrounded by a swirling white aura, accompanied by 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Fortunately, I did not step in, otherwise I would have been utterly overwhelmed. The first soul ring was 100 years old, and the second and third were 1,000 years old. Naturally, engaging at this level would lead to a swift defeat. However, it would be unjust to judge them too harshly. They were merely children, and their experience in soul master duels was limited. Who among the spectators had not faced weapon or beast soul masters before? The murmurs from the audience filled the air as they anticipated the clash. Here it comes. Xia Xian exclaimed as her first yellow soul ring lit up. First soul skill, light and shadow. The energy around the Jiuxiao sword converged at its tip, and with a swift motion, she unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Tang Feng. In response, Tang Feng activated his second soul ring. Second soul skill, resounding iron bones. Golden armor enveloped him, and as Xia Xian braced herself to counter, Tang Feng suddenly accelerated, dodging to the side. Xia Xian, refusing to relent, unleashed a flurry of sword waves. Yet Tang Feng deftly evaded each attack as he closed the distance between them. First soul skill, earth-shattering collapse. His yellow soul ring glowed as he charged, the purple lightning surrounding the Haotian hammer intensifying, resembling a purple lightning orb. Xia Xian, sensing his approach, quickly retreated. But her speed was no match for his. In no time, Tang Feng stood before her, preparing to strike decisively. He was confident that he could halt his attack if he sensed Xia Xian could not withstand it. Just as she leapt into the air, Tang Feng was about to launch the Haotian hammer when her purple soul ring ignited. Second soul skill, sword intent of execution. With a swift motion of the Jiuxiao sword, 30 long swords materialized in the air, all aimed at Tang Feng. Reacting quickly, Tang Feng wielded the Haotian hammer in a chaotic dance, appearing to flail. Yet he adeptly deflected all 30 swords. The dean beneath the arena, astonished, exclaimed, The chaotic wind hammer technique. Xia Xian, equally aware, pondered. What exactly has he learned at the Haotian sect? Xia Xian could not help but ponder. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Feng had been trained by the Haotian sect since childhood. Even before awakening his martial soul, he had already acquired considerable skills, while Xia Xian had merely been playing in the worship hall. Despite his attempts with the chaotic wind hammer technique, he could only manage 10 strikes. This was already the limit of Tang Feng's stamina at the tender age of 6. Although he still possessed soul power, his physical strength had been entirely depleted, leading him to collapse onto the ground. Observing this, Xia Xian ceased his attacks and lay down on the arena alongside Tang Feng. Though he still had stamina and soul power, he was intimidated by Tang Feng's prowess. No wonder the Sun Fighting Douluo had referred to Tang Feng as the hope of the Haotian sect. Tang Feng had rich combat experience, while Xia Xian's Jiuxiao sword was renowned for its swift speed and a considerable number of soul abilities among soul masters. At that moment, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, celebrating Xia Xian's completion of his task, resulting in a 3-level increase in soul power. Congratulations also flooded in for Tang Feng and Dai Shi, both of whom similarly enhanced their soul power by 3 levels. Dai Shi exclaimed, "Why am I the last to finish?" Time flew by, and both Xia Xin and Tang Feng spent 6 years at the Martial Soul Empire Academy, reaching the age of 12. During this period, Qian Rinxue visited Xia Xin only twice, once when he broke through to the Soul Master rank, and the other for his 12th birthday. Xia Xin learned the name of the Academy's dean, Xing Qi, a Grand Minister of the Martial Soul Empire and a titled Douluo. However, during Qian Xuanji's tenure as Pope, there were intentions to execute him, as Xing Qi was then the most prominent figure opposing the Martial Soul Hall. To secure his position, Qian Xuanji forced Xing Qi to abandon his martial soul. It was only after Bibi Dong ascended to power that he was rediscovered and appointed as the Dean of the Martial Soul Academy. The Vice Dean, Xing Ho, was an orphan found on the battlefield by Xing Qi, who became his adoptive father. Xing Ho had always protected Xing Qi and was now a formidable soul Douluo at level 87. At this moment, the arena of the Martial Soul Empire Academy was packed with countless soul masters. A voice amidst the crowd shouted, "Buy with confidence, no exchanges." One soul master after another approached, offering various gold, silver, and predominantly copper soul coins. Voices clamored in support of Tang Feng and Xia Xian. Observing this spectacle from the arena, the two exchanged silent, bemused smiles. Just then, the referee approached the arena, announcing, "Please prepare both participants." Hearing this, Xia Xian and Tang Feng moved to the edge of the arena. As the competition commenced, the referee swiftly retreated to the sidelines. Tang Feng manifested a Haotian hammer in his right hand, surrounded by crackling purple lightning, as 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, appeared. Xia Xian, not to be outdone, summoned his Jiuxiao sword, which materialized in his right hand, accompanied by 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Although Tang Feng aspired to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring upon breaking through to the Soul Master rank, his limitations prevented him from doing so. Xia Xian and Tang Feng stood on the arena, the sounds of excitement rising and falling beneath them. With a declaration, Tang Feng activated his 2 yellow soul rings. His first soul skill, Mountain Crumble and Earth Shatter, and his second, Iron Bones, unleashed simultaneously as he charged towards Xia Xian. The 6 years spent in each other's company had not been in vain. Tang Feng's first skill enhanced his attack power, while the second augmented his speed by 100 and his defense by 120. In response, Xia Xian's purple soul ring ignited, and he unleashed his second soul skill, Killing Sword Intent, wielding the 9 Heavens sword. A multitude of flying swords materialized in the air, soaring directly towards Tang Feng. Unfazed, Tang Feng hurled his Haotian hammer, producing a cacophony of sounds as it shattered every single flying sword. "It has been 6 years, yet the Haotian hammer continues to astonish me," Xia Xian remarked. Activating his third purple soul ring, his third soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to the origin, summoned all leaves, tools, and any sword-type martial souls within a 50-meter radius to converge towards him. Pointing the 9 Heavens sword at Tang Feng, he unleashed the amassed projectiles, which numbered in the thousands. However, the potency of this technique relied on the damage dealt, and thus it paled in comparison to his previous skill. Tang Feng's own purple soul ring lit up as he employed his third soul skill, swallowing mountains and rivers. A sphere of purple lightning appeared in his left hand, drawing in the incoming leaves and tools. The sword martial souls remained unaffected and continued their advance. With a swift motion, Tang Feng smashed the Haotian hammer down, obliterating the incoming projectiles without harming their wielders, as he had borrowed some of their power. As Tang Feng approached Xia Xian, the latter turned to flee, cursing, "Damn it. I can't stand how every one of your soul skills seems to counter mine." Tang Feng, laughing heartily as he followed, only further solidified Xia Xian's perception of him as a peculiar individual. Suddenly, Xia Xian's 10,000-year black soul ring illuminated. "Finally willing to reveal your 4th soul skill? You're already at level 49 and have yet to show it," Tang Feng called out from behind. Indeed, despite their frequent sparring, they had never witnessed each other's 4th soul skills. Over the course of 6 years, they had grown from 6 to 12 years old, advancing from 3-ring soul respect to 4-ring soul sect, just a level shy of Soul King. The audience below the arena watched with wide eyes as Xia Xian unleashed his 4th soul skill, Sword Charge Waste, all chi within. Upon activation, a wave of sword energy enveloped him. Tang Feng did not hesitate. His 4th soul ring flared as he activated Overwhelming Might, causing the Haotian hammer to double in size. Xia Xian felt the surge in Tang Feng's strength and speed, although the exact increase was unknown. In an instant, Tang Feng stood before him, swinging the Haotian hammer towards Xia Xian. Unyielding, Xia Xian countered with the Nine Heavens sword. However, Tang Feng, uncertain of his own strength, tempered his blow. Mindful of the weight of the Haotian hammer, the hammer struck Xia Xian's side, but instead of a retaliatory blow, he found himself sent flying. Tang Feng landed heavily on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. With a smile, Xia Xian approached him, saying, "My fourth soul skill nullifies all attacks. It converts the enemy's force back upon them. This means the power you strike me with will be returned to you, but only once. So, I wagered on this, as I knew you would inevitably use your fourth soul skill as well." Tang Feng chuckled, realizing, "So I was injured by my own ability." After hearing this, Xia Xian remarked that if you do not unleash your fourth soul skill to augment your strength, even with your utmost efforts, your second soul skill, Iron Bones, will still be unable to withstand the damage dealt to me. Tang Feng chuckled and said, "I've heard that they have been fighting for 6 years, and today they have finally determined a victor. Indeed, it feels akin to the conclusion of a drama I've been following," came the whimsical response. "What does that even mean?" "Regardless, I only know that I've won some money," one person laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, both Xia Xian and Tang Feng exchanged amused smiles. At that moment, the system issued a task. Xia Xian opened the system chat, while Tang Feng refrained. As he too was a traveler and could see Xia Xian's system chat, the system announced, "Esteemed hosts, congratulations on reaching the age of 12. This marks the second task issued by this system, and it is a lengthy one. The task is to enter Shrek Academy in the Heaven Do Empire within 1 month. Success will increase your soul power by 5 levels, while failure will deduct 10 levels. If you remain for over 5 years, your soul power will increase by 20 levels. If less than 5 years, by 5 levels. Let the journey of each protagonist commence." Chapter 6. Withdrawal and Confrontation with Mu. By fortunately, Xia Xian exhaled deeply and said, "Thank goodness." "Thank goodness for what?" Tang Feng inquired, perplexed. "Thank goodness my connection to the offering hall hasn't been leaked," Xia Xian explained. "With so many spies from the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires, how can you be so certain?" Tang Feng questioned, still confused. Xia Xian smiled and replied, "Let us not dwell on that. Those spies likely don't even know where the offering hall is." "That is a valid point," Tang Feng chuckled. "Are you able to move?" Xia Xian asked Tang Feng. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tang Feng stood up and said, "It's nothing serious." "Then let us go," Xia Xian said, making his way down from the arena, with Tang Feng following closely behind. The two navigated through the throngs of people until they arrived at the office of Director Xing Qiuji. Xia Xian politely knocked on the door, and a voice from inside beckoned them to enter. Xia Xian opened the door and called out, "Director." Tang Feng followed suit, also addressing the director. Xing Qiuji acknowledged them, saying, "Have you two been fighting against the upperclassmen again?" Xia Xian and Tang Feng exchanged awkward smiles at this. Over the past 6 years, they found battling peers of their own level rather unchallenging, frequently taking on the Soul Sovereign and even the Soul King, making such contests a routine affair. "Director, I've come to withdraw from school," Xia Xian said with a smile. Are you embarrassed about not defeating the upperclassmen and thus wish to withdraw?" Xing Qiuji asked. In truth, he harbored a disdain for Xia Xian and Tang Feng, believing their connections to be overly influential after Elder Ling Yuan had approached him regarding the two. He had a strong aversion to those who relied on connections, regardless of their talents. Xia Xian, initially unaware of Elder Ling Yuan's intervention, had only discovered it through the protection of the Lion Douluo, who informed him. However, Xia Xian believed that Xing Qiuji just simply disliked such ostentatious prodigies. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian replied, "Director, I have not lost to the upperclassmen. I genuinely wish to withdraw." Xia Xian's declaration was sincere. As he only engaged with upperclassmen he was confident he could defeat and avoided those he could not. Xing Qiuji raised an eyebrow and then turned to Tang Feng, asking, "Do you wish to withdraw as well?" "Very well, I consent." "You may leave now," said Xing Qiuji. Xia Xian and Tang Feng exchanged glances, surprised that the dean had so easily allowed their departure. After all, isn't it customary for academies to retain their prodigies? However, Xia Xian and Tang Feng did not dwell on it and promptly exited, closing the door behind them. Just as the door clicked shut, a figure clad in black robes appeared before Xing Qiuji. Beside him stood a man bound tightly with ropes. This black-robed man was Xing Qiuji's adopted son, Xing Ho. "Father, this man is a spy from the Star Luo Empire. What shall we do with him?" Xing Ho inquired, glancing at the captive. Xing Qiuji regarded the bound man and asked, "He has a family, does he not?" "Yes," Xing Ho replied, taken aback. Xing Qiuji shook his head and said, "Xing Ho, your heart remains too tender. Once this matter is resolved, you should venture out for a while. After more than 20 years, this old bone of mine no longer requires your company. Lowering his head, Xingho acknowledged, I understand. With that, he swiftly vanished from the office. Taking the captive with him, Xing Qiuj approached the window, gazing outside as he let out a slow sigh, his hand trembling slightly around his teacup. Sunlight bathed his face, transforming his once youthful appearance into that of an elder. In the wilderness, Xingho confronted the captive, who pleaded desperately for his life, citing his child and the loss of his wife to war. Having lost his own parents to conflict, Xingho harbored a profound disdain for warfare and empathized with the child's plight. Yet, in a moment of cold resolve, he swiftly ended the man's life. Afterward, his eyes hardened with a chilling clarity. He understood suffering, but he also recognized that as long as an empire remained divided, war would persist through the ages. Whether it be in Tian-Do, Star Luo, or even the martial Soul Empire, the unity of a single empire was the only hope for peace. Meanwhile, Xia Xian and Tang Feng joyfully stepped out of the office building. The taste of freedom is delightful, exclaimed Xia Xian. These past 6 years have been exhausting with early mornings and late nights. At that moment, Tang Feng's gaze drifted elsewhere. Curious, Xia Xian followed his line of sight and spotted 3 individuals in the corridor on the 3rd floor, 2 males and 1 female, engaged in lively conversation. One male had silver hair, the other red, while the female boasted golden locks. However, it was not merely their hair colors that caught attention, but the striking beauty of the golden-haired girl, who appeared to be 3 years older than Xia Xian and Tang Feng. The trio noticed the 2 friends' gaze and leaped down from the 3rd floor, demonstrating their soul master prowess. They rushed towards Xia Xian and Tang Feng as if they were idols. You are Xia Xian, aren't you? I am your fan, the silver-haired boy said excitedly, grasping Xia Xian's hand. The golden-haired girl took hold of Tang Feng's hand, prompting Xia Xian to silently lament, wondering why such delicate fingers were not clasping his own. Glancing at Tang Feng, she noticed his face flush with embarrassment. No way, brother. Are you still a novice? Wait, I'm a novice too, Xia Xian thought helplessly. Who are you? Xia Xian inquired of the silver-haired youth. I am your junior, Xiaoyu, and this is my sister, Hulaina. Your talents and abilities have become renowned throughout the Martial Soul Academy, Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement. Could it be that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall includes that red-haired man, Yen? As Xia Xian pondered this, she glanced up at Yen on the 3rd floor, only to see his eyes ablaze with intensity as he gazed at Tang Feng. Indeed, at the tender age of 15, the 3 of them had begun to grasp the complexities of love, especially since Yen harbored feelings for Hulaina. Not wishing to engage further with Xiaoyu, Xia Xian sought an excuse to depart. As she left, she noticed Tang Feng still engrossed in cheerful conversation with Hulaina, and chose not to disturb him. Ah, I haven't yet greeted the Vice-Dean, Xia Xian thought with a hint of exasperation. Over the past 6 years, Vice-Dean Xingho had shown them great kindness, exemplifying the bond between a leader and a prodigy. A smile crept across her face at this thought. Just then, a man appeared silently beside her, startling Xia Xian. Turning to him, she said, Uncle Qing Wan, could you please refrain from appearing so stealthily? The man was none other than the 3rd elder of the worship hall, Qian Luan Douluo, known for his aloof demeanor. In fact, the worship hall dispatched an elder daily to ensure Xia Xian's safety, with any lurking spies either dealt with by the elders or managed by Vice-Dean Xingho. Standing at the entrance of the worship hall was Jin Edo Luo, who respectfully acknowledged Qing Luan with a greeting of second brother. Xia Xian, too, greeted him politely. Uncle Genie. Genie nodded and turned to Xia Xian, saying, The Grand Elder wishes to see you. Xia Xian nodded and proceeded toward Qian Daolia's chamber within the worship hall. She did not knock, as he was her grandfather, albeit not by blood. She found Qian Daolu seated, poring over documents on his desk, which detailed information about the Tian-Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, noting the strengths of their respective champions. Grandfather, Xia Xian greeted politely. Qian Daolu replied kindly, Xiao Xian, I heard you are considering withdrawing from school? Xia Xian was taken aback for a moment, wondering how news had spread so swiftly, but she nodded nonetheless. Is it because the food at the Spirit Empire Academy is unsatisfactory, or are you being bullied? Tell grandfather, and I shall intervene, Qian Daolu offered. Xia Xian shook her head, saying, The food at the Spirit Empire Academy is quite good, and no one can bully me. Then why the decision to withdraw? Qian Daolu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xian replied, I wish to go to the Tian-Do Empire. Grandfather, there are matters I cannot disclose. Qian Daolu responded slowly. The Tian-Do Empire? What merits does that empire hold? Grandfather, I have already stated that it is a secret, Xia Xian reiterated. Qian Daolu chuckled and said, Very well. I shall not press further. I was hoping to have an elder from the worship hall teach you. No need, grandfather, Xia Xian replied. When do you plan to depart? He asked. Tomorrow morning, Xia Xian answered. Is it truly so urgent? Qian Daolu inquired with a sense of urgency. And Summer Xian remarked that she would likely remain there for at least 3 years. Qian Daolu gently patted Summer Xian's head and said, Be careful and stay safe out there, my dear child. Due to Tang Feng's presence, Summer Xian's room resembled that of Qian Jun and Jiang Mo, containing 2 beds. Observing Tang Feng's lovesick demeanor left her utterly speechless. What is wrong with you, looking so infatuated? Summer Xian asked. You have no idea. That hand feels absolutely divine. Tang Feng exclaimed, entranced. In response, Summer Xian swiftly kicked him off the bed. Today, Summer Xian felt that time passed even more swiftly than before. Each time she contemplated bidding farewell to the other offerings, she refrained. The other offerings were manageable, but she feared that if Guangling Douluo found out, he would surely be in tears. Over the 6 years, the good news was that Guangling was on the verge of breaking through from rank 97 to rank 98, highlighting the significance of a soul bone. Additionally, Qianjun and Jiang Mo had mastered the first 3 moves of their indomitable staff technique, breaking the clouds, shattering the earth, and severing the mountain. Although they only knew 3 moves, their strength had significantly increased, and mastering 3 moves in 6 years was already impressive. That evening, Qian Daolu entered a room alone, where he found a person seated at a table adorned with wine and cups. Without hesitation, Qian Daolu took a seat, lifted a cup, and drank deeply. Aren't you afraid I might poison you? The person opposite him inquired. Qian Daolu, instead of responding with anger, chuckled and said, Xing Qi. If you manage to poison me, a limit Douluo, you could boast about it for a lifetime. The person sitting across from Qian Daolu was none other than Xing Qi, the head of the Spirit Empire Academy. Xing Qi fell silent, choosing to drink his wine in solitude. Qian Daolu, too, remained quiet, each lost in their own thoughts. After an unknown period, once Qian Daolu finished his drink, he said, Old Xing, I apologize. Xing Qi let out a cold laugh and replied, I cannot bear the weight of an apology from the grand offering of the offering hall. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu fell silent, and Xing Qi continued. That Summer Xian is quite remarkable, grateful, understanding, and far superior to your reckless son. Qian Daolu did not dispute this, as he too was utterly disappointed in Qian Sunji. I must take my leave, Xing Qi declared, rising to depart. At that moment, Qian Daolu grasped Xing Qi's arm and said, Old Xing, I can use my soul power to restore your martial soul. The Spirit Hall will provide all resources to help you regain your former strength. Xing Qi chuckled softly, then shrugged off Qian Daolu's hand, saying, Qian Daolu, you, a level 99 limit Douluo, have lived for a long time. Just look at me. At this moment, Qian Daolu finally noticed the head of white hair on Xing Qi. When Xia Xian first encountered Xing Qi, he indeed appeared like an elder. This was due to his original cultivation as a title Douluo. After 3 years of self-dismantling his martial soul, he seemed unremarkable, but 6 years later, his body had bent and was adorned with white hair, no longer exuding the vigor of his youth. Apologizing to Qian Daolu. It was peculiar for a limit Douluo to express remorse to an ordinary person. Anyone would think Qian Daolu had lost his senses. However, the sincerity of Qian Daolu's apology was undeniable. Xing Qi, taken aback by this, sighed and replied, Qian Daolu, this is not your fault. You have apologized for 9 years. Moreover, my choice to self-dismantle my martial soul was my own decision. You need not seek my forgiveness on behalf of your son. For the stability of the martial soul empire, I have never held him accountable. It is merely my own discomfort that lingers. I suppose I do not have many years left. Qian Daolu, this is not your fault. You should let it go. After concluding his words, Xing Qi departed the scene. Yet, Qian Daolu's heart remained tumultuous. Xing Qi harbored deep affection for the martial soul empire, and so did Qian Daolu. However, he had retreated into the shadows. His son, Qian Xuanji, stubbornly disregarded his counsel, and moreover, the Hall of Offerings was not permitted to interfere with the Pope's decisions, not even by the Grand Offering. It was disheartening for a general, renowned for his contributions to the martial soul empire, to find himself in such a predicament, a sight Qian Daolu most dreaded, yet felt powerless to change. Letting go? How could a father absolve the debts of his son? Even if he could truly let go, how could Bibi Dong ascend to the position of Pope? The following morning, Xia Xian and Tang Feng boarded a carriage bound for the Tiando Empire. Guangling arose early and made his way to Xia Xian's room, only to be taken aback by his absence. After inquiring with Qian Jun and the others, he learned that Xia Xian had gone to the Tiando Empire. Why? Why didn't you wake me this morning? Guangling questioned, tugging at Qianjun's collar. Qianjun, exasperated by the shaking, replied, Xia Xian was afraid you would cause a ruckus, so he asked us not to wake you. Meanwhile, Xia Xian and Tang Feng endured a day-long carriage ride before finally reaching the Tiando Empire. The jolting carriage certainly could not compare to a car, but as night fell, Xia Xian and Tang Feng checked into a room with a double bed. Feeling bored, Xia Xian opened the system chat group and discovered that Xue Xinyao and Dai Shiji were engaged in a video call. He decided to join, and Tang Feng leaned in beside him to watch. Upon entering, they found Dai Shiji laughing uncontrollably while Xue Xinyao looked at him as if he were a fool. Xia Xian, you're here too? Xue Xinyao inquired. Yes, I'm currently on my way to the Tiando Empire. What is going on with Dai Shiji? Xia Xian asked. Xue Xinyao, covering her head in exasperation, explained, Isn't the royal family of the Star Luo Empire vying for the throne? Dai Shiji has always fought with Dai Mubai since childhood. A few days ago, Dai Mubai went to Shrek Academy, and unexpectedly, the system task requires us to go as well. Dai Shiji is just too excited. Anyway, Dai Shiji still wants to challenge Dai Mubai. Incredible. Why would you? A time traveler, want to challenge a member of someone else's protagonist group? Xia Xian turned to Dai Shi and inquired. Upon hearing her, Dai Shi chuckled while clutching his stomach. You simply do not understand. Just as Xue Xinyao mentioned, I intend to contend for this throne. You are unaware that since Dai Mubai departed a few days ago, I have had no choice but to take on Davis. Yet it lacks the exhilarating sensation of confronting Dai Mubai. Thus, the system's tasks are truly a blessing for me. I can only surmise that Dai Mubai is in for a rough time. Xia Xian responded with a laugh. There's no alternative. I must make my younger brother aware of the disparity between us. The competition for the title of heir is inherently like this. I must ensure he dares not covet the throne. Dai Shi smiled and remarked, Aren't you the same age as Dai Mubai? Tang Feng interjected. No. I am but a few minutes older than Dai Mubai, Dai Shi replied with a grin. Xia Xian, at a loss for words, exited the video call, only to notice Tang Feng chuckling at that moment. What's amusing? Xia Xian inquired. Choose one. Do you wish to confront Oscar or Ma Hongjun? Tang Feng asked. Neither. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall not engage with anyone, Xia Xian stated. All right, fair enough, but Ma Hongjun, that rascal, is bound to cause trouble for virtuous young women. It would not be unreasonable for me to confront him, Tang Feng said, gradually succumbing to slumber. At that juncture, Xue Xinyao sent Xia Xian a private message, which she opened to read. If you encounter any troubles in the Heaven Do Empire, mention my name. This was indeed the truth. Over the span of 6 years, the camaraderie among Xia Xian, Tang Feng, Dai Shi, and Xue Xinyao had flourished. Whenever significant events arose within their respective empires, they would alert one another and offer assistance, embodying a principle of equitable exchange. After all, this day had been quite exhausting. In the morning, Xia Xian and Tang Feng arrived outside Shrek Academy, which appeared rather dilapidated, with the sign hanging askew. Unfortunately, the enrollment period for Shrek had already passed. The two had no choice but to enter the academy directly, where they encountered a robust man who obstructed their path. The man looked at Xia Xian and Tang Feng and inquired, Who are you? At first glance, they recognized the man to be Zhao Wuji, as his mere presence exuded a significant aura, and he was also a fugitive from the Spirit Empire. We are here to register, Xia Xian said respectfully. Zhao Wuji responded, puzzled. Typically, he would have expelled anyone else by now, as Shrek Academy was in a state of disrepair resembling a wasteland. However, he noticed that Xia Xian and Tang Feng were clad in attire that exuded nobility and carried an impressive demeanor, prompting him to approach them to avoid unnecessary trouble. Teacher Zhao, what seems to be the matter? A voice emerged not far behind, belonging to a person adorned in splendid attire with golden locks, accompanied by a stout individual with red hair. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Xian recognized them as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Mubai, this does not concern you, Zhao Wujie remarked. Oh, come on, Teacher Zhao, these two wish to enter our Shrek Academy. Our institution does not accept just anyone, Dai Mubai countered. Xia Xian gazed at him in astonishment, mirrored by Tang Feng. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Dai Mubai, at merely 12 years of age, possessed soul power at level 29, and his status rendered him fearless of any adversary. He likely could not conceive of any peers with a higher soul power than his, aside from his brother. At this juncture, Xia Xian unceremoniously activated the system chat interface and tagged Dai Shi. Xia Xian, Dai Shi, I have arrived at Shrek Academy. Dai Shi, why inform me of your arrival? Xia Xian, I have encountered your brother. May I challenge him? Dai Shi, it would be best to defeat him thoroughly. He deserves it. Upon reading this, Xiao Xin shut the system chat interface and turned to Dai Mubai with a mischievous grin, saying, "How about we engage in a duel? Whoever surrenders will be deemed the lesser." Dai Mubai, equally proud, was unconvinced that anyone of his age could surpass him in prowess, save for his brother. "Bring it on. Dai Mubai will obliterate him. Afterward, we shall proceed," Ma Hongjun added from the sidelines. Xiao Xin, taken aback, was astonished at how audacious 12-year-old Dai Mubai was. While Ma Hongjun was likely only 8. Though the matter of evil fire was rather peculiar, it seemed excessive. "Very well, my stout friend, await my victory," Dai Mubai declared. Activating his martial spirit, which manifested as the white tiger, 200-year soul rings illuminated around him. Xiao Xin, undeterred, summoned his own martial spirit, the Nine Heavens Sword, which appeared in his right hand, accompanied by 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Observing this, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were taken aback. As Dai Mubai stood momentarily dazed, Xiao Xin seized the opportunity, his purple soul rings glowing as he unleashed his second soul skill, Sword Intent of Decisive Kill. Instantly, hundreds of flying swords materialized in the air, hurtling towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai activated his yellow soul ring, employing his first soul skill, White Tiger's Protection. A golden aura enveloped him, forming a protective sphere. Yet, as the first flying sword approached, it pierced through the golden shield, hurtling directly toward him. "Did you genuinely believe you could withstand my blades? Unless it were the Haotian hammer, what can you truly defend against?" Xiao Xin mused as he watched the unfolding scene. Chapter 7. 4 against 1. Slaughtering Oscar just as the flying sword was about to strike Dai Mubai, Zhao Wujia appeared before him in an instant. His yellow soul ring aglow. Activating his first soul skill, Unmoved King Body, Zhao Wujia unleashed a blinding golden radiance, sending the multitude of flying swords scattering. However, mere deflection would prove insufficient. "My flying sword is indeed a formidable weapon." It swiftly retreated and then charged directly towards Dai Mubai once more. Zhao Wujia's second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm, illuminated with a yellow soul ring as he unleashed several powerful strikes, shattering hundreds of surrounding flying swords. Truly remarkable for a soul sage, yet, compared to me, he falls slightly short. Observing this, Tang Feng remarked, "Do you think you can best a soul sage?" Xiao Xin, in disbelief, replied, "No, no. The martial soul avatar is not something to be trifled with. However, if he refrains from using his martial soul avatar, I might still stand a chance." With a smirk, Tang Feng added, "There's no denying the sheer power of the Haotian hammer. Let this be the end," Zhao Wujia stated firmly to Xiao Xin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xin coldly chuckled. "What if I choose not to stop?" At that moment, Zhao Wujia manifested 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings. Exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, he declared, "You cannot provoke this individual, nor can I. Moreover, he is a student of our academy, and I must ensure his protection." Unfazed, Xiao Xin retorted, "How can you be so certain that you can withstand us?" Zhao Wujia scrutinized both Xiao Xin and Tang Feng. As for Xiao Xin, provoking the Hall of Worship would likely result in a full-scale response. During the last confrontation with Zhao Wujia, even a single title Douluo's involvement would have led to disaster. The same could be said for Tang Feng. The attitude of the Sunlight Douluo from the Haotian clan towards him was telling. While not all title Douluos from the Haotian clan would mobilize, it was certain that Tang Lai, the Sunlight Douluo, would respond. The Star Luo Empire would be powerless against the 7 esteemed members of the Hall of Worship, nor could it withstand the wrath of the entire Haotian clan. Zhao Wujia felt overwhelmed, caught in a predicament where neither side could afford to provoke the other. At that moment, a bespectacled gentleman unexpectedly appeared, approaching Xiao Xin and shaking his hand. "Why the standoff? You are here to register, aren't you? I am Dean Flender, and I approve your enrollment, though there is a fee of 20 gold soul coins." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xin retracted his martial soul and presented the 20 gold soul coins to Flender. After accepting the coins, Flender announced, "Very well, you may graduate." Xiao Xin, with a grave expression, looked at Flender and said, "Are you jesting with me?" Flender quickly shook his head, insisting, No, our graduation requirement is to reach level 40 soul power by the age of 20. You are both 12 years old and already possess level 49 soul power. There is no need to stay longer. We must remain here for at least 3 years," Xiao Xin stated, causing Flender to express confusion. He presumed that Xiao Xin and Tang Feng were reluctant to part with the 20 gold soul coins. Yet individuals capable of producing such a sum effortlessly would hardly concern themselves with it. "Very well, but we still have an entrance examination," Flender yawned. At this juncture, Zhao Wujia interjected, All you need to do is endure under my supervision for the duration of an incense stick. Did that blonde one manage to withstand you for a whole incense stick alone? Tang Feng pointed at Dai Mubai, clearly indicating the improbability of such an event. This was merely Flinder providing Zhao Wujie with an opportunity to deal with Xia Xian and Tang Feng, as the Academy's affairs, regardless of their backgrounds, held weight. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujie mustered the courage to affirm, "Well, it seems you are not as formidable as I thought. Alone, he could endure a single incense stick." Xia Xian remarked with a smile. "Less chatter. Will you conduct the test, or not?" Zhao Wujie interjected. "There's no rush. More people are arriving," Xia Xian replied. At that moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of Shrek Academy. A lively girl bounced in, accompanied by a golden-haired young man. The golden-haired youth addressed Dai Mubai, exclaiming, "My dear brother, your beloved elder brother has arrived." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai turned in disbelief, only to find the newcomer and hastily attempted to flee in the opposite direction, yet he could not outrun him. The young man swiftly approached Dai Mubai from behind, firmly pressing the back of his head, forcing his face into an intimate encounter with the ground. When Zhao Wujie and Flinder attempted to intervene, the young man declared, "This is our family matter. Are you certain you wish to interfere?" This individual was none other than Dai Mubai's brother, Dai Shi. After uttering this, Dai Shi continued to press Dai Mubai's face into the ground while saying, "Brother, I've heard that at the tender age of 12, you are already pursuing women and causing trouble everywhere. How heartbroken mother would be to know this." Blood streamed from Dai Mubai's face, and several of his teeth had been knocked out, causing Xia Xian and Tang Feng to feel a pang of concern. "Greetings. This marks our first formal meeting. I am Xue Xinyao." Another girl approached, extending her hand towards Xia Xian. Xia Xian grasped her hand, replying, "Hello, I am Xia Xian." Subsequently, Tang Feng introduced himself, saying, "Hello, I am Tang Feng." Seemingly exhausted from his actions, Dai Shi rose and leisurely approached Flinder, producing 20 gold soul coins. "This is the tuition fee for that young lady," he stated. Xue Xinyao came to Dai Shi's side and remarked, "Young Master Dai, how generous of you." Dai Shi, with a smile, responded, "Princess, it is my honor to pay for you." Xue Xinyao playfully retorted, "How cheesy of you." At that moment, Tang Feng, with a mischievous glint in his eye, directed his words at Ma Hongjun. "Aren't you going to take your boss Dai to the hospital?" Ma Hongjun stood frozen in place. But upon hearing Tang Feng's words, he hoisted Dai Mubai and made his way outside. At that moment, the most awkward individual was undoubtedly Zhao Wujie, who had just intended to reprimand Xia Xian and Tang Feng. However, upon witnessing the close relationship between the Prince of the Star Luo Empire and the two, he felt compelled to pay his respects to Princess Xue Xinyao. Flinder promptly knelt on one knee, saying, "I pay my respects to Princess Xue Xinyao." Zhao Wujie, momentarily taken aback, followed suit and knelt, uttering the same words. Although Flinder and Zhao Wujie could forego bowing to Dai Shi, given that their academy was situated in the Heaven Do Empire, neglecting to show respect would be a blatant disregard for the royal family. "Everyone, please rise. There is no need for such formalities," Xue Xinyao quickly interjected. Despite having held this title for 12 years, she still found it difficult to acclimate to such occasions. "Thank you, Your Highness," Zhao Wujie and Flinder responded in unison as they stood. However, the rules could not be altered. "Teacher Zhao, please proceed," Xue Xinyao urged him. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly appreciate how sweetly Xue Xinyao spoke, coupled with her endearing visage, rendering it impossible for anyone to act harshly. She was aware of this dynamic, yet Zhao Wujie could not be severe with them. They were permitted to exert pressure on Zhao Wujie, which served as an indirect means of avenging Xia Xian and the others. Noticing the situation, Flinder attempted to mediate, saying, "Your Highness, since they are your friends, there is no need for this test. Why not? I believe this entrance examination is quite significant," Xue Xinyao playfully retorted. Zhao Wujie remained silent, instead lighting an incense stick, stating, "If you can endure the duration of this incense, you shall be deemed successful in the test. Activate your martial spirits," Xia Xian declared, and the 9 heavens sword materialized in his right hand, accompanied by 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. In an instant, Tang Feng summoned the Haoyan hammer, which crackled with purple lightning, showcasing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Dai Shi, without hesitation, manifested his martial spirit. The white tiger, with 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple appearing around him. Xue Xinyao, too, summoned her martial spirit, the 9-heart begonia, in her palm, adorned with 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Observing this, Zhao Wujie unleashed his martial spirit, the mighty golden bear, which boasted 7 soul rings, 2 yellow 2 purple, and 3 black encircling him. Suddenly, the third and fourth soul rings on Dai Shirtzi illuminated simultaneously. The third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, and the fourth soul skill, White Tiger's Meteor Shower, were activated. The White Tiger's Diamond Transformation enhanced Dai Shirtzi's attack and defense. He leapt into the air, launching a punch that sent numerous golden light orbs hurtling towards Zhao Wujie. Such ferocity, Xia Xian mused. The yellow soul rings around Zhao Wujie glowed as he activated his second soul skill, Mighty Golden Palm, sweeping forth a colossal bear paw directed at the oncoming light orbs, which were subsequently neutralized upon contact. Upon landing, Dai Shirtzi expressed his astonishment. Is a soul sage truly this formidable? Just as Zhao Wujie was about to revel in his own delight upon hearing the commotion, 2 figures surged towards him. The first soul skill, Hongguang Chengying, saw Xia Xian's martial spirit, the Jiuxiao sword, swiftly conjuring formidable green sword energy, aimed directly at Zhao Wujie. The first soul skill, Shambung Daili, unleashed by Tang Feng wielding the Haotian hammer, enveloped itself in terrifying purple lightning, forcefully descending upon Zhao Wujie. The 2 assailants approached him from either side. With no time to unleash his own soul skills, Zhao Wujie could only brace himself with his hands, and in an instant, he was sent reeling backward from the impact. A visible sword wound marred his right arm, while his left arm remained unharmed. Isn't my Haotian hammer supposed to possess the mightiest attack? Tang Feng inquired, perplexed by the scene. Your Haotian hammer delivers comprehensive attacks, while my Jiuxiao sword focuses its power. Did you not manage to repel him? Xia Xian retorted, somewhat exasperated. At that moment, a violet soul ring illuminated around Xue Xinyao, activating her third soul skill, Haiding Fuhan. Subsequently, 3 beams of purple light appeared around Xia Xian, Dai Shi, and Tang Feng, restoring the soul power they had just expended. However, the recovery was most pronounced for Dai Shi, as Xia Xian and Tang Feng had only utilized their first soul skills, resulting in significantly less energy consumption compared to Dai Shi's use of his third and fourth soul skills. Thank you, Princess, Dai Shi expressed gratefully towards Xue Xinyao, then charged directly at Zhao Wujie. Observing this, Tang Feng casually remarked, has he always been this courageous? After hearing this, Xia Xian shook her head in confusion. Just then, Dai Shi approached Zhao Wujie, unleashing a fierce strike, and Zhao Wujie responded unhesitatingly, meeting the attack with his own formidable strength. Strangely, Dai Shi did not get sent flying. Rest assured, Dai Shi's martial spirit, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, afforded him remarkable resilience. Zhao Wujie, not utilizing his martial spirit, found that even his soul sage strength was nearly equivalent to Dai Shi's. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng immediately charged forward, his purple and yellow soul rings glowing vividly. He activated his second soul skill, Steel-like Bones, and his fourth soul skill, Overwhelming Presence. In an instant, the Haotian hammer in his right hand doubled in size, crackling with terrifying purple lightning. Exploiting the speed enhancement from his second skill, he swiftly closed the distance to Zhao Wujie, who was locked in a deadlock with Dai Shi. Noticing this, Zhao Wujie's purple soul ring illuminated as he unleashed his third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement. As a result, both Dai Shi and Tang Feng felt their bodies being drawn downwards, but it did not hinder Tang Feng's momentum. With a mighty swing, he brought the Haotian hammer crashing down towards Zhao Wujie. Beads of sweat formed on Zhao Wujie's brow. He knew that if struck by this hammer, he might be sent flying a great distance once again. Reacting quickly, Zhao Wujie activated his fifth soul skill, and his black soul ring shone brightly. Upon activating the fifth skill, Gravity Compression, both Dai Shi and Tang Feng suddenly felt an immense pressure enveloping them from all directions, rendering their limbs uncontrollable as they were drawn toward Zhao Wujie. Their bodies flew toward him, and Tang Feng found himself unable to exert force with the Haotian hammer, preventing him from striking Zhao Wujie. In a flash, Zhao Wujie unleashed 2 powerful palms against the chests of Dai Shi and Tang Feng, sending them crashing to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. At that moment, a golden light enveloped them, as 2 yellow soul rings lit up around Xue Xinyao. She activated her first soul skill, Heart of the Begonia, followed by her second soul skill, Enhanced Healing. Instantly, the damage to Tang Feng and Dai Shi's chests was reduced by 60%. Zhao Wujie took notice of this and shifted his gaze toward Xue Xinyao, seemingly contemplating her background, as he searched for Xia Xian. Are you looking for me, Teacher Zhao? Suddenly, Xia Xian's voice emerged from behind Zhao Wujie. It turned out that after Tang Feng rushed out, Xia Xian had not been idle either. She stealthily approached Zhao Wujie, and the 2 purple soul rings on her body illuminated. Utilizing her second soul skill, Sword Intent of Decapitation, and her third soul skill, All Swords Return to the Sect, hundreds of flying swords materialized. Aware that this would not harm Zhao Wuji, she employed all swords returned to the sect, causing the myriad swords to converge upon her nine heavens sword. The duration required for this process was neither too brief nor overly prolonged. It coincided perfectly with the moment when Zhao Wuji repelled Tang Feng and Dai Shi. At that instant, Tang Feng's yellow soul ring glimmered as he activated his first soul skill, Shadow of Light. The power of the hundreds of flying swords was amplified by this skill. With a single stroke, Xia Xin unleashed a formidable gust of sword energy that surged towards Zhao Wuji. Sensing the terrifying force of this strike, Zhao Wuji's black soul ring shone as he activated his seventh soul skill, True Body of the Martial Soul. Instantly, the imposing Titan Bear behind him vanished, replaced by the armor of the Titan Bear itself. With his second soul skill, Titan Bear's Paw, Zhao Wuji struck out with a palm that was even more powerful than before, aimed directly at Xia Xin. The sword energy swiftly sliced through the bear paw, leaving Zhao Wuji in disbelief, for the Titan Bear's paw was supposed to possess 15 times its original might. Just as the sword energy was about to reach Zhao Wuji, 10 exceptionally sharp blades of energy confronted Xia Xin's sword energy. The clash of the energy blades and the sword energy resulted in a cancellation of their forces. As Xia Xin looked at Flinder in confusion, Flinder slowly began to speak. The incense has burned out. Xia Xin turned towards the location of the incense and discovered that it had indeed been consumed. Subsequently, the four of them passed the test, and each received a dormitory room. Upon entering her room, Xia Xin expressed her exasperation. In the Spirit Hall, at the Spirit Empire Academy, and now here at Shrek. I am still sharing a room with you. Tang Feng chuckled in response. Is it so bad to share a room with me? At that moment, Dai Shi knocked and entered, glancing around to see only Xia Xin and Tang Feng. He then inquired, have you seen Dai Mubai? Dai Shi, upon hearing this, laughed and said, no worries, no worries. These are just minor injuries. He has the means to arrange a fake one. The struggle for the title of heir is inherently like this. Tang Feng then remarked, do you truly wish to become emperor? Just then, Shui Xinyao arrived at the door of Tang Feng and Xia Xin's room and looked at the three inside. So you are all here? Dai Shi turned and replied, indeed. Little princess, with us three strapping men here, you should be cautious, my petite lady. As soon as Dai Shi finished speaking, Shui Xinyao delivered a swift punch to his head. Tang Feng then queried, why do you call her little princess? Dai Shi, rubbing his head, responded, it's a nickname I gave her, doesn't it sound nice? As soon as Dai Shi finished speaking, Xia Xin and Tang Feng also called out to Shui Xinyao, addressing her as little princess. By the way, let me introduce someone to you. Dai Shi said before dashing out. Shortly after, he returned with a handsome young man. Dai Shi draped his arm around the young man's shoulders and said, allow me to introduce my roommate, Oscar. Xia Xin stepped forward first, extending her hand to Oscar and greeting him with a warm hello. Following her, Tang Feng and Shui Xinyao also exchanged pleasantries with Oscar. As Shui Xinyao approached, Oscar's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, Dai Shi playfully punched Oscar, causing stars to dance in his eyes. This is our little princess. You better keep your eyes in check from now on, Dai Shi advised Oscar. Yes, yes. Oscar replied hastily. Noticing Oscar's timid demeanor, Xia Xin speculated that he must have heard about Dai Shi's confrontation with Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujia, you were careless, Flander remarked. Seated in a chair, addressing Zhao Wujia. Brother, it's my fault, Zhao Wujia admitted sheepishly. It's not entirely your fault. Do you know what martial spirit that student Tang Feng possesses? Flander inquired. At that moment, Zhao Wujia recalled the hammer imbued with lightning, which he had personally experienced. He realized that merely the first soul skill could have repelled him. It wouldn't be the Haoyan hammer, would it? Zhao Wujia questioned, having never seen the Haoyan hammer. Yet it was the only weapon spirit that had exuded such an overwhelming pressure. Indeed, it is the Haoyan hammer, Flander confirmed. Isn't the Haoyan clan prohibited from appearing by the Spirit Hall? Zhao Wujia asked, considering that while they might act covertly, Tang Feng was quite open about it. You are correct. But what if the Spirit Hall has made an exception for him? Flander suggested. The Spirit Hall wouldn't do that, would they? Unless someone of high status within the hall specifically requested him. But they wouldn't release all members of the Haoyan clan, Zhao Wujia pondered aloud, gradually realizing a troubling implication. Seeing Zhao Wujia's expression, Flander remarked, you guessed correctly. You are aware that among the new students, Dai Mubai and Dai Shi are princes of the Starluo Empire, and it seems that Dai Shi holds a significantly higher status than Dai Mubai. We cannot afford to offend them. Shui Xinyao is a princess of the Heavendo Empire. This is self-evident, and we cannot provoke her either. As for Tang Feng, he belongs to the Haotian clan. While he may not seem concerned about their inability to leave, the crucial factor is Xia Xian. His connection with the Spirit Hall must be quite strong, and since they arrived at the academy together, it means we cannot afford to offend either Xia Xian or Tang Feng. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, Zhao Wujie's eyes seemed to ignite with fury. Observing Zhao Wujie's reaction, Flander wearily said, I understand your hatred towards the Spirit Hall, but you must think clearly. You have seen the relationships between Princess Xue Xinyao of the Heaven Dou Empire and Prince Daisher of the Star Luo Empire, along with Xia Xian. Their alliance against the Spirit Hall, which has lasted for so long, may perhaps yield a turning point in this generation. However, brother, our own kin perished in battles against the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wuji expressed an unspoken thought, lingering on the cusp of articulation. Among the 5 individuals in the room, 4 resolved to indulge in a feast at the expense of Oscar. However, their intentions were jestful, for they were acutely aware of Oscar's meager finances, as he was even selling his martial soul to make ends meet. To their astonishment, Oscar acquiesced to their plan, and the quartet chose the most opulent restaurant in the Tiandou Empire, ordering several fine bottles of wine. Oscar, gazing at the lavish spread before him, felt a wave of despair wash over him, resigning himself to consume the food, knowing he would ultimately bear the financial burden. At that moment, Daisher inquired, directing his gaze at Xia Xian, how has the Spirit Hall managed with Tang San? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xian replied, it has been arranged. The Spirit Hall will send personnel to Shanghun Village to assist in the awakening of martial souls, but they will not aid anyone named Tang San in this process. Furthermore, even if Tang San were to awaken his martial soul, he would not be eligible for any subsidies. Daisher nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Oscar, asking, Little Ao, what is the current subsidy you can receive from the Spirit Hall? Xia Xian, recognizing Oscar's youth, deemed it appropriate to address him as Little Ao. At this juncture, Xue Xinyao interjected, 1 gold soul coin is equivalent to 10 silver soul coins, and 10 silver soul coins equal 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin suffices for the basic expenses of an ordinary family for several months. Oscar, unaware of Xue Xinyao's background, nonetheless perceived her affluence from her attire, realizing that it was remarkable for someone from a wealthy family to grasp the expenditure of common folk. Hence, it was evident that even if Tang San were to awaken his martial soul, he would lack the funds to procure necessities, rendering him unable to afford the registration fee at Shrek 3 years hence. Daisher chuckled at this thought. After the meal, as Oscar prepared to rise and settle the bill, Xia Xian restrained him, saying, keep your money. I have already taken care of this meal. Chapter 8, the 4-3 combination. Xia Xian rejected as Xia Xian and the others exited the restaurant. The door to the most luxurious private room on the upper floor swung open. A cultured gentleman accompanied by a golden-haired youth emerged, the former leaning on a cane. These two were none other than Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe. After a brief acknowledgement, Ning Fengji departed. Just as Xue Qinghe intended to take a moment's respite, he felt an inexplicable urge to glance out the window, discovering Xue Xinyao just as she stepped outside. His gaze drifted to her companions, for Xue Qinghe held genuine affection for Xue Xinyao as a sister. Upon recognizing a familiar silhouette, he could scarcely believe his eyes and rubbed them, confirming the identity of the figure before him. A smile crept across Xue Qinghe's lips. What captures your attention, Prince Qinghe? Inquired a nearby attendant. With a smile, Xue Qinghe replied, I have just seen my brother. Rising from his seat, he prepared to leave, prompting his attendant to ponder in confusion. Is the Avalanche Prince also present here? Meanwhile, Xia Xian glanced toward the window, only to find it devoid of any presence. What has happened? Besides Xia Xian, Tang Feng inquired. After pondering for a moment, Xia Xian ultimately shook her head and replied, It's nothing. The following morning, the 4 of them rose early and arrived at the square, where they were joined by Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai maintained a distance of 5 people from Daisher, as he was genuinely terrified of him. However, it seemed that Daisher did not intend to trouble him today, otherwise, no amount of distance would suffice. Zhao Wuji stood before the 7, casting a silent gaze at the 4 of Xia Xian. After all, their soul power levels were sufficient for graduation, yet they were still required to remain there. Zhao Wuji was at a loss for what to teach them next, and could only helplessly say, You 4, form a group of 3 for a spar. As Xia Xian looked on in confusion, Dai Mubai approached Daisher from behind and began to massage his shoulders, saying, Brother, let me join your group. Upon hearing this, Daisher replied, Why don't you go to the opposite side? I feel like battling you today. Dai Mubai, on the verge of tears, was then interrupted by Xue Xianyao, who spoke up. Daisher, it's hard to watch you bully your brother like this. Daisher, puzzled, turned to Shui Xian Yao and then to Xiao Xian and Tang Feng, who nodded in agreement. After witnessing the scene from yesterday, where Daisher fought Dai Mubai as if he were an enemy, it was evident that some leniency was warranted, considering they were siblings. Reluctantly, Daisher nodded in agreement, and Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with gratitude towards Shui Xian Yao. At that moment, Shui Xian Yao felt a wave of disgust at Dai Mubai's gaze. "Fatty, why don't you come join our group?" Dai Mubai called to Ma Hongjun. Coming. Ma Hongjun wobbled his chubby body over to join Dai Mubai. Seeing this, Xia Xian helplessly turned to Oscar and said, "It seems you'll have to join our group." Yet Oscar smiled and replied, "It's nothing. It's just a friendly competition." Thus, the groups were formed. Daisher, Shui Xian Yao, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun constituted one team, while Xia Xian, Tang Feng, and Oscar comprised the other. Zhao Wuji cleared his throat and stated, "This is merely a spar. No one is to endanger the other's life. Keep it light. All right, let the spar begin." As Zhao Wuji concluded his remarks, everyone swiftly summoned their martial spirits. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar each manifested 2 yellow soul rings, with Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit emerging behind him. Ma Hongjun's fire phoenix appearing, and Oscar holding a sausage in his hand. What astonished Zhao Wuji the most were the manifestations of the 4 from Xia Xian's group. Daisher displayed the white tiger spirit, adorned with 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Shui Xian Yao spread her arms, and the 9 hearts dew blossomed, accompanied by the same 5 soul rings. Tang Feng wielded the Haoyan hammer, revealing 5 soul rings of the same variety. In front of Xia Xian appeared the 9 heaven sword, which she grasped, also adorned with 5 soul rings. To Zhao Wuji's amazement, these 4 had already attained the rank of Soul King. He pondered, how had they acquired such soul rings? Unbeknownst to him, these were the soul rings from their system's marketplace. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar looked on in astonishment. While Ma Hongjun and Oscar were somewhat accustomed to this, given their younger ages, Dai Mubai was different. He was of the same age as Xia Xian's group. Isn't it impossible for us, as great soul masters, to partake in this spar? As Ma Hongjun gazed at Dai Mubai, Daisher disdainfully remarked, "If you're too afraid to step forward, then merely watch." Subsequently, the purple and black soul rings on Daisher's body illuminated, unleashing his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, followed by his 5th soul skill, White Tiger Demon God Transformation. As he released 2 soul skills in succession, the White Tiger martial spirit behind him grew taller, exuding an even more formidable presence. "An enhancement of power, is it? I possess such abilities as well," Tang Feng said with a charming smile. He then activated his yellow and purple soul rings, invoking his 1st soul skill, Mountain Collapse and Earth Shatter, and his 4th soul skill, Majestic Might. Tang Feng also released 2 soul skills in quick succession, causing the Haoyan hammer in his grasp to enlarge dramatically, gathering purple lightning. A purple beam of light manifested upon Daisher, who felt the soul power he had just expended gradually replenishing. Shui Xian Yao, adorned with a shimmering purple soul ring, proclaimed, "Xiao Ao, we must not falter." She turned to Oscar and invoked her 1st soul skill, Super Recovery Sausage. Oscar's yellow soul ring glowed as a sausage appeared in his hand. Observing this, Tang Feng wasted no time in consuming it. While Shui Xian Yao's skill provided immediate soul power restoration, Oscar's sausage facilitated a gradual recovery. Daisher charged towards Tang Feng, who met him head-on without reservation. However, the disparity became evident. Although the Haoyan hammer wielded greater strength than the White Tiger martial spirit, Tang Feng possessed only Century and Millennium soul rings, whereas Daisher commanded Millennium and 10,000-year soul rings. As the 2 remained locked in a stalemate, Xia Xian suddenly sprang forth from behind Tang Feng, her yellow soul ring aglow. She invoked her 1st soul skill, Shadow of Light, as the Jiuxiao sword in her hand became enveloped in sword energy, slicing directly at Daisher. At that moment, a golden beam and a crimson flame surged towards Xia Xian. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun activated their yellow soul rings, unleashing Dai Mubai's 2nd soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave, and Ma Hongjun's 1st soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. In response, Xia Xian redirected her sword, aiming at Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. A single sword strike cleaved through Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave and Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fireline. Nevertheless, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun reacted swiftly, evading the attack. As Dai Mubai sidestepped, he raised his gaze, only to find Xia Xian standing before him, poised to strike with the Jiuxiao sword. Just then, a voice resonated from the entrance of Shrek Academy. "Prince Shui Qinghe has arrived." Hearing this, everyone ceased their movements, retracting their martial spirits. Shui Xian Yao dashed toward the entrance of Shrek Academy, with Xia Xin and others following suit. A luxurious carriage came to a stop, and a fair-skinned man with golden hair disembarked. Shui Xin Yao bounced into Shui Qinghe's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother." Shui Qinghe gently stroked Shui Xin Yao's hair. Zhao Wujie led the others in kneeling on one knee, declaring, "We pay our respects to Prince Shui Qinghe." Xia Xin and her companions also knelt in homage. Although Dai Mubai hesitated, considering Shui Qinghe's status as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he ultimately knelt as well, fearing that Daisher might seek a reason to confront him later. "Everyone, rise," Shui Qinghe commanded. As the group stood, Xia Xin's gaze remained fixed on Shui Qinghe, even while she had just knelt before him. Shui Qinghe regarded the group with admiration, his eyes lingering on Xia Xin longer than the others. "Where's your dean?" he inquired. Shui Qinghe turned to Zhao Wuji and said, "The dean is not presently in the academy." After hearing this, Shui Qinghe nodded and softly inquired, "May I take a tour?" At that moment, Shui Xinyao grasped Shui Qinghe's arm and exclaimed, "Brother, let me show you around." Shui Qinghe replied gently, "All right." Thus, the competition was abandoned, and the crowd followed Shui Qinghe on the tour, with Shui Xinyao and Zhao Wuji flanking him. For one was his sister and the other a teacher at the academy. At this juncture, Daisher quietly approached Xia Xin and whispered, "I knelt out of respect for you. You owe me one." Nearby, Tang Feng, who overheard, chimed in. It seemed there was a conversation ahead. And soon Zhao Wuji approached Xia Xin, stating, "Prince Shui Qinghe has requested your company for a stroll. I have some matters to attend to." The pretext of business was merely an excuse for being dismissed by Shui Qinghe, a fact understood by all present. Xia Xin then earnestly assured, "Rest assured, Vice-Dean, I will ensure that Prince Shui Qinghe has a delightful time." Zhao Wuji nodded in acknowledgement and departed. "Then we shall take our leave," Tang Feng declared, wrapping an arm around Oscar. "In that case, I shall also take my leave," Daisher remarked. With that, Tang Feng and Oscar exited, while Daisher cast a glance at Dai Mubai, who seemed to comprehend the unspoken message, following Daisher with a drooping demeanor. Naturally, Ma Hongjun, as Dai Mubai's loyal companion, trailed along. Xia Xin composed herself and swiftly approached Shui Qinghe, who was engaged in light-hearted banter with Shui Xinyao. Shui Qinghe then instructed, "Xinyao, please fetch the storage bag from my carriage." Shui Xinyao, feigning innocence, turned to Xia Xin and asked, "Brother, why don't you go get it?" Suddenly called upon. Xia Xin fell silent. Shui Qinghe pretended to be stern, stating, "You cannot board my carriage. Only you can retrieve it." Hearing this, Shui Xinyao hung her head and departed. Now, only Xia Xin and Shui Qinghe remained, or rather, Xia Xin and Qianrenxue. Shui Qinghe then proposed, "Shall you escort me to your dormitory?" Xia Xin nodded in agreement and led him towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, Tang Feng and Oscar were playing in their quarters. Upon seeing Xia Xin escorting Shui Qinghe in their direction, they hurriedly pulled Oscar into Daisher's room next door. Upon entering, Tang Feng noticed Dai Mubai with dark circles under his eyes, while Ma Hongjun cowered in the corner, too afraid to make a sound. Daisher, upon seeing Tang Feng and Oscar enter, inquired, "What is going on?" "Xia Xin has arrived," Tang Feng replied. Hearing this, Daisher promptly pressed his ear against the wall, eager to eavesdrop. Once Xia Xin brought Shui Qinghe into the dormitory, Shui Qinghe's brow remained furrowed. The wooden structure was laden with dust. While he might not lament for Shui Xinyao, he certainly felt for Xia Xin. As he surveyed the surroundings, he felt an urge to lash out, but recalling his identity as Shui Qinghe rather than Qianrenxue, he stifled his frustration. He then calmly turned to Xia Xin and remarked, "Your family does not seem to be lacking. Why would you come to such an academy? If you wish, I can take you to the Tiando Royal Academy." "Are your family members aware of this?" "No, my grandfather has given his consent," Xia Xin stated, indirectly revealing to Qian Daolu that he was aware of the matter and had approved it. "Why would grandfather do such a thing?" Shui Qinghe whispered. "What did you just say, Your Highness?" Xia Xin inquired, genuinely having not heard clearly. Shui Qinghe shook his head, responding, "It's nothing." Xia Xin relished the feeling of being in the presence of Qianrenxue, unaware that she knew of her true identity. Subsequently, Shui Qinghe sat on the bed, gazing at the standing Xia Xin, and said, "Release your martial soul. Let me see the quality of education in this academy." "All right," Xia Xin replied without hesitation. And the Jiuxiao sword manifested in his hand, accompanied by 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Upon witnessing this, Shui Qinghe expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Not bad. You have already become a soul king." Xia Xin chuckled in response. "What do you mean by you have already?" Shui Qinghe coughed lightly and replied, "It's nothing." Xia Xin genuinely felt that Shui Qinghe was ill-suited for undercover work. The moment she encountered someone familiar, her caring gaze betrayed her. At that moment, Xia Xian suddenly had an audacious idea and boldly approached Xue Qinghe. Taken aback, Xue Qinghe asked, "What is it?" Xia Xian gently lifted Xue Qinghe's chin with his finger and remarked, "Prince Xue Qinghe, you resemble a girl and you smell delightful." Whether Xia Xian was aware of the implications was inconsequential. He had recognized Qian Rinxue's fragrance since childhood, regardless of how peculiar her appearance might be. Xue Qinghe, however, was not flustered. Instead, she reciprocated by lifting Xia Xian's chin and teasingly asked, "What's the matter, little brother? Do you prefer men?" This statement left Xia Xian momentarily speechless, his face flushing crimson. Xue Qinghe identified as male, yet Xia Xian was genuinely addressing her as Qian Rinxue. The mere thought of Qian Rinxue lifting his chin and speaking to him was beyond his imagination. At that moment, Xia Xian impulsively pushed Xue Qinghe down, closing his eyes and blushing as he said, "If you are a girl, does that mean we can?" Before he could finish, Xue Qinghe, with an icy calmness, interjected, "No, we cannot." Xia Xian opened his eyes in surprise, realizing that Xue Qinghe's countenance had turned frosty, her expression serious. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Xue Xinyao burst in, forcefully pushing Xia Xian aside. Chapter 9. The Battle Arena. Iron Battle Soul having been knocked to the ground, Xia Xian stared at the suddenly entered Xue Xinyao, momentarily dazed as he sat on the floor. He watched as Xue Xinyao led Xue Qinghe out of the room, his heart a tumult of emotions. Time passed, though he could not say how long, perhaps half an hour or an hour, when Tang Feng and Dai Shi entered the room and approached him. Dai Shi patted Xia Xian's back, saying, "Don't be disheartened, there will be other opportunities." Tang Feng also comforted him from the side. However, Xia Xian seemed oblivious to their words. After what felt like an eternity, he finally lifted his head, his eyes red, and stated, "I'm fine. After all, she is still my sister." "Well, it's good to think that way. Today, I will treat you both to a grand feast." Dai Shi smiled and said, "I will go and call Oscar." After Tang Feng finished speaking, he exited the room. Xia Xian slowly rose from the floor to wash her face in the bathroom, and then followed the others outside. Upon stepping out, she saw Xue Xinyu waiting for her. Xue Xinyu looked at Xia Xian and remarked, "Your heart is too impatient. The relationship between you two should not be rushed." Meanwhile, Oscar, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. He had overheard the conversation between Xia Xian and Xue Qinghe. He gazed at Xia Xian with a peculiar expression, genuinely believing that she had feelings for men. As the five of them approached the academy's entrance, Zhao Wuji appeared at the door. "Teacher Zhao, we're going out for a bite," Tang Feng addressed him. Zhao Wuji glanced at the group. Although it was afternoon and classes should be in session, he allowed them to go. In the dormitory, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun observed the departing figures. Ma Hongjun said, "Boss Dai, are they isolating us?" In response, Dai Mubai patted Ma Hongjun on the back and said, "What is there to fear? Don't forget, your boss Dai has money too. Let us go eat." With that, the two of them also stepped outside. Could Zhao Wuji prevent Xia Xian and the others from leaving, while he could not stop Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun? Thus, the two spent the entire afternoon under Zhao Wuji's training. Xue Qinghe removed a letter tied to the pigeon on his foot, which bore 5 large characters. "Only I know." There were no additional words. On his way out of Shrek Academy, Xue Qinghe penned a letter to inquire of his grandfather who else, aside from himself, was aware of his identity. This left Xue Qinghe, or rather Qian Rinxue, utterly perplexed. She pondered whether her brother Xia Xian was unaware of his own identity. After all, she had felt anger when Xia Xian expressed his affection for her, now regretting her reaction. Yet, she worried, what if her brother genuinely liked boys? Qian Rinxue lay on her bed, tossing and turning, her appearance resembling that of a girl, her cheeks gradually flushing. She genuinely worried about Xia Xian's well-being at Shrek Academy and longed to see him. At this moment, her gaze fell upon a storage bag nearby, which contained the money she had saved over the years. She had originally intended for Xue Xinyu to discreetly give it to Xia Xian, but now she was unsure how to face him. The more she thought about it, the more troubled she became, rolling around in her blanket. Meanwhile, in the Tiando restaurant, the 5 had reserved an extravagant private room. This time, the food and wine surpassed yesterday's offerings by several tiers, as it was Dai Shi treating them. Yesterday's meal and drinks had been within Oscar's savings for years, but now, even 3 or 4 times that amount would likely fall short. At that moment, Dai Shi raised his glass and addressed the group. "Let us drink heartily today. We shall worry about tomorrow when it arrives." After Dai Shi finished speaking, Xia Xian, Tang Feng, and Oscar all took a hearty gulp, while Xue Xinyao, being a girl who did not drink, nonetheless downed her watermelon juice in one go. Unsurprisingly, she began to cough incessantly, and Xia Xian, seated beside her, patted her back in a comforting manner. Observing this, Daisher chuckled and remarked, "Little princess, you even choke on watermelon juice." In response, Xue Xinyao hurled her cup at Daisher, who swiftly dodged it. Fortunately, Oscar, standing beside Daisher, caught the cup deftly. The group's attention turned to Oscar, and Daisher, curious, inquired, "What are you doing, Oscar?" Clearly unaccustomed to being the center of attention, Oscar lowered his head and stammered, "This cup is quite expensive, worth several gold soul coins." This statement was indeed true, as the cups in the most luxurious restaurant of the Tiando Empire were valued at such a price. At that moment, Xue Xinyao seized the cup from Oscar's hand, placed it on the table, and assured him, "This cup is hardly worth a few coins to Daishao, so there's no need to worry." The group erupted into laughter once more, and Oscar felt a sense of uniqueness about these individuals. Each one was wealthier than he, perhaps even considerably so. Yet they displayed no airs of superiority. He had previously hung out with Dai Mubai, but he and Ma Hongjun always trailed behind, with Dai Mubai taking the lead. While Xia Xian, Dai Shi, Tang Feng, and Xue Xinyao were different, they treated Oscar with kindness, making him feel as though they genuinely knew him. Unlike Dai Mubai, who would have demanded compensation for such a mishap, they were far more composed. After the meal concluded, there were still dishes remaining, although the drinks had been fully consumed. Habitually, Daisher instructed the waiter to pack the leftovers. The waiter looked at him in disbelief, surprised that someone who could spend so many gold soul coins on a meal would ask for takeout. Nevertheless, the waiter said nothing further and began to pack the food. Daisher exited with the packaged dishes, followed closely by the others. As they walked, they passed the Fighting Soul Arena, prompting a knowing smile from Daisher, which Xia Xian and the others understood, though Oscar remained puzzled. "Come on, brothers, let us enter the Fighting Soul Arena," Daisher declared. "All right," responded Xia Xian and the others, with Oscar echoing them, despite his limitations as a food-type soul master, which rendered him ineffective in a 7-on-7 match, especially with the others being soul kings. Nevertheless, he found immense joy in their company. Thus, the five of them made their way toward the arena, only to be halted by the gatekeeper, who said, "You've been drinking. You cannot enter." They exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. "We'll come back tomorrow." In the middle of the night, while Xia Xian was still lost in slumber, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Xia Xian initially assumed it was an enemy attack, summoning his martial soul, but upon turning to the door, he discovered it was Dai Shi, prompting him to retract his soul. However, his roommate Tang Feng was not as cautious and hurled his Haotian hammer directly at the door. Dai Shi, witnessing this, quickly evaded, but the hammer crashed through the door, creating a sizable hole. As Dai Shi stepped inside, he patted his chest and exhaled deeply, saying, "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I could have been reduced to pulp." Xia Xian, observing the commotion, asked, "What happened? Why did you open the door so forcefully?" After Tang Feng finished speaking, he buried himself under the covers and fell asleep. Dai Shi, at a loss for words, remarked, "Do you all remember our visit to the soul fighting arena yesterday?" "Of course. What is the matter?" asked Xia Xian. "We were thrown out, remember? The more I think about it, the angrier I become. I am a prince of the Douluo Empire. How could we be expelled?" Dai Shi responded indignantly. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian lay back down and said, "That is to be expected. We were drinking last night, so they didn't let us in." Looking at the dark sky outside, Xia Xian felt uncomfortable waking up before dawn, so he decided to continue sleeping. Early in the morning, a sharp scream echoed from the dormitory entrance. As Xia Xian opened his eyes and looked over, he saw Tang Feng's martial soul, the Haotian hammer, soaring through the air, only to be caught steadily by someone, none other than the Academy's dean, Flinder. Flinder was indeed a miser. He demanded payment for any damaged items, and repairs would cost money. Seeing this, Tang Feng pulled out 10 gold soul coins and tossed them to Flinder, who caught them deftly. In reality, 10 gold soul coins were far more than needed to fix that wooden door. One could purchase several new doors for that sum. Yet, Flinder did not simply take the money and leave. He entered the dormitory and announced, "Since you are all up early, I will take you to the soul fighting arena today." Xia Xian had no choice but to get dressed obediently, and Tang Feng did the same. Flinder, satisfied with their compliance, left to visit Dai Shi and the others' dormitory. Although Flinder was not particularly inclined to involve himself with them, he felt a sense of responsibility since he had collected their tuition fees. Soon, everyone gathered, and although Flinder claimed to be taking them to the soul fighting arena, he ended up training them throughout the day. During lunch, Dai Shi discreetly shared the leftovers from last night with everyone. There was no choice. Flinder was too stingy. The food was delicious, but far too scant. In the evening, Flinder led the group to the soul fighting arena. On the way, he explained, The soul fighting arena is a place for soul masters to battle with their martial souls, and it serves as a venue for gamblers to place their bets. For you all, it is the best platform to enhance your practical experience, and it allows ordinary people to witness the duels of soul masters. Furthermore, the Grand Soul Fighting Arena is the most equitable place. Even the heirs of powerful families must face severe life and death challenges in the competitions. Shui Xinyo scoffed quietly. If I die there, just see if the Tiando royal family will intervene. However, her words were spoken softly, and Flinder did not hear her. Before long, the group entered the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Daisher chose not to confront the gatekeeper. The interior of the arena truly exuded opulence, and describing it as resplendent would be an understatement. Oscar pondered for a moment and remarked, "The academy has existed for about 20 years, enrolling a total of 42 students. Yet only 14 have truly graduated." He continued, "According to the dean, one of the most outstanding graduates is now an elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope in authority." Hearing this, Tang Feng chuckled and said, "Does the Spirit Hall accept just anyone as an elder?" Xia Xian, upon hearing this, delivered a punch to Tang Feng's forehead. On the side, Daisher chuckled as well, but his laughter ceased when Xia Xian's gaze shifted towards him. With a hint of resignation, Xia Xian remarked, "An elder of the Spirit Hall is at least a title Douluo with a soul power of level 90. The dean is deceiving you. Even if such an individual exists, they are not from this academy, but rather someone exceptionally gifted." The group conversed quietly, mindful of the fact that Flinder, after all, was the dean, and it would be inappropriate to address such matters openly. Subsequently, Flinder led everyone to register. "Apart from Shui Xinyo and Oscar, the rest of you should proceed to sign up," Flinder instructed. "We'll discuss it later. It's our first time here," Xia Xian responded. Flinder elaborated further, explaining that the arena primarily featured 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 7-on-7 battles. The contests were categorized into 3 types: strategic duels, life and death fights, and gambling fights, with the latter 2 posing significant risks where one's life was at stake. Each participant was allowed to engage in only 1 strategic duel per day, though they could partake in different types simultaneously. After learning this, Xia Xian no longer hesitated and registered for a 2-on-2 match with Tang Feng. Having fought alongside him for 6 years, yet still unfamiliar with Daisher's combat style, Xia Xian and Tang Feng arrived at the registration desk. "Hello. We wish to register for a 2-on-2, Xia Xian politely addressed the staff member. The staff looked up and replied, "The registration fee is 10 gold coins." Without hesitation, Xia Xian produced 10 gold soul coins and handed them over. After accepting the payment, the staff inquired, "May I ask what your team name will be?" At this moment, Tang Feng declared, "Battle Heaven." He then turned to Xia Xian and asked, "What do you think of this team name?" Xia Xian smiled and replied, "As long as you're happy." Just as Xia Xian was about to inquire further, Shui Xinyo approached them and said, "Daisher feels that you too have abandoned him." In response, Xia Xian and Tang Feng could only share an awkward smile. At that moment, the announcement blared, "Iron Douluo Tang Feng, please proceed to Arena 15. Daisher suddenly patted Tang Feng on the shoulder, encouraging, "Brother, give it your all." Tang Feng casually shrugged off Daisher's hand and replied, "I will." Chapter 10, Tang Feng's Victory, the Yu Clan. The group then made their way to Arena 15. Upon Tang Feng ascending the stage, Xia Xian and the others took their seats to watch the match. "Dear audience, greetings to you all." Suddenly, a host emerged, microphone in hand, projecting his voice. The host continued, "Welcome to the exhilarating, thrilling, and fair Grand Arena." His words ignited the audience's fervor, and cheers erupted for a minute or two. "I feel like Tang Feng is about to punch that host," Daisher chuckled, observing Tang Feng's expression. Xia Xian glanced over and noticed that Tang Feng's martial soul, the Haoyan hammer, had manifested, and his expression indeed suggested he wanted to hurl the hammer at the host. "It's typical. Tang Feng lacks patience," Xia Xian remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Finally, the host announced, "In the first 1-on-1 duel, we have the Battle Spirit King, Tang Feng. Soul power level 50, with the weapon martial soul, the Heavenly Hammer." A spotlight illuminated Tang Feng as he slowly stepped forward. "Heavenly Hammer?" Amidst laughter, Daisher found himself chuckling upon hearing the events unfold, while Xia Xian expressed her exasperation. It was inconceivable for Tang Feng to fill in the name Haoyan Hammer on the form, so he opted to remove the character Hao, leaving merely Tian Hammer. Subsequently, the host turned towards the opposite side and announced, "The challenger, Soul King Wu Jinfeng. Soul power level 57, weapon spirit, flame staff." Wu Jinfeng, a middle-aged man, cheerfully greeted the surrounding audience, contrasting sharply with Tang Feng, who pondered why Wu Jinfeng was so preoccupied with pleasantries. Eventually, the match commenced. You have wasted too much of my time. Will you descend voluntarily, or shall I force you down? Tang Feng declared, as 5 soul rings appeared around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, while his right hand wielded the Haotian hammer, crackling with surrounding purple lightning. Wu Jinfeng, caught off guard, exhibited a moment of astonishment before manifesting his own 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, while a flaming staff materialized in his grasp. Uncertain of Tang Feng's chances of victory, Xue Xinyao voiced her concerns, noting that although Wu Jinfeng's soul rings were of lesser quality, he was still a formidable soul king at level 57. It's a minor issue. Unless he faces a soul sage, he cannot surpass Tang Feng. Xia Xian remarked with a smile. Are you so confident in him? Xue Xinyao inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Xia Xian nodded. After all, I have lived alongside Tang Feng for 6 years. I am well aware of his limits. Though it was Tang Feng who initiated the conversation, it was Wu Jinfeng who launched the first attack. His yellow soul ring gleamed as he activated his 3rd soul skill, Transformative Shift, propelling him rapidly towards Tang Feng. In response, Tang Feng's yellow soul ring illuminated as he activated his 2nd skill, Iron Will. Tang Feng's speed surged. Yet Xia Xian and the others recognized that while Wu Jinfeng merely enhanced his speed, Tang Feng fortified both his speed and defense. With his 1st soul skill, Earth Shatter, Tang Feng charged forward, his yellow soul ring glowing as the purple lightning surrounding the Haotian hammer intensified ominously. He raised the hammer and swung it directly at Wu Jinfeng, who, at that moment, activated his 4th soul skill, Splitting Form. Just as Tang Feng's blow seemed destined to connect, Wu Jinfeng split into 2 entities, evading the strike. As Tang Feng's hammer struck the ground, the unexpected shockwave repelled both Wu Jinfeng and his duplicates. Such formidable attack power from a martial spirit? Wu Jinfeng exclaimed, before employing his 4th soul skill once more. The 2 figures of Wu Jinfeng multiplied into 4, then 8, encircling Tang Feng in search of a chink in his armor. Can your footing remain steady? At this moment, Tang Feng inquired, and as Wu Jinfeng expressed his confusion, he noticed Tang Feng's purple soul ring illuminating. The 3rd soul skill, Devouring Mountains and Rivers, manifested as a purple sphere of lightning in Tang Feng's hand, which then ascended above his head. Instantly, a formidable gravitational force emerged, drawing the 8 Wu Jinfengs uncontrollably towards the sphere of purple lightning. Wu Jinfeng sought to resist, yet unexpectedly, the gravitational pull was intertwined with arcs of purple electricity. Swiftly, he activated his 5th soul skill, and his black soul ring glowed. The 5th soul skill, Flaming Armor, enveloped the 8 Wu Jinfengs in blazing, fiery armor. The 4th soul skill, Majestic Aura, followed, causing Tang Feng's Haotian hammer to double in size, as did the purple lightning. Just as the 8 Wu Jinfengs reached the vicinity of the purple lightning sphere, Tang Feng leaped and swung the Haotian hammer down with precision, striking all 8 directly. Subsequently, they were propelled out of the arena, leaving only one genuine Wu Jinfeng behind. Tang Feng, growing impatient, glanced towards the host, who promptly announced, in the first match, Tang Feng emerges victorious. His record stands at 1 win and 0 losses, while Wu Jinfeng's record is 21 wins and 13 losses. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng exited the battle arena and approached the viewing platform where Xia Xian and the others awaited. Xia Xian stepped forward, offering him a bottle of water, inquiring, why did you fight so hastily? Daishu and Xue Xinyu also gathered around. Noticing that Flandra was absent, Tang Feng replied, I feared someone might recognize my martial soul as the Haotian hammer, hence my urgency. This explanation resonated with the others. Meanwhile, the host, unable to locate Tang Feng, could only say, Master Tang Feng, please proceed to register your points shortly. It was not the host's fault for speaking so loudly. He genuinely could not find Tang Feng. Just then, the announcement echoed, Iron Soul Master Dai Mubai, please report to the 15-minute Soul Battle Arena. The group made their way to the 15-minute arena, where Dai Mubai awaited. I'll go register my points, Tang Feng stated. I'll accompany you, Xia Xian offered, glancing at Daishu and Xue Xinyu. Daishu looked between Xia Xian and the arena where Dai Mubai stood, saying, I think I'll stay and watch Dai Mubai compete. Although we are not on good terms, he is still my younger brother. At this moment, Xue Xinyu playfully tugged at his ear, saying, You know he is your younger brother, yet you fight him so fiercely. Daishu, breaking free, replied earnestly, such is the nature of the rivalry among heirs. Subsequently, Xue Xinyu and Xia Xian accompanied Tang Feng to register. After a couple of minutes, the announcement rang out again, Iron Soul Master Xia Xian, please report to the 13-minute Soul Battle Arena. Xia Xian, both amused and exasperated, remarked, Is this grand arena so short on participants? We registered only a short while ago. Following this, Xia Xian, Tang Feng, and Xue Xinyu proceeded to the 13-minute soul battle arena. Xia Xian prepared at the platform, while Tang Feng and Xue Xinyu observed from the audience. Unlike the previous host, this one was succinct, declaring, Soul King Xia Xian. Soul Power Level 50. Weapon Martial Soul, 9 Heaven's Sword. Opponent, Soul King Ho Xian. Soul Power Level 54, Beast Martial Soul, Armored Giant Rhinoceros. Both are newcomers. Now, let the battle commence. Xia Xian ascended the stage and gazed across, discovering that his opponent was neither an elder nor a middle-aged man, but rather a youth, seemingly around 20 years of age, albeit somewhat portly. To achieve the rank of Soul King at such a young age was indeed impressive, indicative of considerable talent. Before him, 5 soul rings manifested, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, as the Jioshu sword materialized in his grasp. Opposite him, Ho Xian summoned his own 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, as a colossal rhinoceros materialized behind him. With the first soul skill, Hongguang Qingying, the Jioshu sword absorbed the surrounding energy, and Xia Xian unleashed a swift strike, sending a blade of energy hurtling towards Ho Xian. In response, Ho Xian activated his first soul skill, Rhinoceros Armor, conjuring a bone shield before him. The blade of energy collided with the shield, creating a cloud of smoke. Xia Xian grimaced at the dense fog, aware that such a volume of smoke was improbable in the soul fighting arena. Suddenly, with the activation of the 4th soul skill, Manjiao Zhuangji, a massive rhinoceros horn surged forth from within the smoke, charging at Xia Xian. Xia Xian remained vigilant, and the horn's sheer size made it impossible for him to miss. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. The horn halted, revealing Ho Xian, who chuckled as the yellow soul rings around him glimmered. His second soul skill, Rhinoceros Thunderlight, manifested as a golden beam coalesced atop the horn of his martial spirit, racing directly towards Xia Xian. At this moment, Xia Xian was airborne, unable to evade the impending strike. With no recourse, he positioned the Jioshu sword before him, managing to deflect half of the golden beam. However, the other half pierced through his body. The sensation of pain compelled Xia Xian to cry out. He tumbled to the ground, clutching his wound, while Tang Feng and Xue Xinyao, observing from the stands, shared a sense of concern for him. Yet, instead of pressing the attack, Ho Xian turned his gaze towards the fallen Xia Xian and inquired, "Do you concede?" As Xia Xian gazed at Ho Xian, he anticipated a mocking expression accompanying the forthcoming words. To his surprise, there was none. In fact, Ho Xian wore a blank countenance. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming vitality coursed through every part of Xia Xian's body. The flesh and blood that had been pierced by golden light remained unscathed, and the pain that had once plagued him vanished entirely. Rising from the ground, Xia Xian grasped the Jioshu sword and declared, "If you can withstand my next strike and still remain standing in the soul arena, I shall concede defeat." Regardless of Ho Xian's demeanor, the 2 purple soul rings and 1 black soul ring adorning Xia Xian began to glow. With his second soul skill, the sword intent of execution, hundreds of flying swords materialized around him. Employing his third soul skill, the gathering of 10,000 swords, those myriad swords converged into the Jioshu sword that Xia Xian wielded. With his 5th soul skill, the Sword of Fatality, foreshadows of Xia Xian emerged, encircling Ho Xian. The 4 Xiazins then positioned the Jioshu sword before them, which erupted with a powerful sword aura and intensity that seemed to escalate endlessly. Ho Xian, sensing the imminent danger of this move, unleashed a golden beam aimed directly at Xia Xian. Upon contact, Xia Xian's form shattered instantly. Ho Xian understood that this illusion could be easily broken. Yet he found himself too distant from the other 3 shadows to intervene, forcing him to continuously emit golden beams. However, as he launched the second beam, the 3 Xiazins also executed their strike. The floor of the soul arena fractured under the onslaught, with the sword aura compressing the surrounding space. Ho Xian's 5th soul ring illuminated, activating his 5th soul skill, the Heaven-Sent Sharp Blade, which conjured countless rhinoceros horns that charged toward one of the Xiazins. The previous beams of light and the rhinoceros horn struck their mark, yet the 2 shadows shattered like glass. Despair washed over Ho Xian as he beheld the final Xia Xian, whose sword aura descended with deadly precision, enveloped in thick smoke. The initial smoke had been a diversion crafted by Ho Xian, but this time it was different. It was Xia Xian who cleaved through the floor of the soul arena, creating a chasm. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure emerged, an elder, seemingly in his 50s or 60s, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings. "An elder has actually joined the fray," remarked Xue Xinyao with disdain. The elder regarded Xia Xian with gravity, then glanced at the sword marks, which had carved the arena floor into what resembled an abyss. Seeing the elder arrive, Ho Xian promptly knelt, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your rescue, clan leader." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian contemplated the martial spirit of the armored giant rhinoceros and realized that the formidable presence before him was indeed the clan leader, a sole Douluo-level powerhouse, none other than Niu Gao. What Xia Xian had deduced, Tang Feng and Xue Xinyao, who were observing from the sidelines, surely understood as well. While Ho Xian might not be the offspring or descendant of Niu Gao, he was undoubtedly a prodigy of the Yu clan. Would that old man dare to strike at Xia Xian? Tang Feng expressed his concerns, prompting Xue Xinyao to pat his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. The Yu family is also under the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Even if they truly resurrect Xia Xian and the others, they will undoubtedly face dire consequences." Niu Gao turned to Huoxin, helping him to his feet, and then shook his head, saying, "I did not save you. Rather, that child was not targeting you at all, but rather the floor beside you." Upon standing, Huoxin was momentarily taken aback and then respectfully addressed Xia Xian. "Thank you for sparing me." Indeed, he had been spared. Had it not been for that mercy, Huoxin would not have been able to withstand Xia Xian's previous strike. Xia Xian chuckled in response. "It is mutual. You refrained from attacking while I was wounded. Were we on the battlefield, I would have been the one to perish." Just as Huoxin was about to speak, Niu Gao interjected. "Hurry and leave the stage. Do you know how much face I just lost?" After all, Niu Gao had intended to save Huoxin. Realizing that Xia Xian had no intention of harming him, rendering his own action somewhat superfluous. "Xia Xian, is it? I shall challenge you again another day," Huoxin declared, following Niu Gao and raising his voice. On the spectator's stand, Xue Xinyao could not help but comment. "These two are quite amusing. They do not even know each other's addresses and yet wish to battle again." Tang Feng could only chuckle helplessly at the situation. The host announced loudly, "In this match, Xia Xian emerges victorious with a record of 1 win and 0 losses, while Huoxin's record stands at 0 wins and 1 loss. Chapter 11. The Dean's Passing and Academy Enrollment. Xia Xian approached the two of them, at which point Daisher unexpectedly appeared in the Seoul arena, looking around. Xia Xian inquired, "What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be watching Dai Mubai's match?" Xia Xian, with a resigned smile, replied, "Well, take your time searching. I must go register my points." After saying this, he departed, followed by Tang Feng, while Xue Xinyao was pulled along by Daisher to search for Huoxin. Just as Xia Xian finished registering his points, the announcement echoed, "Fourth match, a 2-on-2 battle. The Battle Heaven duo against the Bloodthirsty duo. Please prepare yourselves." At this moment, Tang Feng asked, "Is your soul power fully restored?" Xia Xian smiled. "Rest assured, I have completely recovered." Following his duel with Huoxin, the Qinglong martial spirit had fully replenished Xia Xian's lost soul power, and his injuries had also healed. Xia Xian and Tang Feng made their way to the duel arena, arriving just as the bloodthirsty duo entered. They were both large individuals, appearing to be around 40 years of age, and they seemed to be twins. "Why are there 2 children?" one of them remarked, eyeing Xia Xian and Tang Feng. The host, upon hearing this, turned to the two and chuckled. "It appears our Battle Heaven duo is indeed quite accomplished for their youth. Let the match begin." The bloodthirsty duo manifested 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. A formidable axe materialized in their hands. Tang Feng bore 5 soul rings as well, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, while the Haotian hammer crackled with violet lightning in his grip. Xia Xian, adorned with 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, summoned the Jiuxiao sword, which radiated a brilliant white light. The first soul skill, Sweeping Strike, saw the bloodthirsty duo hurl their axes, one soaring high, the other plunging low. Their second soul skill, Expansion, caused 2 axes of ordinary size to instantly enlarge into colossal weapons. I stepped forward to intercept, my yellow and purple soul rings glowing brightly. With my first soul skill, Mountain Collapse, and the second, Majestic Aura, the violet lightning surrounding the Haotian hammer intensified as it doubled in size. With a powerful throw, I launched the Haotian hammer, which collided with the gigantic axe, sending both parties reeling backward. The bloodthirsty duo surged forward, and as the giant axe gradually shrank, they prepared to strike anew. In that moment, Xia Xian leapt into the air, his black soul ring illuminating. With his 5th soul skill, Sword of Fatality, 4 images of Xia Xian appeared. This time, he did not gather strength but instead unleashed a direct strike, sending forth 4 fierce waves of sword energy toward the bloodthirsty duo. Unfamiliar with this soul skill, the duo randomly attacked the 2 projections of Xia Xian, which shattered like glass. The sword energy struck the bloodthirsty duo directly, sending them tumbling off the stage. Though the uncharged fifth soul skill lacked raw power, its repulsive force was formidable. Observing this, Tang Feng sensed something amiss. The sword energy targeting the bloodthirsty duo was distinct from the others. However, as the projections of Xia Xian shattered, the potency of the sword energy transferred to another wave. Xia Xian approached Tang Feng and explained, "My fifth soul skill creates authentic clones. As long as any of them remain with my main body, I can transfer power freely." Tang Feng chuckled and replied, "But wouldn't you be obliterated if you encountered an area effect soul skill?" Xia Xian, with a smile, responded, "Then I would embrace the explosion." Victory belonged to the war god duo. The host announced that the two subsequently approached the score table to register their points. 3 years had passed, during which numerous significant events transpired, particularly one notable incident 2 years prior, the death of the president of the Wuhuan Empire Academy. Elders from the Wuhuan Hall, including the Pope Bibi Dong, attended the occasion, as did the 6 revered figures from the Hidden Worship Hall, though their identities remained unknown to the public. Qian Dalu single-handedly managed the entire affair, tirelessly working for several days. During this time, Tang Feng was taken away by Hu Liena, while Xia Xian, after escaping the clutches of Xie Yu, sought out Xing Ho at the funeral but failed to find him. The Tiando side dispatched Prince Shui Qinghe, while the Xinglua side sent Prince Davis. Despite the strained relations between the Wuhuan Empire and their factions, they maintained a facade of cordiality. Xia Xian chose not to approach Shui Qinghe, as the memory of Xing Qiuji's disdainful expression toward him and Tang Feng lingered in his mind. It was only through Qian Dalu's revelations that he understood their presence had drawn considerable trouble upon the Wuhuan Empire Academy, particularly from spies of Tiando and Xinglua. Upon their first encounter, Xing Qiuji had appeared as a vibrant middle-aged man, yet it was surprising that he had aged and passed away within just 7 years. Xia Xian couldn't help but recall scenes of Xing Qiuji chasing him with reprimands, prompting a bittersweet smile. Nonetheless, it was not solely in that regard. During their 6 years at the Wuhuan Empire Academy, Xing Qiuji had treated both him and Tang Feng with kindness, never coercing them into labor and often reserving delicacies for them, embodying the role of a benevolent elder. When Qian Dalu found Xia Xian, he was already inebriated. He gently patted Xia Xian's shoulder and remarked that the president had departed without suffering. Under normal circumstances, Qian Dalu would not have permitted Xia Xian to indulge in alcohol. But he understood that the natural course of human life included aging and death. Yet, tears streamed uncontrollably down Xia Xian's face. Observing Xia Xian in such despair stirred something within Shui Qinghe, though she was at a loss for how to console him. She felt an inexplicable urge to weep alongside him. Davis, witnessing the scene, mockingly remarked on the close relationship between the Tiando prince and the president of the Wuhuan Empire Academy. Shui Qinghe, also known as Qian Renxue, shot him a glare. And suddenly, 3 figures materialized behind Davis. One grasped his arm and stated, "Please leave." Just as Davis was about to retort angrily, he noticed the 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, around the 3 figures, compelling him to depart begrudgingly. Those 3 were the Qinghuan Douluo, the Xiongshi Douluo, and the Guangling Douluo. Sighing at the sight of Xia Xian, they subsequently escorted Shui Qinghe, or Qian Renxue, away. Time passed, and darkness enveloped the sky. With reddened eyes, Xia Xian unsteadily rose to his feet and made his way outside. His mind was still clouded, and he refrained from using soul power to sober up, as if his Qinglong martial spirit understood him and did not intrude. Upon opening the door, Xia Xian stumbled over a liquor bottle, and as he rose, ready to scold, he caught sight of Tang Feng squatting in the corner outside the door, with his head buried in his knees. Tang Feng looked up at Xia Xian when the latter patted him, and Xia Xian, smiling at the sight of Tang Feng's teary eyes, said, "Even a hardened warrior like you is crying." Awakening in the Shrek dormitory, Xia Xian glanced towards the adjacent bed, only to discover that Tang Feng was absent. After donning his clothes, Xia Xian descended from the dormitory and greeted several teachers along the way. At that moment, a young lad approached him, brandishing a sausage and inquiring, "Hey there, handsome, would you care for a sausage?" This young man was none other than Oscar, who, over the past 3 years, had mingled with Xia Xian and the others without growing a beard. Accepting the sausage, Xia Xian took a bite and remarked, "Next time, add a bit more chili." Oscar, taken aback, replied, "Handsome, eating chili so early in the morning isn't advisable." In response, Xia Xian produced a gold soul coin and handed it to Oscar, who gratefully accepted it with both hands, saying, "Thank you, kind sir." Xia Xian, slightly exasperated, asked, "Could you speak a bit more normally?" Oscar, with a hint of resignation, explained, "You see, my sausages cost 5 copper soul coins each. You, along with Dai Shi, Tang Feng, and Xue Xinyao, always pay me a gold soul coin, which is equivalent to 1,000 copper soul coins. So, you can consider yourselves quite distinguished." Xia Xian chuckled, albeit helplessly, and inquired, "Do you happen to know where Tang Feng and the others have gone?" After a moment of contemplation, Oscar replied, "Today is the enrollment day for our Shrek Academy. They're probably off looking for beautiful ladies." Without waiting for Oscar's response, Xia Xian sprinted towards the entrance of Shrek Academy. Oscar, pushing his sausage cart, called out, "Wait for me." Upon reaching the academy gates, Xia Xian found a long queue of individuals waiting to register. Spotting Tang Feng and the others, he approached and said, "You all arrived without calling for me." Tang Feng, smiling, replied, "You were sleeping so soundly, I felt it would be rude to wake you." Xia Xian then quietly asked, "What excuse has our Shrek Academy concocted this time?" Hearing this, Xia Xian laughed and remarked to Dai Shi and Xue Xinyao, "Your Empire's viscounts are quite impressive." To which Xue Xinyao retorted, "Don't forget, we have a graduate from Shrek Academy serving as an elder in your spirit hall." At this, Xia Xian's smile faded. Tang Feng interjected, "That phrase originated from your spirit hall, claiming that graduating from here can lead to becoming a viscount." Xia Xian, feeling deflated, mused about the audacity of their spirit hall. At that moment, Oscar approached the group, asking, "Would the beautiful people care for a sausage?" Tang Feng turned to Xia Xian, asking, "Would you like one?" Xia Xian shook his head, saying, "I just finished one." Hearing this, Tang Feng produced 3 gold soul coins and instructed Oscar, "For me and Dai Shi, make sure to add extra chili. Xue Xinyao prefers hers mild." Oscar accepted the 3 gold coins and began preparing the sausages. Once completed, he distributed them to the group and then pushed his cart towards the line of people, inquiring if anyone wanted a sausage. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted at the registration desk. Xia Xian asked, "What is happening over there?" Dai Shi, unfazed, responded, "A parent is demanding a refund after their child failed to meet the requirements. Despite having paid 10 gold soul coins. 10 gold soul coins were indeed a substantial sum for an ordinary family, enough to sustain them for an entire year." Xue Xinyao remarked, "Certainly, but for us, it hardly amounts to a significant sum." Dai Shi interjected, "The Soul Master Academy of the Wuhuan Empire only charges 1 golden soul coin." Li Yusong, who was responsible for the registration, lazily commented, "Mu Bai, handle this." As Dai Mu Bai leapt down from a tree, Xia Xian finally noticed his presence among the branches. "My brother just enjoys putting on a show. I've grown accustomed to it," Dai Shi said nonchalantly. The previous evening, Principal Flander had inquired about this matter, but at that time, you and Tang Feng were in the soul fighting arena, thus unaware. "Of course, neither Dai Shi nor I wished to participate," Xue Xinyao stated. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian nodded. To be frank, even if she were present, she wouldn't have taken part. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai approached the parent seeking a refund with a bold declaration. "If you can defeat me, I shall refund you in full." 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared around Dai Mu Bai, alongside the manifestation of his white tiger spirit. The parent, upon witnessing this, lowered his head and departed with his son. Once that parent left the queue, Oscar stepped forward to confront him. "Little Oscar, what a rascal!" Dai Shi scolded him. Striding directly toward Oscar, Xia Xian sighed, as she observed Oscar pulling out 10 golden soul coins to hand to the parent. The parent looked puzzled but accepted the coins, thanking him nonetheless. Subsequently, Dai Shi seized Oscar by the ear and brought him before Xia Xian and the others. "Oscar, you, of all people, are saving money by selling sausages, yet you give it away to others," Dai Shi expressed with indignation. Xia Xian merely smiled. The group understood well that Oscar's heart was too kind, which was precisely why they enjoyed his company. Oscar, rubbing his reddened ear, replied, "I just felt too sorry for him. His clothes looked so worn. If you're so generous, why not pay for those in need?" Dai Shi inquired. "It's different. Those people aren't lacking in funds. It's only those who truly need money that request refunds. Besides, I have no money," Oscar explained. Hearing this, Dai Shi was about to strike Oscar but was stopped by Xia Xian. Let it go, Xia Xian said. Dai Shi sighed. "Oscar, I know you've experienced poverty, but aiding others in this manner is truly unwise." Oscar hung his head in silence, seemingly aware of his misstep. At that moment, a fair-skinned woman in a dress approached Li Yusong. After paying the registration fee, Li Yusong stood up in astonishment, drawing the attention of Xia Xian and the others. "Wow, she is stunning," Oscar exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. "Ning Rongrong?" Tang Feng voiced. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Xia Xian scanned the crowd and spotted a woman in a black bodysuit with a striking figure. She tapped Dai Shi, saying, "That must be your brother's future girlfriend." Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Shi, upon hearing this, looked over with a serious expression and nodded at the woman. "Such a beautiful girl. Young Master Dai, your brother is in for a treat," Shui Xinyao teased. "In truth, she is currently my fiancée," Dai Shi replied helplessly. "Oh, please elaborate," they urged. Tang Feng curiously remarked, "Let us continue watching. Tang San and Xiao Wu should be here soon. We'll discuss this matter tonight." Dai Shirgio, with a furrowed brow, responded. Chapter 12. Something is amiss, testing the crowd. After Zhu Zhuqing finished calling the roll, a moment later, a young man and woman approached. The young man was quite handsome, and the young woman was undeniably charming. The words failed to capture their essence entirely, especially since Xia Xin and the others regarded him with disdain. That young man was Tang San, accompanied by none other than Xiao Wu. Tang San produced 20 gold soul coins, leaving Xia Xin and the others in awe. While Oscar was nowhere to be found. Wait, isn't the spirit hall supposed to provide him with subsidies? How does he still possess money? Dai Shi questioned incredulously. Xia Xin, holding his head, retorted, "Well, he is a transmigrator. Surely he can earn money for himself? That makes sense." Dai Shi exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "You are quite nosy," Shui Xinyao remarked in exasperation. Ultimately, Tang San and Xiao Wu completed their registration and followed Dai Mubai into the academy. "We should also be on our way to take a look. There likely won't be any new students," Xia Xin yawned, suggesting their departure. Xia Xin waved dismissively, saying, "No need." The group made their way directly to Zhao Wujia, as he was the final hurdle for enrollment. Zhao Wujia was seated, sipping tea, convinced that once again, no one would surpass the 12th year threshold of a soul power level exceeding 25, as had been the case in the previous 2 years. Upon seeing Xia Xin and his companions approach, Zhao Wujia inquired, "So, how many have passed the first hurdle this year?" Xia Xin, standing beside Zhao Wujia, unceremoniously seized a teacup and poured himself some tea, replying as he sipped, "This year, there are 4, 2 at level 29, 1 at level 27, and 1 at level 26. After hearing this, Zhao Wujia lost his previous composure, setting down his teacup and addressing Xia Xin, "Who permitted you to drink my tea?" Xia Xin merely smiled, producing a golden soul coin to hand to Zhao Wujia, remarking, "Don't be so stingy, Teacher Zhao. Besides, your tea leaves much to be desired. This coin is enough to procure a fine bag." Zhao Wujia retaliated with a kick, but Xia Xin deftly evaded it. Zhao Wujia playfully scolded, "You rascal. You criticize my tea, yet still partake." Over the course of 3 years, Xia Xin had cultivated amicable relationships with all the instructors at Shrek Academy, and his banter with Zhao Wujia was merely in jest. During these 3 years, Oscar advanced from level 21 to 29, while Dai Mubai progressed from 29 to 37. Ma Hongjun, unfortunately, only moved from level 20 to 26 due to his laziness. As for Xia Xin and his companions, coupled with the 5 soul power level rewards from the system, Shui Xinyao ascended from level 50 to 68, wielding the martial spirit 9 heart begonia with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. Dai Shi rose from level 50 to 69 with the white tiger martial spirit and the same soul ring configuration. Tang Feng also reached level 69, harnessing the Haoyan hammer martial spirit. Xia Xin advanced to level 71, possessing the martial spirit 9 heaven sword, adorned with 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red soul rings. All 4 shared equal talent, yet Xia Xin demonstrated a remarkable diligence. In a potential confrontation, Xia Xin held no fear of Zhao Wujia. After engaging in light conversation, Dai Mubai led the group to Zhao Wujia, calling out, "Teacher Zhao." Dai Shi and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances before both averted their gazes. Tang San inquired of those near Zhao Wujia, "Are these individuals, like Oscar who just sold sausages, our seniors?" Upon hearing Tang San's question, Dai Mubai responded, "Indeed, the golden-haired young man beside me is my brother, also 15 years of age. The boy closest to Teacher Zhao, named Xia Xin, is also 15, as is Tang Feng behind him, along with that young lady." At that moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Shui Xinyao, exclaiming, "That sister is so beautiful." Xia Xin and the others overheard the conversation, and Shui Xinyao's lips quirked slightly, while Xia Xin and his companions erupted in laughter, causing Xia Xin to spit out his tea. Shui Xinyao approached the trio, demanding, "What are you laughing at?" Just then, Ning Rongrong came over to link arms with Shui Xinyao, her endearing demeanor captivating Shui Xinyao. The most distressed was Zhao Wujia, who looked mournfully at the spilled tea, feeling a pang in his heart, as the stipend from Dean Flander was already meager. At that moment, Xia Xin heard Tang San ask, "Mubai, Are they all as formidable as you? Upon hearing those words, Daisher could no longer contain his laughter. He approached Tang San and the others and remarked, "My brother is truly no match for my prowess." Daimubai, clearly displeased, found himself at a loss, for despite sharing the same age with his elder brother, their soul powers were not on par. In truth, Xia Xian also felt that Daisher's behavior was somewhat excessive. While he might treat Daimubai however he wished in private, publicly humiliating his brother was uncalled for. Xia Xian turned to glance at Xue Xinyao, who was engaged in conversation with Ning Rongrong. In similar situations before, Xue Xinyao would typically intervene to smooth things over, but today she remained indifferent. Noticing that Daimubai had fallen silent and lowered his head, seemingly losing interest, Daisher gave his brother a light pat on the head before departing. Just then, a voice rang out. "Aren't you his brother? Is this how you treat him?" Xia Xian looked toward the speaker, a sweet girl. Was it Xiaowu? Daisher regarded Xiaowu with indifference and replied, "Why should I care how I treat him?" Daimubai looked at Xiaowu in surprise, knowing well that she harbored no fondness for him, perhaps even a disdain. "You are unworthy of being his brother." Xiaowu pointed an accusing finger at Daisher. Enraged by her words, Daisher slowly approached Xiaowu, raising his hand to strike her. At that moment, Tang San's finger shot out, and Xianyuan was prepared to intervene. Suddenly, Xia Xian stepped in front of Tang San and Xiaowu, using his arm to block the incoming blow, the force of which sent tremors through the surrounding trees. Xiaowu trembled, hiding behind Tang San, who gazed at Xia Xian, who stood firmly against Daisher's aggression. Xia Xian then pushed Daisher's hand away and said earnestly, "Your demeanor today is quite unsettling." Daisher ceased his assault, uttering not a word. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing the scene, wished to speak but was silenced by a fierce glare from Daisher, causing her to shiver as Xiaowu did. After a deep breath, Daisher departed the scene. Tang Feng, munching on seeds, approached Xia Xian and inquired, "What has gotten into that rascal Daisher?" Xia Xian shook his head, uncertain of the answer, then patted Dai Mubai's shoulder reassuringly, encouraging him to continue guiding Tang San and the others before pursuing Daisher. Observing this, Tang Feng set aside his seeds and followed suit, with Xue Xinyao trailing behind Xia Xian. As Xia Xian watched the two depart, he sensed that something was amiss with Daisher today. Just as he contemplated pursuing them, Zhao Wujie held him back. Xia Xian looked at Zhao Wujie, puzzled, and asked, "Teacher Zhao, do you have something to discuss?" "What? After sipping my tea, you wish to flee?" Zhao Wujie replied. Xia Xian, at a loss for words, responded, "What would you have me do?" "Today, you shall serve as the examiner for the 4th test," Zhao Wujie said with a smile. Xia Xian, taken aback, protested, "Teacher Zhao, this is your responsibility. How can you assign it to me?" Zhao Wujie released his grip on Xia Xian's hand and began to tidy up the tea set, saying, "Let us consider it as you just enjoyed my tea." Xia Xian, watching Zhao Wujie finish cleaning, couldn't help but chuckle. "Had I known, I wouldn't have drunk it." Holding the items, Zhao Wujie turned to Dai Mubai and remarked, "Mubai, please explain the rules to these newcomers. I must take my leave." Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat exasperated, acknowledged him. At that moment, Xiao Wu, linking arms with Tang San, joyfully exclaimed, "Hooray! We don't have to face the teacher anymore." Dai Mubai shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Xia Xian is far more formidable than the earlier teacher Zhao." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others gazed at Dai Mubai in astonishment. "Mubai, he is the same age as you. Even with talent, he is merely a 4-ring soul master, right?" Tang San inquired. No, just consider yourselves fortunate," Dai Mubai replied before distancing himself from them. Xia Xian, now in a predicament, addressed the 4. "You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to get to know each other and discuss. After that, you must unite to withstand my attack for another incense stick's duration. If even one of you endures until the end, you shall pass." Turning to Dai Mubai, she added, "Please explain my strengths to them thoroughly." After Xia Xian lit an incense and set it in the ground, she attempted to sip some tea, but realized Zhao Wujie had taken everything away. Dai Mubai, obliged to comply, approached Tang San and the others, stating, "Xia Xian's martial soul is the 9-heaven sword, a soul with formidable single-target attack power and remarkable speed. Even higher-level defensive martial souls struggle to withstand it, so you should not attempt to block his attacks. Additionally, he is a level 71 soul sage, and even the Academy's principal must treat him with utmost caution. Thus, your only option is to buy time, assuming you can manage that." The initial part of his explanation was acceptable, but the last statement left everyone wide-eyed. "Mubai, didn't you say he is the same age as you?" Tang San asked. Dai Mubai shook his head, smiling wryly. "His talent is simply outrageous. That is all I can convey." The rest is up to your discussion. With that, he took his leave. Upon hearing this, Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye, directing his gaze at Xia Xian, only to see a flying sword swiftly approaching him. Before he could react, the sword pierced his eyes, eliciting a cry of pain. Xia Xian stepped before Tang San and placed her hand over his eyes. After a moment, Tang San gradually regained his sight. "Thank you," he murmured, covering his eyes. Xia Xian replied, "Do not attempt to attack me with your mental energy." Tang San nodded in compliance. Subsequently, Xia Xian departed, and Xiao Wu, supporting Tang San, asked, "Brother San, what just happened?" Upon hearing this, Tang San gazed at Xia Xian's retreating figure and remarked, "His mental prowess is extraordinary. Merely glancing at him with my purple extreme magic, I nearly blinded me." Tang San understood that he could not engage in frivolities and thus began to consult with his companions. "I am Tang San, possessing the blue-silver grass martial soul, a level 29 control system soul master." After Tang San finished speaking, Xiao Wu sprang forth from behind, exclaiming, "I am Xiao Wu, a beast martial soul rabbit. Also a level 29 assault system soul master." Ning Rongrong interjected, "My martial soul is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, and I am a level 26 support system soul master." Tang San, astonished, inquired, "You hail from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect?" "Indeed, I fled from home. For now, I must overcome the immediate trial," Ning Rongrong replied. At this moment, the trio turned their gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was also being observed by Xia Xian. Tang San and his companions awaited her introduction, while Xia Xian noted Zhu Zhuqing's distracted demeanor. Sensing the attention of those around her, Zhu Zhuqing spoke, "I am Zhu Zhuqing, with the beast martial soul, the Nether Cat, a level 27 agility attack system soul master." Ning Rongrong then remarked, "My 2 soul rings can enhance everyone's speed and strength by approximately 30%. Sustaining for at least the duration of an incense stick. Your martial soul combinations appear favorable. Let us hasten to devise a strategy," suggested Dai Mubai, who had visibly changed his expression upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. Tang San then proposed, "Ning Rongrong will assist the 3 of us. Xiao Wu will serve as the primary attacker, while I will distract Xia Xian's focus. Of course, should I manage to control him, I will attempt to do so. Zhu Zhuqing can strike when opportunities arise." Time passed swiftly for Tang San and his companions, yet it dragged excruciatingly for Xia Xian, who was preoccupied with matters concerning Dai Shi. Dai Mubai announced, "We may commence." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian rose, reigniting an incense stick, which summoned the 9 heavens sword into his grasp, accompanied by 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red. A formidable aura surged towards Tang San and the others. "A 100,000-year soul ring," exclaimed Ning Rongrong in astonishment. "Is this truly a battle we can withstand?" Xiao Wu echoed in disbelief. Yet, Xia Xian discerned the resentment in Xiao Wu's eyes. The arduous journey of a 100,000-year soul beast was not lost on her. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Xian's soul rings were all acquired from the system's marketplace. Tang San reacted swiftly, promptly distancing himself, and the others followed suit. Ning Rongrong clasped her hands, declaring, "7 treasures turn, glazed light." Subsequently, the 7 treasures glazed tower materialized in her hands, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings. The first soul skill, light-bearing shadow, manifested as Xia Xian's 9 heavens sword gathered the surrounding air currents, cleaving towards Ning Rongrong. However, a vine surged forth first, emerging from the ground to ensnare Ning Rongrong, drawing her to Tang San's side. Just as Tang San prepared to act, a wave of sword energy sliced towards him. The first soul skill, vine, caused numerous tendrils to erupt from the earth, interposing between Tang San and Ning Rongrong. Alas, it was in vain, as the sword energy cleaved through the vines, narrowly grazing past Tang San. He did not truly strike. Tang San's initial thought was that Xia Xian truly had no intention of engaging. It was merely a pretense. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing advanced on Xia Xian, one targeting his upper body and the other his lower. In Chapter 13, as Dai Si deliberated, Tang Hao made his appearance. Xia Xian adeptly used the hilt of his sword to repel both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Tang San seized a wooden plank with his blue-silver grass and hurled it forcefully at Xia Xian. However, with a mere flick of the Jiuxiao sword, Xia Xian reduced the plank to splinters scattered across the ground. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly approached Xia Xian, leading to a confrontation between them. Throughout this skirmish, Xia Xian pondered the situation with Dai Si. After all, she was Dai Si's nominal fiancée. Should he truly engage? The blatant favoritism was apparent. Why was the incense burning so slowly? While he contemplated, Xiao Wu also launched an attack on Xia Xian. Yet, he opted not to wield the Jiuxiao sword against the close-range assaults from both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, instead relying on a single hand to fend off their strikes. This left Tang San astonished. Even with his purple extreme magic eyes and Xian Yu hand, he found it challenging to withstand the onslaught of two. Just Xiao Wu alone was enough to pose a significant challenge. With remarkable speed, Xia Xian unleashed two palm strikes, sending Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing tumbling back towards Tang San. At that moment, Ning Rongrong activated two yellow soul rings, illuminating her with the first soul skill. One said strength, and the second soul skill, two said speed. Radiance enveloped Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu as they surged towards Xia Xian. Yet, Xia Xian could perceive their movements even faster than his sword energy. Their velocity paled in comparison to that of his blade. He continued to defend with one hand against the multitude of attacks, while his right hand wielded the Jiuxiao sword, though he refrained from unleashing sword energy. After all, none of them possessed the speed or defensive capability to withstand such a force. Moreover, inflicting harm upon them would be detrimental. Zhu Zhuqing was Dai Si's betrothed, and injuring Xiao Wu would provoke Tang San's wrath. If Tang San were to unleash his fury, Xia Xian would be compelled to retaliate. But he knew that after the confrontation, Tang Hao would inevitably seek him out. Xia Xian did not believe he could face Tang Hao alone. The blade of the Jiuxiao sword absorbed the force of their punches, producing a series of resounding thuds. He could only defend, as his own soul skills carried immense power. Even a casual release could potentially injure them. Thus, while he kept an eye on the incense, he continued to ward off the relentless assault from the three. Incense, burn faster. I am truly in discomfort, Xia Xian lamented in silent agony. Even Xue Xinyao, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. At that moment, Tang San and his companions distanced themselves, leaving Xia Xian puzzled. Suddenly, vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring him. A splendid opportunity, Tang San exclaimed with delight. Utilizing his first soul skill, Ghostly Piercer, Zhu Zhuqing's speed surged once more, her dark figure racing towards the ensnared Xia Xian. With the third soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, the wood shavings surrounding Xia Xian rapidly coalesced into a mass, hurtling towards Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, her trajectory remained unchanged. Unwaveringly aimed at Xia Xian. Brother, please do not proceed in this manner. As Xia Xian contemplated redirecting the assault of his soul technique, a massive cluster of vines crashed through the gathered wood shavings. Upon witnessing this, Xia Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, with a swing of the Jiuxiao sword, a blade of energy severed the vines. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing arrived at Xia Xian's side. And in the astonished gaze of Zhu Zhuqing, Xia Xian sidestepped her sudden thrust, just as Zhu Zhuqing attempted to launch another attack. Xia Xian swiftly incapacitated her with a precise chop of his hand. As Zhu Zhuqing collapsed, Xiao Wu's leg descended from above, aimed directly at Xia Xian's head. If Xia Xian had possessed the defensive prowess of Zhao Wujia, he could have endured the blow. However, as a powerful assault-type soul master, Xia Xian once more evaded the attack. Xiao Wu's strike indeed possessed considerable force, yet during her aerial maneuver, evasion was not an option. Thus, before Xiao Wu's foot could touch the ground, Xia Xian's hand chop rendered her unconscious once again. After completing these feats, Xia Xian turned his gaze towards Xiang, only to find her still half-conscious, which left him speechless. Subsequently, he addressed Tang San and Ning Rongrong, stating, "It appears it is just the two of you remaining. You have witnessed the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. It cannot harm me, and your blue-silver grass is as fragile as paper to me. What do you intend to do now?" Tang San understood the gravity of the situation, yet with half a stick of incense remaining for the test. He slowly reached towards his waist with both hands. Here it comes, Xia Xian thought joyously, eager to witness Tang San's hidden weapons. Tang San's hands began to move with a flurry, sending flying needles towards Xia Xian like petals in a spring rain. However, Xia Xian stood his ground, unperturbed. Tang San was taken aback, but continued to unleash his flying needles relentlessly. The sound of clattering filled the air, and before Tang San's astonished eyes, a suit of white armor materialized instantly, adorned with azure green dragon patterns. The flying needles struck the armor, falling harmlessly to the ground. Xia Xian gazed in astonishment at the battle armor he wore. It was the growth-type battle armor he had exchanged for in the system's shop. With his current rank as a soul sage, he could already harness the power of a 3-character battle armor. Thus, Xia Xian remained stationary, allowing Tang San to attack without inflicting any damage upon him. Tang San even attempted to strike at Xia Xian's eyes and face. Yet Xia Xian stood firm like an immovable tree. All right, Xia Xian exclaimed loudly as the three-character battle armor gradually dissipated. Hearing this, Tang San ceased his actions, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and breathlessly inquired, "What is it?" Xia Xian pointed towards Xiang and replied, "The time is up." Indeed, the incense had burned out. Engaging with Tang San and the others had grown tedious. Tang San, momentarily stunned, asked, "Does this mean we have passed?" Subsequently, Shui Xinyao approached Xia Xian and gently tapped her, exclaiming, "You've unleashed far too much water." Xia Xian replied, "I will first check on Daisher. Please assist them in restoring their soul power." After speaking, Xia Xian dashed away, leaving Shui Xinyao to chuckle softly. Soon, the 9 hearts begonia martial soul manifested, accompanied by 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Utilizing her 5th soul skill, enhanced soul restoration, a violet beam enveloped Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Xia Xian hurriedly made her way to the dormitory, only to witness an astonishing scene at the base of the dormitory building. Most of the surrounding structures had been nearly demolished, including the dormitory itself. Tang Feng, wielding the Haotian hammer, glared menacingly at Daisher, saying, "I came to comfort you because I sensed something was amiss, and this is your attitude?" At that moment, Xia Xian interjected, "What is going on between you two?" Seeing her approach, Tang Feng and Daisher retracted their martial souls, with Tang Feng being the first to speak. "Did you not ask me to comfort him? How was I to know he wanted to fight?" Daisher quickly retorted, "Was that your idea of comfort?" Just as it seemed they were about to clash again, Xia Xian intervened, delivering a punch to each of them, and then wrapped her arms around their necks, gazing at the dilapidated dormitory. "If you do not provide me with an explanation, you shall spend the night repairing this place." The 3 then reluctantly decided to check into a hotel. Regardless of whose fault it was, they urged Daisher to speak, for curiosity was rife. Daisher finally said, "Our star Luo royal family is unlike the Tiando. We are to form an alliance with the Zhu family, namely Zhu Zhuqing's clan. I despise this arrangement, hence I have resolved to rebel." "Are you out of your mind? Do you truly intend to rebel?" Tang Feng exclaimed. "Of course, I cannot do it alone, but I have cultivated my own faction, known as the Shadow Guard." Daisher proudly declared. "And what are the strongest among you?" Tang Feng asked. Daisher's expression faltered as he replied, "The mightiest is a soul Douluo. And what about your father?" "There are 2 titled Douluos. It is entirely possible that my father, Dai Yutian, is also a titled Douluo." Daisher responded. "Then we are parting ways," Xia Xian declared, rising to leave. Daisher promptly grasped his arm. "Wait, let us discuss this further. No amount of discussion will suffice. If your father is not a titled Douluo, the other 2 titled Douluos are formidable enough to contend with you," Xia Xian asserted. At that moment, Daisher cast a furtive glance at Xia Xian and Tang Feng. Xia Xian slowly remarked, "You do not intend for us to get involved, do you?" Daisher seized their hands. "Are we not brothers? Shouldn't brothers assist one another?" Tang Feng shrugged off Daisher's grip, stating, "Do not be absurd. How can a super Douluo and a titled Douluo engage in combat? Although we are traversers, soul power enhancement still relies on oneself. And whether one can reach soul Douluo by 18 is another matter." Tang Feng then turned to Xia Xian, who remained silent, and inquired, "You do not truly wish to partake in this, do you?" Xia Xian, with a smile, replied, "Such an exhilarating opportunity must not be missed. You have lost your mind." Tang Feng retorted. Yet, despite 2 agreeing and 1 dissenting, he still looked at Daisher and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Daisher nodded, then shook his head. "Do you or do you not have a plan?" Tang Feng inquired once more, "How should I put this? Over the years, I have secretly nurtured a team of soul masters who obey only my commands, yet I remain uncertain if they will suffice." Daisher sighed deeply, and at that moment, Xia Xian asked, "What is the highest cultivation level within the team?" She then patted Daisher's leg and added, "Let us discuss this matter later. Moreover, the level of danger is quite significant." Upon hearing Xia Xian's words, Daisher ceased his inquiries. "By the way, why did you come to find us so late?" Tang Feng directed his question towards Xia Xian. Subsequently, Xia Xian recounted the incident regarding Zhao Wuji, who had tasked him with testing Tang San and his companions. After she finished speaking, Daisher remarked, "Are you implying that you helped Tang San successfully enter the academy?" Xia Xian, with a hint of resignation, replied, "What else could I do? If he is truly injured, I fear that tonight, Tang Hao will come looking for me." At this juncture, Tang Feng slowly interjected, "Even if you did not harm him, Tang Hao would still seek you out tonight." Why is that?" Xia Xian queried. "You just mentioned that you used your battle armor during that test, did you not?" Tang Feng asked. "The battle armor can be purchased from the system's marketplace. This is no secret, as Xue Xinyao, Dai Shi, and Tang Feng all possess it. Tang Feng shook his head and stated, Tang Hao has been secretly observing Tang San. We are all aware of this. Therefore, he must have noticed the capabilities of the battle armor. As a father, how could he not seek the best for his son? Upon hearing this, Xia Xian suddenly understood. So Tang Hao intends to come and seize it? This is quite perilous. Tang Feng squinted slightly and remarked, Aren't you the grandson of Qian Daolu? Should you not be fearless in the face of such matters? Xia Xian, feeling disheartened, replied, Even if I am his grandson, I am merely a rank 71 soul sage, while Tang Hao is now at rank 97, isn't he? A super Douluo could handle me as easily as one would a child. Then, as if recalling something, Xia Xian looked at Tang Feng in astonishment. You cannot possibly be thinking of that, can you? At this moment, Tang Feng nodded, while Dai Shi stood by, utterly perplexed. Is this truly appropriate? Xia Xian asked Tang Feng. Forget about appropriateness. Do not forget that Tang San will ultimately bring about the downfall of the Spirit Empire. From the very beginning, both Tang San and Tang Hao have been your adversaries, Tang Feng asserted. Dai Shi then interjected, What exactly are you two discussing? Is there a plan in place? Xia Xian explained, Tang Feng means to say that Tang Hao will undoubtedly come looking for me tonight. Therefore, I intend to turn the tables by having the 6 offerings in the offering hall, along with my grandfather, intervene. It will be a case of using strategy against strategy. However, my grandfather has ceased to concern himself with external affairs, so it is likely that only the 6 offerings will arrive. Dai Shi, astonished, turned to Tang Feng. Are you both really orchestrating such a grand scheme? This is still Xue Xinyao's territory. Tang Feng responded, I understand that it is Xue Xinyao's domain. But aside from Douluo Bo, there is no one else in the Tiando Empire. The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School may not necessarily intervene. Shouldn't you inform Xue Xinyao then? Dai Shi remarked. While Xia Xian and Tang Feng nodded in unison. Time was of the essence. Tang Feng promptly opened the group chat on the system, tagging Xue Xinyao to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Xia Xian summoned a carrier pigeon, a special one designated for correspondence with the offering hall. This pigeon either flew towards the offering hall or returned to him. He then took out a pen and paper, inscribing the words Tang Hao is here, followed by his signature. Feeling uneasy about this, Xia Xian added the phrase Tang Hao wants to hit me before fastening the note to the pigeon's leg. The pigeon took flight shortly thereafter. After completing this task, Xia Xian let out a sigh of relief. He had indeed been startled by Tang Feng's words. While others traversed time and space to confront Tang Hao, he found himself gripped by fear. The pigeon's speed was not remarkable. Yet Xia Xian was confident that as soon as Guangling and the others caught sight of it, they would rush to their aid. Xia Xian then lifted his gaze to find the sun high in the sky. It was already noon. At that moment, Tang Feng announced, Xue Xinyao has agreed. Xia Xian turned to inquire, what did she say? Tang Feng glanced at the chat history and replied, she told us to proceed without reservation. If anyone from the Tiando Empire comes, she will intercept them. She is also hastening her way here. The little princess is quite reliable, Dai Shi chuckled. Now we can rest easy, Xia Xian said with a smile. What if Tang Hao overhears our conversation? Dai Shi questioned. Xia Xian shook his head and replied, surely not. He should be lurking in the shadows, watching Tang San, right? Besides, didn't Tang Feng say he is stationary? Just then, Dai Shi and Tang Feng exchanged terrified glances towards Xia Xian's back. Dai Shi collapsed on the ground, trembling, and stammered, Tang Hao. Seeing Dai Shi in such a state, Xia Xian laughed. Dai Shi, stop pretending. He then turned to Tang Feng, who remained silent but was visibly shaking. Xia Xian's laughter quickly faded as he slowly turned around, discovering the same window, the same sunlight, yet no figure behind him. At that moment, Dai Shi burst into laughter, saying, Tang Feng, look at how scared Xia Xian has become. Such a timid fellow. Tang Feng, clutching his stomach, joined in the laughter. Nodding in agreement with Dai Shi's words, Xia Xian glared furiously at the two of them. If looks could kill, they would have perished 100 times over. Realizing they had taken the joke too far, Dai Shi and Tang Feng hurriedly dashed toward the door, attempting to escape. Xia Xian naturally pursued them. Upon opening the door, they found a rugged man standing outside, clad in tattered clothing, though his muscular physique was unmistakable. Tang Hao. Dai Shi quivered as he asked. The man glanced at Dai Shi and inquired, do you know me? Chapter 14. Evading Tang Hao. The final confrontation with Hao Yin. Tang Hao swiftly approached the window, and upon seeing Xia Xian, leaped down. Dai Shi and Tang Feng remained momentarily stunned, but Tang Feng quickly regained his composure, summoning the Hao Yin hammer to his hand. Damn it! How dare you attempt to seize Xia Xian in my presence? He exclaimed, but before he could follow, Daisher clutched his waist. Brother, it would be futile. Tang Hao could easily crush you with a single blow, Daisher urgently implored. Suddenly, he noticed Xue Xinyao approaching him, accompanied by an elderly man. Little princess, save me. Xia Xian called out loudly to Xue Xinyao. From the very beginning, Xue Xinyao had spotted Xia Xian, but she was merely curious as to why he appeared so flustered. Then she noticed the middle-aged man following closely behind him. Although she had never met him, Xue Xinyao recognized him as Tang Hao, for Tang Feng had informed her of his existence. She had not anticipated that Tang Hao would spring into action so swiftly. Xue Xinyao quickly turned to the elder beside her and said, Douluo Bo, stop the man behind him. It turned out that the elderly figure beside her was indeed Douluo Bo. Leave it to me, princess, he replied, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Tang Hao, striking out with a palm. Xia Xian, without the time to inquire how Xue Xinyao happened to encounter Douluo Bo, expressed his gratitude as he darted past her and continued on his way. However, while his intentions were noble, reality proved to be harsh. Douluo Bo was sent flying, landing in front of Xia Xian. Upon seeing this, Xia Xian realized the dire situation but continued to run swiftly. Douluo Bo had not anticipated that the man before him could send him flying with a single punch. After all, he was a titled Douluo himself, albeit at level 92, while Tang Hao possessed a formidable level of 97. The disparity in power between each level above titled Douluo was immense, and it was fortunate that Douluo Bo had survived the blow. Douluo Bo summoned his beast martial spirit, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, manifesting 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Even Xia Xian, who was fleeing, felt the overwhelming pressure of a titled Douluo. Tang Hao, witnessing this, did not conceal his own power. The Haotian hammer materialized in his grasp, surrounded by crackling red lightning, with 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Douluo Bo gazed in astonishment at the man before him and exclaimed, You are Tang Hao. As Tang Hao passed by Xue Xinyao, he addressed Douluo Bo with calm authority, Since you recognize me, will you still stand in my way? Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo's beast martial spirit dissipated, along with his 9 soul rings. Tang Hao scoffed, retracting his martial spirit as he continued to pursue Xia Xian. Douluo Bo turned to Xue Xinyao with an apologetic expression, saying, I'm sorry, princess, I cannot stop him. Hearing these words, Xue Xinyao felt a sense of helplessness. After all, no one could withstand a one-on-one confrontation with the titled Douluo, and any soul master beneath that rank would surely fall under his might. System. Xia Xian called out as he ran. What is it, host? The system's sweet voice responded. Although still electronic, it sounded particularly pleasant to Xia Xian's ears. Is there an item that can conceal one's presence? He inquired. Yes, host. While there is no soul guide, there is the vast ocean sphere, the system replied. Isn't that something from Tang San's later years? If I acquire it now, will it still be available? Xia Xian asked. Can I purchase an ultimate artifact to defeat him? Xia Xian inquired once more. Forget it, just buy me a Hanhai Qianquan shield. Upon the successful purchase, the system announced. Current remaining points, 197, 543, and the Hanhai Qianquan shield materialized in his grasp. Turning to his side, Xia Xian noticed Tang Hao approaching with alarming speed, seemingly moving faster than him despite walking. Without hesitation, Xia Xian leapt into the air, the Jiuxiao sword appearing in his hand, accompanied by 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red. Tang Hao, upon witnessing the 2 red soul rings adorning Xia Xian, momentarily froze. The 2 red rings illuminated, and Xia Xian's battle armor instantaneously emerged, enhancing both his defense and combat prowess. With his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, the Jiuxiao sword in Xia Xian's hand radiated a brilliant white light, growing in size. Utilizing his 6th soul skill, sword emerges like a dragon, breaking the sky. Xia Xian gripped the sword firmly as a golden dragon manifested, charging towards Tang Hao with an earth-shattering aura. In response, Tang Hao summoned his martial soul, the Haotian hammer, activating 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The black soul rings glowed ominously. With his 5th soul skill, Haotian Guardian, a red protective shield enveloped Tang Hao. Xia Xian's strike met the shield, stirring up clouds of dust in the narrow alley. As the dust settled, Xia Xian had vanished, leaving Tang Hao puzzled as he sensed Xia Xian's presence had disappeared. Just then, a cracking sound echoed from his protective shield. Glancing up, he noticed a crack forming. Despite the opponent employing a 10,000-year soul skill, Tang Hao believed he could withstand it, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain on his left shoulder. The wound was neither deep nor shallow, yet sufficient to draw blood. Tang Hao, now grave. examined his left shoulder, and promptly applied pressure to several acupoints to staunch the bleeding. In that moment, he inexplicably discovered identical sword wounds appearing across various parts of his body, mirroring the one on his shoulder. Once again, he pressed on his acupoints, halting the blood flow. Initially, Tang Hao had aimed merely to seize Xia Xian's battle armor, but now, being wounded by a mere soul sage ignited a tempest of anger within him. He quickly ventured out, searching for Xia Xian's whereabouts. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Xian had been right beside him, concealed by the Hanhai Qianquan shield. Indeed, the most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. Xia Xian, stifling laughter at the sight of Tang Hao tending to his wounds, found the situation amusing. Though his attack held little potency against such a formidable opponent, the mockery was palpable. However, he dared not move, opting instead to open the system group chat, filled with inquiries about his well-being. With a sense of pride, Xia Xian typed, "I'm safe, safe. A mere super Douluo is nothing to be concerned about." He added, "I just broke my breath-holding record, 7 minutes." Though he sent a thumbs-up emoji, he still typed, "Tang Feng, didn't you say Tang Hao was a pushover?" Tang Feng replied, "Can you blame me? He asked the one not playing by the rules, and you're hiding in that spot?" Xia Xian retorted, "Of course, I can't move a muscle." Tang Feng encouraged, "Trust me, you can move now." Tang Hao might have left. Xia Xian snapped back, "Get lost." Thus, Xia Xian stood from noon until evening, during which Tang Feng and his companions joined him for a chat. However, Xia Xian remained unable to unravel the Hanhai Qianquan shield. At one point, he seemed to recall something and inquired of Xue Xinyao, "How did you come across Douluo?" Xue Xinyao shook her head helplessly and replied, "I utilized items from the system marketplace to neutralize the poison affecting him and his granddaughter. Therefore, currently, only the Snow Knight Emperor and I possess the means to move him." Upon hearing this, Daishi's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Xue Xinyao, would you consider joining me in rebellion?" Confused, Xue Xinyao looked at him. "Do you not aspire to be emperor?" Daishir asked excitedly. As evening approached, the three continued to accompany Xia Xian. "Brother, why don't you come out? It's late, and you're still hiding. Perhaps Tang Hao has already fallen asleep." Tang Feng remarked, exasperated. Xia Xian found himself agreeing. After all, it was rather cold standing there. He swiftly untangled the Hanhai Qianquan shield and hurried towards the hotel. It was evening, and Guangling and the others should have arrived by now. With this thought, he quickened his pace, observing Xia Xian's urgency. Tang Feng and his companions could only shake their heads in resignation. Had they been pursued by Tang Hao, they would certainly understand Xia Xian's predicament. Soon, Xia Xian reached the hotel, only to discover upon entering his room that Guangling and the others had not yet arrived. A middle-aged man lay on the bed. But as soon as he spoke, Xia Xian vanished once more, prompting the man to chuckle lightly before chasing after him. "What on earth is Tang Hao doing at the hotel?" Xia Xian thought in despair as he ran, the Hanhai Qianquan shield simultaneously disengaging from him. "System. Isn't the Hanhai Qianquan shield supposed to conceal my presence?" Xia Xian questioned. "Indeed, host, it can. However, a powerhouse like Tang Hao may not sense your location. Yet he can detect the movement of air. Your speed, coupled with the wind, is quite discernible," the system clarified. After all, within the Hanhai Qianquan shield, it felt akin to being invisible. Cursing under his breath, Xia Xian dared not pause and dashed into the woods, with Tang Hao close behind. Suddenly, as Xia Xian continued to run, he stumbled over a branch and fell to the ground. Tang Hao, leisurely following, said, "Not running anymore? Run? If I could, I certainly would, but I'm truly exhausted," Xia Xian lamented while lying on the ground. "Remove that armor you're wearing, and also the item that conceals your presence." "I do not wish to take your life," Tang Hao stated, squatting before Xia Xian. Although he could not see Xia Xian, he knew he was right in front of him. The growth-type battle armor could only be purchased once from the system marketplace, and Xia Xian was reluctant to part with such a personal possession. Yet, he found himself with no other choice. The Hanhai Qianquan shield could be acquired again. Just as Xia Xian prepared to retrieve his armor, a shadow approached swiftly, launching a strike at Tang Hao. Reacting quickly, Tang Hao brandished the Haotian hammer to block the attack. Seizing the moment, Xia Xian retreated hastily. As Tang Hao sensed the retreat and attempted to grasp Xia Xian, the assailant swung another blade toward him. "Get lost." Tang Hao's aura suddenly erupted, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, materialized around him. He swung the Haotian hammer directly at the chest of the cloaked figure. Seeing this, the cloaked man crossed his 2 blades before his chest. Yet the blow still sent him staggering back, even shattering several trees in its wake. In truth, Xia Xian was not far from Tang Hao. After all, Continuing to flee would alert Tang Hao to his presence, as the system had indicated. Moreover, he was perplexed about who had rescued him. The cloaked man was slammed against a tree, then rolled to the ground, revealing his own 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black. A title Douluo? Xia Xian pondered in confusion. At that moment, the cloaked man's hat fell off, and upon seeing his face, Xia Xian gasped in astonishment, slowly uttering, Xinggu. The man was none other than Xing Ho, the vice president of the Wuhuan Empire Academy, and the adopted son of Xing Qiuj. This revelation allowed Tang Hao to pinpoint Xia Xian's location. He hurled the Haotian hammer towards Xia Xian, who, realizing the imminent danger, found himself unable to react in time. Just then, Xing Ho stepped in front of Xia Xian, slashing at the Haotian hammer with his dual blades. However, how could he possibly contend with the unparalleled Haotian hammer? Xing Ho struggled to defend against the onslaught, and at that moment, Tang Hao approached him and delivered a powerful kick, sending Xing Ho flying once more. Tang Hao mockingly declared, "A mere soul master who has just stepped into the title Douluo realm dares to obstruct me?" At that moment, Xia Xian stood before Tang Hao. Having dispelled the protection of the Hanhai Qingquan shield, his own 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, glowing brightly. With his 7th soul skill, Wuhuan True Body, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Sword of the Dragon piercing the sky. A golden dragon coiled around the Jiushao sword as it sliced toward Tang Hao. Simultaneously, the 3-character battle armor materialized around Xia Xian. Just then, Xing Ho reappeared beside Tang Hao, 2 black soul rings illuminating his presence. With his 7th soul skill, Wuhuan True Body, and 9th soul skill, Shadow of the Broken Void Slash, Xing Ho's dual blades radiated a dark luminescence in the night, as if capable of shattering space itself. Tang Hao, not daring to be complacent, activated his own black soul rings and summoned his 7th soul skill, Wuhuan True Body. Suddenly, a red figure emerged behind him, wielding a colossal Haotian hammer crackling with red lightning. With a mighty strike, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer, while the giant figure behind him mirrored the motion. The collision of the hammer with the 2 blades and the sword caused the surrounding vegetation and branches to tremble, unleashing waves of turbulent energy. In that instant, the Haotian hammer executed a flawless arc, signifying that Xia Xian and Xing Ho had failed to withstand Tang Hao's might. The 2 were sent flying. But Xia Xian quickly regained his footing and rushed to Xing Ho's side. He found Xing Ho spitting blood, on the verge of collapsing. Xia Xian conjured a sphere of green light with both hands, channeling it into Xing Ho's body, infusing him with a potent life force. The blow from Tang Hao had been insurmountable for the 2, and Xing Ho had bravely shielded Xia Xian, enduring the full force of Tang Hao's strike. Chapter 15. The arrival of the title Douluo, slaying Tang Hao. Xinggu, you cannot die? With tears streaming down her face, Xia Xian continued to channel her life force into Xing Ho. At that moment, Tang Hao approached her side. Xia Xian, engrossed in her efforts to infuse Xing Ho with vitality, failed to notice him. Even if she had, she would have remained steadfast. The urgency of Xing Ho's condition left no room for retreat. Suddenly, Tang Hao delivered a powerful kick that sent Xia Xian hurtling away, causing her immense pain. If such force could inflict agony upon her, one could only imagine the torment Xing Ho had endured from Tang Hao's earlier strike. Why not simply hand over the armor to me, you little brat? Tang Hao remarked, his tone laced with exasperation. He then turned his gaze to the bloodied and battered Xing Ho lying on the ground and questioned, at such a young age. You've achieved the rank of a title Douluo. Why go to such lengths to protect him? Your future was destined to be bright. In a faltering voice, Xing Ho managed to respond, because this child embodies the hope for peace, a beacon that could diminish the prevalence of war in our world. Tang Hao shook his head in disbelief. That rationale could apply to anyone. I, too, could be the person you speak of. With that, he raised the Haotian hammer, poised to strike. Xia Xian, bewildered by the unfolding events surrounding Xing Ho, resolved that she could not allow this reasoning to serve as the justification for Xing Ho's sacrifice on her behalf. Azure Dragon, I will kill him, she declared fiercely. Xia Xian shouted loudly, and before him emerged a colossal emerald-green dragon martial spirit. Its mere appearance dwarfed Tang Hao's martial spirit. Satisfy yourself, but remember not to perish. The Azure Dragon martial spirit slowly intoned, before transforming into a radiant green light that fused into Xia Xian's being. Xia Xian had long been aware that his second martial spirit, the Azure Dragon, possessed consciousness. Suddenly, a surge of formidable power enveloped his entire body, invigorating his very essence. The lifeless weeds around him began to revive, bursting forth with vitality once more. Xia Xian's pristine white battle armor gradually transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, adorned with a vividly lifelike dragon that radiated a green luminescence. Dragon scales, emitting a similar green glow, surfaced upon his skin, and his pupils morphed into the striking emerald eyes of a dragon. Soul rings materialized around him, 7 rings of 100,000 years encircling Xia Xian, distinguished by the subtle golden dragon patterns interwoven amongst them. The first soul skill, Azure Dragon Shadow Slash, saw Xia Xian wielding the 9 Heavens Sword, unleashing a wave of emerald green sword energy accompanied by a dragon's form. Observing this, Tang Hao merely scoffed disdainfully in his eyes, despite possessing 700,000-year soul rings. Xia Xian was nothing more than a soul sage. With the 5th soul skill, Haotian Body Shield, a crimson protective barrier manifested around Tang Hao. The emerald green sword energy pierced through the barrier, hurtling towards him. Tang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, as a titled Douluo with ample combat experience, he swiftly positioned the Haotian hammer before him. The sword energy met the hammer, neither dissipating nor retreating, but rather propelling the Haotian hammer forward. Tang Hao was compelled to brace himself, the green sword energy gradually waning until it vanished entirely. He exhaled deeply, glancing at Xia Xian. Realizing he had been forced back several dozen meters, a humiliating setback for someone of his stature. Xia Xian, however, paid no heed to him, instead making his way toward Xinghe. With each step, the flora and trees around him thrived with renewed vigor. Upon reaching Xinghe, he clasped his hand, conjuring a sphere of emerald green light that exuded an overwhelming life force, palpable even to Tang Hao and Xinghe. Indeed, it was evident at a glance. Xinghe, who had previously kept his eyes shut, gradually opened them. Xia Xian then gently infused the sphere of light into Xinghe's body. Yet, Tang Hao would not merely stand by as Xia Xian attempted to save him. Wielding the Haotian hammer, he rapidly approached Xia Xian, intending to strike down fiercely. With the second soul skill, Azure Dragon Descends, a colossal dragon's maw erupted behind Xia Xian, snapping at the Haotian hammer, followed by the entire dragon's form ascending into the air, lifting Tang Hao with it. This was the unique second soul skill of the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit, distinct from the first soul skill that merged with the 9 Heaven Swords abilities. Revived, Xinghe inquired, "Will this harm your body?" Xia Xian was momentarily taken aback. His concern was not for his own survival, but for the well-being of Xia Xian's body. Much like every elder he had encountered, regardless of victory or defeat, their concern lay with him. What merit do I possess to warrant such care? As Xia Xian contemplated, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks once more. It felt as though today was meant to release all the tears accumulated over the past years. "I am fine," Xia Xian said with a smile. All right. Xinghe responded intermittently with a smile. Subsequently, Xia Xian placed Xinghe beneath a great tree, allowing him to lean against it. His injuries had fully healed. Yet Xia Xian could not restore his soul power, thus she could only leave him there. "Go, I always knew you were not just a creature of the pond, but rather a divine dragon destined to soar through the skies," Xinghe remarked with a smile. Xia Xian nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." In a moment, a pair of emerald green wings unfurled, and Xia Xian, wielding the 9 Heavens Sword, ascended into the air. With a snap of her fingers, she unleashed a powerful command, channeling the energy of the Azure Dragon that was biting down on Tang Hao. A brilliant green light ignited, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, and Tang Hao's anguished cries echoed as he plummeted toward the ground. In an instant, however, Tang Hao rose from the earth, blood trickling from his mouth. Yet his limbs remained intact. Xia Xian realized that her attack had not inflicted sufficient damage upon him. With her second soul skill, Azure Dragon Slaughtering Sword Intent, thousands of emerald green azure dragons materialized around her. Pointing her hand, she directed the dragons to charge at Tang Hao, their presence erupting with explosive sounds. At that moment, a colossal red Haotian hammer appeared, and Tang Hao leaped into the air, encased in a crimson protective barrier. Xia Xian recognized her oversight. His fused second soul skill could not disregard defenses as her first soul skill had. Tang Hao's Haotian shield absorbed the power of Xia Xian's soul skill and surged toward her. "Great Sumera Hammer!" Tang Hao roared. The massive red Haotian hammer growing even more menacing, imbued with the power of crimson lightning as it descended upon Xia Xian. With her 7th soul skill, Weapon Soul True Form, and her 6th soul skill, Azure Dragon Breaking the Firmament, Xia Xian, undeterred, charged toward Tang Hao wielding the 9 Heavens Sword. A gigantic emerald green azure dragon and a magnificent golden dragon swirled around her, propelling her forward. The two engaged in a fierce clash, causing the surrounding flora to tremble, as powerful energies erupted within the grove. Ultimately, The collision unleashed a tremendous force that sent both combatants spiraling apart. Xia Xian, aware that this was her most formidable soul skill, felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction as she began to descend, while Tang Hao remained unscathed. Just then, she was caught mid-air by someone, a figure that resembled a child. When Xia Xian opened her eyes, tears once again streamed down her face as she shouted, "You have finally arrived." The figure was none other than the light-winged Douluo, who smiled gently at Xia Xian and said, "I apologize for the delay." At that moment, the light-winged Douluo turned to face Tang Hao and waved his hand, declaring, "Brothers, charge." 12 figures emerged from the woods, launching an assault on Tang Hao. The light-winged Douluo set Xia Xian down, but just as she intended to continue the fight, he restrained her. After all, with the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit's embodiment, Xia Xian's recovery was swift, restoring her stamina and soul power in an instant. The light-winged Douluo stated, "This is a matter for us titled Douluo." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian ceased her plans and approached Xing Ho, leaning against the tree beside him. "Do you know? I have never witnessed such a spectacle in my lifetime." Ho smiled and remarked. On the other side, Tang Hao held the Haotian hammer, surveying the crowd around him. Some stood upon branches, others on the ground, and some soared through the air. What an impressive scene it was. There were even more people here than those who besieged me during the tenure of the previous Pope Qinshuan. Tang Hao chuckled to himself. Tang Hao then addressed the assembly, casting his gaze upon them. Serpent Spear Douluo, Needle Pig Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Spirit Kite Douluo, and my old friends, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. As for the others, they must be the elusive offerings of the Spirit Hall, the dragon that is rarely seen but often spoken of, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Azure Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, Thousand June Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo. Tang Hao continued, "I find it perplexing. While I can understand the elders of the Spirit Hall pursuing me, what is the purpose of your congregation?" Golden Crocodile Douluo stepped forward and declared, "Tang Hao, I have long heard of your exploits. Today, aside from the Pope and the Grand Offering, all of our top-tier powerhouses are present. You shall not survive this encounter." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao chuckled and turned to Golden Crocodile Douluo, asking, "Are you certain that you can detain me?" The incredulity of his words left the surrounding crowd astonished, gazing at him as if he were mad. After all, there were indeed formidable Super Douluo present. This proclamation was undeniably audacious. Thousand June glanced at Ghost Douluo and inquired, "Is he always this arrogant?" "Quite so, but lacking in strength. Had it not been for the sacrifice of that 10,000-year-soul beast, he would not be alive today," Ghost Douluo retorted mockingly. Following Ghost Douluo's remarks, Tang Hao glared at him furiously. That 10,000-year-soul beast, known as Ian, had always been a thorn in Tang Hao's heart. Suddenly, Tang Hao's 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, shone even more brilliantly. The onlookers, witnessing this, also revealed their martial spirits. Aside from Golden Crocodile Douluo, who possessed the same configuration of soul rings, the others displayed 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Tang Hao's 9 soul rings erupted in a dazzling display, beginning with the yellow 100-year soul ring, followed by the purple 1,000-year soul ring and the black 10,000-year soul rings, culminating in the vibrant red ring of the 100,000-year soul. "Everyone, be cautious. He is about to detonate his rings," Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted, for as a Super Douluo at the pinnacle of level 98, wielding a top-tier beast martial spirit, the Golden Crocodile, he had the confidence to proclaim such a warning. "Let nothing hold you back," Lion Douluo commanded. Subsequently, 12 individuals activated their 2 black soul rings, while Golden Crocodile Douluo illuminated 1 black and 1 red soul ring. 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit, True Body. The 13 of them unleashed their Martial Spirit, True Forms. With the power of the soul rings absorbed, Tang Hao's Martial Spirit, True Form grew even larger and more formidable. "Great Sumera Hammer," Tang Hao shouted as he swung the Haotian hammer. 9th soul skill, Rock Dragon Charge. The Serpent Spear Douluo transformed his martial spirit into a singular horned rock python, launching itself towards Tang Hao. 9th soul skill, Infinite Ghost Shadow Devour. The Needle Pig Douluo activated his soul skill, causing a gigantic pufferfish to rise from beneath the earth, charging at him. 9th soul skill, Heaven and Earth Demon Bear Slash. The Demon Bear Douluo clasped his hands together, unleashing a blinding light blade that soared towards Tang Hao. 9th soul skill, Ghost Shadow Instant Flash. The Ghost Leopard Douluo summoned 5 doppelgangers, which sped towards Tang Hao with such velocity that they blurred into mere afterimages. 9th soul skill, Fiery Kite, S Long Cry. Ling Yuan summoned a meteor from the void, aiming it towards Tang Hao. The 9th soul skill, Chrysanthemum's Remains. Wounds on the ground, Flowers fall, hearts break. The chrysanthemum Douluo's martial soul, the celestial chrysanthemum, radiated a golden glow, and then, like petals, sharp blades flew towards Tang Hao. The ninth soul skill, phantom spirits. The ghost Douluo pressed both hands to the ground, and shadows emerged from beneath, enveloping Tang Hao. The ninth soul skill, the passage of all beings. The demon slayer and Qianjun wielded two massive coiling dragon staffs, one engulfed in flames and the other entwined with lightning, descending upon Tang Hao. The ninth soul skill, light feather ice god destruction. The light feather Douluo drew back the light feather divine bow, channeling immense icy power into the arrow aimed at Tang Hao. The ninth soul skill, roaring lion of the nine continents. A blazing lion appeared beside the lion Douluo, roaring fiercely before charging at Tang Hao. The ninth soul skill, Azure Wind's shattering song. The Azure Luan Douluo soared into the sky, summoning the elemental winds of the earth to form a colossal bird-shaped whirlwind attacking Tang Hao. The ninth soul skill, River Overlord, extreme explosive kill. Countless spheres of light surrounded the golden crocodile Douluo, each emanating elemental power, water, fire, thunder, and ice. This astonishing scene left Xia Xian and Xing Ho wide-eyed. My goodness, how dazzling! Xia Xian exclaimed. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she hurriedly lifted Xing Ho and ran outside. Hey, why are you running? This scene is a once-in-a-thousand-years event. Xing Ho protested. However, in the next moment, he understood. Sensing a powerful wave emanating from the clash of their 13 soul skills and Tang Hao's ultimate technique. Although Xia Xian believed they were far away, she was still knocked to the ground by the overwhelming force. Ouch, you should have warned me earlier. My title Douluo strength is no less than your speed. Xing Ho grumbled, clutching his waist. At that moment, a pang of pain shot through Xia Xian's heart. When the Azure Dragon martial soul assisted him, it whispered, "Don't die," ensuring Xing Ho's survival, though at an unknown cost. Noticing Xia Xian's distress, Xing Ho was about to inquire when he was suddenly knocked unconscious by her. After all, his current strength was insufficient to contend with even Tang Hao. Meanwhile, as the shockwave dissipated, the 13 members of the Spirit Hall gazed at Tang Hao's position, finding nothing but a pool of blood. Is he dead? The chrysanthemum Douluo uttered in disbelief, having witnessed Tang Hao's formidable power. Just entering the title Douluo rank, he had previously defeated both the ghost Douluo and the former pope, Qian Xuanji. How could he have perished so easily at level 97? Elder Ling Yuan, Elder Ghost Leopard. Elder Gue, and fifth brother, your swiftness is requested. Please scour the surroundings. Even if he is not dead, he must be gravely injured. Today, we shall undoubtedly slay this man, declared the golden crocodile Douluo, for no one present possesses greater strength than he. Indeed, the thought of survival instilled a sense of dread in Jin Ao, as it was the assault of 13 titled Douluos. After incapacitating Xing Ho, Xia Xian trudged toward the distance, with each step intensifying the pain in his heart. This agony was unprecedented for him, as he had never experienced such suffering in his past life. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to distance himself from this place. Soon, he could no longer proceed and leaned against a large tree, collapsing to the ground, drenched in his own blood, utterly unable to endure any longer. It seems that when one nears death, the instinct is to flee from loved ones, he mused with a bitter smile. Would his sister weep for him? Surely she would. And what of brother Guangling and the other uncles? Grandfather, ever the hypocrite, would likely shed tears in silence upon learning the truth. As Xia Xian spoke to himself, a smile escaped his lips, only to be followed by a fresh spurt of blood from his mouth. How he longed to see Tang Feng and the others once more. Despite having traversed worlds, he found himself far from invincible, a notion that tarnished the reputation of a traveler. And what of that fellow Daisher? Would he have succeeded in his rebellion without my assistance? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xia Xian gradually closed his eyes. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes roused him from his reverie. He slowly opened his eyes to behold Tang Hao, bloodied and missing his right arm and a leg. Ah, uncle, come to capture me. I see you've realized your mistakes. Xia Xian greeted the suddenly appearing Tang Hao with a smile. Tang Hao turned at the sound, astonished to find Xia Xian, blood-soaked yet speaking to him. It struck him as odd, for Xia Xian had departed unscathed, without a single wound. Unbeknownst to him, the blood that adorned Xia Xian was a result of his own expulsion from his mouth, staining his attire in crimson. Fuming, Tang Hao exclaimed, "Had I known you were a member of the Spirit Hall, I should have slain you on our first encounter. It is not too late even now." With a grin, Xia Xian summoned the 9 heavens sword into his hand, using it as support to rise slowly from the ground. You still wish to battle me in such a state? Tang Hao taunted. You're not in much better condition, are you? missing an arm and a leg, and now devoid of your soul rings, having been completely obliterated. You find yourself in a position of weakness, do you not? Moreover, even if I were to hold you off, our tidal Douluo from the Spirit Hall will surely arrive, Xia Xian declared as he stood up, only to spout another mouthful of fresh blood. Furthermore, eliminating you would indeed be a contribution to the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao understood the truth in Xia Xian's words. After all, the tidal Douluo was undoubtedly searching for him at that moment. Yet, observing Xia Xian's condition, he realized that death was imminent for him. Although he himself lacked a soul ring and was gravely injured, he believed he could unleash the Haotian secret art once more. With that thought, the Haotian hammer materialized in his right hand. Xia Xian's sixth soul skill, Azure Dragon Breaks the Sky, ignited his crimson soul rings, summoning forth a blue dragon and a golden dragon that encircled his Jiuxiao sword. Despite the agonizing pain in his heart, Xia Xian leapt into the air, gripping the Jiuxiao sword with both hands, and struck down towards Tang Hao with all his might. In response, Tang Hao also summoned all his strength, wielding the Haotian hammer with one hand to counter Xia Xian's fierce blow. The Azure and Golden Dragons clashed against Tang Hao's Crimson Lightning. Given Xia Xian's already grievous wounds and his inferior physical prowess compared to the battle-hardened Tang Hao, he was at a distinct disadvantage. Die! Tang Hao bellowed, his Crimson Lightning intensifying to a terrifying degree, as though it aimed to obliterate Xia Xian on the spot. Who will perish is yet to be determined, Xia Xian retorted. And in that instant, the emerald-green dragon scales on his body erupted with dazzling light, obscuring Tang Hao's vision. With a resounding crack, the Jiuxiao sword severed the Haotian hammer. In a moment of shock, Tang Hao witnessed Xia Xian cleave through the Haotian hammer, and then, with unhesitating resolve, he beheaded Tang Hao. Having completed this act, Xia Xian did not linger, but continued to walk away into the distance. Time passed without his notice. He simply wished that they would not witness his current state, for it was too humiliating. Before long, Xia Xian collapsed, lifeless, the Jiuxiao sword vanishing from his grasp. Chapter 16. The possibility of slaying Tang San, stealthily approaching the Azure Dragon Spirit, slowly emerged, gazing upon the fallen Xia Xian. Alas, with your demise, I too shall fade into oblivion. I wish you luck. His heart, which had ceased its rhythm, began to quiver once more. Meanwhile, the ghost leopard Douluo had located Tang Hao's head, leaving everyone puzzled about who had delivered the fatal blow. They searched the vicinity, finding the scene. Yet Xia Xian was nowhere to be seen. As the group stood in dismay, a figure emerged from the forest, cradling Xia Xian in his arms. The 6 members of Guangling hastily approached the man. Xiaofeng, what has happened to Xia Xian? Guangling inquired. The man holding Xia Xian was Tang Feng, who, unable to quell his worries, found that everything had transpired before his arrival. Brother Guangling, Xia Xian is unharmed, though his life force has been severely depleted. Depleted life force? There is little we can do. Let him rest well, the golden crocodile Douluo remarked. Tang Hao was slain by Xia Xian. I hope this achievement will be attributed to him. Tang Feng spoke again. At his words, a heavy silence enveloped the group. A soul sage slaying a tidal Douluo of level 97? Particularly a Haotian Douluo. Was that even conceivable? One elder from the Spirit Hall remarked. A dying tidal Douluo can unleash tremendous battle power. We cannot dismiss this. How could Xia Xian, a mere soul sage, possibly achieve such a feat? At that moment, Zhu Huaguan was suddenly sent flying. Turning to look, he realized it was the demon slayer's punch that had struck his face. I have no objections. Xia Xian and Tang Feng have grown up before our eyes, and Tang Feng would not lie. The demon slayer furiously exclaimed, You wretch! Zhu Huaguan, filled with rage, stood up and approached the demon slayer. The demon slayer, unwilling to back down, rolled up his sleeves and approached him as well. At that moment, Douluo and Qian Jun stepped in to separate the two. Meanwhile, Tang Feng gently set Xia Xian down and walked towards Zhu Huaguan. Elder Zhu, are you suggesting that a soul sage cannot slay a dying tidal Douluo? Zhu Huaguan crossed his arms and replied, Of course, that is impossible. Such a thing has never occurred in this world. Fine, then let us engage in a duel, akin to a life and death battle in the arena. Only one of us can survive, and I am merely a soul emperor, not yet a soul sage, Tang Feng declared, glaring at Zhu Huaguan. Upon hearing this, the others were equally astonished. However, the one who felt the most discomfort was Zhu Huaguan. While he indeed did not regard Tang Feng highly, the idea of a life and death battle was daunting. The Pope and Douluo might consider it, but if Tang Feng were to die, he would have to face the 6 offerings, one of whom was the gold crocodile Douluo, a formidable tidal Douluo of level 98. Enough, enough. At that moment, A hand rested upon Tang Feng's shoulder. It was Qing Wan Douluo. Xiao Feng, quickly take Xiao Xian to rest. We can discuss Tang Hao's matter later. How can we wait until later? Tang Feng retorted. Xiao Xian is on the brink of death, and you wish to postpone the discussion of Tang Hao's accomplishment. Qing Wan Douluo paused momentarily upon hearing this, then glanced at Gold Crocodile Douluo. However, there is a possibility, interjected Guang Ling Douluo. When we arrived, everyone witnessed that Xiao Xian and Tang Hao engaged in combat, and she managed to hold on for so long. Among those present, who could claim that their soul sage could exchange blows with the title Douluo, especially the Haoyan Douluo? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Tang Feng, realizing a consensus had been reached, picked up Xiao Xian and departed from the scene. Upon returning to the Hall of Offerings, the 6 offerings recounted the entire incident to the Grand Offering. What is Zhu Huaguan anyway? Qian Dao Lu fumed. Meanwhile, in the Elder Hall, the other elders were teasing Zhu Huaguan. Although he occasionally retorted, he couldn't help but recall Tang Feng's gaze, a look that seemed to anticipate death. Tang Feng truly wished for his own demise. Reflecting on this, Zhu Huaguan clutched his head and sarcastically mused, he is merely a soul emperor. What am I even thinking? A few days later, Xiao Xian slowly regained consciousness, her eyes falling upon Shui Xian Yao, who was asleep beside her bed. She gently rose and glanced around, realizing she was in the academy dormitory. Despite her movements being slight, Shui Xian Yao still stirred awake. Rubbing her eyes, she exclaimed, "You are awake." Xiao Xian replied with a soft then inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days? She pondered, considering that this duration was neither too long nor too short. What about Tang Feng and Dai Shi? Xiao Xian inquired. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear, just as Tang Feng entered with food alongside Dai Shi. Upon noticing that Xiao Xian had awakened, Tang Feng placed the meal before him and urged, "You must eat. You haven't had a proper meal in 3 days." Xiao Xian awkwardly shook his head, replying, "I lack strength in my hands." He attempted to raise his hand, but it would not budge. "Surely, I cannot expect a grown man like myself to be fed by you," he jested. Tang Feng chuckled. "Very well, I shall feed you." Shui Xinyao took the initiative, scooping up the food and feeding Xiao Xian mouthful by mouthful. "Thank you," Xiao Xian expressed gratefully. At that moment, Dai Shi interjected playfully, "How delightful. When will the little princess feed me?" "When you find yourself in a state as dire as Xiao Xian's." "I shall oblige," Shui Xinyao retorted. "In that case, I shall pass. Xiao Xian's condition is truly alarming," Dai Shi remarked. Having thought Xiao Xian was on the brink of death, once the meal was finished, Tang Feng spoke, "You have killed Tang Hao. Henceforth, you and Tang San are true adversaries." Xiao Xian merely smiled and responded, "Even without killing Tang Hao, a duel between Tang San and me is inevitable. Our stances are irreconcilable. It will be either his demise or mine." At this point, Xiao Xian inquired curiously, "Where is Oscar?" He had formed a friendship with Oscar, yet he had not come to visit. Oscar has surpassed level 30 and is currently with Zhao Wujia, hunting soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, Tang Feng clarified. "From now on, keep a close watch on Tang San. When the system instructs us to strike, we shall do so," Dai Shi added. "Thank you all." Xiao Xian replied with a smile, recognizing that, despite being the only one opposed to Tang San, Tang Feng and the others were unconditionally supportive of him. After expressing his gratitude, the 4 individual system panels manifested simultaneously. The words "cannot kill Tang San" transformed into "can kill Tang San." Witnessing this, Xiao Xian was filled with excitement. Dai Shi nodded in agreement. Shui Xinyao cautiously assisted Xiao Xian in getting up, and they all proceeded outside together. Shui Xinyao then retired to her dormitory to rest, having vigilantly watched over Xiao Xian the entire night. Meanwhile, Dai Shi and Tang Feng, as part of the action team, made their way directly to the entrance of Shrek Academy, waiting by the roadside for Tang San. The two waited from morning until dusk, finally catching sight of Zhao Wujia and his party as the sun began to set. Dai Shi and Tang Feng rushed forward, but as they approached, they gradually slowed down, their expressions clouded with confusion. Among the 8-member team, only 6 remained, and, crucially, Tang San and Xiao Wu were missing. Observing Zhao Wujia's forlorn countenance, an ominous feeling washed over them. Dai Shi pulled Oscar aside and asked, "Where are Tang San and Xiao Wu? What has happened to them?" Oscar promptly replied, "Tang San and Xiao Wu were captured by the Titan giant ape." Upon hearing this, Tang Feng questioned, "So, you mean the Titan giant ape took them both?" Oscar nodded in affirmation. Tang Feng and Dai Shi exchanged anxious glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oscar looked at them in confusion as they disregarded him and departed hastily. The system, Understanding the nature of their inquiry, informed them, "Dear hosts, there are 4 of you, while Tang Sen stands alone. Thus, I have bestowed upon him the memories of his time here. Why must you create such trouble for us?" Tang Feng shouted in frustration. "Isn't that what makes it interesting?" The system responded playfully. "Congratulations to the hosts on the successful fulfillment of their wishes." The system spoke and then abruptly shut down, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. "Dare you venture into the territories of the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python? Now, Tang Sen knows everything. Eliminating him is the wisest choice." Tang Feng turned to Dai Shi and inquired. After pondering for a moment, Dai Shi replied, "Just the 2 of us may not suffice. Even the elders of the Spirit Hall in the original story did not gain an advantage." Tang Feng countered, "Then what do you propose we do? Shall we eliminate him in the City of Slaughter?" Dai Shi responded, "Do you even know where the City of Slaughter is?" Upon hearing this, Dai Shi shook his head. "Who knows that cursed place? However, I have a plan." Dai Shi then spoke up. "What plan?" Tang Feng asked. "Do you think the organization I founded was established without reason?" After saying this, Dai Shi produced a kaleidoscope, ignited it, and fireworks erupted in the evening glow, spelling out a character in the air. After waiting for a moment, Tang Feng glanced left and right. "Your organization is indeed legitimate." Once he finished speaking, figures cloaked in black appeared on the rooftops and beneath the trees. The black-clad individuals knelt on one knee, saying, "Lord Commander." Tang Feng surveyed them, estimating around 70 or 80 individuals. "You all go investigate the location of the City of Slaughter. Once you ascertain it, there will be a generous reward from this commander." After Dai Shi issued the command, the black-clad figures, although clearly perplexed, evident from their unfamiliarity with the City of Slaughter, promptly departed to commence their search. Seeing Tang Feng's lingering unease, Dai Shi patted him on the shoulder, reassuring, "Do not worry, my shadow guards are top-notch in their investigations. If we do not receive news by tomorrow, we shall head to the Star Doe Forest." Tang Feng sighed. "It seems that is the only option left. I hope that when we arrive tomorrow, Tang San is still in the Star Doe Forest. Perhaps this is fate." Xia Xin said helplessly. "Rest assured, if Dai Shi's organization fails to locate the City of Slaughter by tomorrow, we will proceed to the Star Doe Forest," Tang Feng remarked. Xia Xin shook his head. "No need. The Titan Great Ape's strength can rival Tang Hao's, let alone the Azure Bull Python. With our abilities, we would be digging our own graves. Relax. We are merely going to take a look. We do not intend to engage them in battle." "I have no desire to seek my own demise," Dai Shi interjected. Xia Xin smiled. "Then I shall accompany you tomorrow for mutual support." No. You should rest easy. We will handle this matter," Tang Feng insisted hastily. The two then exited. Xia Xin, already aware, no longer required anyone's assistance. Early the next morning, he was able to rise and move about. "Have you recovered?" A voice suddenly called from the doorway. Turning, he found it was Xue Qinghe, also known as Qianren Xue. "I am nearly recovered. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Xia Xin replied politely. Yesterday, Tang Feng mentioned that Qianren Xue had been attentive to him. Just then, he nearly stumbled due to a lapse in concentration. Quick as lightning, Xue Qinghe caught him, and after helping him back to bed, remarked, "And you claim you are nearly recovered?" Unsteady on his feet, it would be wise for him to rest for a few more days. "All right," Xia Xin replied with a smile. At noon, it was Xue Qinghe who fed him. Although Xia Xin insisted he could manage on his own, he could not resist Xue Qinghe's insistence. When Tang Feng, Dai Shi, and Oscar visited him, they swiftly closed the door upon witnessing this scene and departed. In the afternoon, Xue Qinghe exchanged a few words with Xia Xin before taking his leave, for his current obligations were demanding, which was entirely understandable. Later, Tang Feng and Dai Shi came to greet Xia Xin. "Dai Shi's organization has not yet located the City of Slaughter. Time is of the essence. I shall accompany him to the Star Doe Forest. You should focus on recuperating here," Tang Feng stated firmly. Xia Xin yearned to join them, but both were adamant in their refusal. The duo made their way directly to the Star Doe Forest, instructing Oscar to look after Xia Xin. However, Xia Xin thought it was a trivial task to incapacitate Oscar. He stealthily followed them, as this matter was intrinsically linked to him. Chapter 17, Tang San's Deception. The three come to the rescue. Xia Xin hired a carriage and a coachman, settling himself inside to meditate cross-legged. Although he could walk without issue now, engaging in combat remained a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he discovered that the growth of his soul power could enhance the recovery of his vitality. By midnight, Xia Xin arrived at the Star Doe Forest. "Guest, I shall leave you here," the coachman said. Xia Xin disembarked and replied, "Thank you for your efforts." "It was no trouble at all," the coachman insisted. Xia Xin handed him 5 gold soul coins. "Take this. "You've worked hard on this journey," he said, tucking the coins into the coachman's pocket before wandering into the Stardow forest. Xia Xian did not venture far, merely lighting a campfire at the forest's edge and sitting cross-legged to continue his cultivation. Suddenly, a thick pink mist enveloped him, and a fleeting flash of emerald light danced around his body. Xiao Xian opened his eyes, and the nine-heaven sword manifested in his right hand. With a swift stroke, he cleaved through the mist, dispersing it completely. This mist is toxic. He realized immediately that this was the reason for the treatment from the Azure Dragon. A cacophony of sounds erupted from the surroundings. Expanding his spiritual perception, he beheld a multitude of soul beasts advancing towards him, no fewer than 1,000 pink female soul beasts. Although merely a century has passed, the sheer number is overwhelming. In the glory days, Xia Xian would have faced them without fear, but the current situation is markedly different. The pink ladies seem to know his whereabouts, leaping toward him one after another, yet he dispatches them with a single sword strike. Just as he is on the verge of escaping the encirclement, a millennium-old soul beast, the Earth King, charges at him. His first soul skill, containing light and shadow, imbues a surge of sword energy into the Jiuxiao sword, and he strikes at the Earth King. Surprisingly, his blow fails to penetrate the Earth King's armor, and he is knocked to the ground instead. Previously, even the millennium-old Earth King would have succumbed to his blade. The Earth King approaches, emitting a jubilant roar, as thousands of pink ladies swarm around him, encircling Xia Xian heavily. Rising to his feet, 7 soul rings of 100,000 years manifest, and the Azure Dragon martial soul appears. The Azure Dragon symbolizes life and harmony, yet the current aura exudes a sense of slaughter and destruction. At that moment, a soul beast emerges from among the pink ladies, resembling them yet distinct, and significantly larger, snuggling beside the Earth King. Is it the Pink Empress? One down. Another to go. In Xia Xian's eyes, eliminating one is a break-even, but 2 would be a profit. Slaying both the Earth King and the Pink Empress would yield substantial gains. With this thought, his yellow and red soul rings illuminate simultaneously. His first soul skill, Azure Dragon Light Shadow Slash, unleashes a radiant green sword energy toward the Earth King. Realizing it cannot withstand this strike, the Earth King hastily dodges aside. Wherever the sword energy travels, it leaves behind a trail of fallen pink ladies. His second soul skill, Azure Dragon Descends, summons the Azure Dragon, which opens its jaws to bite the Earth King, who cannot evade in time. Just then, the Pink Empress leaps in front of him to intercept the attack. Surrounding pink ladies rush to shield her, but the Azure Dragon seizes the Pink Empress, lifting her and the others into the air, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. This strike is potent enough to annihilate the Earth King, let alone the frail Pink Empress. As Xia Xian channels his full strength, he harbors no fear of the Pink Empress. His only concern is the Earth King. The Earth King bellows in fury and charges rapidly towards Xia Xian. Xia Xian raises his sword to defend, yet he is still knocked to the ground by the Earth King, as the remaining pink ladies hasten toward him. His third soul skill, Azure Dragon Suppression, sees him slam his hand onto the ground, summoning a verdant Azure Dragon Totem. The Azure Dragon spirals above, rendering the soul beasts within the totem immobile, though the Earth King remains an exception. Just as Xia Xian thinks he can breathe a sigh of relief, the Earth King charges at him once more. His fourth soul skill, Imperial Azure Dragon Break. Gathering the essence of the soul within his grasp, he unleashed a formidable punch, the Azure Dragon hurtling towards the King of Earth. Though the king was momentarily sent flying to the ground, he quickly rose and charged at Xia Xian. This strike alone could have proved fatal for the King of Earth, yet Xia Xian found himself in a state of utter exhaustion, his physical condition deteriorating, and his ability to summon soul power severely hampered. Otherwise, the earlier descent of the Azure Dragon would not have represented the full extent of his strength. At that moment, a colossal roar reverberated through the air, rendering both the King of Earth and the surrounding pink ladies motionless. The Titan giant ape materialized before Xia Xian. Witnessing the Titan for the first time was a truly awe-inspiring sight. "Senior, you seem rather disheveled," a mocking voice chimed in. Xia Xian looked up to see Tang San, perched upon the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, gazing down at him. "Tang San." Xia Xian glared at him in fury. However, Tang San appeared unfazed, leaping down to stand directly before Xia Xian. He delivered a sharp slap to Xia Xian's face and, gripping his chin, remarked, "I never imagined you would be so eager to come and kill me just days after slaying my father." Xia Xian was perplexed by how Tang San had come to know of this matter. Even if he possessed the memory, it should not have been within his knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, the news of Xia Xian's slaying of Tang Hao had already spread throughout the streets under the fervent insistence of the High Priest Qian Daolu from the Spirit Hall. Xia Exan glared into Tang San's furious eyes and declared, "No wonder the surrounding soul beasts do not fear me. It was your orchestration." In the eyes of the soul beasts, strength reigns supreme, especially considering Xia Exan's possession of 7 soul rings of 100,000 years each. Yet, the Pink Ladies and the King of Earth exhibited no fear towards him. This realization had perplexed him from the very beginning. "Now that you are in my grasp, you shall not find peace," Tang San proclaimed, casting a glance at the Titan Giant Ape. "Erming, take him away." The Titan Giant Ape let out a fierce roar, causing the surrounding Pink Ladies to scatter. The King of Earth harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Xia Exan, for the Pink Lady could be considered his beloved. However, out of respect for the Titan Giant Ape's authority, he had no choice but to retreat. The Titan Giant Ape seized Xia Exan, while Tang San climbed onto its shoulder. "Tang San, you had best kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise will be most painful," Xia Exan exclaimed in anger. Tang San, however, remained indifferent. His tone laced with disdain. "Survive first, and then we can discuss the future. But it seems you have no future left." Xia Exan, in his weakened state, could do little but succumb to the Titan Giant Ape's grasp, rendered powerless. The Titan Giant Ape brought into the lakeside, where the formidable heaven-swallowing bull python, with the head of an ox, emerged from the water. This sight was indeed astonishing, as their size was truly immense. "Third brother," Xiao Wu called from the lakeside. She leaped into his embrace and nuzzled against him. Subsequently, the Titan Giant Ape tossed Xia Exan to the ground. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon's ability to heal his injuries meant he sustained no significant harm. Xiao Wu turned to Xia Exan and inquired, "Third brother, is this your enemy?" Tang San affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and responded, "Indeed, but there are 3 more you are well aware of. With Xia Exan here, do you fear the others will not come?" With the formidable powers of the Great Ming and the Second Ming, a perfect opportunity to ensnare all has arisen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression wavered slightly. At that moment, the Azure Bull Python spoke, "Young one, our assistance is contingent upon your promise to aid our soul beasts in achieving divinity. Should you dare deceive us, even if Sister Xiao were to object, we would not hesitate to eliminate you. If it were not for Sister Xiao Wu's assurance, you would not have made it this far. We trust you will honor your word." After the Azure Bull Python submerged into the lake, Xia Exan comprehended why the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python were inclined to assist Tang San. Although Xiao Wu's words played a role, it was imperative that the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python did not lend their full support. It became clear that the objective was to enable the soul beast to attain divinity. It was understandable, without achieving divinity, the soul beasts would endure the torment of the calamity every 100,000 years, and survival would not be guaranteed. At that moment, the system's chat interface popped up. Tang Feng inquired, "Xia Exan, where are you? Where did you run off to?" Shuexinia replied, "Isn't Xia Exan at Shrek Academy? Wasn't it your responsibility to keep an eye on him?" She continued, "I am truly exasperated with you all." Xia Exan, with great difficulty, moved his fingers to type, "I am in the Star Doe Forest, ambushed by Tang San." Shuexinia responded, "I am coming too." Just as Xia Exan was about to type again regarding the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python situation, Tang San suddenly stepped on his hand. "What are you flailing your hands about? Be still." After saying this, Tang San kicked Xia Exan away. "When morning comes, I shall let you experience a fate worse than death." After uttering these words, he bound Xia Exan's hands with blue silver grass and departed. At that moment, Xia Exan found himself utterly unable to break free and succumbed to a deep slumber. As dawn broke, a scream pierced the air, Xia Exan's voice. There lay Tang San's 8 spider lances piercing into Xia Exan's body, voraciously siphoning his energy. After a while, Tang San withdrew the 8 spider lances. Observing the visibly healing wounds on Xia Exan's body, Tang San crouched before him and remarked, "It seems you are not so easy to kill. How perfect. I can ensure you live in perpetual suffering." His demeanor resembled that of a child who had found an indestructible toy. Just as Tang San prepared to strike once more, a pink figure burst into the scene. Tang San turned to see the pink figure conversing with the Titan Great Ape. Though Xia Exan could not comprehend the exchange, he surmised that Tang Feng and the others had arrived. Indeed, Xiao Wu, standing beside the Titan Great Ape, exclaimed to Tang San, "Brother San, they have come." Tang San smirked wickedly and replied, "Excellent. They have finally arrived." Second Ming, accompanied Brother San for a moment. Just as they were about to proceed, a voice echoed through the forest, "Tang San, you need not come. We shall handle it ourselves." Tang Feng made a grand entrance, brandishing the lifeless Earth King. Tang San glanced left and right and inquired, "Where are the other 2? Does that concern you?" After Tang Feng concluded his words, He hurled the Earth King directly at Tang San with remarkable speed, leaving Tang San momentarily stunned. However, the Titan giant ape reacted swiftly and struck the Earth King away with a powerful punch. Just as Xia Xian anticipated Tang Feng's display of prowess, Tang San suddenly appeared beside him, gripping Xia Xian's neck and declaring, "Tang Feng, should you dare to make another move, I shall take Xia Xian's life." Subsequently, a bronze sword materialized in his right hand, its blade adorned on one side with celestial bodies and on the other with landscapes and flora. Upon its appearance, the sword radiated a golden glow, and Xia Xian instantly recognized it as the Xianyuan sword. 7 soul rings, each 100,000 years old, manifested around Tang San's body. In recent days, Tang Feng had reached level 70, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of pressure, while Tang San and his companions attributed this pressure to the 100,000-year soul rings. Only Xia Xian understood that the pressure exerted by the soul rings was insignificant in comparison to that of the sword. "Kill you kill," Tang Feng proclaimed nonchalantly, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, directing his words at Tang San. This proclamation left Xia Xian utterly bewildered. Tang Feng tapped the sword's blade, producing a resonant sound. In the end, it all leads to death. Who would ever concede? Xia Xian thought in despair. At that moment, the sky blue bull python emerged from the lake. "Human, your words are quite bold. Do you truly believe you can vanquish us alone?" The sky blue bull python regarded Tang Feng, undeterred by the pressure emanating from the sword, finding it inconsequential in its presence. Upon witnessing the emergence of the sky blue bull python, Tang Feng also rose to his feet. "At last, you have arrived. It's time to act." Tang Feng stretched his limbs and, with a powerful leap, charged towards the Titan giant ape, sword in hand. "Sister Xiao Wu, keep your distance," the sky blue bull python urged, recognizing that in such a battle, a soul respect like Xiao Wu would be of little assistance. The Titan giant ape dismissed Tang Feng with a casual swing of its fist, yet to everyone's astonishment, Tang Feng's formidable force sent the Titan giant ape reeling. The onlookers were rendered speechless, but Xia Xian sensed a familiar aura from Tang Feng, reminiscent of the presence he felt when confronting Tang Hao. This indicated that Tang Feng was utilizing his vitality in combat, a state of immense strength. If it were not powerful, Xia Xian would not stand a chance against Tang Hao. However, this state bore significant side effects and could only be sustained for a brief period. Witnessing a mere human send the Titan giant ape flying infuriated the sky blue bull python, and just as it prepared to retaliate, Dai Si descended from the heavens, displaying 7 prominent 100,000-year soul rings and wielding a long spear. "Face my overlord spear," he exclaimed, thrusting the spear directly at the sky blue bull python's vital point. Striking a serpent at its 7 inches, I wonder if you truly count as a serpent. Though formidable, the spear failed to penetrate the sky blue bull python's scales. Perceiving this, Dai Si acted without hesitation, invoking his 4th soul skill, Soul Shatter. Concentrating his soul power at the spear's tip, he too employed a technique consuming his vitality, aiming to pierce the sky blue bull python's vital point. Chapter 18. Xianyuan Overlord, 7 Elemental Forces. The Titan giant ape attempted to assist the sky blue bull python, but was instead sent flying, indeed at the hands of Tang Feng. How exhilarating! Dai Si shouted with fervor, maneuvering his overlord spear along the body of the sky blue bull python. "Cease this at once." As the situation began to shift, Tang San forcefully gripped Xia Xian's neck, even lifting him off the ground. In his fury, just as he was about to exert more pressure, an intense heat surged forth. Turning his gaze, Tang San beheld a massive fireball materializing before him. At that moment, Xia Xian kicked out and sent Tang San tumbling to the ground. "If you wish to perish, do not drag me down. I still have my life to preserve," Xia Xian remarked as he slowly crawled away. As the fireball approached ever closer, Dai Si suddenly appeared, his red soul rings glowing vibrantly. 5th soul skill, Shattering the Void. With his overlord's spear glinting in hand, Dai Si hurled it at the fireball, transforming one spear into hundreds that scattered the flames. He raised the overlord's spear upon his shoulder and called out to the sky, "Little princess, do take care not to harm your allies." A voice echoed from above, "TCH, who knew Xia Xian would be so sluggish?" Xia Xian looked up to see Feng carrying Xue Xinyao through the air, surrounded by the 6 elemental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder, with 7 vibrant crimson 10,000-year soul rings glowing around her. At that instant, the Tianqing Niupong charged towards Xue Xinyao. She yawned nonchalantly and said, overestimating oneself. Utilizing her 4th and 5th soul skills, fire and earth lava, Xue Xinyao raised her hand, summoning 2 magical arrays. The first array conjured a small rock, which, Upon passing through the second array, expanded to a size comparable to the Tianqing Niupong, with molten lava coursing down its sides. There was no escaping this assault. If one could avoid it at close range, Shuexinya wouldn't be in this predicament. As the lava met the serpent's skin, a hissing sound resonated, and the molten rock thrust the Tianqing Niupong into the lake, nearly evaporating the water entirely. Is it able to move? Dai Si inquired. Xia Xian stood up and replied. It's still manageable. Dai Si then approached Tang San, raising the overlord spear. There was no evading this strike, and just as Xia Xian thought the end was near, Dai Si suddenly knelt, the spear falling beside him as he covered his mouth, coughing violently. Xia Xian understood this sensation all too well, as blood trickled through Dai Si's fingers. Witnessing this, Tang San was elated and kicked at Dai Si, who swiftly caught the foot and countered with a solid punch to Tang San's abdomen. The sound of breaking bones echoed, and Tang San didn't stop until he collided with several trees. Are you all right? Xia Xian queried as he rushed to Dai Si's side. Dai Si managed to smile, though blood continued to seep from the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, I won't die. Just as Dai Si attempted to rise, his body weakened involuntarily. It seems we must rely on Xue Xinyao and Tang Feng now, Xia Xian stated. However, no sooner had he spoken than Tang Feng suddenly soared to his side, not so much flying as being flung by the Titan giant ape. The Titan pounded its chest, exclaiming, I'm going to take him down. As Tang Feng regained his footing, he unexpectedly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Just as the Titan giant ape charged, a thick ice wall materialized before him. What a perfect opportunity. Tang Feng thought to unleash his soul skill, yet Xue Xinyao struck him with a gust of wind. Dazed, Tang Feng stared at her, while she scolded, Have you lost your mind? Our current state cannot persist for long. Our purpose is to save lives, not to engage in combat. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng suddenly realized, covering his mouth with one hand while lifting Dai Shi with the other. As they departed, he called out to the Titan Great Ape, Wait for me. Don't sacrifice yourself to Tang San. Once I reach level 80, I shall make you my soul ring. Xue Xinyao, harnessing the power of the wind element, was about to leave with Xia Xian when the Tianqing Niupong unexpectedly emerged from an unknown location. With its gaping maw aimed directly at Xue Xinyao, she swiftly unleashed her first soul skill, the Jiuxiao sword. Hongguang Qingying. Xia Xian brandished the Jiuxiao sword, sending a torrent of sword energy crashing into the Tianqing Niupong's head. Though the damage was not severe, it was sufficient to divert the beast's attention. With her sixth soul skill, Wulei, Xue Xinyao raised her hand, summoning an array that unleashed a thunderbolt soaring toward the heavens, striking the Tianqing Niupong with 5 bolts of lightning. We must hurry. The Titan Great Ape will arrive soon, Xia Xian urged. Glancing back, Xue Xinyao saw the Titan Great Ape had already climbed onto the ice, shattering the frozen surface and launching itself toward her. Utilizing her 4th soul skill, Danhe, a fiery crane materialized amidst the flames, colliding head-on with the Titan Great Ape in midair. We're leaving. Xue Xinyao exerted all her strength through the wind element. En route out of the Star Dough Forest, they stumbled upon Dai Shi and Tang Feng, who lay unconscious on the ground. With no other options, Xue Xinyao lifted both men using the wind element. It appeared effortless, yet Xia Xian, noticing the sweat beading on her forehead, understood she was nearing her limit. If she truly reached her breaking point, all 4 of them would likely meet their demise here. Perseverance bore fruit, and upon finally reaching the entrance of the Star Dough Forest, Xue Xinyao could no longer sustain herself. Xia Xian landed first, choosing to catch Xue Xinyao rather than anyone else. He cradled her in one arm, while grasping the collars of Dai Shi and Tang Feng with the other, moving away from danger. Having enjoyed a leisurely time, Xia Xian's stamina was surely superior to that of Dai Shi and the others. Eventually, he discovered a carriage, placing the 3 into it before hiring a coachman to set off, while he closed his eyes to rest. 3 days later, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Xia Xian opened the door to find Tang Feng, wrapped in bandages, applying pressure to Dai Shi's shoulder, who was equally ensnared in bandages. Does that feel good? Tang Feng asked, increasing his grip. From the pained expression on Dai Shi's face, Xia Xian could tell that he was reveling in it. After such grievous injuries, you two should first have something to eat. Xia Xian smiled kindly, placing 2 boxes of food in front of them. Tang Feng descended from Dai Shi's bed and sat down, eagerly digging into his meal. Didn't Xue Xinyao say she would come to feed me when I was half dead? Where is she? Dai Shi pouted playfully. Why are you acting so spoiled, you big man? Tang Feng retorted from the side. Do you think everyone is like you? Having lost vitality, even the formidable Xia Xian, who possessed the Azure Dragon, took 3 days to awaken. Dai Shi and Xian Yao experienced the same. Yet there was a notable difference with Tang Feng, who regained consciousness on the very first day, exhibiting an extraordinary capacity for recovery. Xia Xian smiled as she observed the banter between the two, then picked up a box of food and stepped outside. She had brought 3 boxes in total, 2 for Tang Feng and Dai Shi, and 1 for Shui Xian Yao. With a polite knock at the door, she entered the room, mindful that it belonged to a girl. Upon receiving a faint invitation, Xia Xian entered and closed the door behind her. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were engaged in training. Unable to attend to Shui Xian Yao, Xia Xian approached the bedside, propping up the pillow, and gently assisted Shui Xian Yao into a sitting position. At first, I was the one feeding you, and now it seems you are to feed me. Shui Xian Yao remarked with a smile. What's the harm? Just eat up, Xia Xian replied, spooning bite after bite into Shui Xian Yao's mouth. By the way, what are your plans now? Shui Xian Yao suddenly inquired. Xia Xian understood she was referring to Tang San. If circumstances permitted, he wished to enlist the help of the 6 elder patrons to eliminate the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Yet he felt he had already troubled them enough. What else could he do? We shall take it one step at a time, where their essay will. Their essay way, Xia Xian said, though an unsettling premonition lingered regarding Tang San's abilities, which paled in comparison to theirs. Sensing Xia Xian's unease, Shui Xian Yao's hand unexpectedly found its way to Xia Xian's. It's all right. You still have me, and we have each other, she said with a sweet smile. Xia Xian returned the smile, his cheeks flushing slightly. Aside from Qian Renxue, Shui Xian Yao was the only other female he had interacted with, although she remained oblivious to the effect she had on him. Sunlight bathed the pair, creating a picturesque scene. Are we interrupting you too? Ning Rongrong remarked with a smile as she observed them, her gaze betraying a hint of curiosity about their unspoken connection. Xia Xian stood up, tidying the food containers as he moved towards the door. You're not interrupting at all. Your timing is perfect. Please take good care of Shui Xian Yao, he said before departing the room. Ning Rongrong, however, regarded Shui Xian Yao with a playful, inquisitive expression. Tang Feng, full of energy, spotted Xia Xian and hurried over. Xia Xian, shall we venture back to the Stardow Forest? I found battling the Titan giant ape exhilarating. The thrill of each punch was intoxicating. You must be daft from your encounter with the Titan giant ape. Do you not comprehend your own strength? Dai Shi interjected, dousing Tang Feng's enthusiasm with reality. At that moment, Tang Feng approached Dai Shi's bedside, fixing him with an intense stare. Feeling a bit intimidated, Dai Shi asked, what do you intend to do? Patients should remain silent. I shall seize the opportunity while you are incapacitated, Tang Feng declared, leaping onto Dai Shi. The impact caused Dai Shi considerable discomfort, as the pain of his injuries flared anew. It takes 100 days to recover from a severe injury, and this is nothing short of a one-sided assault. He cried out in agony. You hypocrite, Dai Shi lamented. Once I'm recovered, you shall see how I handle you. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng gleefully bounced on top of Dai Shi, exclaiming, you are utterly defenseless now. If you dare to protest, I shall truly show you. Xia Xian could not suppress his laughter, tears of mirth streaming down his face, until he noticed both of them staring at him with peculiar expressions. Am I being ridiculed for enduring Tang Feng's torment? Dai Shi expressed his dissatisfaction, and Tang Feng, in agreement, nodded and remarked, Xia Xian, you can't possibly be a deviant with peculiar preferences, can you? Upon hearing this, Xia Xian's expression turned cold as she strode directly towards Tang Feng and Dai Shi. Gazing at the 2 bandaged individuals on the bed, she first offered a polite smile before speaking. Tang Feng, you haven't fully recovered, have you? And you, Dai Shi, you must be stumbling even while walking. Upon hearing Xia Xian's words, both men swallowed hard. Xia Xian then launched a vigorous assault, leaving the 2 patients with no room for resistance. How does it feel, you two? Is my massage to your liking? The sounds of their anguished cries echoed throughout the dormitory. Inside the dorm, Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun found the situation rather peculiar. Why does my brother's voice sound so wretched? Dai Mu Bai queried. Boss Dai, I heard from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing that the 4 of them suffered severe injuries. Ma Hongjun replied ominously, casting a sidelong glance at Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai understood the implication behind Ma Hongjun's words. Dai Shi had bullied him for so long, and now it was simply a matter of karma. In fact, they could even eliminate Dai Shi now. Currently, his brother would undoubtedly perish if faced with a 10,000-year-old beast, Dai Mu Bai slowly articulated. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement and made a gesture across his throat. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai struck Ma Hongjun, sending him flying. Confused, Ma Hongjun rose and looked at Dai Shi, bewildered as to why he had been hit. A 10,000-year-old beast can indeed kill, but our strength pales in comparison. What are you agreeing to over there? Daimubai glared at Ma Hongjun with disappointment. This was indeed the truth. Any 10,000-year soul beast could easily overpower Dai Shi without any challenge. However, as mere soul sovereigns, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun could never accomplish such a feat. After delivering her blows, Xia Xian sat on the bed to rest, observing Dai Shi and Tang Feng sprawled on the floor. Despite their disarray, they maintained their gaze on her. What do you two think we should do next? Xia Xian inquired. Upon hearing her question, Dai Shi and Tang Feng ceased their playful banter. Dai Shi replied, the key elements for Tang San are the 8 spider lances. The evolution of Blue Silver Grass into Blue Silver Emperor, as well as the inheritances of the god of slaughter and the sea god. He already possesses the 8 spider lances, Xia Xian interjected, recalling the sensation of them being thrust into her body repeatedly by Tang San. A feeling she truly wished to avoid experiencing again. The poison corroded her insides, and although it would soon be healed by the Qinglong, the pain was indelible. In response, Tang Feng boldly asserted, then all we need to do is secure the city of Slaughter and Sea God Island. As for the evolution to Blue Silver Emperor, let him handle it. How can you be so audacious? Dai Shi questioned. We must be bold. We both know the inheritance of Blue Silver Emperor lies within the Star Do Forest, yet it eludes us. Moreover, the forest is home to the likes of Di Tian, Xiong-jun, and Qi Wang are not to be trifled with. If we disturb the forest and offend them, the consequences will be dire for us. Do you think the Silver Dragon King might also be present? Xia Xian queried. Certainly, but we must refrain from disturbing them, or we shall bear the consequences. Chapter 19. The 4-person sect. The aspiration to establish a sect. What shall we do next? Tang San pondered. Flanked by the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. With our current strength, we stand no chance. Moreover, Tang San is presently too weak. He likely wouldn't dare to venture into the city of slaughter, Dai Si lamented. Could you arrange for someone to guard Sea God Island? Tang Feng inquired. That's not feasible. My organization is already short-staffed, Dai Si replied. At that moment, the three fell silent. After a period of contemplation, Xia Xian suggested, could we possibly establish an empire or a nation? This way, we wouldn't need to worry about manpower. Upon hearing this, Dai Si remarked, as a prince, I possess more knowledge about empires than either of you. I can only say that establishing an empire is no trivial matter, given our current economy and strength. It is utterly unfeasible. The strength of the Heaven Do Empire is comparatively weak when placed alongside our Star Luo Empire and Spirit City. Yet they boast a flourishing economy and a large population. Xia Xian sighed in response. Just then, Dai Si smirked and said, however, there is indeed a way. What method? Tang Feng asked. The method is for you to assist me in usurping the throne, thus providing us with an already established Star Luo Empire. Dai Si grinned wickedly. Could you perhaps set aside your parasital thoughts for a moment? Moreover, both of your titled Douluos are more than sufficient for us to contend with, Xia Xian retorted, exasperated. Then let us establish a sect. Tang Feng continued, asserting, I understand the intricacies of sect establishment far better than you both. Creating a sect is relatively simple. One merely needs formidable strength to earn the admiration of the masses, and members will naturally flock to join. Yet, this too proves challenging. While we can defeat soul Douluos with ease and stand evenly against titled Douluos, we currently possess only 7 soul rings, rendering us merely soul saints. Even if those 7 rings were of 100,000 years, they would still be insufficient. Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, Dai Si and Xia Xian simultaneously sighed. However, at this juncture, Tang Feng chuckled while observing the two. I shall not resort to selling my body to entice others to join. Xia Xian promptly covered herself. Dai Si, witnessing this, mimicked her gesture. What are you two thinking? Tang Feng replied, bewildered. While establishing a sect may be unfeasible, we can amalgamate existing sections. Amalgamate sects? Xia Xian queried, perplexed. Indeed, Tang Feng nodded. We only need to establish one sect and then absorb others. The Star Luo Empire will merely be the Haoyan sect, while the Heaven Do Empire will only be the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. These 2 sects cannot operate within their respective empires. And Spirit City has no sect at all. This is simply due to Spirit City's strength. They do not require any sect. Of course, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is also out of consideration. With this, if Xia Xian and Dai Si still failed to comprehend, it would be quite a lack of understanding. The 3 exchanged glances before bursting into wicked laughter. Indeed, apart from the top 3 sects, the Haoyan sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, others are fair game. Furthermore, the Heaven Do Empire has Shui Xinyao. The Star Luo Empire has Dai Si, and Spirit City has Xia Xian. With this thought, the trio felt an undeniable eagerness. However, Xia Xin managed to regain her composure, stating, "We certainly need a name for our sect. Moreover, this matter must be discussed with Xue Xinyao." Upon hearing this, the two nodded in agreement. Half a month later, early one morning, Xia Xin, Tang Feng, and Dai Shi gathered in a room, all having returned to their peak condition. At that moment, Xue Xinyao entered, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and inquired, "Why are you three big men calling for me so early?" Xue Xinyao approached Xia Xin, who politely shifted to make room. Unfazed, she sat down on the floor alongside the others. The three exchanged glances before Xia Xin finally conveyed their thoughts to Xue Xinyao. She listened attentively, nodding as he spoke. "So do you agree?" Tang Feng inquired. "Indeed. However, if we are to establish a sect, we cannot continue as we are now," Xue Xinyao replied. "Why not?" the three asked in unison. "Is it not obvious? We need a sect leader. One must be chosen to assume that role, otherwise, chaos will ensue. Naturally, the other three must heed the leader's commands," Xue Xinyao explained, glancing at each of them. After assessing them, she continued, "Unless we appoint an outsider as the leader. Would you prefer that?" The three immediately shook their heads. "As for the name of the sect, let each of us ponder it. And we shall devise a method to select the leader in due course," Xue Xinyao concluded before departing. The three exchanged looks, all acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Dai Shi spoke first. "I propose the name Overlord Sect. I've long considered it." "Overlord Sect? Why not call it Overlord Dragon?" Tang Feng teased. "Get lost," Dai Shi retorted, kicking Tang Feng playfully, who feigned pain. "I shall name mine Xian Yuan Sect, as my second martial soul is the Xian Yuan Sword," Tang Feng declared. "My second martial soul is the Overlord Spear, hence Overlord Sect," Dai Shi added. Xia Xin pondered for a moment and said, "I would like to call it Dawn Sect." "Dawn? That has no relation to your martial soul. Why Dawn?" Dai Shi asked, puzzled. Tang Feng also looked at Xia Xin with curiosity. Xia Xin slowly replied, "Because there are too many injustices in this world. Our realm is like this, and so is this one. I envision helping people resolve their issues, preventing them from losing hope in life. When the sun rises the next day, they will feel light and unburdened." Upon hearing this, Dai Shi exclaimed, "Such a sect is impossible." Xia Xin looked at him in confusion. Tang Feng chimed in, "Xia Xin, your idea is commendable, but humanity behaves this way. When you are kind, they will demand more from you endlessly. If you truly wish for this, perhaps you should establish a retirement home for the young." Listening to their remarks, Xia Xin began to feel that his notion was indeed rather naive. "Let your sect bear that name then, while we can discuss your proposition later," Dai Shi said. "What we need to focus on now is how to seize the top position and become the leader," Tang Feng stated. "How about a fight?" Dai Shi suggested. "A fight could work, but let us not forget, in our newly emerging sect, if we engage in battle, we will all be injured. What if other sects come to swallow us up?" Tang Feng spoke, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, the other sects held no fear, nor did the Haotian sect, as they were unable to venture from their mountains. However, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan were an entirely different story, unencumbered by concerns of the powers backing their adversaries. In the realm of sects, defeat meant subjugation, either dissolution or assimilation, while a sect could be re-established after disbandment. Who would possess the audacity to do so? In any case, none of the three could afford to lose face. Thus, the four pondered, for each aspired to be the sect leader. Prior to this, they had already secured a territory in the central region of the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and the Martial Soul City, a strategic location given that hostilities were unlikely to arise in the future. It was rather straightforward for Xue Xinyao to claim this territory, as the current Heaven Do Empire was effectively under the control of Xue Qinghe, also known as Qian Renxue. Moreover, the Snow Knight Emperor had consented to this arrangement. Xia Xin sought assistance from her grandfather, Qian Douluo. Although he typically refrained from meddling in external affairs, he was more than willing to assist his granddaughter with her request. When she informed Bibi Dong, the latter was supportive, especially considering that the formidable Tang Hao had been eliminated by Xia Xin. This land would serve as a well-deserved reward for her. However, the situation was different for Dai Si. On that day, he entered the royal palace where Dai Yutian awaited him on the throne. It was a painful sight, for Dai Si was the most talented and capable among the three sons, and he was not lacking in intellect. Yet, he harbored ambitions of usurpation. Even before his father had abdicated, Dai Si yearned for the throne, believing that if he merely bided his time, the crown would eventually be his. Upon entering, Dai Si noticed the Star Gun Douluo and the Star Dragon Douluo standing beside Dai Yutian. He greeted the Star Gun Douluo politely, to which the master nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing that Dai Si's second martial soul was the Tyrant Gun, Dai Yutian had appointed the Star Gun Douluo as his mentor, a role Dai Si was eager to embrace. However, the star gun Douluo soon realized he could not teach Dai Si, while Dai Si wielded his gun with precision. He also exuded an air of elegance. In contrast, Dai Si's tyrant gun emanated a sense of dominance and regal authority. Although Dai Si possessed a lofty mindset, he was not yet at the pinnacle of mastery, thus he only learned the techniques of gunplay. Dai Si did not acknowledge the star dragon Douluo or even greet his father, Dai Yutian. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Dai Yutian and demanded, "Old ding, grant me a territory." Dai Yutian, taken aback, did not express anger, and neither did the two Douluos, as they were accustomed to his manner of address. "You wish to claim land from Star Luo with such an attitude?" Dai Yutian inquired. Star Luo was, after all, an empire of considerable size, and Dai Yutian hoped that if the boy softened his stance, he might acquiesce. To his surprise, Dai Si turned on his heel and retorted, "If you refuse, I shall take it by force." "You insolent brat." Dai Yutian was infuriated. Who would dare to wage war on their own territory? Such instances were rare. Yet Dai Si was precisely that kind of person. Outside the palace, a multitude clad in black robes gathered. "Brothers, if old Deng refuses to grant us land, shall we not seize it ourselves?" Dai Si shouted. "If he refuses, we shall fight." The throng of black-robed figures chorused, their voices echoing thunderously, even reaching the ears of the three within the palace. This wretched little beast. As Dai Yutian was about to unleash his fury, both the Star Spear Douluo and the Star Dragon Douluo hastily intervened. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is still quite young. Please temper your anger," urged the Star Spear Douluo. "Indeed, Your Majesty, do not let your health suffer from such vexation. After all, you are all family, and the throne will eventually belong to Prince Daishur," echoed the Star Dragon Douluo. However, their reluctance to speak in defense of Dai Yutian stemmed from the fact that their own children had been taken by Daishur to the Shadow Guard. Group Leader Yang Lingjie, Group Leader Li Ziyun, Daishur called out, and from the crowd emerged two individuals, sons of the Star Spear Douluo and the Star Dragon Douluo. "You two, take Zhu Juiwei away. Do not let her interfere." "Yes, leader," they responded. Subsequently, they navigated through the crowd, and, upon locating Zhu Juiwei, forcefully dismissed her. Her protests echoed around them. Zhu Juiwei was the sister of Zhu Zhuqing, and the Dai family consisted of 3 brothers, while the Zhu family complemented them with 3 sisters. Daishur had taken her into the Shadow Guard for her protection. Otherwise, the Zhu family would have resorted to brainwashing her. Leader Ize stepped forward as Daishur shouted. Soon, an elderly man with graying hair emerged. He was the most powerful soul master within the Shadow Guard. "You shall take your group, while I will lead the second group," he declared, and Daishur continued with an extensive discourse. In the palace, Dai Yutian, still fuming, turned to the Star Spear and Star Dragon Douluos, saying, "Look at this young man. If we do not strike him down, he will ascend to the heavens. He even dares to strategize on my land in my presence." After hearing this, the Star Spear and Star Dragon Douluos ceased to restrain him. Dai Yutian, perplexed, glanced at them and questioned, "Why are you not stopping me this time?" The Star Spear Douluo chuckled, "Your Majesty, I trust you found satisfaction in the words of Prince Daishur." "Satisfaction? He seeks to confront me. If he dares to strike today, tomorrow he will dare to invade my palace," Dai Yutian retorted, though a smile crept onto his lips. For he truly recognized Daishur, and despite his rebellious nature, he was still his son. Furthermore, he realized that his son harbored many strategic ideas. "Indeed, Your Majesty." That night, as Daishur prepared to launch a surprise attack with the Shadow Guard, Yang Lingjie appeared beside him, wielding the Star Spear Martial Soul, and whispered a few words in his ear. Daishur was left with a myriad of questions. Upon entering, he found the place completely deserted. Not even a dog remained. Yet after pondering for a moment, he came to an understanding. "It seems this old fellow is quite perceptive. I shall reward him with an official title." Daishur mused with satisfaction. Yang Lingjie and Li Ziyun were hearing such words for the first time. What emperor grants an official title to a retired sovereign? The issue at hand has been resolved, leaving Tang Feng with little he could do, so he contemplated how to determine the first position, namely who would assume the role of the sect master. However, he indeed devised an excellent method that consumed minimal soul power and yielded swift results. Soon, a vast crowd gathered in the central area of the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall, comprising individuals from the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and the Spirit Hall itself. The supporters from Heaven Do rallied behind Xue Xinyao, while those from Star Luo cheered for Daishur, and the Spirit Hall's crowd backed Xia Xian and Tang Feng. Above the supporters of Heaven Do, 3 figures appeared, landing gracefully to reveal themselves as Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo Chen Xian, and the bone Douluo Gurong. Ning Rongrong leapt into Ning Fengji's embrace, calling out to them one by one. The Shrek Academy students had naturally arrived as well. At that moment, the Snow Knight Emperor made his entrance, accompanied by Xue Qinghe and the poisoned De Dagabo. Ning Fengji courteously greeted the Snow Knight Emperor, who returned the gesture with a polite smile. Chapter 20. The Judge of Destiny. The appearance of the token haha. Snow Knight, you old rascal, still alive, are you? A rather unwelcome voice suddenly interrupted, prompting a glance in that direction to reveal Dai Yutian, along with Xing Chang and Xing Long. That remark had originated from Dai Yutian, and although they wore smiles, their words were laced with malice. Just wait. Soon my son will take your daughter as his subordinate, Dai Yutian exclaimed, chuckling heartily. Who is strong and who is weak is yet to be seen. Don't shed any tears later. This time, the 4 young talents were all exceptional. Very well. Let us anticipate the outcome. After all, my son is the strongest. Just then, 8 or 9 figures appeared in the sky, consisting of 7 esteemed elders, along with the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. The elders of the Spirit Hall have come as well? The Snow Knight Emperor inquired, puzzled. Of course. The grandson of the Grand Elder Douluo is competing. How could he not come? Dai Yutian remarked, gesturing towards Xia Xin, who was engaged in conversation with the other 3. The Spirit Hall is our 2 nations' greatest adversary, and you so easily allow your son to befriend them? Adversary, you say? Let me tell you, the peace of the continent is paramount, and those 4 children embody that very essence. Besides, without the Spirit Hall, your Heaven Do would have long been extinguished by our star Luo. The Snow Knight Emperor was rendered speechless by this truth, for without the Spirit Hall, Heaven Do, relying solely on the 7 treasure glazed tile school, could never triumph over Star Luo, especially with the support of the Haotian school. At that moment, among the 9 individuals, one of them exclaimed, Juhua Pass, what are you doing here, joining in the commotion? Within the depths of his contemplation, Ghost Douluo pondered. Ever since Tang Feng had declared his intention for a life-and-death duel, the image of Tang Feng had lingered in his mind. He yearned to witness the extent of Tang Feng's prowess. Qianjun addressed the 6 esteemed offerings, stating, I shall take my leave. For Xiao Feng has appointed me as the referee for this contest. Go forth and ensure impartiality, for many eyes are upon us, Qian Daolu instructed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qianjun ascended into the air, whereupon 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings manifested, exuding the formidable aura befitting a level 96 titled Douluo. In a measured tone, Qianjun proclaimed, I shall oversee this competition as the 6th offering of the Hall of Offerings, a level 96 titled Douluo. I kindly ask the surrounding populace to maintain a safe distance to avoid injury. The ordinary citizens, feeling the weight of his cultivation, have been compelled to retreat to the periphery. Only the soul Douluo and other formidable beings remained nearby. Addressing Xia Xin and her companions, Qianjun cautioned, you 2 should stand back. In response, the 4 of them positioned themselves at the cardinal points of the compass. Subsequently, Qianjun summoned his martial soul, the coiling dragon staff, which, enhanced by a 10,000-year soul ring, surged upwards, transforming into a colossal form that pierced the heavens. He then produced a token. Its left side bore a tiger, the right a dragon, with 2 swords standing at the edges, a hammer and a spear nestled in the center, accompanied by a begonia flower, and bordered by 9 gemstones of various hues. There were no inscriptions upon it, for the sect leader had yet to be chosen, thus the sect's name remained unestablished. However, the design signified the 4 participants, crafted solely by Tang Feng, and was, in all honesty, quite aesthetically pleasing. The left tiger and right dragon symbolized the martial souls of the white tiger and the Azure Dragon, while the swords represented the 9 heavens sword and the Xianyuan sword. The hammer and spear represented the Haotian hammer and the Overlord spear, with the begonia and the 9 differently colored gemstones symbolizing the 9 hearts begonia and the 9 elements. This was particularly relevant as Xue Xinyao's second martial soul was the 9 elements, which he could only attain by transcending a certain tier. As the competition neared its conclusion, Qianjun alighted atop the coiling dragon staff, carefully placing the token in position. He then descended to address the 4. The rules of this contest are simple. The first to seize the token shall become the sect leader. However, remember that friendship comes first. Do not sacrifice your closest companions for the sake of a title. At that moment, Dai Si interjected, rest assured, we are all brothers. Xia Xin and the others nodded in agreement. The 4 had mutually consented that they would not employ their bloodlust, relying solely on their true abilities and utilizing but 1 martial soul each. Then let the competition commence, Qianjun declared. Simultaneously, 7 soul rings of 100,000 years shimmered around them, and with remarkable synchronicity, the seventh soul rings ignited. Their three-word battle armors materialized alongside them. Seventh soul skill, Xianyuan true form. Tang Feng wielded the Xianyuan sword as a spectral figure, holding the same sword emerged behind him. While none on this continent recognized the figure, Xia Xian, Dai Si, and Shui Xinyao were aware of its significance. It was none other than the legendary Huang Di, the first master of the Xianyuan sword, the foremost among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Seventh soul skill, elemental true form. Surrounding Shui Xinyao were the 7 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind, swirling dynamically around her. Seventh soul skill, overlord true form. Similar to Tang Feng, a spectral figure wielding the overlord spear appeared behind him. The figure was none other than the invincible Xiangyu. Seventh soul skill, Azure Dragon true form. The emerald-hued Azure Dragon materialized behind Xia Xian, subsequently encircling his form. Upon unleashing their martial souls, the 4 individuals advanced towards the pinnacle of the spiral staff. Wind horse, exclaimed Shui Xinyao, who stood poised atop the inclined spiral staff. With a graceful leap, she tugged upward, conjuring a reins that manifested in her grasp, giving birth to a steed wrought from elemental wind. The magnificent steed unfurled its wings and soared towards the summit. "Little princess, you are racing ahead rather swiftly," exclaimed Dai Shi, who, fortunate enough to possess his own abilities, activated his 10,000-year spirit ring. Sixth spirit skill, strength of mountains. In a manner akin to Shui Xinyao, an ethereal image of a dark horse emerged. As Dai Shi mounted, a barrage of Xianyuan swords hurtled towards him. "Fate has truly conspired against me," Dai Shi shouted. And in response, his spirit ring glimmered once more. Fifth spirit skill, shatter the void. Dai Shi hurled the overlord spear, which transformed into a multitude of projectiles that collided with the Xianyuan swords, generating a cacophony of sound. Just as relief washed over him, Tang Feng emerged from the fray, his 10,000-year spirit ring flashing anew. First spirit skill, break the formation. With a decisive swing of the Xianyuan sword, a wave of sword energy surged forth. First spirit skill, sweep the heavens. The overlord spear emanated a fierce aura, meeting the Xianyuan sword head-on. Second spirit skill, Azure Dragon descends. Suddenly, a dragon surged forth from the clash between the two, prompting both combatants to evade hastily. In that fleeting moment, Xia Xian darted between them, cheerfully greeting the pair. "Quick! Pursue!" Tang Feng shouted, hastening after Xia Xian, while Dai Shi lingered, seemingly lost in thought. The Azure Dragon charged relentlessly towards Shui Xinyao, who, unable to evade, leapt into the air. Yet, the wind horse was seized by the dragon's jaws, resulting in a violent explosion. As Xia Xian prepared to advance, Shui Xinyao abruptly appeared before him, forcing him to halt abruptly to avoid a collision. Pouting, she pointed accusingly at his chest. "Do you dare strike me?" At a loss for words, Xia Xian was interrupted as Tang Feng caught up, casually remarking, "This is a competition, not a moment for hesitation, Xia Xian." With that, Tang Feng moved on, but just as Xia Xian contemplated his next move, Shui Xinyao fingers brushed against his chest. In his moment of confusion, Shui Xinyao declared, "Third spirit skill, icy water bind." In an instant, a thick layer of frost enveloped Xia Xian entirely. Shui Xinyao blinked, cheerfully saying, "Thank you," before she continued on her path, her 10,000-year spirit rings illuminating as she departed. Fourth and fifth spirit skills, fire and earth lava. A colossal boulder hurtled towards Tang Feng, who had no choice but to pivot and halt his advance. Third spirit skill, ritual path. Tang Feng positioned the Xianyuan sword horizontally, and to his astonishment, the lava struck without detonating. Shui Xinyao skillfully evaded, charging directly at Tang Feng. First spirit skill, golden scythe. A gleaming scythe appeared in her hand, aimed straight at Tang Feng. He raised his hand in defense, his expression one of disbelief as he found himself propelled backwards by Shui Xinyao's forceful strike. Tang Feng plummeted downward, stabilizing his descent by driving the Xianyuan sword into the dragon staff. He then surged forward, passing by the frozen Xia Xian, who, though immobilized from the waist down, had managed to free her upper body. "Hey, Tang Feng, help me break the ice," she called out. However, Tang Feng merely rushed past her, exclaiming, "There's no time. Shui Xinyao is about to reach the summit." Indeed, Shui Xinyao was perilously close to the peak, and Tang Feng found himself unable to catch up, as her speed, augmented by the wind element, far surpassed theirs. With determination, Tang Feng hurled the Xianyuan sword, which landed just behind Shui Xinyao as she neared the token. Fourth soul technique, Oblivion. A dark domain radiated from the Xianyuan sword, enveloping Shui Xinyao and rendering her immobile. Yet, Tang Feng was not without his own challenges, as halting a peer of equal rank was no small feat still. He believed he could seize the token before Xue Xinyao. As he approached, the entire dragon staff suddenly tilted downward. The Xianyuan sword fell alongside it, and the token, rather than remaining at the top, plunged straight down. Tang Feng leaped to catch the token, only to see it whisked away by the wind, soaring toward Xue Xinyao's grasp. First soul technique, break formation. Tang Feng wielded the Xianyuan sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy, forcing Xue Xinyao to evade or risk losing her hand. She opted to dodge, and the token slipped from her control, descending vertically. Tang Feng merely needed to await its arrival on the ground, but as he fell, he noticed Dai Shi already positioned beneath him. Confusion clouded his mind as he glanced at the dragon staff, which had split in two. It was none other than Dai Shi's doing. Indeed, Dai Shi had cleaved the dragon staff with his overlord spear. He had consulted Qian Jun beforehand, who had consented, despite knowing it would inflict some injuries that would require a few days of rest. Besides, the dragon staff was merely a manifestation of his will. Dai Shi had also spotted Tang Feng and leaped into the air. As Tang Feng descended, Dai Shi soared upward. It was evident that whoever secured the token would be Dai Shi. Sure enough, the token began to materialize within his line of sight. Xue Xinyao also appeared, and it became a race to see who would claim the token. Suddenly, a figure darted between them, snatching the token. Xia Xian emerged, holding the token aloft while smiling at the three. It was a stroke of serendipity. Just as she broke free from the frost, she witnessed the token plummeting. "You snooze. You lose," exclaimed Dai Shi, speechless. It was indeed reasonable. Xia Xian had truly capitalized on the moment. Tang Feng, Dai Shi, and Xue Xinyao had expended considerable energy, utilizing at least 3 or 4 soul techniques. Meanwhile, Xia Xian, not counting her martial soul's true form, had employed only 1 soul technique and had been frozen in place. Once freed, she simply beheld the token and managed to acquire it. Qian Jun watched the scene unfold, unable to contain his delight. And the other 6 in the offering hall shared his joy. The only ones scowling were the Night Emperor and Dai Yutian. But they too understood that it wasn't their protégé's shortcomings. Rather, it was Xia Xian's extraordinary luck. I hereby announce the establishment of the Dawn sect. With Xia Xian as the sect master, Qian Jun proclaimed loudly, Tang Feng, Dai Shi, and Xue Xinyao may feel a tinge of regret. Yet they also share in Summer's joy. Come, allow this old man to engrave the words personally. At that moment, Qian Daolu approached Summer's side. The manifestation of his martial spirit, the angel, radiating an overwhelming presence befitting a limit de law of the 99th rank. Summer handed him the token, which Qian Daolu levitated in midair, summoning the angel's holy sword in his hand. He etched the words Dawn sect onto it. It was unfathomable for anyone else to even contemplate a limit de law inscribing for a mere 15-year-old. Subsequently, Summer took back the token, noticing that the 3 characters still shimmered with light. Sect Master. Suddenly, Tang Feng and the others knelt on one knee, exclaiming. Summer gazed upon the trio and spoke. From this point forward, aside from myself as the sect master, there will be 3 halls, Xianyuan Hall and Tyrant Hall. He then turned to Xue Xinyao and inquired, "What name did you wish to use?" It seemed she had not yet conveyed it to him. "All right, from now on, each of you shall recruit members for your respective halls. However, when the sect is in peril, we must unite. We shall reconvene tomorrow to discuss the division of responsibilities." Isn't that stating the obvious? However, I already have my people. The shadow guards are established, Dai Shi chuckled. Summer, filled with pride, raised the sect token and declared, "Those who wish to join the sect may now register." Suddenly, a throng of people surged forward. Observing this, Summer joined the trio in selecting members. On a distant mountain, although Qian Daolu could not see so far, at that moment, a man and a woman observed the unfolding events. The man remarked, "As the purple light in his eyes faded, it seems the changes my father-in-law spoke of are indeed due to these 4. The woman nodded in agreement, but then expressed her sorrow. "I wonder where my father is now." The man gently patted the woman's head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Wu Tong, we will surely find your father-in-law." Chapter 22. The Unity of the 4 Clans for 1,000 Parish Summer. Have you lost your mind? An on-the-spot interview. Tang Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Summer, exhausted and lying on his bed, felt overwhelmed. He had thought being a leader was a position of ease, only to discover the immense fatigue it brought. "Let us leave it at that. We'll gather tomorrow morning to discuss," Summer murmured before drifting off to sleep. Tang Feng, equally fatigued, succumbed to slumber as well. The next morning, Summer summoned the other 2 into his chamber. The sect was established, yet numerous matters required delegation. "What arrangements do you have for your respective halls? What are your plans?" Summer inquired. Are there truly so many with elemental martial spirits? Daisher asked. Isn't that the purpose of the 4 elemental academies? Tang Feng responded. Indeed. The captains of Thunder Academy, Yu Tianheng, Wind Academy, Feng Xiaodian, Fire Academy, Huo Wu Shuang and Huo Wu, and Water Academy, Shui Binger. These 5 will eventually ascend to the rank of titled Douluo, possessing immense potential, Summer elaborated. Exactly. Therefore, I have already selected my personnel for the Elemental Hall. It rests upon you two now, Shui Xianyao remarked nonchalantly. Are you so confident they will join? Daisher inquired, and Shui Xianyao nodded, saying, on the day we established our sect, there were 14 titled Douluos present, and our reputation has already spread far and wide. Moreover, we have a top-tier powerhouse like Douluo. Daisher then remarked, in my Overlord Hall, we already have shadow guards and do not require any additional recruits. The only remaining individuals are Tang Feng and Xia Xian. The two exchanged glances, and Xia Xian suggested, shall we divide the responsibilities? Tang Feng nodded. And Xia Xian procured a piece of paper and a pen, beginning to write. As she wrote, she stated, let us not consider the top 3 sects for now. The paper displayed the names of 4 clans, the Strength Clan, the Control Clan, the Agility Clan, and the Destruction Clan. Shall we allocate these 4 clans between us? Xia Xian proposed. However, Tang Feng countered, are you certain you wish to recruit these 4 clans? Xia Xian affirmed, although they were under Tang Hao's command. He is no longer alive. We should not extend our grievances towards them just because of Tang San. Tang Feng shook his head, replying, my suggestion is to eliminate them all. The other 3 were taken aback. They understood Tang Feng's temperament, but realized that these 4 clans combined had a population exceeding 10,000. To annihilate them would be akin to slaughter. We must eradicate the root cause. Do you truly believe this is misguided? Especially the Titan from the Strength Clan, who is fiercely loyal to Tang Hao and his son. Tang Feng then turned to Xia Xian and said, you are now the sect master. Do not let your compassion cloud your judgment. Subjugating these 4 clans will be exceedingly difficult. Even if you succeed, they will remain a ticking time bomb. The consequences of sparing them may be dire. Despite recognizing this logic, the others found it hard to comprehend. Tang Feng sighed, tearing off the names of the Strength Clan and the Destruction Clan, stating, I will handle these 2 clans. He was aware that there was someone named Ho Xian in the Control Clan who was acquainted with Xia Xian. Do you require assistance? Daisher inquired. What do you think? Am I to go alone? You are currently the most numerous in the hall, Tang Feng jested. Daisher chuckled. I will accompany you. Before the 2 departed, Daisher winked at Xia Xian and Shui Xianyao, indicating that he would keep an eye on Tang Feng's actions. Shui Xianyao comforted Xia Xian by reassuring her, do not worry, with Daisher here. Xia Xian nodded, feeling significantly more at ease with Daisher's presence. Although she noted that the 2 shared similar temperaments. While Daisher might joke about killing, Tang Feng meant every word he said. Very well, Xia Xian said, glancing at the remaining names of the Control Clan and the Agility Clan on the paper, before rising to set out. Shui Xianyao still needed to gather the 4 Elements Academy members, so she did not accompany her. Given Shui Xianyao's status, it should be quite simple for her to recruit them. As Xia Xian walked, she inquired about the location of the Control Clan. It had been a long time since she had seen Ho Xian, with the last encounter being at the Seoul Arena 3 years prior. By the afternoon, she had yet to locate them. Fortunately, a kind soul provided her with a drawn address. After expressing her gratitude, Xia Xian followed the directions, only to find the place utterly deserted. As she pondered this mystery, a message from the system chat interface suddenly appeared. Daisher, Shui Xianyao, summon the army of Tiando. I intend to eliminate them all. Xia Xian. Daisher, what is the matter? Daisher urged, hurry here, the 4 clans have gathered. He then sent a location situated in a mountain village. Upon reviewing the map, Xia Xian soared towards the destination. The closer he approached, the more bodies he encountered, those belonging to the 4 clans, along with a few cloaked figures. Although Xia Xian had never witnessed the attire of Daisher's organization, he recognized them as his subordinates. To avoid detection, Xia Xian opted to proceed on foot to Daisher's indicated location. During his journey, he encountered several members of the 4 clans, simply incapacitating them before continuing on his path. As he neared the site, a figure suddenly covered Xia Xian's mouth and led him into a thatched hut. Xia Xian had already noticed this individual and did not struggle, recognizing him as Ho Xian. Once released, Xia Xian inquired, what has transpired? You are acquainted with those individuals, are you not? Ho Xian asked, having never met Daisher or Tang Feng, yet deducing that Xia Xian's presence indicated a connection. With a sigh, Ho Xian continued, you are the one who killed Tang Hao, are you not? This matter has circulated widely within the Spirit Hall and is no longer a secret. Despite the gravity of the situation, he felt a sense of relief that Ho Xian still remembered him. Ho Xian elaborated, "Ever since you eliminated Tang Hao, the leader of the Li Ji clan, Titan, has united the other 3 clans. You should be aware that all 4 clan leaders are aligned with Tang Hao." Xia Xian seized upon a detail, asking, "But you are not?" Ho Xian looked at him quizzically, responding, "I have never even laid eyes on him. How could I be? Then who is your clan leader? Do you not heed his commands?" Xia Xian pressed, "How could one comply in such circumstances? Do you comprehend? They intend to eliminate Tang Feng and Dai Shi." Ho Xian exclaimed. Startled, Xia Xian promptly probed further. Ho Xian recounted, "Initially, after the 4 clans convened, the leaders deliberated on how to eliminate you. To put it bluntly, you have slain their master. However, there were dissenters, specifically, our clan leader, Old Rhinoceros from the Yuji clan, and Old White Bird from the Minji clan. Their sole reasoning was that one must live for the future, not be shackled by the past. Then one day, Titan presented a decree, purportedly from Tang Hao's son, Tang San, declaring that while Tang Hao had perished, his son remained alive, thus obligating the 4 clans to lend their support to him. At that point, there was no recourse. The Yuji and Minji clans had no choice but to acquiesce. However, the leader of the Peiji clan refused to comply, asserting his respect solely for the powerful, claiming Tang Hao had subdued him in battle. This has led us to the current predicament. The 4 clans are now united, and your 2 friends have stormed in with over 100 cloaked figures." Xia Xian could not restrain himself from asking, "Are you certain that the decree Titan presented was from Tang San?" Ho Xian shook his head. "I cannot be certain, as I have never seen it. Even if I had, I would not know. Your 2 friends infiltrated our encirclement with over 100 people, and yet they managed to slay 4,000 of us." Xia Xian was taken aback. 4,000. Our combined numbers, excluding the elderly and infirm, amount to barely 10,000. Can you rescue them? Ho Xian implored. Xia Xian inquired. To which Ho Xian responded with a laugh, "They murdered my brother, and I am to rescue them. Have I lost my mind? If it weren't for the mercy you showed earlier, I wouldn't even consider you." As Ho Xian grew increasingly agitated, Xia Xian calmly interjected, "They are also my brothers, and their identities are not ordinary. You may not know Tang Feng, but you must be aware of Dai Shi's status." Ho Xian paused momentarily upon hearing this. Xia Xian continued, "Dai Shi is a prince of the Star Luo Empire. If he were to perish, your entire clan would face annihilation." "Impossible. We belong to the Heaven Do Empire. The Star Luo Empire has no authority here," Ho Xian retorted. Xia Xian replied sharply, "What about Xue Xinyao? Surely you are aware of our connection." He gazed intently at Ho Xian and added, "The armies of the Heaven Do Empire are drawing near. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed with this?" The 4 individuals were prodigies of the Douluo Continent, their renown having spread across the realm, especially following the battle of the previous day. Noticing Ho Xian still wavering, Xia Xian pressed on, "And what of Tang San? You have never even laid eyes on him, nor have the other 3 clans, including their leaders. Are you willing to stake everything on a mere decree from Titan? Do you not understand? Even if Tang San genuinely cared for you, why would he not come forth himself? Why would he send you to confront us for? You are my brother. I recognize that none among us is foolish. You are being used as a pawn by Tang San. To survive, you must release the 2. Ho Xian appeared swayed by the argument, contemplating the matter. The most prudent resolution was indeed this, unless he wished to wager the lives of the entire 4 clans for the sake of 2. With a sigh, Ho Xian agreed, "Very well. I shall assist you in rescuing them, but you must promise that this matter will not be pursued further." Xia Xian nodded, agreed. "Furthermore, I assure you that the families of the deceased will be well cared for, lacking nothing for the rest of their lives." "Good. I hope you keep your word," Ho Xian stated before exiting, shortly returning with another individual, whom he rendered unconscious. He then stripped the individual of their clothing and handed it to Xia Xian, saying, "Change into this." Xia Xian, upon hearing this, promptly complied and soon emerged clad in the new attire, noticing that as they moved closer to the center, the crowd thickened. "Ho Go!" A female voice suddenly called out. Ho Xian halted and turned to look, as did Xia Xian. A young girl approached, her demeanor quite demure. After exchanging a few words, the girl turned her gaze towards Xia Xian and asked, "Ho Ge, who is he?" Ho Xian explained, "He is a friend of my brother." He then clarified to Xia Xian, "This is Bai Qinxiang, the granddaughter of the leader of the Min clan." Bai Qinxiang smiled, "Hello," not wishing to disclose his name. Xia Xian remained silent. Observing this, Ho Xian guided Bai Qinxiang away and continued towards the center. As they passed a room, Xia Xian heard the sounds of an excited argument emanating from within. Ho Xian shook his head, explaining, "Currently, the 4 clans are troubled about the forthcoming events. Our Yu clan, the Min clan, and the Pa clan are all considering the very issue you just mentioned, namely, the potential downfall of the four clans. It seems some leaders are not foolish. They realize they are being used by Tang San. Intrigued, Xiao Xian inquired, so, who is in agreement, and who is not? Aside from the Force clan, the other three clans have lost their will to fight. Why does the Force clan differ? It is because among the 4,000 who perished were Titan's son, Theno, and his grandson, Talon. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian understood and continued to inquire, why do the other three clans not retreat? Ho Xian, with a sense of melancholy, responded, what is the use of retreating? The Heavenly Duel, Star Luo, and Spirit Soul City are all under the control of you four. There is nowhere to escape. In other words, they are apprehensive. They fear that even if they withdraw, they would still face annihilation. Ho Xian nodded. Soon, the two arrived at the center, where amidst the throng of people stood a large stone platform, upon which two individuals were bound to wooden frames. Xiao Xian glanced around and noted that the highest-ranking individuals present were merely a handful of Soul Emperors, with not a single Soul Sage in sight. Observing Xiao Xian's puzzled expression, Ho Xian remarked, your two brothers are indeed formidable. Our Soul Sages have been wiped out, leaving only a few Soul Emperors. If it weren't for our numerical advantage, we would not have been able to subdue them. Xiao Xian, feeling apologetic, expressed his regret to Ho Xian, then turned to gaze at Tang Feng and Dai Shi, who were being jeered at by the crowd. Dai Shi was also there, vocally rebuking those around him, while Tang Feng remained with his eyes closed, meditating. This exemplifies the advantage of the system chat interface, even if others are unaware of the ability to communicate. As long as there is a single place to move, one can type and send messages. Moreover, judging by Dai Shi's lively demeanor, it was evident that he had not employed his blood energy to enhance his strength. Otherwise, if all four clans had mobilized their 10,000 members, at least 9,000 would have perished. How do you plan to save them? Ho Xian inquired. Xiao Xian pondered. In such an open space, with so many people, unless one could disperse this large crowd or incite chaos, there was little hope. At that moment, Dai Shi seemed to have spotted Xiao Xian and craned his neck to look at him. Seeing this, Xiao Xian waved his hand in greeting. Dai Shi, now assured, roused Tang Feng, urging him to look in Xiao Xian's direction. Tang Feng also took notice, having dozed off, for in his heart, he believed that as long as Xiao Xian was present, everything would be fine. Chapter 23, The Titaness Legacy, Shadow Team. Just then, a commanding voice echoed, silence. The loud voice instantly hushed the clamorous crowd. Xiao Xian observed Titan entering the throng, accompanied by the leaders of the other three clans. It was only then that he noticed Titan was missing an arm, severed in battle. It was that good brother of yours, Tang Feng, Ho Xian explained. Xiao Xian felt a sense of resignation. No wonder Titan opposed sparing Dai Shi and Tang Feng. They not only extinguished Titan's bloodline, but also caused him to lose an arm. Titan, Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and by he approached Tang Feng and Dai Shi. At this moment, Tang Feng opened his eyes, glaring silently at the four, while Dai Shi, on the other hand, regarded them with defiance. Were it not for his brotherhood with Xiao Xian, one might genuinely perceive Dai Shi as the antagonist. Yet, it was evident that even without their presence, the four clans would have sought them out. Old man, have you come to set us free? Dai Shi laughed. At that instant, Titan suddenly seized his neck and demanded, you have slain so many of our kin. Do you truly believe you can survive? After hearing this, Dai Shi chuckled and shook his head, saying, I initially believed you to be a wise individual. He scanned the faces of Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and Bai He, adding, yet, not one of you possesses wisdom. Titan suddenly intensified his grip, reddening Dai Shi's face, exclaiming, killing you will alleviate the anguish of my kin. Nevertheless, Dai Shi continued to smile, replying, very well, come forth and see if you can leave this place alive. At that moment, Niu Gao grasped Titan's hand, shaking his head. Titan had intended to truly slay Dai Shi and Tang Feng, but he reconsidered upon reflecting on the opinions of the other three clans. He could only represent the Strength clan and could not make decisions on behalf of the other clans. He also did not wish to implicate the other clans due to his own actions. Slowly, Titan addressed the other three, you should all depart. I shall shoulder this matter alone. The remaining three shared a close bond with him, yet, ultimately, it was a matter of clan annihilation. They could not allow their entire tribe to perish due to their choices. Titan then turned to his own kin, declaring, you all must leave. The Strength clan shall disband from this moment forth. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Chief, is it not merely death? We fear not. At that moment, the members of the other three clans echoed in response, Chief, they have slain our brothers and sisters. Shall we simply retreat? What of the deceased? How can we continue to live without avenging them? Even if we leave now, will they truly not pursue us? Niogao, Yang Wudi, and Bai He were momentarily stunned. Their statements held validity. They had already committed these acts, and if they truly withdrew, would they truly be unscathed? It appeared that all the clan members were aware of Daishi's identity. Just then, Daishi arrogantly declared, in truth, I came here solely to prevent Tang Feng from annihilating the Strength clan. I never anticipated your 3 clans to be so ungrateful. No one paid heed to Daishi's words. Titan gazed at the 4 clans, tears streaming down his face. Very well. We shall execute these 2 in tribute to our fallen kin. Titan proclaimed, brandishing a large cleaver, intent on severing the heads of the 2. Suddenly, the ropes binding them snapped, and the Xianyuan sword appeared in Tang Feng's grasp. Upon witnessing this, Titan unleashed his mighty guerrilla martial spirit. Tang Feng swung his sword, and Titan knelt, successfully catching the blade with his bare hands. The Overlord's spear manifested in Daishi's grip, aimed at Titan's chest. In a flash, Titan vanished, only to turn and discover Bai He had saved him. Xia Xian observed the scene with little surprise. After all, neither Tang Feng nor Daishi had engaged in earnest, and they surely knew there was no real threat to their lives when captured. Suddenly, Xia Xian grasped Ho Xian's hand, urging, hurry, take your kin and flee. Confused, Ho Xian inquired, what is happening? Trust me, if you do not run now, it will be too late. Xia Xian replied, advancing towards the platform, approaching the 2. Daishi jested, you look quite dashing in that attire. However, Xia Xian disregarded his comment, firmly gripping his collar, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? Are you truly intent on killing everyone here? Dai Sherwin's expression grew cold. If they do not kill us, it would be a disservice to our fallen kin. By the same token, if I do not eliminate them, I would be betraying my 100 brothers. What about the women, children, and the elderly? What of the others here? Their fates now hang in the balance. Listening to their exchange, Tang Feng remained silent, while the surrounding people looked on in confusion. Realizing that persuasion would be futile, Xia Xian turned to the crowd and declared, if you wish to perish, remain here. Those who value their lives should leave at once. Hearing this, Dai Shi turned to the others with a smile. What my lord says is true. Those who wish to die may stay, while those who wish to live should depart. Once this opportunity is missed, it shall not return. Over 6,000 against 3. The onlookers deemed Xia Xian and his companions utterly mad. Xia Xian continued to plead, yet the crowd remained unmoved. Do you think we will spare you out of fear? How naive. What are you thinking? Do you have eggs dangling beneath your brows? Can you not count? The vitriol from the crowd escalated, and Xia Xian felt on the verge of despair. Dai Shi, however, patted his shoulder, saying, they cannot comprehend you, nor will they trust you. At that moment, Tang Feng approached and advised, close your eyes. Let us handle this from here. Are you jesting? Do you think this is a drama? Someone from below scoffed, only to have his head pierced by a golden spear the next second. Yang Lingjia, the leader of the first group of shadow guards, arrived with 20,000 dark warriors to pay respects to the sect master. Clad in a black robe, one stood atop the roof, and in an instant, a throng of similarly garbed figures emerged around him. Xia Xian glanced around. At the very least, every individual was a soul emperor, with 40 among the 20,000 being soul Douluos. During their ambush, Dai Shi had sent one of the shadow guards to rally the others. The released soul rings filled the air with ominous energy, and each warrior was drenched in fresh blood. The remaining 3 clans arrived at the stronghold of the Li clan, with non-combatants, those frail, sick, women, and children, positioned at the periphery. As they advanced, they had undoubtedly taken countless lives. The members of the 4 clans recognized the grave situation. He felt utterly unacquainted with Dai Shi's organization. The Titan Quartet, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat. Xia Xian glanced at Dai Shi, who sighed, very well. Let us extend them one final opportunity. Those who wish to leave must do so immediately. We shall not take lives. Xia Xian bellowed. One individual from the Yu clan, trembling in fear, suddenly found resolve and charged towards the 20,000 warriors with a fierce yell. Chapter 24. 57,000, Xiang Yu and Liu Bang. It was evident that Yang Lingjie swiftly positioned himself before the man, his star spear piercing through his torso. Blood splattered onto his garments, obscuring his face. Yet his indifference was palpable. However, once one person stepped forward, a second and a third would inevitably follow, culminating in the entire assembly of the 4 clans being mobilized. Xia Xian had offered them a chance to survive, yet with their families gone, what meaning remained in living alone? The air was filled with wails of despair as Xia Xian collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the harrowing scene before him. The harsh reality was undeniable. Potential threats must be eradicated. Tang Feng approached his side, imparting wisdom that seemed to awaken Xia Xian to his identity as the sect leader. Rising to his feet, he bellowed, "All members of the Dawn Sect's Tyrant Hall, cease your actions immediately. Let them go." Initially, Xia Xian believed his command would bear no fruit, for the Shadow Guards were, in essence, subordinates of Dai Shi. To his astonishment, however, the 2,000 Shadow Guards truly halted, remaining motionless, albeit with puzzled glances directed at Xia Xian. The stillness of the Shadow Guards did not signify a cessation of hostilities from the four clans, who continued their assault on the Shadow Guards. "All of you from the four clans, stand down," Xia Xian commanded, but was met with defiance. "Who do you think you are? Why should we heed you?" Dai Shi was engaged in combat with the elders of the four clans when he noticed his men falling one by one due to Xia Xian's order. Consumed by rage, he was about to unleash a tirade when he felt the presence of the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit enveloping him, rippling waves of verdant energy emanating forth. "I am the sect leader of the Dawn Sect," Xia Xian proclaimed, unleashing a formidable pressure upon those who dared to move, causing them to gasp for breath. Wherever the verdant waves swept, whether they were Shadow Guards or members of the four clans, any who were not deceased found their injuries miraculously restored. "Have you lost your mind? Healing so many at once? The situation cannot be altered now," Tang Feng exclaimed as he approached Xia Xian in anger. "Xia Xian, you know what to do, hurry," Dai Shi shouted. Fully absorbed in healing the injured, Xia Xian was unable to divert his attention, and in a sudden turn, Tang Feng struck him, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, Dai Shi bellowed, "Shadow Guards, resume your actions." At that moment, the cries of battle and the sounds of anguish reverberated through the air. It was only as dusk approached that Xia Xian gradually regained consciousness, bolting upright to discover he was in the dormitory of Shrek Academy. "You're awake?" a gentle female voice inquired. To his surprise, he found himself resting on the lap of Xue Xinyao. After a sharp pain surged through his head, he managed to ask, "What happened to the members of the four clans?" Xue Xinyao responded with a question of her own. "Aren't you supposed to know?" Realizing the absurdity of his inquiry, Xia Xian's mind raced. "Did all 6,000 perish?" Xue Xinyao nodded, explaining, "I feared I wouldn't have enough time to gather troops, so when I ventured alone, I discovered that all members of the four clans had been slain. Dai Shi's men were clearing the list to see who, if anyone, remained alive." "Is he intent on extermination?" Xia Xian inquired. Xue Xinyao shook her head, uncertain. If it were merely a matter of extermination, why would Dai Shi bother with the list? At that moment, Dai Shi and Tang Feng entered the room. "Awake now?" Dai Shi asked with a smile, clearly aware of Xia Xian's state despite his inquiry. "Is your mind clear now?" Dai Shi then inquired, and Xia Xian sighed, saying, "Such actions must not be repeated." Dai Shi placed his arm around Xia Xian's shoulders and replied, "Very well, though there will be no next time." Following Tang San's influence, there are only those four families left. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Yang Lingjia, the leader of the Shadow Guard's first unit, entered. Unlike others, he was not clad in a black robe and had very fair skin. Yang Lingjia presented a list of names to Dai Shi, who glanced at it before handing it to Xia Xian, saying, "Take a look." Though Xia Xian's head still throbbed, he accepted the list. It contained only 4 names: Tai Lu, Ho Xian, Bai Qinxiang, and Yang Wui. "Is it true that only these 4 families remain?" Xia Xian asked. Dai Shi nodded, confirming. "Indeed, there are a total of 57,394 individuals among the 4 families, and only these 4 remain." Upon hearing this figure, Xia Xian looked at Dai Shi in disbelief. He was aware of the Shadow Guard's ruthlessness, but never imagined the toll would be so great. "Master, this was the best course of action at that time, without exception," Dai Shi explained. "Your martial spirit, the Overlord Spear, and your temperament are strikingly similar to that of Xiangyu. However," Dai Shi dismissively added, "at least I am more astute than he." Holding the list, Xia Xian declared, "You need not concern yourselves with these 4. I shall handle it." "Very well." Dai Shi shrugged in acquiescence. At this moment, Yang Lingjia, who had been standing by, spoke up. "Excuse me, esteemed hall masters and the master. I have something I wish to convey, though I am uncertain if I should." Hearing this, Tang Feng, Dai Shi, and Xue Xinyao turned their gazes towards Xia Xian, who nodded in encouragement. Yang Lingjia took a deep breath and continued, "Master, prior to battle, you may issue commands freely, be it to advance, retreat, or change formations. However, once combat commences, it is imperative that you refrain from issuing arbitrary commands. Of course, Master, thanks to your leadership, our casualties have been minimal, but without your directive, we would have suffered far worse. Therefore, I urge you to prioritize the greater good and resist your benevolence and personal inclinations. If you allow them to depart, They will not express gratitude, but rather conspire behind our backs on how to eliminate us. That is all I wish to say. Do not let your compassion lead us into peril. Farewell." With that, Yang Lingjie turned and left, leaving the four in a state of bewilderment. Xia Xian hesitantly asked, "Have I been lectured?" Tang Feng nodded uncertainly. It seems so. It was not ignorance that left them stunned. Yang Lingjie was, after all, the first person to admonish Xia Xian, aside from Qian Daolu and Qian Renxue. Xia Xian sighed and said, "Very well, let it be. Master, I shall go and teach him a lesson." Dai Shi exclaimed before rushing out to catch up with Yang Lingjie. Tang Feng remained inside, saying to Xia Xian, "You maintain your kindness. Allow Dai Shi and me to handle the darker matters." After speaking, Tang Feng also exited. Xia Xian turned to Xue Xinyao, asking in bewilderment, "Have I erred?" Xue Xinyao nodded and then shook her head. What do you mean?" Xia Xian inquired. "I suddenly thought of two individuals," she replied. "Which two?" He pressed. "If Dai Shi is Xiang Yu, then you must be Liu Bang." Chapter 25. Ling Jie faces punishment. Returning to the scene, "I am not Liu Bang. And he is not Xiang Yu. We are true brothers," Xia Xian slowly spoke. Xue Xinyao sighed and replied, "Do as you wish." Xia Xian acknowledged with a sound. Then continued, "You may leave. I need some time alone." Xue Xinyao nodded and, before departing, advised, "Do not dwell on this matter. It is ultimately not your concern." Xia Xian smiled in agreement. Yet as soon as Xue Xinyao stepped out, an unshakable sorrow enveloped his countenance. Meanwhile, Yang Lingjie had received 30 lashes. With Dai Shi observing closely, by his own admission, he deserved death for his words. Yet Yang Lingjie was a veteran of Dai Shi's shadow guard and the son of his own master. Xia Xian was also his brother. Both sides were dear to him. "Go and apologize to the sect leader." Dai Shi commanded Yang Lingjie. "Master, my backside is completely sore. I can hardly walk," Yang Lingjie lamented. The title of Grand Commander had shifted to Master in an instant. Dai Shi, gripping Yang Lingjie's collar, declared, "You must remember, he is the sect leader now. No longer merely an ordinary member of the Shadow Guard, but a regular army." Yang Lingjie scoffed and then inquired, "Master, what about those 4 individuals? Are we truly letting them go?" Dai Shi responded, "Xia Xian is too soft-hearted. Having slaughtered their entire clan, those 4 survivors will forever remain a threat." Upon hearing this, Yang Lingjie sprang to his feet, making a gesture across his throat. Dai Shi, noticing, kicked him, causing Yang Lingjie to yelp in pain. "Rest assured, I have entrusted this matter to the second group leader, Li Ziyun. They will not escape," Dai Shi growled. He then turned to Yang Lingjie and urged, "Hurry and apologize to the sect leader." Yang Lingjie, relinquishing his temper, cheerfully replied, "Very well, master, I shall go at once." With that, he departed, and Dai Shi followed. Concerned for Yang Lingjie's impulsiveness, fearing a clash of opinions might lead to conflict. Upon reaching the door, Yang Lingjie politely knocked and called, "Sect leader, are you there? I have come to apologize." He continued, "Sect leader, this afternoon's incident was entirely my fault. I acknowledge my wrongdoing and accept my punishment, even if it means death." Having expressed himself thus, he was met with silence from within. Regardless, he felt he had done his part. Whether Xia Xian forgave him was no longer his concern. Just then, Dai Shi approached and asked, "What transpired?" Yang Lingjie spread his hands in exasperation. "They want to let you in?" Dai Shi queried. Yang Lingjie nodded. With a sigh, Dai Shi said, "You may go. I will speak with the sect leader." Reluctantly, Yang Lingjie departed as Dai Shi opened the door. The next moment, a voice echoed from within, "Yang Lingjie, get in here." Yang Lingjie immediately entered, asking, "What's wrong? What is it?" He soon discovered the room was empty. "Relay my orders. All members of the first group are to locate the sect leader." Dai Shi bellowed. "Understood." Yang Lingjie clasped his hands together, and suddenly a voice resonated. "Do not seek him out. Allow him a moment of solitude." Turning to investigate, he discovered Tang Feng, who had mysteriously appeared, leaning against the wall. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingjie paused, recognizing that this matter involved the 2 clan leaders. Initially, Xia Xian could not find peace within the confines of the house. Eventually, driven by an insatiable curiosity, she decided to witness the scene firsthand, and without hesitation, she soared through the window. This spectacle did not escape Tang Feng's notice from his perch upon the rooftop, yet he refrained from intervening. Having witnessed the massacre of over 57,000 lives, he was nearly overwhelmed by the gruesome sight, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. What shall become of the sect? He pondered. It was established only yesterday, and today the sect leader is gone. What of your subordinates? Mine are accounted for. And Xue Xinyao's faction is nearly complete, inquired Dai Shi. Tang Feng sighed. Let us first reconstruct the sect's edifice. Once he has gathered his thoughts, the sect will be established, and we shall recruit anew. With that, Tang Feng departed. Yang Lingjie turned to Dai Shi, who waved dismissively. Then let us refrain from searching for the sect leader. Allow him time to regain his composure. Reluctantly, Yang Lingjie exited, casting a sideways glance. Genuinely believing that the sect leader lacked resilience under pressure. He could hardly fathom that Xia Xian had only taken the life of Tang Hao, a true adversary. The four clans may also be implicated, yet the elderly, the infirm, women, and children were not. By the time Xia Xian arrived at the scene, night had fallen, and the battlefield had been thoroughly cleared. Still, she sensed the presence of many lurking figures in the shadows, approximately 100 in number. As she approached the center, she discovered 4 corpses suspended from a wooden frame. A closer inspection revealed them to be Titan, Niugao, Baihe, and Yang Wudi, the surviving members from each of the 4 clans. Upon seeing the list, Xia Xian exhaled in relief, for after all, Ho Xian had managed to escape. However, Dai Shi's intentions were clear. He intended for them to retrieve the remains of their clan leader, though the other 2 were unaware. Niugao held a deep bond with Ho Xian, as evidenced by his personal rescue during the soul-fighting arena. Bai Qinxiang would undoubtedly come, for Baihe was his grandfather. With this realization, Xia Xian shouted into the night sky, "Li Ziyun, come forth and meet me." Yesterday, Dai Shi presented a list of names and positions of everyone within his organization. When he emerged, Yang Lingjie was still facing punishment, and the Shadow Guard leader, Izei, would not be utilized by Dai Shi for such matters. Although reluctant to admit it, in his eyes, the 4 from Ho Xian could be considered an excessive use of force. Thus, only the leader of the second group, Li Ziyun, remained. As anticipated, a figure clad in a black robe stepped forth from the shadows, a sight to behold. Leader of the second group, Li Ziyun, pays his respects to the master, he said. Bowing politely, "Withdraw your men," Xia Xian instructed. Although Li Ziyun's expression was obscured, his hesitation was palpable. Ultimately, he acquiesced with a soft, "all right," and produced a whistle, emitting 2 sharp notes. In the darkness, Xia Xian could not discern everything, yet his heightened senses perceived that those around him were retreating. "Master, I too shall take my leave," Li Ziyun said, offering a slight bow before departing. The organization founded by Dai Shi was formidable. He himself had claimed that 60% of the strong within Xingluo were part of his ranks. Initially, many thought he was boasting, yet no one anticipated the truth of his words. He harbored no fears regarding Li Ziyun's potential deceit. After all, Dai Shi's training was exceptional, akin to that of the Chinese military. Despite the captain's orders, as long as the regiment leader opposed, they would comply. Naturally, should Dai Shi ever contradict his own, they would not heed him, but that was an impossibility. They were brothers. To reiterate, even if Oscar sought to harm him, Dai Shi would not entertain such thoughts. Chapter 26. Xia Xian's beating and the mysterious man. Xia Xian gazed at the 4 corpses hanging from the wooden frame, methodically untying their bonds, preparing to lay them to rest alone. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and he felt a punch land on his face, propelling him backward. How could he sense so many around him yet not perceive the one striking him? After enduring that blow, the assault continued. The assailants' speed astonishing as they landed successive blows upon Xia Xian's face. However, these strikes could not inflict harm, even if they did. The Azure Dragon within him could swiftly heal any injury. Xia Xian shut his eyes and allowed the person to pummel him. Soon, the blows grew weaker, and he felt tears dropping onto his face. Though he could accept being beaten to death, he could not tolerate the sight of tears. Opening his eyes, he discovered a pair of beautiful eyes streaming with tears. The woman atop him was Bai Qinxiang, her fist relentless. Xia Xian turned his head away, recognizing her instantly. If Bai Qinxiang was present, the other 3 must surely be as well. Just as Bai Qinxiang prepared to strike again, a hand grasped her wrist, stating, "That's enough." Bai Qinxiang looked at the individual, her tears flowing uncontrollably. "Ho Gu!" she exclaimed as she threw herself into Ho Xian's embrace, weeping openly. "Ho Gu!" she cried amidst her sobs. "Why have all our kin perished, and why must our parents also be lost to us?" Bai Qinxiang lamented extensively, while Xia Xian felt a profound sorrow within, a deep ache that gnawed at his heart. In his eyes, it should not have devolved into such chaos, especially concerning the clans of Yu and Min. After a long period of silent weeping, Bai Qinxiang's tears had long since dried, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Xia Xian slowly rose and turned his gaze towards Ho Xian, who sighed and remarked that this was the 2nd time she had fainted from crying that day. "I'm sorry," Xia Xian said, for that was all he could muster, devoid of any further words. However, Ho Xian shook his head and replied, "You have done your utmost. I do not blame you. I have witnessed your efforts. Suddenly, Ho Xian inquired, are we brothers? Xia Xian nodded, affirming, we were brothers then, we are brothers now. And we shall be brothers in the future. Yet before he could finish, Ho Xian pressed, can you help us avenge our fallen? Xia Xian was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of shame as he regarded Ho Xian. Though they were brothers, he also bore a bond with Daisher. Ho Xian offered a bittersweet smile. It is of no matter. Your assistance today has been more than sufficient. He then carried Bai Qinxiang towards the bodies of the 4 clan leaders, where Tai Lu and Yang Wui, the surviving members of the Li and Pa clans, regarded Xia Xian with eyes full of enmity. Such animosity was, of course, warranted. As Ho Xian departed, he glanced back at Xia Xian, saying, we are no longer brothers, but I will remember your kindness, alluding to the matter of dismissing Li Ziyun. Do not seek vengeance for us. It is a futile endeavor, Xia Xian cautioned, though his words may have seemed harsh. The truth was that they had little hope of survival. Yet Ho Xian replied, this vendetta will be avenged. After declaring this, Ho Xian departed. And Xia Xian refrained from further persuasion, for he too would have acted similarly under such circumstances, with no justification to dissuade them. As Ho Xian led the others down the mountain, they encountered a myriad of figures clad in black robes emerging from the surroundings. Understanding the situation, Ho Xian realized that this group of shadow guards had ignored Xia Xian's counsel and lay in ambush, awaiting their descent. Even in death, the sect leader Xia Xian would remain oblivious to their fate. Li Ziyun emerged and addressed the 4, stating, the Hall Master has issued a death sentence. You cannot escape. With that, 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, ignited in brilliance. Among them, Ho Xian was the strongest, yet he was merely a soul emperor. Initially, Li Ziyun had intended to depart, but upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he received a message via carrier pigeon from Daisher, eliminate the 4. I will bear the responsibility before the sect leader. Though brief, those 11 characters sealed their fate. Ho Xian surveyed the surrounding shadow guards when suddenly, Tai Lu and Yang Wui dashed towards the rear, exclaiming, Ho Gu, take Xiao Bai and flee, with Li Ziyun ahead. Such desperate struggles caught those in the back off guard. The great strength gorilla and the breaking soul spears swiftly opened a path. Typically, Ho Xian would rather perish in battle than flee, but circumstances had changed. Vengeance was now paramount. He swiftly escaped through the opening, silently vowing to exact retribution. Suddenly, Tai Lu's lifeless body soared before him, and in that moment of shock, a warning echoed from behind. Ho Gu, be careful. Ho Xian swiftly turned around, only to behold Li Ziyun with a purple soul ring encircling his arm, which had transformed into a resplendent golden dragon claw that pierced through Yang Wui's chest. With a disdainful flick, Li Ziyun cast aside the lifeless body and remarked to Ho Xian, in the face of absolute power, escape is futile. Observing this, Ho Xian relinquished the white sandalwood and summoned his martial soul, the armored giant rhinoceros, which manifested behind him with 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Are you desperately struggling? Li Ziyun inquired nonchalantly, for even the weakest among them possessed the power of a soul emperor. It is certainly better than waiting to perish. Ho Xian replied, his eyes devoid of any trace of fear. With his family lost to him, what was there left to fear? Impressive. I admire your spirit. Were it not for the guild master's stern command, I would genuinely consider recruiting you into the second group, Li Ziyun expressed with appreciation. Bring it on, he declared. Invoking his 6th soul skill, Armor Blast, the black soul ring radiated an unusually bright aura in the night, and a green laser erupted from the rhinoceros horn. Li Ziyun merely scoffed and unleashed his 8th soul skill, Brilliant Star Dragon. A colossal dragon, shimmering with splendor in the darkness, surged toward Ho Xian. The laser proved utterly ineffectual against the dragon, and as it approached, Ho Xian resigned himself and closed his eyes. He yearned for vengeance. Yet he lacked the strength to achieve it. A heart filled with retribution was of no avail. At that moment, a hand rested upon Ho Xian's shoulder. Do not give up so easily. Turning to look, he saw a man with his left hand on his shoulder and his right hand rapidly gathering frigid soul power. The man spoke softly, 4th soul skill, Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Unmatched. In an instant, the man's sword cleaved through the dragon, splitting it in 2. Realizing he was outmatched since the man's arrival, Li Ziyun hastily dodged away, fortunate to have noticed in time. Otherwise, that strike would have severed him as well. As the icy sword was unleashed, a chilling mist enveloped the forest, and when Ho Xian glanced around, he found that Li Ziyun and his companions had vanished without a trace. Immediately, he knelt before the man, exclaiming, Benefactor. The man quickly assisted him to his feet, saying, Do not kneel so readily. I have my own motives for saving you. Please, Benefactor, Speak, Hao Xian urged. The man continued, is it true that Titan, the leader of the Power Clan, has received a message from someone named Tang San? Chapter 27. For emerged, who could rival them? Xia Xian strolled leisurely to the mountaintop, gazing downwards. The night obscured everything, and a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it would be better to die here. He quickly shook his head. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of ice attribute soul power surged toward him. The nine heavens sword materialized in his right hand. Sixth soul skill, sword like a dragon, piercing the firmament. He unleashed a wave of sword energy, a golden dragon entwined around him, confronting the icy palm. The snowy hand was cleaved in two, but as Xia Xian relaxed, the dispersing icy mist encircled him. A verdant soul power emerged, dissipating the frost. The sound of clicking heels echoed, akin to high heels striking the ground. Xia Xian looked up to find a woman with ice blue hair standing before him. Are you a soul beast or a human? Xia Xian could not help but inquire, for he sensed the presence of a soul beast emanating from the woman, yet it did not resemble a soul beast. The woman unleashed her fourth soul skill, the Imperial Sword of Ice, an unparalleled force of frigid soul power converging in her right hand, transforming into a colossal sword that cleaved towards Xia Xian. In response, Xia Xian wielded the Nine Heavens Sword, executing the first soul skill, the Azure Dragon Shadow Slash, releasing a blade of energy adorned with emerald dragon patterns. This strike effectively severed the woman's soul skill, and Xia Xian observed the astonishment etched upon her face. Suddenly, a man appeared beside her, mirroring her technique as he directed a powerful attack at Xia Xian. The second soul skill was the determined killing sword intent. The third soul skill manifested as thousands of flying swords in the air. Xia Xian raised the Nine Heavens Sword high, causing the myriad swords to converge into his blade. As he faced the Imperial Sword, a startled expression crossed his eyes upon making contact. Limit Douluo, Xia Xian mused, feeling a terror surpassing even that of Tang Hao. The man's technique was exponentially more formidable than that of the woman. Upon the clash of the Nine Heavens Sword and the Ice Sword, Xia Xian found himself completely encased in ice. The man, quick of hand, promptly kicked Xia Xian off the precipice, glancing down to confirm his fall before exhaling in relief. Turning to the woman, he remarked, Snow Empress, you have my gratitude for your efforts. He then departed, approaching Hao Xian, who was immobilized in ice, her hands and feet frozen, unable to utter a word, while Bai Qinxiang lay unconscious nearby. With a casual gesture, the man dispelled the ice encasing Hao Xian. She seized the man's collar, demanding, why did you harm him? In response, the man waved his hands dismissively, saying, I understand he is your friend, and I did not harm him. He would not perish from a mere fall. Besides, he is allied with your enemies. What harm is there if he were to be slain? Hao Xian, perplexed, asked, who are you? The man smiled and replied, I am Lingbing Douluo, Hui Yuhao. Ultimately, Hao Xian carried by Qinxiang, trailing behind Hui Yuhao. In her view, Hui Yuhao was engaged in a monologue, oblivious to the fact that he was conversing with spirit beings. Yuhao, you could have killed him. Why merely freeze him? Tianming questioned, puzzled. Isn't your father-in-law's intention to eliminate those four anomalies? The Ice Empress inquired, equally bewildered. Upon hearing this, the four spirit beings exchanged glances of confusion. Hui Yuhao continued to elucidate. Ever since I ascended to the divine realm, I have comprehended everything. My father-in-law aims to transform me into a puppet for his control. Your mother was resurrected by him, was she not? At this, Hui Yuhao chuckled self-deprecatingly indeed. My mother was brought back by him, but why did she die in the first place? If Tang San truly possessed the ability to resurrect the dead, how could his brother, Ma Hongjun, endure a millennium of solitude? Am I merely a pawn for his convenience? Tianming sighed, understanding Hui Yuhao's thoughts after residing within him for decades. What do you intend to do with those four now? In the realm of dreams, Tang Meng inquired. And after a moment of contemplation, Hui Yuhao replied, let them grow, especially this Xia Xian. It is my first encounter with someone possessing a heart more benevolent than mine. I shall require their assistance. Otherwise, I shall never be able to resist my father-in-law. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor questioned, how can they, being so feeble, aid you? Hui Yuhao nodded and responded, indeed, they are currently weak, but when the four of them unite, their combined strength surpasses anything I could muster. Once they ascend to the level of tidal Douluo, even if I can exert divine power in the lower realm, I would surely be defeated. Your assessment of them is quite lofty, commented Tianming with a smile. Hui Yuhao nodded in agreement and continued. The power of four is not simply the sum of their individual strengths. To illustrate, even if they are all second-level deities, I could defeat three of them. However, against four, I would undoubtedly lose, even if two were first-level deities. The ability to manifest a synergy greater than the sum of its parts rests upon Xia Xian. When the four emerge, who could rival them? The next day, Xia Xian awoke to the sight of a young woman before him. Startled, she fled the room, calling out, "Dad, he is awake." Xia Xian, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked, "Where am I? How did I end up here?" The young woman explained that she had found him by the river while washing clothes. He had struck his head against a large rock, staining the nearby stream with blood. Alarmed, she summoned her father, who, undeterred, examined Xia Xian. Remarkably, he bore no injuries, not even a scar, though it was evident that blood had flowed from his head. Xia Xian expressed his gratitude, and the young woman cheerfully replied, "You're welcome. Our family are all doctors. I am Su Xiaoxiao, and my father is Su Changwei." Boldly, Su Xiaoxiao pinched Xia Xian's cheek and chided, "How rude of you. With our medical skills, we could easily acquire wealth." Xia Xian chuckled, all right, I acknowledge my mistake. Could you kindly release my face?" Chapter 28. The Art of Imperial Power, the star-crowned Su family good that you acknowledge it. Su Xiaoxiao then let go. "My apologies for my daughter's behavior," Su Changwei remarked. Just then, a voice called out from outside, "Dr. Su, someone in the village is ill. Please. Could you take a look?" "Certainly. I shall be right there," Su Changwei replied. Turning to Su Xiaoxiao, "Quickly gather your things. We must head out." "Yes, Daddy," Su Xiaoxiao responded, promptly preparing her belongings. "Our apologies, dear guest. We will return shortly," Su Changwei said before departing. Xia Xian nodded, feeling a sense of boredom. He rose and wandered around the room. With the Azure Dragon present, he felt secure. Approaching a row of bookshelves, he perused the volumes within. Most were medical texts, incomprehensible to him, and he sought something different to read. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a non-medical book, and upon seeing its title, he was astonished. How could a doctor's household possess the art of imperial power? At that moment, a cough interrupted the air, prompting Xia Xian to turn and discover an elderly man. Upon hearing him, she immediately recognized he was referring to Su Changwei and quickly acknowledged him. The old man grunted in response and began to peruse the book in his hands. As he flipped through the pages, he suddenly found himself unable to continue. As Xia Xian stood beside him, observing intently, which made him quite uncomfortable. "Do you need something?" the old man inquired. "Senior, may I take a look at that book?" Xia Xian respectfully requested. Intrigued by her words, the old man replied, "Oh, do you aspire to be an emperor?" Xia Xian shook her head, clarifying, "Not at all. I am currently the leader of a sect, and I believe the roles of a sect master and an emperor are akin." The old man scrutinized her for a moment before shaking his head, declaring, "You are not suited to be a sect master." Xia Xian, feeling indignant, retorted, "Senior, why do you say that? Is it because my talent and strength are insufficient?" The old man erupted into laughter, responding, "You are merely 15 years old, are you not?" Xia Xian nodded in affirmation. "At 15, you have already reached the rank of Soul Saint. Who in the continent could rival you?" Xia Xian was taken aback. While the old man's ability to discern her age was impressive, recognizing her level of cultivation was extraordinary. Yet, she felt no discernible soul power emanating from him. "I humbly request your guidance, Senior," Xia Xian said politely. The old man, now animated, elaborated, "First, you lack authority. You are the master of a sect. Yet I sense no commanding presence from you, which signifies your amiable nature. Second, there are numerous energies surrounding you. These energies do not emanate from you, but rather from the friends you are often in the company of. They are subtly suppressing your own energy." Xia Xian could not dispute the second point, conceding that she indeed could not compare to Tang Feng, Dai Shi, or Shui Xinyao. Tang Feng had undergone rigorous training from the Haotian sect since childhood, mastering the chaotic wind hammer technique by the age of 6. While Dai Shi and Shui Xinyao were both members of the royal family. To compare herself to royalty was akin to a minor figure standing before giants. However, regarding the first point, she countered, "Senior, is it not commendable to be kind to others?" The old man shook his head, replying, "Good, very good. If I were a member of your sect, I would surely admire you. But why can't you become the leader?" Xia Xian inquired. The old man explained, "Because the current continent is not united, it does not require a benevolent sect master, but rather one who is decisive and ruthless. Once unity is achieved and you ascend to the throne, it would indeed bring happiness to the people." Xia Xian then ventured, "Isn't there a possibility for peaceful coexistence?" The old man scoffed, "That is not feasible. Even if it were, it would be out of fear of your strength. But what would happen if you were absent? If you wish to avoid conflict, your sect will inevitably fall to ruin." Afterward, the old man tossed the book to Xia Xian and departed, saying, "Study it well. After all, you seem unable to look away from me. Feeling amused at being mocked by her own peers, Xia Xian sighed in frustration and began to study the book. Although she recognized each word, when they came together, their meaning eluded her comprehension. Can you understand it? Su Xiaoxiao interjected. Startled by the sudden voice, Xia Xian jumped. Her focus shattered. Ha ha ha. With such audacity, you dare to read the art of imperial power? Su Xiaoxiao mocked openly. Xia Xian, disregarding her remarks, immersed herself in the book. This was entrusted to you by my grandfather, wasn't it? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. Xia Xian nodded in affirmation. Do you truly wish to learn this? She pressed further. Xia Xian nodded once more. Take me as your master, and I shall teach you. Su Xiaoxiao proclaimed confidently. Xia Xian cast a skeptical glance at her. They were of similar age. Do you even know how? She questioned. Of course. I've grown up with it, and merely reading isn't sufficient. Without someone to explain, it remains incomprehensible. Su Xiaoxiao asserted. Xia Xian reluctantly conceded that she indeed struggled to understand it on her own. Master, I humbly bow before you, Xia Xian declared, formally taking her as a mentor. Regardless of the authenticity of her knowledge, he genuinely wished to no longer be underestimated. Su Xiaoxiao, observing Xia Xian's earnestness, placed her hands on her hips and laughed. Just kidding. I don't know either, realizing she had played a trick on him. Xia Xian stood and playfully pinched Su Xiaoxiao's ear. Ouch. That hurts. Su Xiaoxiao protested, swatting Xia Xian's hand away. At that moment, Su Qiaowei approached them, inquiring. What are you two up to? Dad. She wants to learn the art of imperial power. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Let her, as opportunities to apply it are rare, Su Qiaowei replied nonchalantly. Then, Dad, can you teach her? Su Xiaoxiao asked. Su Qiaowei readily nodded, of course. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian bowed once more. Master, I humbly bow before you. Su Qiaowei quickly helped her up, saying, It's not often used, so learning is sufficient. Just then, an elderly man leaned against the doorway, admonishing, If you are to teach, do so earnestly. Su Qiaowei nodded, Understood, Dad. Subsequently, Su Qiaowei led Xia Xian outside. The two sat cross-legged, and 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, materialized before them. Xia Xian gasped. She had not anticipated the presence of a soul Douluo in this quaint village. At that moment, a crown-like soul, shimmering with starlight, emerged. Star-crowned soul, Xia Xian exclaimed in astonishment. And they share the Su surname. A millennium hence, the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. The Su family. Xia Xian suddenly felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 29, Self-Awareness and Surrounding Energy. The art of imperial power, to put it succinctly, pertains to the cultivation of emperors. Do you comprehend this? Su Qiaowei queried. Xia Xian nodded. She was not foolish and grasped the concept. Su Qiaowei continued. Thus, I must first ascertain whether you possess the qualities of an emperor. Master, how do we confirm this? Xia Xian inquired. A benevolent and just governance philosophy. Decision-making and recognizing and employing talent, as well as the strategic acumen to wield power, Su Qiaowei elucidated. Xia Xian nodded in agreement, at which point Su Qiaowei added, However, all of this necessitates a crucial prerequisite. What prerequisite? Xia Xian asked. Your own strength. Without prowess, all the aforementioned becomes mere words, Su Qiaowei replied. Now, release your soul. Xia Xian nodded, and soon the Jiuxiao sword materialized in his grasp, encircled by the Azure Dragon. Su Qiaowei initially took the Jiuxiao sword, scrutinizing it for a moment before stating, First, put away your other martial soul. Rising to his feet, Su Qiaowei positioned the Jiuxiu sword before Xia Xian, instructing. No matter what I do next, remain perfectly still. Xia Xian nodded in compliance, watching as Su Qiaowei approached the brook, picking up 5 pebbles in his hand. Remember, do not move an inch, as it may cause you harm, Su Qiaowei remarked. After all, no matter what injuries he sustained, he could recover instantly. In that moment, the first yellow soul ring on Su Qiaowei's body illuminated, attaching itself to the pebbles. He aimed directly at Xia Xian and propelled one of the stones forward. The pebble soared through the air, creating ripples upon the surface of the brook. Just as it seemed destined to strike Xia Xian, the Jiuxiu sword, embedded in the ground, suddenly flew into his vicinity, cleaving the pebble in twain with a single stroke. Su Qiaowei appeared intrigued, as he affixed the remaining 4 pebbles with 100-year, 1,000-year, and 2 10,000-year soul rings respectively. One by one, the pebbles were released. Each met with the Jiuxiao sword's decisive slice, severing them in half. As the final pebble, adorned with the 10,000-year soul ring, hurtled toward him, Xia Xian instinctively grasped the Jiuxiao sword and unleashed a wave of sword energy, bisecting the stone. Su Qiaowei sidestepped, the sword energy brushing past him, severing several strands of hair that fell to the ground. Xia Xian, taken aback, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, master. Su Chongwei cast a stern gaze at him, admonishing, did I not instruct you to remain utterly motionless? It seemed that he might erupt in anger at any moment. Xia Exine hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, Master, I did not intend to move. My body acted of its own accord. Oh, and why is that? Su Chongwei inquired. Xia Exine glanced at the Jiuxiao sword, which emitted a resonant hum. Master, I cannot quite articulate this sensation. It feels as though it requires me. Just as I require it, he confessed. Upon hearing this, Su Chongwei chuckled, applauding, it seems that the issue does not lie with your martial soul. Xia Exine regarded him with confusion. Su Chongwei approached and said, has my father spoken to you about the aura surrounding your body? Xia Exine nodded but still questioned, Master. What does this aura signify? That old man did not elaborate. Su Chongwei explained patiently, the aura represents how others perceive you. When I first laid eyes on you, I sensed you are a good person. While being virtuous is commendable, it is worth noting that no emperor is merely good. Su Chongwei scrutinized Xia Exine further, adding, it is entirely normal for you not to perceive the aura. Only those of us with the star-crowned martial soul can see it. Xia Exine then recalled the old man and inquired, Master, your father lacks a martial soul and soul power, so how can he see it? Su Chongwei clarified, because my father's level of soul power is so profound that even I cannot discern it, let alone you, a soul sage. Xia Exine was astonished to realize that it was not a lack of martial soul or power, but rather that he was simply too weak to perceive it. At that moment, Su Chongwei grasped Xia Exine's shoulders firmly, stating, do not move. You carry remnants of other people's auras, and I must examine them closely. Xia Exine understood immediately that he was referring to Tang Feng and the others. There was a swirl of yellow, a swirl of purple, and even a swirl of black aura. How many lives must have been taken for such a dense darkness to manifest? Su Chongwei spoke slowly. Xia Exine could not help but inquire, Master, what do the yellow, purple, and black energy signify? Su Chongwei replied, the yellow energy represents kindness and benevolence, akin to your own. The purple signifies unpredictability. Such individuals are prone to hesitation regarding their own decisions and tend to favor the opinions of others. Yet they remain fiercely loyal. Conversely, the black energy symbolizes decisiveness and ruthlessness. Once a decision is made, it cannot be altered by anyone. The clash between your yellow energy and the black energy is inevitable. Disciple, I did not anticipate the presence of such formidable individuals around you. Xia Exine scratched his head. Realizing that the yellow energy represented Shuexin Yao, the purple denoted Tang Feng, and the black was undoubtedly Daishe. Master, does the yellow energy imply something positive? Xia Exine asked. Su Chongwei nodded. Indeed, it does. However, I require you to possess a balance of both yellow and black energies. After all, no emperor is purely benevolent. Only pure malevolence exists. Xia Exine inquired. Then, Master, how should I proceed? First, you must make a choice. You possess two martial souls. Select one to embody the principle of slaughter. The Jiuxiao sword. Xia Exine declared. Su Chongwei nodded. Now, there is one crucial matter remaining. What is it? Xia Exine queried. You must ensure that your second martial soul obeys your commands. Your sword martial soul, as I have tested, possesses self-awareness. And it is highly likely your second martial soul does as well. Xia Exine had been aware of this from the beginning. If your second martial soul can be harnessed, I assure you, your power will ascend to unprecedented heights. Xia Exine was no longer perplexed. He found Su Chongwei's words to be profoundly insightful. Then, Master, what must I do? He asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Chongwei flicked his forehead lightly. You wish to inquire about your martial soul from me? Go converse with it within the spiritual realm. Upon hearing this, Xia Exine sat cross-legged, the Jiuxiao sword encircling him protectively, even preventing Su Chongwei from approaching. He shifted his consciousness into the spiritual world and was taken aback. It was his first visit, and he was astonished by the vibrant splendor of his mental domain. A vast forest stretched before him, with a serene lake at its center, accompanied by a cascading waterfall. In the midst of the lake lay a marble stone, upon which the Azure Dragon basked in the sun. Chapter 30. Gaining Power. The Azure Dragon appears. Xia Exine approached the Azure Dragon cautiously, feeling unworthy of disturbing such a magnificent creature. After all, the dragon's eyes were larger than his entire being, and he feared being devoured in an instant. Just as he pondered his next move, the Azure Dragon slowly opened its eyes. Ah, a rare visitor. What brings you to my domain? It inquired. I simply wished to see you, Xia Exine replied with a smile. Humph, you merely seek to harness my power, do you not? The Azure Dragon, being part of Xia Exine, was aware of his thoughts. Are you willing to grant me this power? Xia Exine asked earnestly. The Azure Dragon regarded his serious expression and rose to face him. I can grant you this power, but it comes at a cost. What shall you lose? Xia Xian inquired, and the Azure Dragon slowly began to speak. The individual by your side, Dai Shi, has already unlocked the full potential of the Overlord Spear upon escaping the Starry Forest, yet in doing so, he has forfeited his emotions and desires. He is devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, entirely unfamiliar with the nuances of human sentiment. Xia Xian, incredulous, responded, how can this be? How could he possibly lose his emotions? The Azure Dragon regarded the perplexed Xia Xian and remarked, you must have noticed that Dai Shi's heart was originally kind. Despite frequently uttering threats against his father, he has never spoken ill of him. He would smile at strangers and showed considerable reverence toward his foes. However, during yesterday's massacre, where he ruthlessly annihilated the 4 clans without even blinking, he merely observed the shadow guards carry out the slaughter. Upon hearing the Azure Dragon's words, Xia Xian gazed at him in astonishment, struggling to accept the notion of Dai Shi existing without emotions. No wonder he could sever the weight of 1,000 June with a single strike using the soul ring transformed into the spiral dragon staff. And that was without employing any soul techniques. What about Xue Xinyao and Tang Feng? Xia Xian asked. As for Tang Feng, he is but a step away from liberating the full capabilities of the Xinyuan sword, yet he refrains from doing so, perhaps because what he stands to lose is invaluable. Xia Xian swallowed hard and said, then what will I lose? The Azure Dragon studied Xia Xian earnestly, perceiving his hesitation through his gaze. Are you certain you've made your decision? I can grant you access to 99% of my power and abilities, but when you seek to utilize my full strength, we shall discuss the cost, the Azure Dragon declared. Xia Xian extended his hand and proclaimed, then allow me to wield your 99% of power, Azure Dragon. Using my strength sooner will ensure you are not left defenseless against those 2 inept soul beasts, the Azure Dragon replied with a smile, referring, of course, to the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. The Azure Dragon pressed his forehead against Xia Xian's palm, stating, as you wish. Outside the realm of the spiritual world, Su Changwei observed Xia Xian, who was seated in meditation. Each time he attempted to assess Xia Xian's condition, the Jiuxiao sword would deftly push his fingers aside. Humph, if you want to let me check, then I shan't bother looking, Su Changwei remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao happened to approach her father, asking, Dad, what is he doing? Communicating with his martial soul? As she spoke, her star-crowned martial soul manifested beside her, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings. Su Xiaoxiao scrutinized her star-crowned martial soul, then curiously asked, Dad, why can't I communicate with my martial soul? Su Changwei, intrigued, responded, not every martial soul possesses self-awareness. However, you might want to approach him. Who knows what you might discover? Heeding her father's words, Su Xiaoxiao approached Xia Xian, carefully observing him and even pinching his face, exclaiming, Dad, what do you want me to see? Su Changwei's expression soured at this, turning to the Jiuxiao sword and saying, favoring daughters over sons, is it? He indeed wished to witness the 9 heavens sword shielding his daughter. Upon hearing this, the 9 heavens sword swayed its blade, as if proclaiming, everyone else is welcome but you. Quite vengeful, Su Changwei naturally referred to the incident where he had flicked a stone towards Xia Xian. Suddenly, 7 vibrant red rings, accompanied by emerald green 10,000-year soul rings, materialized beside Xia Xian. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Xia Xian in astonishment, while Su Changwei's eyes brimmed with surprise, gradually transforming into a look of satisfaction. He suddenly felt that his disciple was quite intriguing. Initially, it was Xia Xian alone who called him master, a title he had never acknowledged. At that moment, Xia Xian's short black hair began to cascade into long, waist-length emerald green locks, and his skin became remarkably fair. Some strands of his emerald green hair fell into Su Xiaoxiao's hands. Just as Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, Su Changwei abruptly lifted her away and retreated from Xia Xian. Father, what is the matter? Su Xiaoxiao inquired, having noticed that Su Changwei was now eyeing Xia Xian with caution. At that instant, Xia Xian slowly opened his eyes, his eyebrows and pupils transforming into a striking emerald green. Suddenly, his 7th soul ring inexplicably quivered and soared towards the heavens. Xia Xian sensed the Azure Dragon resonating with him. If that is the case, let us give it a try, Xia Xian said as he rose, speaking softly. 7th soul skill, true form of the Azure Dragon. Before long, numerous branches and trees erupted from the ground, encircling Xia Xian. He gently caressed them, saying, I shall play with you later. Upon hearing this, the flora burrowed back into the earth. When they looked at Xia Xian again, They beheld him enveloped in emerald green soul power, emanating an aura as if he were the sovereign of this land. Xia Xian ascended into the sky, approaching the 10,000-year soul ring, and extended his hand, declaring, "Release yourself now." As Xia Xian made contact with the soul ring, it erupted in a blinding emerald green radiance, so intense that Su Changwei had to shut his eyes in fear of being blinded. When the light faded, Su Changwei and Su Xiaoxiao reopened their eyes, only to find Xia Xian standing atop the head of a colossal emerald green dragon. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the magnificent beast with a mixture of awe and trepidation, while Su Changwei looked upon Xia Xian with eyes aglow, realizing he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The Azure Dragon, having never revealed itself before, unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated across the continent. Some felt fear, others unease, while many were filled with curiosity and wonder. At the border of Tiando, Hui Yuhao turned towards Xia Xian's direction. Even from a distance, he could hear it, following closely behind him. Ho Xian and Bai Qinxiang also cast puzzled glances in that direction. It seems he has comprehended it. Truly worthy of being the ancestor of Su Jiawei, the emperor of Star Luo after 10,000 years, Hui Yuhao mused with satisfaction. Suddenly, Tang Wudong linked her arm with his. "What is it, dear husband?" Hui Yuhao simply smiled and replied, "It's nothing." Chapter 31. Winter and Wudong leaped from the cliff. A boat rested at the shore, and the ferryman disembarked, calling out, "Those wishing to board, hurry up. The boat is about to depart." Tang Wudong grasped Hui Yuhao's hand, urging, "Dear, let us board quickly." Hui Yuhao smiled faintly, and was then pulled onto the boat by Tang Wudong. Seeing this, Ho Xian and Bai Qinxiang followed suit and boarded as well. The vessel soon set sail. "Dear husband, I am going to enjoy the scenery now." After Tang Wudong finished speaking, she released her grip and began to run about the ship, gazing eagerly at the surroundings. Hui Yuhao joined her, taking in the splendid scenery along the way. Suddenly, someone approached him respectfully and said, "My lord, I am the captain of this vessel. I hope you can lend your strength should we encounter danger on our journey to Sea God Island." Hui Yuhao replied with a smile, "Rest assured, with me aboard, you shall face no peril." Initially, there were no ships destined for Sea God Island due to the treacherous journey, but Hui Yuhao was an exception. He revealed his prowess as a limit Douluo early on, which naturally attracted those eager to earn a fare. Upon hearing Hui Yuhao's reassurance, the captain breathed a sigh of relief and departed. At that moment, Ho Xian, accompanied by Bai Qinxiang, approached him and inquired, "Benefactor, can you truly avenge us?" The enmity of the four clans now rested upon Ho Xian and Bai Qinxiang, for Hui Yuhao had promised them assistance, otherwise they would not have followed him so closely. Hui Yuhao turned to face them and said, "That is a certainty. However, I will only provide support, not directly intervene on your behalf. Then we shall rely on you." "Benefactor," Ho Xian said politely. Hui Yuhao nodded and added, "Yet, your talents are not particularly remarkable. If you solely focus on cultivation, you may never achieve vengeance." "What should we do then, benefactor?" Ho Xian asked. "Do not worry. In the future, a powerful tool known as the Soul Guidance Device will emerge on this continent, capable of assisting soul masters in battle, and I happen to be well versed in its workings," Hui Yuhao replied with a smile. Although Ho Xian and Bai Qinxiang did not comprehend the implications of the future, they felt reassured by the presence of such a formidable individual. "Husband, come quickly. It is so beautiful over there," Tang Wudong called from a distance. Hui Yuhao smiled gently and waved, saying, "I am coming, Donger." However, his expression suddenly darkened as he murmured, "I am on my way, Wudong." As Hui Yuhao approached her, Tang Wudong, puzzled, asked, "Husband, what did you just call me?" The volume had been low, and she was uncertain if she had heard correctly. Hui Yuhao tenderly ran his fingers through Tang Wudong's hair and replied, "It was nothing, Wudong." Meanwhile, at the Shuguang sect, Tang Feng and Xue Xinyao were supervising a group as they constructed the sect's stronghold. The roar of the Azure Dragon echoed, prompting both to instinctively look in that direction. Tang Feng's expression gradually turned grave. Daisher had set out early with Yang Lingjie and Li Ziyun, their faces serious. When Tang Feng questioned him, he received no response. Daisher arrived at the foot of the Four Clans Mountain, the roar of the Azure Dragon reaching his ears. Yet he had no mind to heed it. Li Ziyun led the two to the spot from the previous night, where they discovered a deep sword mark on the ground, surrounded by frost that showed no signs of dissipating. "Good heavens, Li Ziyun, did you truly escape from such a terrifying individual?" Yang Lingjie, trembling with trepidation, inquired. "What can be done? This sword mark is far too formidable. Even as I approached, I could sense the might of that individual." Li Ziyun, equally shaken, remarked, "That person clearly intended to intimidate us. without any true desire to harm our lives. However, I am quite curious as to why he chose to rescue Ho Xian and Bai Qinxiang. Daisher approached the sword mark, crouching down to touch the frost surrounding it. The moment his fingers made contact, shards of ice appeared, obediently climbing upward along his digits. Master, Yang Lingjie and Li Ziyun called out in concern. As Daisher rubbed his fingers together, the fragments of ice fell to the ground, and he reassured them, "It's fine, it cannot harm me." After standing up and contemplating for a moment, he instructed, "You two, immediately inform the masters of the Elemental Hall and the Xinyuan Hall. Tell them that an unknown enemy has emerged." The two exchanged glances and, bowing, replied, "We obey your command." They then departed from the scene. Daisher, however, made his way toward the source of the roar. Upon reaching the center of the four clans, he discovered that the four corpses previously hanging from the wooden frame had vanished. Could it be that the mysterious figure had some connection to the four clans? Daisher pondered, proceeding to the edge of a cliff. Here, he found sword marks identical to those at the foot of the mountain. There were two marks, yet Daisher sensed that they were inflicted by different assailants, as their power distinctly varied. Approaching the cliff's edge, he gazed down and was certain that the recent dragon's roar had emanated from below. The Bawang spear materialized in his grasp. With the sixth soul skill, Might of the Mountains, a pitch-black steed emerged from his 10,000-year soul ring, appearing beside him. Without hesitation, Daisher mounted the horse and leaped off the cliff. Meanwhile, at Xia Xian's location, the Azure Dragon gracefully descended with her from the skies. Upon reaching the ground, Xia Xian leapt down from the dragon's head, then curiously looked toward the two figures in the distance, asking, "Master, Su Xiaoxiao, why have you run so far?" Su Chawei, feigning mastery, cleared his throat and walked towards Xia Xian with an air of authority, inquiring, "Disciple, have you communicated well with your martial spirit?" Xia Xian nodded and replied, "Master, everything has gone smoothly." Then, Xia Xian questioned again, "Master, why are you still so far from me?" Su Changwei inadvertently gestured toward the Azure Dragon beside Xia Xian, which, with its large eyes, gazed back at him with mischief. In Su Changwei's eyes, the massive dragon head beside Xia Xian seemed to regard him with ill intent, as if it might swallow him whole at any moment. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao approached from behind Su Changwei, laughing, "My father is a bit timid. Please do not take offense." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian realized that her master was afraid of the Azure Dragon. Su Changwei, upon hearing his daughter's words, felt his composure slip, muttering softly, "You are the one who is brave. If you are so brave, why hide behind me?" Indeed, Su Xiaoxiao was quite bold. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say she sought to prove her courage in front of her father. She boldly walked up to Xia Xian and declared, "Dad, your courage is not as great as mine." Su Chawei immediately felt a flush of embarrassment, and, imitating the previous display, once again approached Xia Xian. At that moment, the Azure Dragon exhaled a breath towards him, nearly causing him to faint from fright. "Your second martial soul is just like the first, favoring females over males." Chapter 32. Male form, female appearance, cultivating killing intent. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian bashfully scratched his head and replied, "Please don't say that, master." Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation in his hair and, astonished, exclaimed, "Why has my hair grown so long? And why is it green?" At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao pointed towards a nearby stream. Xia Xian hurried over and beheld a handsome visage reflected in the water, complemented by flowing green locks. "Oh no, I'm not turning into a girl, am I?" Xia Xian felt something was amiss and quickly checked below, sighing in relief. "Thank goodness, I'm still a man." The Azure Dragon spoke slowly, "Having accepted my power, your body will naturally undergo changes." Only then did Su Changwei dare to draw closer, inspecting Xia Xian's chin with a discerning gaze. "This appearance is quite remarkable, male form, yet with a feminine allure. Quite appealing." Startled, Xia Xian quickly retreated, covering himself, and exclaimed, "Master, please don't do that. I'm straight. What are you thinking?" Su Changwei playfully thumped him. "Master, what shall I learn next?" Xia Xian inquired. "First, learn to recognize people. Grasping a true talent is crucial. As the saying goes, while there are many fine horses, a true connoisseur is rare," Su Changwei advised. Xia Xian nodded earnestly, ready to absorb the knowledge. Su Xiaoxiao joined him, listening attentively as Su Changwei took on the role of an authoritative instructor. With a contemplative expression, Su Changwei remarked, "To truly possess the essence of an emperor is not an endeavor achieved overnight." Upon entering the room, they found a woman setting the table. An elderly man sat at the edge, and as the woman finished, her gaze shifted to Xia Xian. Joyfully, she approached and pinched his cheek, exclaiming, "Darling, where did you find such a charming young lady?" Xia Xian noted that they had a peculiar habit of pinching faces. Su Xiaoxiao was the same, as was her mother. Mom. Su Xiaoxiao interjected. He is a boy, not a young lady. Oh, I'm so sorry. The woman quickly released her grip. It's quite all right, mistress. Xia Xian said politely. Noticing the woman's puzzled expression, Su Chongwei gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders and said, Dear, he is my disciple. Nodding in understanding. The woman replied, Then come in, indeed. There is no need to be shy. Since acquiring the power of the Azure Dragon, he had developed an unprecedented affinity with nature, even able to communicate with it. During his cultivation, the vibrant green soul energy enveloped him, swiftly drawing in all the surrounding spiritual essence into his being. Su Chongwei embraced the woman and said, My dear, it's nothing extraordinary. Besides, my disciple is remarkable. At just 15, he has reached the soul saint level. He will undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in this world. The woman chuckled. You hold him in such high regard. Indeed, the book The Art of Imperial Power has proven to be invaluable. Regrettably, we have a daughter. Upon hearing this, the woman grasped Su Chongwei's ear and exclaimed, Then go find someone who can bear you a son. Don't come to me. Su Chongwei, feeling the sting, quickly replied, Oh dear, I was wrong. Please, stop pulling, it hurts. In the dead of night, Xia Xian let out a long sigh as the verdant soul energy enveloped him. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and to his delight, he exclaimed, I have now broken through to level 76. It is worth noting that he had only been at level 71 just 3 months prior. To advance 5 levels in such a short span, especially given that these months were filled with battles and injuries, was a commendable achievement with little opportunity for cultivation. After his breakthrough, Xia Xian promptly fell back into a deep slumber, for one must rest. The following morning, he was abruptly roused by Su Chongwei's voice. Ah! Xia Xian gasped, startled, then looked at the intruder and sighed in relief, saying, Master, could you please refrain from scaring me? With your level of perception, you aspire to be an emperor? Su Chongwei chuckled. If I didn't think you were a good person, I wouldn't have let my guard down. Master, what brings you to seek me so early? Xia Xian inquired. Su Chongwei replied, Today, I intend to train your killing intent. Hurry, rise and follow me. With that, he stepped out the door, and Xia Xian quickly got out of bed to follow. Glancing around, he noticed it was just the two of them, and curiously asked, Master, is Su Xiaoxiao not joining us? Su Chongwei shook his head, saying, The scene may be a bit bloody, so I left him behind. Xia Xian nodded in understanding. Soon, they arrived at a small town, where Su Chongwei led Xia Xian directly to a bounty board. As Xia Xian gazed at the board, he realized it was a list of bounties. Su Chongwei examined it, seemingly searching for something with purpose, and then tore off a bounty notice, handing it to Xia Xian. This person, go and eliminate him. Taking the notice, Xia Xian noticed it was for a male of the soul Douluo rank. He asked, Master, do you know where he is? Su Chongwei looked at him, puzzled. You seem so at ease, knowing this is a soul Douluo? Xia Xian smiled. After all, he was now at level 76 and possessed 99% of the Azure Dragon's power. Master, I have confidence in my abilities, Xia Xian declared earnestly. Very well. Then follow me. I happen to know his whereabouts, Su Chongwei said. They then made their way to the entrance of a concealed cave, well hidden from view. Master, how are you so certain he is here? Xia Xian inquired curiously. Su Chongwei pretended to be a master of divination, stating, I have calculated this through careful observation. All right then, Master, I shall return shortly, Xia Xian proclaimed, leaping forward and approaching the cave entrance. The 9 heavens sword appeared in his hand, enveloped in the lush green soul energy that now surrounded his form. His second martial soul was not the Azure Dragon, but rather the verdant energy itself, for he was capable of summoning the Azure Dragon. Chapter 33, Why Not Emerge? Eternal Life. Xia Xian, wielding the 9 heavens sword, entered the cave, where he discovered a man sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. To ensure caution, he stood at a distance and examined the wanted notice. Upon confirming the man's identity, he hesitated no longer and struck with his sword. A flash of yellow light appeared, and in an instant, the man was behind Xia Xian, delivering a powerful punch. Xia Xian swiftly turned, blocking the blow with his 9 heavens sword. Impressive. A soul saint can withstand my punch, the man remarked, as a surge of electric energy manifested his martial spirit behind him, revealing 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Realizing the source of his incredible speed, Xia Xian braced himself. I can eliminate you and still escape, the man declared, activating his first soul skill, Electric Claw. A torrent of potent yellow electricity coursed through his hand, enveloping Xia Xian's entire being. Reacting quickly, Xia Xian kicked him away. his verdant soul power instantaneously countering the paralysis from the electric assault. What do you mean by if I kill you, I can leave? Xian inquired, perplexed. Is it true that if I survive, you cannot escape? Such matters are beyond your concern, young one. The man retorted, and with that, his body crackled with yellow lightning. Unleashing his third soul skill, Electric Wing Blade, followed by his fourth, Thunderclap. As the man unfurled his wings, a tempest of raging thunder surged through the cave. With a swift motion, Xian raised his hand, conjuring a verdant formation from which a green wave of light emanated. Yellow lightning surged throughout the cave, striking Xian's body repeatedly. Yet he found that both the paralysis and the damage from the electric strikes were swiftly restored by the verdant soul power enveloping him. The green wave of light surged through the tempest, and just as it was about to strike the man, he evaded with remarkable speed. Noticing the man's agility, Xian activated his 30th thousand-year soul ring. His third soul skill, Holy Dragon Seal, unleashed a series of verdant formations that cascaded from above, covering the entire cave. Xian visibly observed the man's speed diminish, and at times, he stumbled to the ground, yet he quickly regained his footing. Why have you not yet departed? Xian pondered, perplexed. The man, realizing he could no longer attack, understood that he could not match Xian's strength. His electric spirit was primarily characterized by speed, not offense or defense, yet he recognized that his velocity was waning. With a resolute determination, he activated his seventh soul skill, Martial Spirit Incarnation. Instantly, a more formidable electric current surged forth. Xian stood motionless amidst the electric storm. The man, seeing this, felt exhilarated as he prepared his eighth soul skill, Electromagnetic Beam. Harnessing the power of lightning, he formed a concentrated beam that shot towards Xian, piercing through his entire being. The man, filled with enthusiasm, dashed toward the cave's exit, exclaiming, I've been stuck in this wretched cave for 2 days. Finally, I can venture out for a meal. Unbeknownst to him, Xian had already risen behind him, determined to uncover why the man had remained in the cave, even when hunger beckoned him to leave. Upon emerging from the cave, the man basked in the sunlight, stretching his limbs and exclaiming, the feeling of freedom is truly delightful. In the shadows, Su Changwei's expression darkened as he muttered to himself, has my disciple failed? Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, as Hao Yuhao was preparing to disembark, he suddenly smiled, as if sensing something, and remarked, he is not dead yet. Since you have broken your promise, I shall not be courteous. Unintentionally, Hao Yuhao snapped his fingers. Xian gazed at him in confusion, questioning why he did not leave despite appearing untroubled. In the next moment, the uncle's body erupted with an overwhelming force of ice, instantly encasing him in a massive block of frost, so extensive that it blocked the cave's entrance. Xian slowly approached the outside, wielding his sword to clear the entrance. Kicking aside the enormous ice block, he then made his way directly to the uncle, who, despite his predicament, was very much alive. His eyes wide as he stared at Xian. Xian tapped on the ice, discovering it to be a form of purest ice. He looked up at the uncle and said, so, the price for your exit is to be frozen. Yet, it is not merely a matter of being frozen. This purest ice is formidable. Without the purest fire, you would undoubtedly remain trapped here for eternity. An eternity spent gazing at the unchanging surroundings, enduring hunger and sleeplessness, unable even to eat, ultimately leading to a slow death by starvation. Truth be told, had you struck my head with that last blow, I would have perished. However, had you truly struck me, you would have met your end much earlier. Observing the uncle, Xian continued, in truth, I had initially come to eliminate you. Yet now I find myself intrigued by the one who has imprisoned you in this cave. After all, a person instinctively protects their most vital areas. One need not shield what clothing covers, but the eyes are paramount. At that moment, the uncle's eyes blinked up and down thrice. Disciple, are you finished? Suddenly, Su Changwei appeared beside him, asking, do you have a solution? Xian nodded, declaring, a friend of mine possesses the purest fire. His friend, of course, referred to Shui Xinyao, who not only wielded the purest fire, but also commanded all elemental powers at their utmost. Xian raised the Nine Heavens sword, severing the remaining ice surrounding the uncle while leaving the ice encasing him intact. Although the ice was diminished, he remained ensnared. Shall we have lunch at Master S before we depart? Su Changwei suggested. Xian agreed, and after speaking, he hoisted the frozen uncle and exited. Su Changwei, witnessing this, felt a pang of concern. After all, that was the purest ice, something one should not even touch. However, he observed Xian's shoulder becoming frostbitten, only to heal the next moment, then frostbitten again, the cycle repeating itself. Su Chongwei found this situation both amusing and exasperating, and he promptly followed suit. Upon reaching Master S' abode, he gently set the uncle down. "Greetings, Master," Xia Xian said with a smile before stepping inside. Su Chongwei, drenched in sweat, arrived at the entrance, feeling far less capable than a 15-year-old child carrying an adult. He then looked at the frozen uncle and muttered to himself, "Disciple." Chapter 34. The daughter is taken away. Dai Shixian makes an appearance after Su Chongwei entered the room. The four individuals had already finished their meal. Su Chongwei, somewhat speechless, remarked, "You all couldn't wait for me to eat?" The woman, upon noticing his expression, chuckled. "Oh, come now, the two children are at a crucial stage of growth. They must eat on time." She then brought out several bowls of food, reassuring him, "Don't worry, we saved some for you." Only then did Su Chongwei sit down with gusto and begin to eat. Xia Xian had already finished her meal and was preparing to stand up to bid them farewell when Su Chongwei gestured for her to wait, saying, "Let me finish eating. I have something to discuss with you." Reluctantly, Xia Xian sat back down to wait. After Su Chongwei finished his meal, he called Xia Xian into his bedroom while the elderly man meandered around the village, and the woman began to tidy up the dishes. Su Xiaoxiao joined her to help. "Master, if you have something to say, please go ahead," Xia Xian prompted. Su Chongwei retrieved a chair and said, "Please, have a seat." Xia Xian nodded and sat down while Su Chongwei took a seat on the bed. Su Chongwei began, "I have a favor to ask of you. Please, speak freely. I will do my utmost to fulfill it," Xia Xian replied earnestly. "Very well, I would like you to take my daughter with you." "Ah." Xia Xian was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Su Chongwei sighed and explained, "To be candid, no one from our Xingguan lineage has ever ventured into the outside world. There is a tradition among our ancestors. One must either remain here or make a remarkable entrance into the world. I have yet to encounter the opportunity for such a remarkable debut, and given my age, I do not wish for my daughter to be confined here for her entire life. Once she leaves, she certainly will not be a burden to you. After all, she is a genius of our Xingguan lineage." This assertion held true. The Xingguan lineage had remained secluded until now, and when they finally emerged, they indeed made a stunning impact. Su Jiawei ascending to the throne of the Xinglua Empire is a testament to this fact. Moreover, Su Xiaoxiao, at the tender age of 15, had already attained the rank of Soul King, qualifying as a prodigy, especially when compared to Dai Mubai and others, who only reached Soul Sovereign at the same age. "Master, even if I agree, will Su Xiaoxiao consent to leaving with me?" Xia Xian inquired. "Rest assured, I will handle that matter," Su Chongwei assured, patting his chest confidently. With that, Xia Xian reluctantly acquiesced, realizing that having a Xingguan martial soul by his side might be a beneficial choice. "Very well, I shall proceed with this task," Su Chongwei declared before departing the room. Xia Xian chuckled wryly, sensing that his master was genuinely determined to let his daughter leave. As he stepped outside, a sudden shattering sound echoed, and in the next moment, the elderly man was sent flying into the distance. Xia Xian stood frozen, observing this spectacle in disbelief. Was he truly unable to escape? Xia Xian was utterly unaware that, at first, he had fought tooth and nail, yet he could not prevail. However, being a formidable warrior, he could not possibly remain ensnared by mere superficial ice. Of course, he expended some time in his efforts, but he never anticipated that upon his escape, he would encounter Xia Xian. Transforming into a brilliant emerald luminescence, Xia Xian pursued relentlessly. The elder swiftly dashed into the town, closely followed by Xia Xian. Xia Xian contemplated the possibility of suppressing the adversary with his soul skills. But the foe either fled into the village or the town, where countless ordinary citizens resided. The opponent had astutely capitalized on this fact. Xia Xian soon realized his speed was increasing, hinting at the potential to surpass even the swiftest of lightning. The elder sensed this as well and, upon spotting a young boy ahead, rapidly veered towards him. Cursed be it, I should have eliminated him from the outset. Xia Xian was filled with regret. Yet, as he turned, he discovered a horseman obstructing the path between himself and the boy. "If you block my way, prepare to perish," the elder shouted furiously, his arms crackling with yellow lightning, intending to eliminate the obstruction before seizing the boy. In the horseman's hand appeared a long spear, and just as the elder was about to close the distance, the horseman forcefully struck down upon him. The elder had presumed him to be an ordinary individual, yet this strike shattered his spine with a single blow. The elder was sent crashing to the ground, fracturing the earth beneath him. Spitting a pool of blood, he cried, "Do not kill me." But the horseman remained unmoved. Dismounting, he raised the spear high, his 10,000-year soul rings illuminating the air. The elder turned desperately to Xia Xian, exclaiming, Do you still wish to know about that person? Hurry and save me. Daisher, cease this at once. Xia Xian bellowed. Indeed, the horseman was none other than Daisher. The sheer power of Daisher's strike had left Xia Xian in awe, a single blow capable of rending the earth asunder. Was this the true might of a fully unleashed martial spirit? Daisher had indeed shown leniency in his position as the sect leader. Upon hearing Xia Xian's command, Daisher glanced at the man, whose emerald hair and piercing green eyes were unfamiliar to him. Unstoppable, the overlord's spear crushed the elder's skull, splattering blood across the ground. Rushing to the elder's side, Xia Xian lamented the futility of it all. Even with the formidable regenerative abilities of the Azure Dragon, a pulverized head could not be restored. As Daisher prepared to mount his steed, Xia Xian suddenly grasped his arm, imploring, Daisher, do you have any notion of what this person signifies to us? If you kill him, the clues will be lost. After all, Daisher had initially shattered the elder's spine, and he would not perish immediately. Xia Xian could still intervene should the need arise. Daisher regarded the individual gripping his arm and remarked, young lady, is it appropriate to be pulling at me in such a public setting? Even though I am quite renowned, I have never been embroiled in scandal. Upon hearing Daisher refer to him as a young lady, Xia Xian was taken aback, exclaiming, you think I am female? Daisher. Upon listening intently to Xia Xian's voice, found it to be ambiguous. At a casual listen, it could be perceived as feminine, yet upon closer inspection, it was distinctly masculine. Nevertheless, Daisher waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am not interested in men. Would you kindly release me? I am searching for my brother. Understanding that Daisher was indeed seeking him, Xia Xian responded, I am Xia Xian. Daisher, momentarily taken aback, gazed at him in disbelief and then declared, impossible. Xia Xian does not possess such inclinations. Xia Xian was at a loss for words, and then she activated the system. This system was visible to all four of them. When Daisher saw the system materialize next to Xia Xian, he was momentarily taken aback and asked, are you truly Xia Xian? Xia Xian then opened a private chat with Daisher. I am Xia Xian. As soon as the message was sent, Daisher's system chat interface popped up. Wow, brother. You vanished for just 2 days, and the local customs here are so intense that they made you cross-dress. Daisher exclaimed. I have liberated the power of my second martial soul, which is why I appear this way, Xia Xian replied helplessly. However, Daisher furrowed his brows and questioned, why did you choose to unleash the power of your martial soul? Chapter 35. More than friends, less than lovers, rest assured. I have not released all of my martial soul's power. But what about you? Xia Xian looked at Daisher, her tone carrying a hint of interrogation. Someone must bear the burden among us, but I am curious. You seemed unaware before. How do you know about the martial soul's power now? Daisher inquired again. Daisher had already fully activated his martial soul, and there was no turning back. It was a choice he had made. My master informed me. Xia Xian responded, and then gazed at Daisher. How did you come to know? Daisher explained. We were already aware when the system randomly selected our second martial souls. Once Daisher finished speaking, the others joined in, engaging in a discussion about the two. Let's south leave this place and head to my master's location. We can discuss it further on the way, Xia Xian suggested. With that, Daisher summoned his 10,000-year spirit ring, and the black steed entered. Let us go, Xia Xian said, leading the way, with Daisher trailing behind him. My second martial soul was chosen, Xia Xian stated. What do you mean? Daisher asked. It means that it was selected by the Azure Dragon. Rather than being a random choice, Xia Xian elucidated. After a moment of contemplation, Daisher slowly responded, no wonder you were unaware of this matter. During the competition with the sect master, you held back, didn't you? Xia Xian inquired. Daisher waved his hand dismissively, saying, I did not hold back. I was facing Tang Feng, not you. Tang Feng was merely a step away from unlocking the full power of the Xinyuan sword. I heard you lost your emotions. Is that true? Xia Xian asked. Daisher sheepishly scratched his head and replied, I suppose so. Is your current expression also feigned? Xia Xian asked seriously. Daisher fell silent and eventually nodded. Xia Xian then recounted the matter regarding her master and the directive to eliminate that certain uncle. So, your master is also aware of our unknown adversary? Daisher queried. Xia Xian nodded. Su Chongwei had instructed him to eliminate that uncle, and he had understood the situation when the uncle was trapped. However, there was one thing he did not comprehend, and that was whether the unknown individual was an enemy or an ally. By the way, since you were looking for me, why didn't you send me a message through the system? Xia Xian inquired. I initially thought that way, but Tang Feng suggested you take a break. So I didn't want to disturb you. One of the reasons I came here was to see if I could encounter you, and the other was to seek Longxing. Daishu responded, and Xia Xian understood that the Longxing he referred to was the roar of the Azure Dragon upon its emergence. However, he chose not to articulate this, as the Azure Dragon was, after all, a trump card for him, a delightful surprise for them. In the Su Chongwei household, Su Xiaoxiao cried in her father's embrace, "Dad, do you not want me anymore?" Su Chongwei gently stroked her hair, assuring her, how could a father not want his daughter? The world outside is full of wonders. Let it be your adventure. The woman beside them remained silent, yet as she contemplated the thought of her own flesh and blood embarking on a journey, she couldn't help but stifle her sobs. "Husband, can we trust that person?" the woman asked. Su Chongwei nodded, saying, "Though I've only known him for 2 days." While appearances may deceive, the aura surrounding a person cannot lie. The woman, lacking a star-crowned martial soul, did not grasp the essence of such energy. Su Chongwei patted Su Xiaoxiao's back, saying, "Go on, and make sure to teach my disciple the imperial strategies that I imparted to you during my youth." In truth, Su Xiaoxiao was well-versed in various subjects. She could recite the imperial strategies effortlessly. She simply found Xia Xian to be an intriguing individual, the second person, apart from her family, to exhibit interest in imperial affairs. "Shouldn't we tell Grandpa?" Su Xiaoxiao asked, looking up. Su Chongwei shook his head, replying, "Do not mention this to your grandfather, otherwise he will surely prevent you from venturing out." After all, the older generation often held steadfast beliefs. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, and after bidding farewell to her parents, she stepped outside. Su Chongwei and the woman refrained from accompanying her, feeling a profound reluctance. Yet they understood that their daughter's future was long, and she needed to explore the world. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, prompting Su Chongwei and the woman to rush out. They found Su Xiaoxiao gazing in terror towards Xia Xian's direction, her eyes fixed on Daishu. The woman hurried over to inquire about Su Xiaoxiao's distress, while Su Chongwei, mirroring Su Xiaoxiao's gaze, slowly intoned, "That is a harbinger of death." Initially, both Su Chongwei and Su Xiaoxiao were aware that Xia Xian had a history of taking many lives. But the dark aura surrounding him was merely a fraction. After all, it was not the true essence. However, upon witnessing the embodiment of that dark energy now, they observed Daishu enveloped in a shroud of black aura, which even encircled them. At that moment, Xia Xian approached Su Xiaoxiao, crouching down to ask, "What is the matter?" The yellow aura surrounding him repelled the black energy, and Su Xiaoxiao clung to Xia Xian as if he were her lifeline. Initially, Xia Xian's aura had been suppressed by Daishu, but now, having awakened his martial soul power, although still somewhat subdued, it was significantly less. Xia Xian gently pulled Su Xiaoxiao aside and asked, "What is wrong?" Su Xiaoxiao remained silent, merely tugging at the hem of his garment. Seeing this, Xia Xian turned to Su Chongwei and the woman, saying, "Master, mistress, I must take my leave. I will take Su Xiaoxiao with me." Su Chongwei said nothing, just waved his hand, urging Xia Xian to depart swiftly. "Take good care of our Xiaoxiao," the woman instructed. "Rest assured, mistress, with me around, Su Xiaoxiao shall come to no harm." Xia Xian earnestly remarked that ultimately, she bid farewell to her daughter under the gaze of Su Chongwei and the women. The three of them rented a horse-drawn carriage and a driver in the town. Throughout the journey, Su Xiaoxiao clung tightly to the hem of Xia Xian's garment. Sitting opposite them, Daishu gazed at Su Xiaoxiao in silence and asked, "How long do you intend to hold on to him?" Startled by Daishu's words, Su Xiaoxiao was reassured by Xia Xian, who quickly responded, "It's normal for this child to feel a bit scared on her first outing. All right, your affairs are none of my business, but I would advise you that if Xue Xinniao sees you like this, she might give you a good beating." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian envisioned that scene and understood that his relationship with Xue Xinniao was akin to that of friends who were on the verge of something more. Chapter 36. Su Xiaoxiao's frustration. Xia Xian sighed. "Let us respond as the situation demands. After all, I am innocent." By nightfall, the trio finally arrived at the Dawn sect. Daishu was the first to disembark from the carriage, followed by Xia Xian and the apprehensive Su Xiaoxiao. "Brothers, are you not resting yet?" Daishu cheerfully inquired. "Master, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can enjoy ourselves," one of the men replied, as Xia Xian and Su Xiaoxiao stepped down from the carriage. All eyes turned to them. Su Xiaoxiao, feeling frightened, instinctively hid behind Xia Xian. He comforted her with a gentle pat on the hand. "Do not be afraid." Unbeknownst to him, to Su Xiaoxiao, everyone around them appeared shrouded in dark energy, a matter of degree that was understandably frightening. "Master, where did you find these two beauties?" Yang Lingjie suddenly draped an arm over Daishu's shoulder. "Beauties? Am I also considered one?" Xia Xian thought with a wry smile. Daishu, intrigued, turned to Yang Lingjie and said, "Why don't you give it a try and see if the beauties fancy you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Lingjie confidently approached Xia Xian and Su Xiaoxiao. I have long heard of the illustrious leader of the Shadow Guard, Yang Lingjie. You must be him, right? Xia Xian inquired. Indeed, the Shadow Guard would be lost without me, Yang Lingjie declared with pride. At that moment, Li Ziyun appeared by his side and remarked, actually, without you, the first group could merge with the second. Yang Lingjie was not offended by his words. Instead, he asked, what is this? Have you taken a liking to one of them? Li Ziyun shook his head. I have no interest. Just then, Daishi's private messaging interface suddenly popped up. Xia Xian, may I test the prowess of the leader under your command? Daishir, testing would expose your identity. Xia Xian, it won T. He has never seen my first martial spirit, the Nine Heavens Sword. Daishir, just remember to hold back. Do not injure my precious recruit. Xia Xian, understood. Take good care of Su Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Yang Lingjie had already approached Xia Xian. Though he appeared quite unassuming, Xia Xian's height provided him a vantage point. Just as Yang Lingjie attempted to place a hand on Xia Xian's shoulder, the Nine Heavens Sword materialized from within Xia Xian, swiftly striking towards Yang Lingjie. Yang Lingjie reacted promptly, summoning his Star Spear martial spirit to deflect the blow. Ah, it seems my martial spirit disapproves. Xia Xian feigned a sultry complaint. No worries. I relish the spicy. Yang Lingjie, having spoken, approached once more. Xia Xian, upon hearing his words, did not hold back. Grasping the Jiuxiao sword to engage in battle with him. As Su Xiaoxiao observed the departing Xia Xian and contemplated pursuit, Daishir obstructed her way. Startled, Su Xiaoxiao took a step back. Daishir advanced to her front and inquired, might you enlighten me as to why you harbor such fear of me? After all, she had initially fallen to the ground in fright and had since regarded him with trepidation. Daishir, naturally, was perplexed. His curious gaze was met with Su Xiaoxiao's blushing countenance, not from shyness, but rather from having held her breath for so long. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe in his presence. Daishir waved his hand before her, and in the next moment, Su Xiaoxiao collapsed. He caught her, his concern deepening. Noticing her abnormal flush, he promptly lifted her to seek a physician. Meanwhile, Xia Xian and Yang Lingjie were engaged in a surprisingly harmonious duel, neither resorting to soul techniques, merely exchanging swordplay and marksmanship. Xia Xian wore an expression of sheer delight, free from pressure, while Yang Lingjie, in contrast, was already beaded with sweat upon his brow. Seizing an opportunity, Xia Xian thrust his sword into Yang Lingjie's shoulder. Yang Lingjie, parrying with his own blade, remarked, not bad. But you are still far from our leader, Daishir. Xia Xian smiled. No one can match our leader's marksmanship, yet your swordplay surpasses that of the sword Douluo Continent. Yang Lingjie responded, intrigued by the mention, have you faced the sword Douluo in competition? He shook his head. The Spirit Hall was established decades ago, and during the wars between the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, I witnessed my father contend with the sword Douluo. Neither employed soul techniques. It was purely a contest of swordplay and marksmanship. My father emerged victorious, and I have since mastered all his techniques, yet I find myself outmatched by you. Xia Xian waved his hand dismissively. Wait. You claim to have witnessed this decades ago. Are you truly of such advanced age? Yang Lingjie paused, then chuckled. My father is already 87 years old. I am 59. Xia Xian was taken aback, for Yang Lingjie appeared to be in his 20s. However, he recalled the glorious spirit Douluo, who, despite being around a century old, resembled a schoolboy. Xia Xian pointed his sword at Yang Lingjie. Shall we continue our contest? Yang Lingjie summoned forth his 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black. In a mere contest of skill, I cannot match you. Thus I shall employ my soul power to overwhelm you. Xia Xian, intrigued, revealed his own 7 soul rings. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red. My apologies. I have relished challenging those beyond my rank since I was 6 years old. I shall hold nothing back. Just as Yang Lingjie prepared to act, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, striking him on the head with a swift motion. What are you doing, you fool? Yang Lingjie turned to see Li Ziyun, puzzled. What brings you here? Li Ziyun whispered something into Yang Lingjie's ear, and his initial confusion shifted to astonishment. He then glanced at Xia Xian, murmuring to Li Ziyun, isn't the leader male? Although his words were barely audible, Xia Xian adeptly read his lips. Greetings, esteemed leader. Li Ziyun was the first to kneel on one knee. Yang Lingjie followed suit, also kneeling. Greetings, esteemed leader. Xia Xian, intrigued by the situation, turned to Li Ziyun and inquired, how did you come to know this? Did Daishir inform you? Li Ziyun replied, it was not the leader who told me, but rather my 3 years at Shrek Academy, where I have consistently accompanied the leader, naturally witnessing your sword martial soul. However, your appearance has changed so drastically that I only recognized it when your martial soul manifested, albeit with uncertainty. Xia Xian continued. So how are you certain now? It is undoubtedly your soul ring configuration, which remains vivid in my memory, Li Ziyun stated. Hearing this, Xia Xian felt a twinge of desire to recruit Li Ziyun to his side, though he feared that doing so might provoke Dai Shi's wrath. Xia Xian then instructed the two to rise and approached Yang Lingjie, asking, Do you still find me fierce? Yang Lingjie quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, Not fierce at all. Leader, you are truly a man of valor. Chapter 37. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Does anyone know where those two have gone? Xia Xian asked the crowd. Yang Lingjie and Li Ziyun were, of course, unaware. One of them remarked, That girl suddenly fainted, and the leader took her to the hospital. Although puzzled, Xia Xian sent a private message to Dai Shi, inquiring, Where are you? Shortly, Dai Shi replied with an address, and Xia Xian made his way there. Upon arrival, he found Su Xiaoxiao lying on a hospital bed, attended by 2 men and 2 women. Dai Shi turned to him and said, She might have been frightened. Frightened? Xia Xian exclaimed, incredulous. Suddenly, he recalled that Su Xiaoxiao, much like his master Su Chongwei, possessed the ability to perceive the aura of others. It was no wonder he had not considered this earlier. As he attempted to step forward, he was obstructed by a man and a woman. A female voice rang out. Feng Xiaodian, Shui Binger, step aside. In unison, Feng Xiaodian and Shui Binger responded, Yes, leader. The 2 men and 2 women referred to were Dai Shi, Feng Xiaodian, Shui Binger, and Xue Xinyao. Xia Xian was genuinely surprised by Xue Xinyao's swiftness. He approached her and congratulated, Little princess, congratulations. You've attracted attention so quickly. Xue Xinyao looked at him quizzically before tentatively asking, You are Xia Xian? Have you recognized me so quickly? Xia Xian responded, astonished. You recognized me with just a glance? Xue Xinyao merely nodded. How is Su Xiaoxiao now? Xia Xian inquired. Rest assured, she merely fainted. She will be fine once she awakens, Xue Xinyao explained. Xia Xian quickly clarified, She is my master's daughter, and due to certain circumstances, my master entrusted me to take her away. Very well, do as you wish. Xue Xinyao replied before departing with Feng Xiaotian and Shui Binger, leaving a bewildered Xia Xian alongside Dai Shi, who remarked, Why are you dawdling? Although I may lack emotions, I can discern that Xue Xinyao is upset. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian hastily pursued them, though he was at a loss for words, feeling as if he had been caught by the rightful consort. Reluctantly, he trailed behind Xue Xinyao, keeping a vigilant eye on her movements. How impressive, trailing behind our master. I arrived at the elemental hall when a male voice suddenly emerged from behind Xia Xian. Goodness, they mistook Xia Xian for a girl again. Who are you? Xia Xian inquired. Me? I am Huo Wushuang, the vice captain of the elemental group. Huo Wushuang declared proudly. Brother, why are you wasting time talking to him? Suddenly, a woman emerged from the shadows. Xia Xian realized she must be Huo Wu. Huo Wushuang sheepishly scratched his head and said, She is a girl. I felt it inappropriate to make a move. He then turned to Xia Xian with a serious expression. Madam, if you do not leave, we shall be compelled to act, as being discovered would lead to dire consequences. Xia Xian promptly produced the sect token. Although Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu had never seen it, they had heard descriptions. The token bore the image of a tiger and a dragon, flanked by 2 swords, a hammer, and a spear, with a peony at the center and elemental symbols around it. Huo Wushuang pays respects to the sect master. Huo Wushuang knelt on one knee. Observing this, Huo Wu mimicked him and said, Huo Wu pays respects to the sect master. Shoo shoo shoo. Xia Xian quickly interjected, as their voices were too loud. He had initially followed Xue Xinyao covertly and did not wish to reveal himself. Suddenly, he sensed a gust of wind behind him and realized he was in trouble. Indeed, upon turning, he found himself face to face with Xue Xinyao, whose expression, even in anger, remained stunning. Why are you following me? Xue Xinyao asked. Noticing that the two seemed to have something to discuss, Huo Wushuang pulled Huo Wu away, while Feng Xiaodian and Shui Binger attempted to approach, but were similarly led away. Xia Xian awkwardly gazed at the sky, remarking, The moon is quite round tonight. Xue Xinyao looked up, only to see dense clouds obscuring the moonlight. If you don't speak, I shall take my leave, she stated. Just as she turned to go, Xia Xian suddenly grasped her wrist. Xue Xinyao looked at him, perplexed. With his head bowed, Xia Xian's expression was hidden from her view. Could you? What did you say? Xue Xinyao leaned closer, afraid she had not heard him clearly. Suddenly, Xia Xian mustered his courage and exclaimed, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Xue Xinyao responded with a sharp slap to his face, sending him sprawling to the ground, 5 bright red marks appearing on his cheek. Xia Xian looked at her in confusion, thinking he had been rejected, when he heard Shui Xinyao, blushing yet looking aggrieved, say, "Are you a fool? You said it so loudly that you nearly deafened me." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian laughed, realizing he had not been rejected. Shui Xinyao moved closer to him, sitting atop him, resting her head on his face as she cradled it, and asked, "Are you serious?" Xia Xian, his gaze resolute, nodded affirmatively. "Weren't you fond of Qian Rushua before? How is it that you now like me?" Shui Xinyao's question touched upon a sensitive part of Xia Xian's past. He shook his head, assuring her, "Do not worry, she is my sister, and I shall only ever be her brother. All right then, let me make one thing clear. I possess a strong possessiveness and will not share you with anyone. If I find out you are fooling around outside, I shall take matters into my own hands." Xia Xian replied gently. In the next moment, Shui Xinyao cupped his face and kissed him. The moonlight illuminated the scene beautifully, at least from the perspective of the observers. Observers? Indeed, the leader of the fourth group, Yu Tianxin, happened to pass by and witnessed this scene. Yu Tianxin stood agape, her snacks falling to the ground with a resounding thud. At the sound, Xia Xian and Shui Xinyao simultaneously turned their gazes toward the source, only to see the scattered snacks, but no person in sight. Shui Xinyao and Xia Xian exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. "What is the rush?" Feng Xiaodian inquired. "This is absolutely explosive. I saw the Hulm master passionately kissing a woman." Chapter 38, Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Approaching the elephant armor sect as soon as the light was turned on, Xia Xian found a sharp sword poised at his throat. Looking up, he discovered it was Tang Feng. Xia Xian had lived with Tang Feng from the age of 6 to 15 and had become accustomed to their life in the sect, though they did not share the same bed. "Who are you?" Tang Feng raised his sword, pressing it against Xia Xian's throat. "Please lower your sword. It's rather frightening. You might accidentally harm me," Xia Xian hastily replied. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Feng asked, "Are you Xia Xian?" Although Xia Xian's appearance and voice had changed, anyone familiar with him could recognize his voice, especially Tang Feng, who had grown up alongside him. Relieved, Xia Xian sat on the edge of his bed. Tang Feng removed his shoes and prepared to lie down. "Are you not curious where I've been these past few days? Or why I look different?" Xia Xian questioned. "I am curious, but I prefer to lie down and listen," Tang Feng replied lazily, indeed lying down on the bed. Xia Xian chuckled, took off his shoes, turned off the light, and then joined him in bed, beginning to recount his recent experiences. Meanwhile, upon hearing Huo Wushuang mention that the person with the emerald green hair was the sect master, Yu Tianxin's face turned pale with fright. It was at this moment that Feng Xiaodian realized the gravity of the situation. "Oh no, the sect master won't kill me to silence me, will they?" Yu Tianxin lamented. Huo Wushuang patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, I will ensure you have a proper burial." Feng Xiaodian added, "Though it's uncertain whether there will be much left of you." Both were merely trying to frighten him. After Xia Xian finished his story, Tang Feng asked, "So, you are now just one step away from unleashing the power of your martial soul?" Xia Xian pondered for a moment. He currently possessed 99% of the Azure Dragon's power, with the final 1% accessible whenever he desired, thus indeed just one step away. At that moment, Xia Xian heard the sound of Tang Feng getting out of bed. Curious, he sat up, sensing Tang Feng had climbed onto his bed. "What are you doing on my bed?" Xia Xian inquired, perplexed. He was aware that Tang Feng did not have such inclinations. "The system informed me that when one of us among the four is close to unleashing their martial soul-less power, we can achieve a martial soul fusion technique." Tang Feng began to explain slowly. "Why didn't the system mention this to me?" Xia Xian was at a loss. Suddenly, he remembered that it was the Azure Dragon that had chosen him, and the system was merely a conduit. "Have you tried this with Daisher?" Xia Xian inquired. "I have tried, but it was futile. Daisher has already unleashed the full power of his martial spirit, and this 1% discrepancy could be quite vast. As for the cost, I am unaware, nor does Daisher disclose it." Tang Feng responded, "Time is of the essence. Let us test it together." Upon finishing his words, Tang Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, and Xia Xian followed suit, positioning herself opposite him. "As long as our soul powers can merge, it indicates the existence of a martial spirit fusion technique. Unless the system deceives me," Tang Feng asserted. "The system would not mislead us." Before long, a swirl of purple and gold soul power gradually enveloped Tang Feng, corresponding to the Haotian hammer and the Xianyuan sword, respectively. Simultaneously, Xia Xian was surrounded by a pale blue and emerald green aura, representing the Jiuxiao sword and the Qinglong. Remarkably, the four hues of soul power indeed intertwined, coalescing into a magnificent display of four colors. Xia Xian, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "I can't believe it actually worked. Let us immediately test the martial spirit fusion technique," Xia Xian declared, her excitement palpable as she reclined on the bed. Her elation stemmed from two sources: her successful confession and the prospect of combining their martial spirits with Tang Feng. Both were formidable individuals in their own right. Thus, Xia Xian spent the night in anticipation, awaiting Tang Feng's awakening. Tang Feng, fulfilling her expectations, stretched and rose, turning to find Xia Xian gazing intently at him. "All right, let us go and subdue the sect," Tang Feng proclaimed, getting off the bed and heading out. Xia Xian followed suit. Their first stop was the Elemental Hall, where they found Xue Xinyao. Upon meeting, Xue Xinyao and Xia Xian clasped hands. Tang Feng chuckled, "It's only a matter of time for you two. Go find Dai Shi." When the trio located Dai Shi, they found him slumped on the sickbed, still in slumber. While Su Xiaoxiao remained asleep as well, whether she was feigning or truly unaware remained a mystery. Tang Feng sighed and said, "Never mind, let us proceed." Soon, the three settled in a room where Tang Feng took out paper and pen, writing down the names of the 7 sects: Elephant Armor Sect, Black Tiger Sect, Wind Sword Sect, Fire Leopard Sect, Holy Dragon Sect, Rock Antelope Sect, and Sparrow Peak Sect. He turned to Xia Xian and said, "Choose 4. The remaining 3 shall be mine." After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xian replied, "I choose the Elephant Armor Sect, Wind Sword Sect, Black Tiger Sect, and Rock Antelope Sect." Tang Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us set forth to the Elephant Armor Sect." Upon hearing this, Xue Xinyao asked, "Are you leaving right now?" Tang Feng affirmed, "The sooner we gather our allies, the quicker we can establish the sect. It wouldn't be fair to continuously rely on you and Dai Shi's disciples." Xia Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching her head, pondering if she had stayed behind, they would have nearly completed their task. "Do you require any assistance?" Xue Xinyao inquired. "Previously, it was necessary for us to go alone, but now it is no longer required." Xia Xian, brimming with confidence, replied, "After all, we possess the soul fusion technique." Upon hearing this, Xue Xinyao nodded and cautioned, "Very well, but do remember to prioritize your safety." Reluctantly, Xia Xian released Xue Xinyao's hand and departed alongside Tang Feng. Rather than walking, the duo took to the skies. Xia Xian, endowed with the Azure Dragon Soul, could soar, while Tang Feng, wielding the Haotian hammer and the Xianyuan sword, lacked such aerial capabilities. The only conceivable explanation for their flight was that his second soul, the Xianyuan sword, harbored undisclosed secrets. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Xiangjia sect, where a lively atmosphere reigned. Xia Xian harbored concerns that their sects might amalgamate like the 4 clans. Unperturbed, Tang Feng kicked open the grand door, sending it flying. Observing this, the sect members assumed they were there to disrupt the gathering and hurried to report to sect master Hu Yanjun. Xia Xian and Tang Feng remained patient, choosing to await the sect leader's arrival rather than surge through the crowd, which would have proven exhausting. Soon, Hu Yanjun appeared, flanked by over 1,000 followers. "Master, I feel somewhat intimidated by so many people," Tang Feng jested. "Fear not. We shall employ courtesy before conflict," Xia Xian responded. Their exchange occurred without concealment from Hu Yanjun and his entourage. Xia Xian slowly approached Hu Yanjun, with Tang Feng trailing behind. Hu Yanjun regarded them with a serious expression, asking, "Who are you?" His uncertainty stemmed from the fact that 2 15-year-old youths had just forcefully entered, suggesting either remarkable strength or the backing of formidable allies. However, he doubted the likelihood of the former. "And we are?" Xia Xian replied, "We come to recruit you." He continued, "I am the sect master of the Dawn sect, and my purpose is to invite you to join us." Upon hearing the name of the Dawn sect, Hu Yanjun and his followers exhibited varied reactions. Some were fearful, while others stared intently at the 2 youths. "Are you the Dawn sect responsible for the massacre of the 4 clans?" Hu Yanjun queried. The annihilation of the 4 clans was no trivial matter, especially among sections. "Indeed," Xia Xian affirmed. "So, what is your decision regarding allegiance to our Dawn sect?" Hu Yanjun retorted brusquely, "What if I refuse? Will I meet the same fate as the 4 clans at your hands?" Xia Xian shook his head, asserting, "We would never resort to such actions. For the 4 clans were under the command of Tang San, and you do not fall into that category." As Xia Xian stood before Hu Yanjun, he pressed, "Have you made your decision?" Though his words were courteous, a subtle undercurrent of threat lingered. "What gives you the audacity to threaten our sect master?" A figure suddenly emerged, directing a fist towards Xia Xian. In the next instant, that individual found themselves pinned to the ground by Tang Feng, the floor beneath them cracking under the force. Moments later, the Xianyuan sword appeared in Tang Feng's grasp, 7 golden soul rings shimmering around it. as he pointed the blade at the prostrate figure and declared, "What are you to challenge us?" Hu Yanzhen's expression instantly soured, yet the onlookers behind him fell silent upon witnessing Tang Feng's 7 soul rings, each spanning 100,000 years. No one dared to act. However, Xia Xian understood that they resembled a powder keg. Should one person take the lead, they would inevitably swarm forward. Xia Xian patted Tang Feng's shoulder and said, "Let it be. Since they are unwilling, we shall not compel them." Turning to Hu Yanzhen, he added, "Master Hu Yan, if you have not changed your mind by the time we step outside, then so be it. I hope you will contemplate this matter thoroughly." With that, Xia Xian turned and began to walk towards the door, leaving Tang Feng perplexed by his words. He was unaware of Xia Xian's intentions, as they had not conferred. Nevertheless, he recognized that Xia Xian was not one to concede easily, and thus he followed him out. Just as Xia Xian approached the entrance, Hu Yanzhen suddenly called out, "Wait." Xia Xian turned back to face him, asking, "Have you made up your mind?" Hu Yanzhen exhaled deeply and replied, "If we do not submit to the Dawn sect, what will you do?" Xia Xian gazed at him in confusion, as if to say, "Why should I tell you?" Hu Yanzhen, too, realized that revealing such information was improbable, yet he felt the weight of the consequences, ones that the Elephant Armor sect could scarcely bear. He then proposed, "Let us find a compromise. It is well known that our Elephant Armor sect possesses the strongest defense, yet our might lies in the Elephant Cannon, which boasts unparalleled offensive power. If you two can withstand the assault of the Elephant Cannon led by me, we shall pledge our allegiance to you." Xia Xian inquired, "And if we cannot withstand it?" At that moment, Tang Feng leaned closer to Xia Xian and whispered, "In essence, he fears Dai Shi. After all, it is common knowledge that the shadow guards created by Dai Shi belong to the Dawn sect." Xia Xian nodded and declared, "I agree. But I hope you will not go back on your word. A man of integrity keeps his promises. Once spoken, they are not easily retracted." After Hu Yanzhen spoke, he selected 6 individuals from the crowd, all soul saints, with Hu Yanzhen himself as the main force, a soul Douluo. "Please, follow me to another location," Hu Yanzhen said, not wishing to risk flattening his own sect with such formidable power. Xia Xian nodded, and he and Tang Feng followed Hu Yanzhen to the competition arena of the Elephant Armor sect. The surroundings were nearly devoid of structures, making it an ideal venue for a contest. Xia Xian also noted the considerable scale of the Elephant Armor sect, which explained its status as one of the top 3 sects likely to be endorsed by the Spirit Hall in the future. Before long, Hu Yanzhen and his 6 companions formed a human pyramid, with Hu Yanzhen's imposing figure at the center. Indeed, it is a human artillery platform, Tang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "Xia Feng, are we ready to give it a try?" Xia Xian inquired, to which Tang Feng responded with a smile, "Of course, this is indeed the most opportune moment." At that moment, the 2 distinct soul powers of Xia Xian and Tang Feng began to intertwine, merging hues of purple, gold, azure, and emerald green that gradually enveloped both individuals. As the radiant light flickered, when Hu Yanzhen reopened his eyes, he was astonished to see that the 2 had transformed into one. Their hair remained the same verdant green, however, their pupils had turned black, and their attire was now a blend of gold and green. The Jiao Shao sword and the Xianyuan sword were secured at their waists, while the Hautian hammer rested upon their backs, surrounded by a shimmering emerald aura. Xia Xian, perplexed, mused inwardly, "Is this a soul fusion technique? Surely it does not mean we have merged as one." Tang Feng also found himself bewildered, logically, upon the successful execution of a soul fusion technique. A skill should be unleashed, and then the effect would dissipate. It felt more akin to the fusion of the characters Happy Sheep and Grey Wolf. "Let's reveal our soul rings," Tang Feng suggested. Hu Yanzhen, growing impatient, interjected, "Are you 2 ready or not?" The fused duo replied in unison, "Just a moment, please. Do not rush us." Their voices merged in a peculiar harmony. Suddenly, around the fusion entity, 3 yellow, for purple, for black, and 3 red soul rings appeared, alongside 7 that shimmered with a hint of gold and another 7 with a tinge of emerald green, all representing the essence of 10,000-year soul rings. Hu Yanzhen was rendered speechless by this spectacle. While a soul fusion technique was extraordinary on its own, the emergence of 28 soul rings was unprecedented. Nevertheless, the 2 soon adapted to their new form, having shared 9 years of camaraderie that fostered a profound understanding. "Let us proceed," Hu Yanzhen declared as he began to spin rapidly, illuminating his 7th and 8th soul rings. "It seems you are quite serious," Xia Xian and Tang Feng replied in unison. "I wish to experiment," Tang Feng expressed internally. "Feel free to do so. With the Azure Dragon by our side, we shall not perish," Xia Xian reassured him. Chapter 40. No soul skills required. Each attack resembles a soul skill. Hu Yanzhen was launched forward, a colossal diamond mammoth spinning violently as it charged towards Xia Xin and Tang Feng. The duo raised a hand, and as the diamond mammoth collided with their palm, they were unexpectedly propelled backward. The 6 onlookers gasped in astonishment at the scene before them. Xia Xin and Tang Feng had managed to withstand Hu Yinzhen's forceful strike with one hand, the diamond mammoth whirling rapidly between their palms. With a swift motion, they unleashed a punch that sent Hu Yinzhen hurtling away. "Master!" the 6 exclaimed, rushing to Hu Yinzhen's side. Xia Xin and Tang Feng merely lifted a hand to examine their condition, noticing that only a small layer of skin had been scraped off, which swiftly healed. Upon inspecting their soul rings, they observed that among the 28, 3 yellow and 2 purple rings had turned gray. Their soul fusion technique did not directly unleash a skill. Rather, it allowed them to choose between defense and offense in response to their opponent's attack. For instance, the block against Hu Yinzhen had consumed 3 century-old soul rings, while the punch that followed had expended 2 millennium rings. They had not merely released a skill. Every movement they executed was a manifestation of their fusion technique. Hu Yinzhen struggled to rise, casting his gaze towards Xia Xin and Tang Feng. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, he collapsed once more. Someone hurried forward to confirm, exclaiming in astonishment, "Alas, the sect leader's spine has been shattered." Upon hearing this, Xia Xin and Tang Feng were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that a single strike could fracture the renowned defensive spirit, the diamond mammoth. Xia Xin approached Hu Yinzhen and commanded, "Stand aside." The 6 individuals present promptly stepped back, genuinely intimidated by Xia Xin's presence. Surrounding Xia Xin, a verdant aura of soul power gradually enveloped Hu Yinzhen's body. The healing prowess of the Azure Dragon was formidable. As long as one was not dead, they could be restored to full vitality almost instantaneously, though it fell short in replenishing soul power. Before long, Hu Yinzhen was able to rise once again. Xia Xin turned to the side and noticed that a 1,000-year soul ring had turned gray. Hu Yinzhen, not one to shy away from defeat, clasped his hands together and declared, "I concede. As per our agreement, our Xiangjia sect will join your Dawn sect." After a lengthy silence, Xia Xin remained silent, fixated on him. Hu Yinzhen, puzzled, wondered if his demeanor had displeased the other party. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Xin and Tang Feng were engaged in a discussion regarding their soul fusion techniques. They had concluded that healing a soul Douluo would require 1,000-year soul ring. Xia Xin spoke, "The full force strike of a defensive soul Douluo necessitates 300-year soul rings. Defeating an opponent requires merely 2,000-year soul rings. What is the duration supported by the soul fusion skill?" Xia Xin inquired. "Are you dazed?" Hu Yinzhen expressed his concern. "Remove your hand." Xia Xin's voice resonated, prompting Hu Yinzhen to quickly retreat. However, Xia Xin did not take any further action. His intent was not to harm but to examine his own soul rings. He soon discovered that the purple hue of a 1,000-year soul ring had faded by half. "Sect leader, our Xiangjia sect is willing to yield to the Dawn sect," Hu Yinzhen reiterated, bowing once more, a sentiment echoed by the 6 surrounding him. Yet, Xia Xin chose to remain unresponsive, as he was now hesitant to act. The two continued their internal discourse. Xia Xin remarked, "A 1,000-year soul ring can sustain us for 2 minutes, while a 100-year soul ring perhaps only for 1 minute. The durations for 10,000-year and 100,000-year rings are currently unknown." Tang Feng responded, "For a 10,000-year ring, 5 minutes. For a 100,000-year ring, 10 minutes. In total, it amounts to approximately 3.5 hours. However, this is primarily because Hu Yinzhen is too weak against a stronger adversary. The consumption of our soul rings would be even greater," Xia Xin noted. Tang Feng chuckled, "Do not forget, we are not merely 2 individuals." Xia Xin, prompted by Tang Feng's reminder, recalled Dai Shi and Xue Xinyao, the 4 of them possessing a martial soul fusion technique. Even with their current strength, they boasted a total of 56 soul rings. Who in the world could rival their quartet? However, Tang Feng cautioned, "If it can be avoided, do not take that final step." Xia Xin concurred, for the consequences were far too grave, and he also admired Dai Shi. Hu Yinzhen occasionally glanced up and then lowered his head, trembling with apprehension. Suddenly, for beams of colored light flashed as Xia Xin and Tang Feng unveiled their martial soul fusion technique. Just as Hu Yinzhen was about to speak, he noticed both had activated their respective soul rings, which instantly set him on edge. Naturally, he was unaware that they were merely inspecting their own soul rings. Xia Xin's martial soul, the 9 Heavens sword, displayed 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red rings, all gleaming with brilliance. He turned to look at Tang Feng, who similarly exhibited 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red rings. It appeared that the soul rings, which turned gray during the fusion technique, were independent of their individual rings, akin to Tang Hao's explosive rings, gradually returning to their original state. Xia Xian tossed a map to Hui Yinjun, stating, "The Dawn sect is located here. Upon arrival, seek out a girl named Xue Xinyao. The members of your sect need not go initially, but as the sect leader. You must register first." After all, he was unaware if Dai Shi had awoken, and the only one in charge was Xue Xinyao. Just as Xia Xian was about to turn away, Hui Yinjun grasped his arm and said, "Sect leader, there is something I do not understand." Xia Xian turned to him and replied, "Ask." Tang Feng, curious as well, listened intently, given that Xia Xian had not conferred with him. Xia Xian explained, "Our sect is considered weak on the continent, except for the top 3 sections. The remaining sects can only choose to align with the 2 great empires, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, though there exists another option, the Martial Soul City." Hui Yinjun nodded in agreement with Xia Xian's words. Xia Xian chuckled, "In our sect, we have the princess of the Heaven Do Empire, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, and the grandson of the Grand Offering in the Offering Hall. Now do you understand?" While the others in the Offering Hall might be unaware, he, as the sect leader, was well informed. Upon realizing this, Hui Yinjun genuinely understood that to become a sect leader, one must possess not only formidable strength, but also a sharp mind. Seeing that he grasped the concept, Xia Xian and Tang Feng proceeded directly out. Hui Yinjun, watching them depart, felt a twinge of fear and relief for not allowing them to step out initially. Their sect, unable to affiliate with the 2 great empires and the Martial Soul City, would face annihilation. With no resources, no publicity, and lacking imperial support, who would wish to join their Xiangjia sect? Only those with nothing better to do would come. "Sect leader, are we truly to submit to them?" Someone beside him inquired. Chapter 41. The Holy Dragon Sect abandoned Hui Yinjun's side. "Is your sect leader the sort to be untrustworthy?" Yet, he felt a sense of reluctance, for here he stood above all others, but with Xia Xian, he was no longer in such a position. Below him was the ruler of the empire. Next, Xia Xian declared, "It is time to visit the Windsword sect." They proceeded towards the Windsword sect, employing the same strategy. Tang Feng kicked the door open, prompting the people inside to rush and summon their sect leader. Soon, the sect leader, Feng Bailong, arrived accompanied by a throng of followers before the 2. "Are you from the Dawn sect?" Feng Bailong inquired, and Xia Xian politely replied, "Indeed. I am Xia Xian, the leader of the Dawn sect." Upon hearing this, Feng Bailong was astonished. "I did not expect the sect master to personally come to recruit us." "Recruit?" Xia Xian pondered, perplexed. After all, they were all regular troops, and such terminology seemed out of place. Nevertheless, Xia Xian smiled and asked, "Then, Sect Master Feng, would you be willing to join our sect?" Feng Bailong nodded affirmatively. The surprise was palpable for both Xia Xian and Tang Feng. Was the leader of Feng Jian's sect truly so agreeable? They exchanged glances, both contemplating the unexpected ease of the situation. "May I request that my sect be allowed a few days for organization?" Feng Bailong inquired. "Certainly," Xia Xian replied. "But you must register at Dawn sect today." As she spoke, she sketched a map on the spot and handed it to Feng Bailong. Receiving the map, Feng Bailong cupped his hands in respect and said, "As you command." Thus, Xia Xian and Tang Feng exited, neither anticipating such smooth proceedings. However, the reality was quite different. The massacre of the 4 clans by the Dawn sect had already spread like wildfire, leaving every sect trembling with fear the following day, leading them to station personnel at other sections. By the time Xia Xian and Tang Feng entered the Elephant Armor sect, all sects were already informed of the news. The allegiance of the Elephant Armor sect was well known. If they had submitted, how could Feng Jian's sect remain defiant? That would be a fool's errand. Subsequently, the 2 proceeded to the Fire Leopard sect and the Rock Antelope sect. What baffled them was that both Fire Leopard sect's leader, Hui Yanbao, and Rock Antelope sect's leader, Yan Linggu, were as accommodating as Feng Bailong, readily agreeing to join after a brief exchange. On their way to the Sacred Dragon sect, Xia Xian could not help but voice her concerns. They wouldn't be deceiving us, would they? Tang Feng chuckled. Well, they would need the audacity to do so. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Sacred Dragon sect, where Tang Feng kicked the door open. There stood the leader of the Sacred Dragon sect, Tuoba Shi, accompanied by a group. "Tuoba, are you prepared?" Xia Xian inquired with a smile. Tuoba Shi replied coldly, "You cannot recruit me." At this, Xia Xian's expression darkened. "Do you understand what you are saying?" Just then, Tuoba Shi tossed a token towards Xia Xian, who caught it deftly. Tang Feng approached Xia Xian, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the token. Both recognized it. although it was not the same as the tokens from the worship hall. Tuoba Shi's was the elder token of the martial spirit hall. Every person has their fate. I shall not disturb you any further, Xia Xian declared, tossing the token back to him and walking out alongside Tang Feng. That old rascal is quite clever, becoming an elder at the martial spirit hall. Xia Xian grumbled, frustrated. Yet, she felt powerless, as she had no ties to Bibi Dong. And the worship hall had no jurisdiction over her unless Bibi Dong chose to intervene for Qian Douliu's sake. Tang Feng sighed regretfully. Among the 7 sects, only Tuoba Shi from the Sacred Dragon sect is a titled Douluo. Such a pity. Just as they were about to reach the exit, 2 figures approached from outside. One clad in gold and the other in black. Xia Xian and Tang Feng were all too familiar with them. Elder Zhu, Elder Gui, Xia Xian greeted politely. Tang Feng cast a mischievous glance at Zhu Douluo, forever haunted by the memory of his past intentions against him. Zhu Douluo, however, did not acknowledge Tang Feng, instead addressing Xia Xian with warmth. Little Xian, upon hearing that your sect is assimilating various sects, Tuoba Shi approached the 4 with respect. Addressing Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, Elder Zhu, Elder Gui. Gui Douluo then inquired, where is the elder order bestowed upon you by the Pope? Although puzzled, Tuoba Shi produced the document. Upon seeing it, Zhu Douluo seized it, examining it closely and confirmed, indeed, it is the elder order. Tuoba Shi's confusion deepened. Gui Douluo then proclaimed, by the Pope's decree, effective today, you are no longer an elder of the Spirit Hall, and the Holy Dragon sect shall no longer receive its protection. Hearing this, Tuoba Shi's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the 2. Zhu Douluo patted Xia Xian's shoulder, stating, we were aware of your assimilation of the Elephant Armor sect this morning. Thus, the Pope has released the Holy Dragon sect to you. Whether you can assimilate it depends on your capabilities. Xia Xian, filled with excitement, replied, please convey my gratitude to the Pope. Zhu Douluo nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to Tang Feng, walking directly towards him. The atmosphere grew tense. Xia Xian was oblivious to the underlying tension, yet it was palpable to all present. Zhu Douluo inquired, would you consider becoming my disciple? Xia Xian and Gui Douluo were momentarily taken aback, as was Tang Feng. The reason for their surprise was that he was also present during the contest for the sect leader position. Initially, he merely wished to observe whether Tang Feng's threats were mere words, but after that day, he truly understood that if Tang Feng were to fight seriously, he could indeed take his life. Not every soul sage possesses such capability. Zhu Douluo's initial apprehension transformed into exhilaration, for if he could take Tang Feng as his disciple, who would not desire a pupil of such extraordinary talent? Regardless of the Haotian sect's reputation, none could compare to Tang Feng's significance. Leave, Tang Feng stated, his tone curt. Zhu Douluo was momentarily taken aback but replied patiently, are you truly not considering it? Leave. Tang Feng's command was abruptly interrupted as Zhu Huaguan pinched his face. And then he soared away. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness that Xia Xian was left in a daze. As he turned to observe, he saw the Haotian hammer, crackling with purple lightning, hurtling towards Zhu Huaguan, clearly thrown by Tang Feng. By the time he looked back, the hammer was already nearly upon him. Ah, old Gui, save me. Zhu Huaguan cried, plummeting to the ground under the hammer's force. Gui Douluo shook his head in exasperation and then darted towards Zhu Huaguan. Xia Xian, disregarding their affairs, turned to face the Holy Dragon sect's leader, Tuoba Shi, who wore a sinister grin akin to that of a villain. Chapter 42. The Mosquito Speaks. Leader Tuoba, what shall we do now? The Spirit Hall has forsaken you. Xia Xian chuckled. At that moment, Tuoba Shi's aura surged dramatically as he fixed his gaze upon Xia Xian. After all, he was still a titled Douluo, and Xia Xian genuinely feared he might be struck down in a single blow. Behind him, Tang Feng silently summoned the Xianyuan sword. Just as Xia Xian anticipated that Tuoba Shi would attack, he instinctively took a step back, only to be surprised when Tuoba Shi embraced his leg. Tang Feng, who had intended to strike Tuoba Shi, was momentarily stunned. Leader, please have mercy and take me in. Tuoba Shi, overwhelmed with tears and snot, completely lost the arrogance he once displayed. The members of his sect behind him could not bear to witness such a scene. Just as the Fengjian sect had done, the Shenglong sect followed suit. Now that Tuoba Shi was without the martial soul hall, if he did not join the Dawn sect, he would possess no resources whatsoever. If he were merely an individual, it would not matter. With his strength as a titled Douluo, he could find sustenance anywhere. However, as a sect leader, he could not act solely in his own interest. He had to consider the well-being of every member of his sect. As the leader of a sect, he bore the responsibility of providing for both the elderly and the young among his followers. Without resources, the sect would disband, leaving its members with nowhere to go. Xia Xian hurriedly helped him up, saying, "Sect leader Tuo, what are you doing? I want to help too. But our humble Dawn sect cannot accommodate you." Tuo Bashi, initially filled with hope, clung to her leg and pleaded, "Sect leader Xia, I will hold on until you agree." Xia Xian feigned difficulty and replied, "But sect leader Tuo, you were the one who rejected me at first. My heart feels so cold. Sect leader Xia, it was my earlier blindness that caused this. Please have mercy on us." Xia Xian sighed and conceded, all right, sect leader Tuo, I agree." Upon hearing this, Tuo Bashi stood up, but added, "However, my heart ached so painfully after your initial rejection. You must give me some form of compensation." Xia Xian responded, "Just compensate me with 1,000,000 gold soul coins." Tuo Bashi paused, taken aback by her request. Observing his expression, Xia Xian thought to herself, "This is not good. Perhaps I should adjust my request?" Slowly, she suggested, "Should we change it?" Tuo Bashi firmly grasped her hand and asserted, "No changes. It shall be 1,000,000 gold soul coins. I will have someone prepare it for delivery to the Dawn sect immediately." He then summoned his deputy sect leader. "Sect leader, what did you discuss with him?" The deputy inquired, puzzled. "Do not concern yourself with that. Prepare 1,000,000 gold soul coins at once," Tuo Bashi commanded. "Only 1,000,000 gold soul coins?" the deputy asked, bewildered. Tuo Bashi nodded. He had initially expected Xia Xian to demand exorbitantly, yet to his surprise, her request was modest. The Shenglong sect, being the foremost among the top 3 sects, found 1,000,000 gold soul coins to be a mere trifle. After issuing his orders, Tuo Bashi approached Xia Xian once more, asking, "Is there anything else you require?" Xia Xian shook her head and promptly sketched a map, handing it to him. "Today, you must bring 1,000,000 gold soul coins and yourself to the Dawn sect and register with someone named Shui Xinyao. If you fail to arrive by today, I shall personally come to you tomorrow, and it will not be as simple then." Tuo Bashi accepted the map and nodded, saying, "I assure you, both I and the 1,000,000 gold soul coins will arrive today, so there will be no need for sect leader Xia to trouble herself further." Nodding in agreement, Xia Xian exited with Tang Feng. Once outside, Tang Feng queried, "What do you need 1,000,000 gold soul coins for?" It was not a matter of whether the sum was large or small, but rather that they did not lack for money. "The sect's construction cannot always rely on us to foot the bill," Xia Xian replied helplessly. Tang Feng nodded and then asked, "Then why not ask for more?" The words of Tang Feng left Xia Xian in a state of shock, primarily as he implied that Xia Xian was merely a small fry. Just as Tang Feng was about to elaborate, Xia Xian interjected, "Please, no more." Tang Feng cast a puzzled glance in his direction, while Xia Xian clutched at his heart, exclaiming, "My heart feels truly cold right now." Subsequently, the duo made their way to the Black Tiger sect, whose leader, He Linhu, proved to be a man of discernment, swiftly aligning with them much like the Wind Sword sect had done. At this juncture, the sun reached its zenith, marking noon. There remained only the Sparrow Peak sect to recruit. They intended to do so before partaking in a meal. The only information they had was that the leader of the Sparrow Peak sect was named Hua Tinglan. Upon kicking open the door, a sudden display of fireworks erupted from the Sparrow Peak sect. A young woman assisted Xia Xian as they approached the entrance, and Tang Feng was similarly supported. Xia Xian and Tang Feng inadvertently withdrew their hands. Should Shui Xinyao become aware, it would undoubtedly lead to an unsolicited experience of the extremes of ice and fire. Xia Xian turned to the woman beside him and inquired, "May I ask where your leader is?" "I am," Hua Tinglan replied with a smile, "Leader Xia. We have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." "Awaiting us?" Xia Xian questioned, perplexed. "Indeed. Surely you have yet to dine? We have prepared a feast." Hua Tinglan beamed. Xia Xian hastily waved his hands, saying, No, that's not necessary. Our sole purpose this time is to recruit you." He then directed his gaze towards Hua Tinglan, asking, "Are you willing to submit to us?" Hua Tinglan nodded in agreement, though she had little choice. After Xia Xian handed her the map, he dashed out of the Sparrow Peak sect, with Tang Feng having already exited. They had not anticipated that the Sparrow Peak sect would be comprised entirely of women, leaving them quite astonished. Before departing, Xia Xian called out to the Sparrow Peak sect, "Leader Hua, remember not to forget. Within today." Upon finishing his words, he hurried away. Hua Tinglan scrutinized the map drawn by Xia Xian, furrowing her brow. As the deputy leader approached her side, remarking, "Leader, do you not think they have shown us a lack of respect? What can we do? We are, after all, the weaker side," Hua Tinglan replied, turning her gaze to the deputy leader. "Take a look at this map." The deputy leader accepted the map. observing its crooked lines and the markings of the Black Tiger sect and the Holy Dragon sect among 6 other sections. Must we travel to the Elephant Armor sect to discern a clear route? He queried, his brow furrowed. Hua Tinglan pinched the bridge of her nose, replying, I fear that may be the case. Xia Xin is directionally challenged. He only recalls the paths he has traversed, which is why the map appears thus. Meanwhile, Xia Xin and Tang Feng found a small stall to eat. Chapter 43. Hui Yuhao seeks out Su Changwei on another front. Dai Shi awoke, fixating his gaze on Su Xiaoxiao, who remained with her eyes closed. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that she was feigning sleep, a fact Dai Shi was well aware of. Though he had lost his capacity for emotions, he could still sense curiosity, particularly regarding Su Xiaoxiao's demeanor towards him. While previous girls had clamored for his attention, this one seemed keen to distance herself. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door, carrying 2 boxes of rice and 2 boxes of dishes. Master, she is yet to awaken. The person spoke. Dai Shi turned to the newcomer, accepting the meal he offered, saying, Li Ziyun, do you think she is truly pretending? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's expression tightened further. The same sentiment lingered. Any discerning observer could easily see through it. Nevertheless, Li Ziyun chuckled and remarked, how could one possibly pretend? Perhaps they simply wished to indulge in a bit more slumber. Dai Shi nodded in agreement, and shortly thereafter, Li Ziyun departed. There were numerous matters to attend to within the sect, and as a minor leader, Dai Shi could not linger indefinitely. He began to unbox his meal, and the delightful aroma soon filled the entire room. Su Xiaoxiao, having skipped dinner the night before and breakfast that morning, had also neglected lunch, and before long, her stomach let out an audible grumble. Dai Shi feigned ignorance, continuing to savor his meal while deliberately chewing with audible enthusiasm. After finishing his food, Dai Shi noticed that Su Xiaoxiao's saliva had dribbled onto her pillow. Frustrated by her pretense, he tidied up his meal and muttered to himself, there are still many matters to address within the sect. I should take my leave. With that, he truly walked out. Listening to his departing footsteps, Su Xiaoxiao cautiously opened her eyes, glancing around before realizing that Dai Shi had indeed left. She eagerly opened her meal and sat up in bed, relishing her food. The pangs of hunger were truly unbearable, and she felt as though she had been reborn. She resolved to seek out Xia Xin immediately after finishing her meal, no longer wishing to remain in Dai Shi's presence. As she busily consumed her food, a dark mist suddenly appeared, initially in small quantities, then surging forth in abundance. Before she could react, Dai Shi had already approached her. Su Xiaoxiao halted her eating, staring blankly at him. After a prolonged moment, she swallowed the food in her mouth and smiled ingratiatingly. Do you believe me if I say I just woke up? Dai Shi, upon hearing this, said nothing, merely taking a seat beside Su Xiaoxiao's hospital bed. He glanced at the food in her hands, gesturing for her to continue eating. Understanding his demeanor, Su Xiaoxiao realized her predicament, yet she was determined to indulge until she could no longer. She hastily devoured her meal, but ultimately found herself unable to finish. A wave of grievance surged within her, and she burst into tears. Dai Shi, baffled by her reaction, inquired, Why are you crying? Through her sobs, Su Xiaoxiao asked, Could you refrain from killing me? If you must, could you at least allow me one last glimpse of my family? As she spoke, her cries grew louder. Had this been the old Dai Shi, he would have undoubtedly mocked Su Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing his silence, she ceased her weeping and, through her sniffles, asked, Really? Dai Shi nodded and responded, If you have finished eating, I would like to pose a few questions. Once I am done, I shall take my leave. Immediately, Su Xiaoxiao set her utensils down and replied, Go ahead and ask. Do you truly wish for me to depart? Dai Shi queried. Su Xiaoxiao quickly realized her words had been miscommunicated, waving her hands dismissively. No. I merely meant that I do not wish to impede your time. You have matters to attend to after our conversation, correct? Dai Shi nodded and proceeded with his inquiry. Have you encountered any unfamiliar visitors to your home recently? Su Xiaoxiao pondered carefully before responding. Aside from you and Xia Xin, it seems there has been no one else. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao quickly added, Please do not be so upset. I am earnestly trying to recall. Suddenly, as though struck by inspiration, she exclaimed, 2 individuals came to my home about a month ago. After listening, Dai Shi inquired, What exactly transpired? Do not withhold any details. Su Xiaoxiao then recounted. There was a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. They possessed not only striking looks but also remarkable kindness. A month ago, a couple visited our home, and those 2 were none other than Hui Yuhao and Tang Wudong. Hui Yuhao politely knocked on the door, asking, Is anyone home? At that moment, only Su Changwei and I were present, although Hui Yuhao stood outside. His aura had already permeated the room. Observing that they posed no threat, I hurried to open the door. Upon doing so, my eyes widened in astonishment. It was my first encounter with such an attractive pair. Su Changwei emerged as well and asked, "What can we do for you?" "Senior, may I have a moment of your time?" Hui Yuhao requested. Seeing that they were not ill-intentioned, Su Changwei turned to me and said, "Dear, you stay at home. Your father will return shortly." I obediently complied and remained inside. Just as Hui Yuhao and Su Changwei were departing, Tang Wudong expressed her desire to follow. However, Hui Yuhao gently instructed her, "Darling, you should play with that little girl for now," implicitly refusing her company. Although I was 15, Hui Yuhao and his companion were both in their 20s, making me feel rather childlike in their presence. I felt a twinge of defiance upon hearing his words. Tang Wudong merely pouted, but ultimately obeyed Hui Yuhao and drew closer to me. Initially, I felt quite reserved, even within my own home. Yet, as Tang Wudong studied me, she seemed to find me familiar. She approached and playfully pinched my cheek. Confused, I asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" Tang Wudong examined me intently and remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to my 5th senior sister." I had no idea who her 5th senior sister was. "Husband, we must be on our way." Hui Yuhao called from outside, and shortly thereafter, Tang Wudong emerged. "Senior, I entrust that matter to you. As soon as he arrives and shatters the ice orb, I will comprehend everything," Hui Yuhao stated before departing. Once they were gone, Tang Wudong linked her arm with Hui Yuhao's and said, "Darling, that little girl looks remarkably like my 5th senior sister." Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao turned to glance back and chuckled. After all, she is from 10,000 years hence. Su Changwei held the ice orb in his hand, while I remained oblivious to the nature of their discussion, only aware that my father persistently placed the orb on the table. It was not until the day Xia Xian appeared that Su Changwei finally crushed the ice orb. Chapter 44. The Heart of Hulayina. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's description, Daisher was left in a state of confusion. "So, you only remember that one was exceptionally handsome and the other remarkably beautiful?" he asked. Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. "You do not even recall their names?" Daisher pressed. She shook her head, genuinely unaware, and had not even inquired. Daisher pondered over her words, particularly about the ice orb and the 5th senior sister. What exactly is an ice orb? Surely, any ice element soul master can create such a thing, right? And what of this 5th senior sister? Which clan or sect is she affiliated with? The more he contemplated, the more vexed he became, as he could not possibly connect them to individuals from 10,000 years in the future. Such a notion defied logic. "Well then, you may take your leave," Su Xiaoxiao cautiously inquired, only to be met with a glare from Daisher, who was evidently quite perturbed at that moment. Startled, Su Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on the blanket and stammered, "Let me tell you, no girl on this planet will ever like a boy who lacks integrity." Unfazed, Daisher strode out, seemingly unaffected by her words. For he was a man of his word. Since Su Xiaoxiao had voiced her thoughts, he felt compelled to act accordingly. As he walked halfway, her declaration echoed in his mind, and he mused, "At this point, I no longer even possess the capacity to feel affection. Why would I care about who likes me or not?" After Su Xiaoxiao finished her outburst, she felt a pang of hunger and resumed eating the unfinished meal. Once she had satisfied her appetite, she gingerly descended from the bed, peering left and right at the doorway. Upon realizing that Daisher was nowhere to be seen, she hurriedly dashed outside. However, as she ran, she soon found herself lost. It was her first venture out, and the unfamiliar surroundings instilled a sense of dread within her. Observing the bustling crowd on the street, coupled with her social anxiety, she took refuge in a corner, feeling apprehensive. Suddenly, a refined middle-aged man approached her. She looked up to find that he emanated warmth, reminiscent of Xia Xian. "Little girl, are you lost?" he gently inquired. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in response. "Father, is that you?" A girl suddenly appeared, linking her arm with the man's. "Dad, what's wrong with her?" the girl asked, puzzled. "It seems she is lost. We must quickly find her family," the middle-aged man replied. Hearing this, the girl moved closer to Su Xiaoxiao and curiously asked, "My name is Ning Rongrong. What about you?" "Su Xiaoxiao," she replied softly. "That's my father, Ning Fingxi." Ning Rongrong gestured towards the man. Su Xiaoxiao politely greeted, "Hello, Uncle Ning. Let us get you to your home," Ning Rongrong declared, taking Su Xiaoxiao by the hand as they hurried towards Shrek Academy, leaving Su Xiaoxiao bewildered by her sudden departure. Meanwhile, Xia Xian and Tang Feng had also finished their meal. "All right then," Xia Xian remarked, and the two parted ways. However, Xia Xian did not head towards the sect, but rather towards the Spirit City. The Kaifeng sect was not far from the Spirit City, and by 3 in the afternoon, Xia Xian arrived. He did not visit the Offering Hall or the Spirit Hall, but instead headed towards the Spirit Academy. Fortunately, the doorman had not changed and still recognized him. Xia Xian greeted him with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian sensed that something was amiss. After bidding farewell to the doorman, he dashed inside. Tang Feng likely shared similar thoughts, although Xia Xian was the sect leader and could command all. He still preferred the comfort of his own authority. On the 5th floor of the teaching building, home to the Soul King students, a blonde girl ambled down the corridor, munching on bread while clutching a bag of snacks in her other hand. Accompanying her were 2 classmates. Nar, could you refrain from staying up late to cultivate? Your health is paramount. A nearby female classmate remarked. The blonde girl is indeed Hulaina. Hulaina, appearing listless, responded, I cannot afford to neglect my training. The gap between him and me will only widen. The 5th floor accommodates the Soul Kings, and in the original narrative, Hulaina reached the rank of Soul King at the age of 20, yet she is merely 18 at present. With dark circles under her eyes, she seemed on the verge of collapse. The 2 female classmates observing her were equally concerned. We have no idea who this he you speak of is. Nor do we know if we are fortunate enough to meet this boy who has captivated you so, one of them teased. Hulaina smiled at the jest, though a hint of sadness lingered within her. She had frequently heard about that individual, yet had only exchanged words with him twice in the 9 years they had known one another, once when he withdrew from school, and once during the funeral of the former dean of the Martial Soul Academy. Honestly, boys are inconsequential, Hulaina declared, for she harbored no illusions about any potential relationship with him in the future. As soon as she uttered these words, she collided with a boy, causing the bread she held to tumble from her grasp. Fortunately, the boy caught it deftly in his hand. Looking up, Hulaina found herself staring blankly at the boy before her. After placing the bread back into her hands, he continued on his way, remarking, This bread doesn't look very appealing. Hulaina stood momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation, but by the time she regained her composure, he had already walked away. Who is that? How rude, commented the classmate beside her. After finishing her thoughts, Hulaina hurried after him, racing down the staircase. Following her were 2 companions, Xie Yu and Yan, who were not as fervent in their pursuit. They remained on the 4th floor of the Soul Sect. However, upon witnessing Hulaina's hurried descent, they decided to join her. Despite their calls to her, she paid them no heed. Finally reaching the 1st floor, she spotted a familiar figure ahead. Xie Yu and Yan caught up behind her. Just as Hulaina was about to speak, a voice rang out from behind. Tang Feng. How dare you hide from your sect leader? The boy in question was Tang Feng, the very person Hulaina had been longing for. Upon hearing the call, Tang Feng turned his head. Hulaina found herself frozen in place at the sight of him, while Xia Xian was impeded by his devoted fan, Xie Yu. In Chapter 45, titled You Mess With Me, I Will Mess With You, Xia Xian, exasperated, pushed Xie Yu's head and exclaimed, You still recognize me despite how much I've changed. Don't come so close. Though her appearance has changed, those familiar with Xia Xian's voice can still recognize her. Moreover, Xie Yu has always been an ardent admirer of Xia Xian. No, I want to cling to my idol, Xie Yu pouted. Tang Feng, witnessing this scene, chuckled lightly before turning to Hulaina and saying, Long time no see. If Xie Yu is Xia Xian's fervent fan, then Hulaina is an even more devoted admirer of Tang Feng, with feelings that transcend mere fandom. Hulaina, momentarily stunned, waved her hand and replied, Long time no see. Meanwhile, Yan, who had been harboring feelings for Hulaina for 12 years since he was 6, felt a pang of jealousy, especially as he had become friends with Xie Yu. Everything was progressing well until Xia Xian and Tang Feng's arrival altered the course of events. Hulaina's gaze was solely fixed on Tang Feng, disregarding all other males and their statuses. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Tang Feng said goodbye and departed. Hulaina stood frozen, having longed for 3 years, only to receive a simple long time no see and a farewell. A sense of grievance welled up within her, tears threatening to spill, yet she was reluctant to appear foolish. At that moment, Xia Xian, dragging the clingy Xie Yu, hurried after Tang Feng. Hulaina wiped away her tears and followed suit. With both Xie Yu and Hulaina gone, Yin naturally trailed behind. Tang Feng arrived first at the dean's office, knocking on the door. Brother Xing. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Xing Ho, who was pleasantly surprised to see him. Little Feng, come in. Tang Feng entered without hesitation. Just as Xing Ho was about to close the door, a voice echoed from the corridor, Brother Xing. I'm here too. Xing Ho turned and recognized the figure with long, jade green hair as Xia Xian. Who is that? Xing Ho inquired, looking at Tang Feng. Tang Feng, casually seated on the sofa, replied, That's one of my fans. You know how popular I am at this school, right? Xing Ho chuckled, aware of both Tang Feng's and Xia Xian's popularity. With that thought, he closed and locked the door. Tang Feng poured himself a cup of tea and offered one to Xing Ho as well. Xing Ho, seated across from him, asked, "What brings you here?" Tang Feng smiled and said, "Brother Xing, can I come to see you?" Xing Ho waved his hand dismissively. "No need for pleasantries. We know each other well enough. Besides, your sect is quite busy, I assent it." The establishment of the Dawn sect was common knowledge among those in the know. Just then, Xia Xian arrived at the door, knocking and calling out, "Brother Xing." "It's me, Xia Xian." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xing Ho felt a sense of recognition. Could it truly be Xia Xian? He asked Tang Feng, uncertain. "Brother Xing, Xia Xian's hair is black. How could it be jade green?" Tang Feng chuckled. Xing Ho nodded in agreement. Then, Tang Feng continued, "Brother Xing, our sect is short-staffed. Could you lend us a hand?" Outside, after receiving no response from knocking, Xia Xian helplessly sat down. Xing Ho wished to recruit her, and Tang Feng shared that ambition. With a sigh of resignation, Xia Xian wondered, "What's wrong, idol?" The sinister moon inquired, and Xia Xian, feeling helpless, shook her head and replied, "It's nothing, it's nothing." She then turned to the sinister moon and asked, "Could you please refrain from clutching my leg? I am not going anywhere." The sinister moon, upon hearing this, understood, for Tang Feng was still inside, and Xia Xian would not leave until he emerged. Releasing her grip, the sinister moon sat down beside Xia Xian and noticed that Hu Laina and Yin were present as well, casting a puzzled glance in their direction. He had been so engrossed in Xia Xian that he had failed to notice the two. "Yin, sister, what brings you both here?" The sinister moon asked with curiosity. Hu Laina remained silent, squatting across from them, her expression one of innocent distress that evoked pity. Yin looked on with concern, aware of Hu Laina's feelings. If he could, he would gladly confront Tang Feng to vent his frustrations. Noticing their lack of response, the sinister moon shifted his attention back to Xia Xian and inquired, "Idol, what brings you here today?" Xia Xian, with a hint of excitement, disclosed that she was recruiting. The sinister moon's enthusiasm surged. He had heard whispers of his idol establishing a sect, yet had remained uncertain until now, when her declaration of recruitment confirmed it beyond doubt. "Idol, if you are recruiting, could you possibly consider me?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with hope. "Yourself?" Xia Xian pondered for a moment, considering that she couldn't leave empty-handed after her visit. She then glanced at Hu Laina, who was burying her head in her arms. Since Tang Feng had caused her trouble, it seemed only fair that she would reciprocate. "Very well, but your current strength is lacking, and you hold no authority," Xia Xian replied. Upon hearing this, the sinister moon embraced Xia Xian and exclaimed, "It's all right, idol. Just being able to see you is enough." Hu Laina, however, had not heard their conversation. In truth, she was not in the right mindset to listen. "Where is your sister?" Xia Xian raised an eyebrow and asked Hu Laina. The sinister moon then sat beside Hu Laina and said, "Sister, I'm heading to the Dawn sect. Would you like to join me?" Hu Laina paid little attention, merely nodding, for wherever her brother went, she would follow. "You might get to see Tang Feng," Xia Xian remarked casually. Hu Laina, who had been oblivious to other parts of the conversation, perked up at this statement. Her previously dull expression began to brighten as she looked up at Xia Xian and asked, "Really?" Xia Xian nodded and then queried, "Do you harbor feelings for Tang Feng?" "Yes, I have liked him for 9 years. At first, it was merely admiration. I was enchanted by the 6-year-old Tang Feng, who was a soul master, but gradually, it blossomed into affection. It's not a secret. Both the sinister moon and Yin are aware of it." Hu Laina felt her cheeks flush upon hearing Xia Xian's direct words and nodded shyly. Xia Xian chuckled softly and said, "In that case, you should approach the Xinyuan Hall, which Tang Feng oversees. Would he agree?" Hu Laina asked in a hushed tone. Xia Xian scoffed lightly, asserting, "Considering Tang Feng's previous behavior of keeping me outside, if he were to agree, that would be one thing. If he were to refuse, he would still have to acquiesce. As the sect leader, does he lack even this small measure of authority?" "Yin, you should join us too," the sinister moon said, throwing his arm around Yin's shoulders. Yin turned to Xia Xian and asked, "Can I come as well?" Xia Xian glanced at him. Yin had a volatile temperament, but it was largely dictated by Hu Laina's moods. Eventually, Xia Xian nodded and said, "You may proceed." He then added, "The 3 of you will report to the Dawn sect tomorrow for enrollment. Xia, you shall go to the Dawn Hall, Hu Laina to the Xinyuan Hall, and Yin to the Overlord Hall." Chapter 46. Younger brother, it's time to study. The reason for assigning Yin to the Overlord Hall was quite simple. The Shadow Guards could teach Yin valuable lessons in temperament and self-control, a commendable choice indeed. Upon hearing this, Yin immediately expressed, "I wish to be in the same hall as Hu Laina." At this, Xia Xian was about to assert his authority as the sect leader, when Xie Yu swiftly interlocked his arm, exclaiming, What difference does it make if we aren't in the same hall? I'm not even in the same hall as my own sister. Yin wanted to protest further, but Xiaoyu interrupted, declaring, it's decided. Seeing this, Xia Xian reiterated firmly, ensure you enroll before tomorrow. Latecomers will not be accommodated. Rest assured, idol. Xiaoyu cheerfully replied. As the office door swung open, Tang Feng and Xing Ho emerged. Xing Ho walked straight up to Xia Xian, who was sitting on the ground, gazing up at him. Just as Xing Ho was about to speak, Tang Feng hurriedly helped Xia Xian up, saying, oh, Xia Xian, why are you sitting on the floor? Be careful not to catch a chill. Who do I owe this floor sitting to? Xia Xian queried. Who knows? Tang Feng replied with a smile. All right. You two rascals, stop causing a ruckus in front of my office, Xing Ho chuckled. Just as Xia Xian was about to say something to Xing Ho, Tang Feng seized him and pulled him away. Xing Ho watched their retreating figures and remarked, these two children have truly grown up. Then, he noticed Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin and curiously asked, what brings the three of you here? We wish to withdraw from school. Xing Ho was taken aback. These three were handpicked by Bibi Dong herself, with Hulaina even aspiring to become Bibi Dong's disciple. The prospect of them wanting to withdraw was alarming. What on earth had Xia Xian done? Meanwhile, after Xia Xian and Tang Feng departed, Xia Xian inquired, did Xinggu agree? Tang Feng shook his head, responding, Xing Ji's ambitions lie elsewhere. If it weren't for the old dean, Xing Qiushi, he wouldn't even hold the position of dean at the Martial Soul Academy. He now desires to follow the same path as his adoptive father. Tang Feng continued, I sense his spirit has aged considerably, unlike others who age into a mundane existence. Xing Ho has begun living that way without the passage of time. Xia Xian expressed his regret and then added, I have placed someone in your Xianyuan Hall. Who is this person? After Dai Shi departed from Su Xiao, he took over the position previously held by Xue Xinyao in the Shuguang sect. Having been occupied from morning until afternoon, he was quite fatigued. His responsibilities primarily involved screening applicants and overseeing the progress of the sect's construction. As Dai Shi settled into his seat, he gazed at the applicants and was momentarily taken aback by one particular individual. The man sheepishly scratched his head and said, brother. Indeed, it was Dai Mubai. Dai Shi, indifferent to his presence, took the documents from Dai Mubai's hands and remarked, you are unqualified. You may leave. Initially, upon seeing Xue Xinyao, Dai Mubai felt a glimmer of hope, but his expression soured upon encountering Dai Shi. Observing the crestfallen and disheartened expression on Dai Mubai's face, Dai Shi continued, brother, could you promise me one thing? Dai Mubai, surprised yet elated, responded, what is it, brother? This was the first time in his life that Dai Shi had made such a request, and Dai Mubai, yearning for his brother's acknowledgement, felt a surge of joy at the prospect. Dai Shi then gently advised, brother, focus on your studies. The path of a soul master is not suited for you. At this, Dai Mubai was left stunned, slowly retreating from the line. Next was Ma Hongjun, who was invariably found alongside Dai Mubai. However, his presence did not guarantee that Dai Mubai would be there as well. Dai Shi sighed and remarked, you are just like my brother. It would be best for you to study. Ma Hongjun, unfazed, felt that being told to study was a slight against him, yet upon meeting Dai Shi's gaze, all his indignation dissipated. The next applicant was a familiar face, Oscar. Observing the rejections of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, Oscar felt uncertain about his own standing. Despite his close ties with the four, you have passed. Please proceed to choose your designated hall, Dai Shi instructed. Oscar's eyes brightened at the words, and after expressing his gratitude, he moved towards his assigned location. Currently, there was indeed an overwhelming number of combat personnel, with a staggering ratio of 1,000 to 1 compared to auxiliary members. The next individual was someone Dai Shi knew well, Zhu Shiqing. Upon her arrival, Dai Shi said, head to the Bawang Hall. Seek out group leader Yang Lingjie. Your sister is in the same group. Zhu Shiqing was taken aback, unaware of when her sister had joined. After she departed, Dai Shi added, I do not intend to fulfill the engagement we have. Upon reaching the 4 halls, Oscar noticed that both Xianyuan Hall and Shuguang Hall were vacant, with names of the leaders listed, though lacking group leaders. After a brief glance, he proceeded towards the Shuguang Hall. Dai Shi continued his evaluations, dismissing most attack-type soul masters unless their spirit power exceeded level 60. While auxiliary soul masters only needed to attain level 30. He methodically recorded the names of the qualified candidates with one hand while extending the other for the documents. However, this time, there was an absence of compliance. Dai Shi glanced over, initially assuming the individual to be someone of significance, but found that the man's appearance was rather unremarkable. Where are your documents? Dai Shi inquired. The man shook his head, responding, I do not have any. Dai Shi pondered, could it be that I misjudged him? What is your name? Daisher inquired. Outsiders refer to me as a master. With my profound research on the theory of martial souls, I have published the 10 core competencies of martial souls, and I am hailed as invincible in theory among soul masters. The proud man declared. Yu Xiaojiang? Daisher questioned in confusion. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in affirmation. Daisher chuckled. Do you realize that your disciple's father was slain by us? Yu Xiaojiang acknowledged. I am aware. But as the saying goes, people strive for higher grounds while water flows to lower levels. I am acclaimed as invincible in theory. There is only benefit in joining your ranks. Had this been the previous Daisher, he would have found Yu Xiaojiang's words utterly amusing. However, apart from feigning an expression, he felt no genuine emotion. Li Ziyun, Daisher called out. In an instant, Li Ziyun appeared at Daisher's side. Unlike Yang Lingjie, he was bound to remain close to Daisher unless instructed otherwise. Yu Xiaojiang presumed Daisher intended to send someone to escort him. After all, he was a theoretical master. Daisher pointed towards Yu Xiaojiang and commanded, castrate him. Li Ziyun promptly seized Yu Xiaojiang and began to drag him away. But I am a theoretical master. Yu Xiaojiang lamented. I am a master of physics. Li Ziyun retorted unapologetically. My father is a titled Douluo. So is mine. In chapter 47, having castrated Yu Xiaojiang, a disheartened Xiao Xiao lamented. Li Ziyun wasted no time, yet suddenly hesitated. Yu Xiaojiang persistently invoked his father's name to intimidate him. But Li Ziyun remained unfazed. Is he really relying on his father's reputation? Li Ziyun mused. Just as he prepared to proceed, he found himself in a quandary. His martial soul was the star dragon, transforming his arm into a dragon claw. The thought of using it for such a task made him feel queasy. As a soul Douluo, he had no habit of carrying a dagger or similar weapon. At that moment, a member of the Shadow Guard happened to pass by. Do you have a blade? Li Ziyun inquired. The Shadow Guard, upon seeing Li Ziyun and Yu Xiaojiang's predicament, understood the intent of his leader, but helplessly shook his head. He was not a soul Douluo, yet he was a soul sage. Who among soul sages carries a blade? I recall your martial soul is a scythe. Li Ziyun remarked with a smile. The Shadow Guard was instantly troubled. Both he and Li Ziyun found the situation distasteful. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang hastily interjected. I shall take my leave immediately. I promise not to disturb you again. His words were earnest and sincere. Yet, Li Ziyun ignored him, continuing. Quickly lend me your martial soul. After hearing this, the Shadow Guard had no choice but to comply. Once the scythe manifested and was handed to Li Ziyun, he swiftly retreated. I truly know my mistakes. Yu Xiaojiang pleaded. Please, show me some mercy as per the Hall Master's decree. Li Ziyun smiled wickedly. And with a swift motion, the younger brother of Yu Xiaojiang fell lifeless to the ground, causing Yu Xiaojiang to faint from the pain. Li Ziyun then carelessly tossed Yu Xiaojiang aside to avoid staining the ground. Daisher nodded and instructed, continue to keep watch, inform me of any developments. Before the Shadow Guard withdrew. What a troublemaker, Daisher muttered to himself. In the evening, Xia Xin and Tang Feng casually found a guest house to stay in, as it was already quite late. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao sat alone outside the girls' dormitory of Shrek Academy. With no extra beds available, Ning Rongrong suggested they squeeze together. But she was not keen on the idea, as she was unaccustomed to sharing a bed with anyone. She had thought the outside world was splendid, yet it paled in comparison to the comfort of home. Dai Lauda, why won't T Daisher accept us? Ma Hongjun exclaimed indignantly. Dai Mubai sighed and replied, Fatty, if he won't even take in his own brother, how could he possibly accept you? Everyone knew that the Dawn sect was destined to become the foremost sect in the world. Who wouldn't he want to join? Surely, it couldn't he be simply because of his identity as a prince. Daisher was still an heir after all. As they walked, Ma Hongjun spotted Su Xiaoxiao. Given the merging of Shrek Academy and the village, he naturally assumed she was a local girl. With a mischievous grin, he pointed her out to Dai Lauda, saying, Look over there. Dai Mubai glanced in her direction and noted that she was quite an adorable girl. I'm not interested, you go if you wish, he said before departing. All right then. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together and approached Su Xiaoxiao, still under the impression that she was from the village. He had often engaged in such antics before, as this was the Heaven Do Empire, which valued soul masters. Soul Master City also held them in high regard. But with the sheer number of soul masters, privileges were scarce. At least soul masters like Ma Hongjun, who were only in their 20s, had no special treatment. Su Xiaoxiao noticed Ma Hongjun and frowned at him. It's quite dangerous for a girl to be out at night, he said with a smirk, extending his hand towards her. In an instant, 5 soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black materialized around Su Xiaoxiao as her star-crowned martial soul emerged. Ma Hongjun was taken aback and quickly apologized. I must have mistaken you for someone else. After all, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Those who are aware of the situation are indeed the wise ones. 4th soul skill, Star Guardian. Su Xiaoxiao opened her palm, and a barrier of starlight enveloped Ma Hongjun, trapping him securely. He attempted to escape, but found himself unable to do so. Summoning his phoenix martial soul, he struck the barrier, only to discover it was unbreakable. Su Xiaoxiao contemplated leaving this rotund individual to be buffeted by the night winds as a suitable punishment. Previously, when she had erred, her grandfather had employed the same method, and no amount of persuasion from Su Chongwei had been effective. Moreover, it was unbreakable. In the future, Su Jiuzhou would only manage to breach it when Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong utilized their martial soul fusion skill. It wasn't so much a complete breach, but rather they depleted their soul power to create a small opening. Ma Hongjun glared at Su Xiaoxiao in anger, declaring, "If you continue like this, don't blame me for being rude." Su Xiaoxiao grew intrigued, regarding him as if he were a source of amusement. "Pray tell, how do you intend to be rude to me? You can't even get out right now." Taking a deep breath, Ma Hongjun shouted, "Dai Lauda." Dai Mubai diligently attended to his younger brother's needs, swiftly arriving at the scene. However, upon witnessing Su Xiaoxiao's 5 spirit rings, it was already too late. Another star guardian enveloped Dai Mubai, who cast a dark glance at Ma Hongjun across from him. Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, reassured, "Don't worry, Boss Dai, I have backup." Su Xiaoxiao stood by, observing the two as they plotted their scheme. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun shouted, "Master, save me." After a prolonged silence, Su Xiaoxiao smirked derisively. At that moment, a formidable aura descended upon them. "Haha, my master has arrived. You're doomed." Ma Hongjun laughed heartily. Following this, the sound of hooves approached. Dai Mubai, perplexed, inquired, "Is Flinder riding a horse?" Ma Hongjun shared his confusion. As the hoofbeats drew near, the three soon recognized the newcomer, Dai Shi. Dai Shi didn't spare a glance at Dai Mubai and the others. Instead, he directed his attention to Su Xiaoxiao, saying, "Have you had your fun?" Instantly, a star guardian surrounded Dai Shi. The overlord spear in his hand merely tapped against the barrier, which shattered instantaneously. Su Xiaoxiao widened her eyes, exclaiming, "How did you break my star guardian without using your spirit abilities?" Little did she know, for Dai Shi, who liberated the full power of his martial spirits. Spirit rings and abilities were merely ornamental, utterly ineffective. Like a fusion of Xia Xin and Tang Feng, Dai Shi rode his steed to Su Xiaoxiao's side and stated, "If you wish to remain here, convey a message to Xia Xin." Su Xiaoxiao, in a huff, retorted, "I'll say it the next time we meet." Upon hearing this, Dai Shi seized Su Xiaoxiao's garment and pulled her onto the horse. She squirmed restlessly, but Dai Shi warned, "Move again, and I will end you." Instantly, she dared not shift an inch. Chapter 48. Tang Sen appears, City of Slaughter. Dai Shi, unconcerned, settled Su Xiaoxiao into an available room. Just as he stepped outside, an urgent shadow guard rushed in. Furrowing his brow, Dai Shi asked, "What is it?" The shadow guard, breathless, replied, "Leader, Tang Sen has appeared in the City of Slaughter." Dai Shi was taken aback. "He has entered?" The shadow guard nodded. It wasn't that the shadow guards failed to intervene, but rather, it was Dai Shi's design. "Immediately instruct Yang Lingjie and Li Ziyun to assemble their teams." Dai Shi commanded, "Only allow those with Spirit Saint rank or above." "Understood, Leader." The shadow guard responded before departing. Dai Shi opened the system chat log, messaging, "Xia Xin, Tang Feng, Tang San has appeared, right in the City of Slaughter." Meanwhile, Xia Xin and Tang Feng, unable to sleep, were startled by the message. They had assumed Tang San would remain beside the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, but to their surprise, he could no longer contain himself after just 3 months. Subsequently, Dai Shi accessed the address of the City of Slaughter, and without hesitation, the two made their way there. Dai Shi observed as Yang Lingjie and Li Ziyun gathered their forces, 2,000 individuals in total, including over 20 Soul Douluo, with the remainder being Soul Saints. Dai Shi pondered. Tang Sen has made his appearance? Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Turning to look, Dai Shi found it was Xue Xinyao. He nodded and said, "I have already informed Xia Xin and Tang Feng. However, the sect cannot be without a leader for even a day. You must remain in the sect, for it is our stronghold." The 4 halls of the Dawn sect still await the arrival of Xia Xin from the Dawn Hall and Tang Feng from the Xinyuan Hall. Although the Elemental Hall led by Xue Xinyao is filled with prodigies, the strongest among them are merely the directors of the 4 academies, all possessing the strength of Soul Douluo. While she can summon Dugu Bo at any time, currently, only Dai Shi's Overlord Hall is available for use. Xue Xinyao nodded in response. Subsequently, Dai Shi led the group of over 2,000 directly towards the City of Slaughter. They arrived at 3 o'clock in the morning, each individual utilizing their soul power to hasten their journey. Otherwise, they would have arrived only by morning. The first sight that greeted them was a desolate manor. Daisher then guided the group to an inn. Upon entering, aside from Yang Lingjie and Li Ziyun, the rest waited outside. The three found a spot to sit. "Esteemed guest, what would you like to order?" A server inquired. "3 cups of yellow spring elixir," Daisher replied. The server looked surprised but proceeded to prepare the order. Soon, 3 cups of the peculiar liquid were presented. As Yang Lingjie gazed at the strange liquid, just as he was about to drink, Daisher stopped him. "What is wrong, Hall Master?" Yang Lingjie asked, puzzled. "The yellow spring elixir is concocted from the souls of those slain. Only by consuming this can one enter the city of slaughter," Daisher explained, taking a sip himself. Yang Lingjie and Li Ziyun were not concerned. After all, it was merely a soul-derived concoction. They had taken countless lives, and if souls truly lingered, they would have thousands entwined with them. Just as Yang Lingjie prepared to drink again, Daisher intervened once more. "These 2 cups of yellow spring elixir are not for you." The two looked at him in confusion. "Wait for the sect master and the Xianyuan Hall master to arrive. They will drink this," Daisher stated. "Can't we just have the server prepare more when they arrive?" Li Ziyun suggested. Daisher shook his head. "There will not be any more yellow spring elixir after this." Rising, he addressed the surrounding individuals. "You all survive by slaughter, do you not?" The people around him gazed at Daisher, as if he were a fool, for who among them was not stained with blood? Observing their expressions, Daisher slowly remarked, "Well, at least I have not wronged anyone. Otherwise, the sect master would doubt himself again." Then, with a shift in tone, Daisher commanded, "Yang Lingjie, Li Ziyun, leave no one alive." "Rest assured, sect master," Yang Lingjie declared, manifesting his star spear martial soul. "With us here, not a single soul shall escape," Li Ziyun added, cracking his neck. Subsequently, the three unleashed a massacre within the inn, a one-sided slaughter. In less than a minute, all within the inn lay dead, for none could withstand a single blow from them. Daisher then approached a cellar door and opened it without hesitation. Before entering, he turned to Yang Lingjie and Li Ziyun, saying, "If anyone emerges from within, slay them immediately." "Understood," Yang Lingjie inquired. While Li Ziyun spoke up, "Shall we wait for the sect master and the head of Xianyuan Hall to accompany you inside?" Daisher shook his head and replied, "No need." Without hesitation, he leaped into the fray, although he understood that Tang San would linger in the city of slaughter for an extended period. Awaiting Xia Xian and Tang Feng was of no consequence. However, since Tang San dared to appear, he must have a sinister plot in mind. Upon reaching the ground, Daisher pressed forward and was soon confronted by a knight. As the knight approached, he was about to speak when his startled steed let out a terrified neigh, throwing him off and fleeing in panic. Indeed, it was a flight, for the instincts of animals are often remarkably acute. Cursing under his breath, the knight regained his footing, only to find Daisher's imposing visage closing in on him, causing him to stumble backward in alarm. As a sentinel of the city of slaughter, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to murderous intent and could easily perceive the formidable aura emanating from his adversary. Swallowing hard, beads of sweat trickled down his brow. It was his first encounter with someone who exuded a more intense killing aura even before entering the city of slaughter. "I seek a man named Tang San. He should be wielding a hammer as he passes through your checkpoint," Daisher stated. The knight recognized the name, for the might of the Haotian hammer was indeed legendary. He nodded eagerly in response. With this affirmation, Daisher proceeded into the city, but as he brushed past the knight, he noticed the knight's head rolling to the ground. Within the city of slaughter, none are innocent enough to escape death. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, Tang Wutong was persistently probing with her spiritual senses to locate her father, Hui Yuhao. It was not that Hui Yuhao had not spoken the truth. Rather, his spiritual search had yielded no trace of Tang San. Nevertheless, they were aware that Tang San would eventually arrive at Sea God Island. As for the Tian-Do Empire, the Starluo Empire, and Spirit Cities, they could only gamble on fortune, preferring to remain on Sea God Island. Xia Xian and Tang Feng hurried toward the city of slaughter. Xia Xian unveiled his secret. The Azure Dragon emerged from his spirit ring, its flight speed far surpassing his own. Tang Feng cared to hop on. He expected Tang Feng to express envy, a notion that would bolster his own sense of superiority. In the next moment, Xia Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as Tang Feng summoned a 100,000-year spirit ring, from which a colossal dragon radiating golden light emerged. Observing Xia Xian's bewildered expression, Tang Feng chuckled. "My Xianyuan sword was once wielded by none other than the Yellow Emperor, the foremost among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Is it not fitting that a dragon of imperial lineage resides within?" Rather than impressing Xia Xian, it seemed Tang Feng had outshone him. Upon entering the city, instead of being greeted by the harbinger of slaughter, Daisher was met by the enforcement team within the city of slaughter. This team, composed of soul Douluos endowed with the ability to wield soul skills, was sanctioned by the king of slaughter. The king of slaughter truly governs all within this realm. After dispatching a mere pawn, he sends forth a contingent to encircle me. Daisher scoffed. You are exceedingly arrogant, the enforcement team declared, swords pointed at Daisher. Arrogance requires merit, and I possess it in abundance. Daisher retorted without hesitation. Let us see the substance of your claim. The law enforcement team, after making their declaration, radiated with a dazzling display of 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 8 soul rings surrounding their bodies. Daisher, unyielding, summoned his overlord spear, charging directly towards the enforcement team. He had previously slain a soul Douluo without utilizing his soul abilities against Uncle Su Chongwei, and the first member of the enforcement team to face him was keenly aware of this. As the individual approached Daisher, he raised the overlord's spear high above his head and brought it crashing down. The man, brimming with disdain, assumed he could easily withstand the blow with his sword, ready to counter with his soul skill. However, in the next moment, his weapon shattered under the force of the strike, and with a look of astonishment, his body was left in ruins. The other members of the enforcement team stood frozen in disbelief, grappling with the sheer strength Daisher exhibited without the use of soul skills. Quick, call for reinforcements. One of the team members shouted in terror. Daisher surveyed the 10 or so individuals encircling him, noting that none dared to advance after witnessing that devastating blow. With a confident stride, he moved deeper, heading towards the Hell Slaughter field. Since Tang Sen had entered, he would surely be there. However, the efficiency of the enforcement team was commendable. Before reaching the Hell Slaughter field, hundreds of members had already converged around him. This assembly represented the entirety of the law enforcement team within the city of Slaughter. It was not a matter of numbers. In Tangshan's eyes, only those who surpassed the rank of Soul Douluo could be elevated to the enforcement team. A formidable force in any context. More numbers? You should tread carefully, Daisher remarked with a light chuckle. Domain unleashed. Chu realm, he proclaimed. In an instant, the hundreds of law enforcement officers found themselves ensnared within a desolate expanse. As they surveyed their surroundings, a resounding chorus echoed from all directions. Longqie, Jibu. Zhongli Mei, Yuziqi, Daisher bellowed. Your orders, Commander, resonated from the ranks of soldiers. They are entrusted to you, Daisher declared, stepping back from the domain and leaving the hundreds of law enforcement members trapped within. While he may have been uncertain about the soldiers' capabilities, he knew that each of the 4 individuals he had summoned was just a fraction weaker than himself. The disparity in strength, though uncertain, was more than sufficient to eliminate the enforcement team. Suddenly, a blood-red sword hurtled towards Daisher. He raised his spear to block, yet was astounded to find himself sent flying by the force of the strike. Quickly regaining his composure, he beheld Tangshan descending gracefully, wielding the Azure sword. With the rank of a soul saint, you exhibit the prowess of a titled Douluo. Impressive, Tangshan remarked. Daisher, unfazed, responded. I did not expect you to appear so swiftly. The enforcement team has been vanquished. It seems I am the only one capable of halting you. Tangshan gazed at Daisher, continuing, if you are willing to join the city of Slaughter, I shall overlook the matters concerning the enforcement team. Apologies. Daisher replied with a smile. Even though you are currently under the influence of the 9-headed Bat King, which has clouded your judgment and led you to commit acts befitting the king of the city of Slaughter, I assure you, even without the 9-headed Bat King, your fate remains sealed. To be candid, I am here for 2 reasons, to seek Tang San and to eliminate you. After all, Tang Chun was the great-grandfather of Tang San. Impudent child, then come and test your mettle. Tang Chun charged towards Daisher without a hint of trepidation, engaging in battle with him. Meanwhile, Xia Xian and Tang Feng arrived at the inn, only to be taken aback by the multitude of shadow guards surrounding them. How did Daisher manage to bring so many people? Xia Xian inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Tang Feng shrugged, indicating his own lack of knowledge. Before long, they encountered Yang Lingjie and Li Ziyun. Yang Lingjie, what is the situation here? Xia Xian questioned. Yang Lingjie, well aware that her inquiry pertained to the 2,000 men present, replied, our leader has commanded that anyone emerging from the city of Slaughter be immediately slain, without mercy. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyun presented 2 cups of Huangquan, due to Xia Xian and Daisher, saying, the leader instructed me to deliver these to you. The 2 drank the concoction and subsequently descended into the cellar, hastening towards the city of Slaughter, where they beheld a headless knight. Just as they were about to enter the city of Slaughter, a violent tremor shook the very ground beneath them. Xia Xian and Tang Feng exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Daisher had already engaged in combat with Tang Chun. Unbeknownst to them, this tremor had occurred thrice prior. They pressed onward, only to discover a horrific scene strewn with the corpses of the law enforcement team, each body marked by various wounds, sword cuts, and gunshots, each injury distinct in its form. Could it be that others had infiltrated and slain the enforcement team? Both pondered this, recognizing that with Dai Shi wielding the Overlord's spear, such wounds were unlikely to originate from him. No wonder Dai Shi had stationed 2,000 shadow guards outside the cellar. Another tremor rippled through the city of slaughter, revealing a gaping wound in Tang Chen's shoulder, inflicted by the Overlord's spear. He remarked, "To be able to fight against me, armed with the Shura's sword, for so long, and even inflict injury upon me, you, as a soul sage, have proven your worth. Had you arrived a few years later, I doubt I would have had it so easy." Turning his gaze upon Dai Shi, he noted that one of Dai Shi's eyes was swollen shut. Dai Shi, trembling, struggled to rise, his body drenched in blood, droplets pooling on the ground. "Even in such a state, you still wish to continue struggling?" Tang Chen jested. Suddenly, a surge of sword energy rushed towards him. Tang Chen raised the Shura's sword, instinctively flying backwards several meters, reminiscent of their first encounter. A figure approached Dai Shi, emanating a greenish glow, and in an instant, Dai Shi's injuries began to heal significantly. "What were you in such a hurry for? Did you not know to wait for us?" Came the simultaneous voices of Xia Xin and Tang Feng from the figure's lips. Chapter 50, naming the summer peak. Upon hearing this, Dai Shi looked at the two in confusion. He was aware of their martial soul fusion technique, but did not anticipate their merging into a single entity. "What shall we call ourselves?" he asked. Xia Xin and Tang Feng exchanged glances, and after a moment, they proclaimed, "Summer Peak." Endless blade of carnage. Tang Chen swung the Shura sword towards them. "You must go find Tang San. We will handle things here," Summer Peak urged, wielding the Nine Heavens sword against the onslaught, feeling an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. "I can't believe Dai Shi has endured for so long against this monster," Xia Xian exclaimed. "Xianyuan's sword. Haotian hammer." After Xia Zhifeng finished speaking, the Xianyuan sword at his waist and the Haotian hammer behind him flew out, charging straight towards Tang Chen. Tang Chen realized that he could not instantly slay Xia Zhifeng, as he attempted to retreat to evade the onslaught of the two martial spirits. He saw Xia Zhifeng hurl the Jiuxiao sword, which swiftly advanced toward him. Just as Tang Chen was puzzled, Xia Zhifeng grasped Tang Chen's hands. What incredible strength this person possesses, Tang Chen thought. Unbeknownst to him, although the spirit rings were not visible, both could sense the rapid depletion of their spirit rings. Like Dai Shi, Xia Zhifeng's spirit rings were merely ornamental. Every action he took was a fusion technique, and the strength of such techniques naturally surpassed Tang Chen's own. Finding himself unable to break free, Tang Chen decided to take decisive action and swung the Azure sword at Xia Zhifeng. Xia Zhifeng smiled slightly, clearly pleased with this development. The Azure sword plunged into his body, causing him to spit out blood, yet still smile at Tang Chen. In the next moment, the Xianyuan sword and Jiuxiao sword pierced Tang Chen's chest, while the Haotian hammer struck him, sending him flying. Observing Tang Chen being launched away, Xia Zhifeng, gritting through the pain, extracted the Azure sword from his own body, which had suffered a significant wound but healed instantly. Such a move, which harms both the enemy and oneself, should be used sparingly. It's agonizing. Xia Zhifeng exclaimed in pain, glancing towards Tang Chen, who was being relentlessly battered by the Haotian hammer. Suddenly, Tang Chen rose, seized the Haotian hammer, and hurled it away with considerable force. His strength is quite impressive. Xia Zhifeng laughed, but in the next moment, the Haotian hammer reappeared on his back. Tang Chen slowly regained his footing, extracting the Jiuxiao sword and Xianyuan sword embedded in his body, only for them to reappear at Xia Zhifeng's waist the next second. "Very well. You are quite formidable," Tang Chen remarked ominously. "Nine-headed Bat King, to be honest, your prolonged stay in the city of slaughter has dulled your combat skills. If you were to release Tang Chen's consciousness, perhaps you could still win," Xia Zhifeng teased. Although in terms of combat awareness, Tang Chen was undoubtedly a formidable force, the Nine-Headed Bat King was different. Yet, Xia Zhifeng aimed to provoke the Nine-Headed Bat King. Otherwise, if Tang Chen truly emerged, with his Haotian hammer and Azure sword, they would surely be unable to contend with him. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the Nine-Headed Bat King furiously declared, "Even if I die, I will never release him." Xia Zhifeng chuckled lightly, "Suit yourself." In the next moment, the Azure sword appeared in Tang Chen's hand. "God of Death Domain," Tang Chen proclaimed. Instantly, Xia Zhifeng found himself enveloped in a sinister space. The ominous aura was palpable to Xia Zhifeng. "Tang Feng, do you possess a domain? If so, activate it quickly," Xia Xian urged anxiously. Tang Feng, feeling helpless, replied, "I can either reach level 80 to obtain a domain, or I can unleash all my martial spirit power right now. Then we are doomed." As expected, Tang Chen's aura of murderous intent became increasingly chilling, akin to a fierce specter emerging from the depths of hell. Xia Zhifeng drew forth the Jiuxiu sword and the Xianyuan sword, confronting the oncoming Tang Chen head-on. Meanwhile, Dai Shi disengaged from battle, making a beeline for the central slaughter arena. Along the way, he encountered numerous individuals fleeing. After all, with the repeated tremors in the city of slaughter, any astute person could discern the gravity of the situation. The law enforcement team was no longer in existence. However, he hesitated, for there were tens of thousands of souls within the city, and he feared whether the shadow guards by the cellar could eliminate them all. Suddenly, he recalled the names Jibu, Long Ke, Zhongli Mei, Yu Ziqi. In an instant, 4 figures materialized beside him. The 4 knelt on one knee, declaring, "Your command, Overlord. Leave no one behind. Eliminate all those fleeing." "Yes, we shall obey." With that, the 4 generals surged toward the gates of the city of slaughter. Unable to summon his army, he led not soldiers, but commanders. Much like the Emperor Dragon within Tang Feng's Xianyuan sword, his Overlord's spear was accompanied by 4 generals. Soon, Dai Shi arrived at the arena, fortuitously spotting Tang San amidst the ongoing competition. Perhaps by some unspoken connection, Tang San noticed him the moment he entered. Even offering a smile, Dai Shi, unable to tolerate such insolence, hurled the Overlord's spear with great force. The projectile moved swiftly, yet Tang San deftly evaded it with a subtle shift of his position. Dai Shi leaped into the arena, needing but a moment to strike down Tang San. However, just as he landed, the stone slab beneath him suddenly collapsed, revealing a path before his eyes. This was the path of slaughter. Traversing this route would grant access to the domain of the god of slaughter. At that moment, Dai Shi understood that Tang San had provoked him into breaking the stone slab beneath his feet. The Overlord's spear had been a fraction short of the power needed to shatter it, and Dai Shi's leap had been perfectly timed. Tang San also leaped down, racing toward the path of slaughter, with Dai Shi hot on his heels. Suddenly, a figure streaked into the path of slaughter, akin to a meteor, crashing into Tang San and unleashing a cloud of dust. "Damn it, Tang Chen is truly monstrous." Xia Zhifeng's voice echoed from within the haze. "Xia Xin, Tang Feng. Tang San is nearby," Dai Shi shouted. Xia Zhifeng, having heard, rose to survey his surroundings, only to find Tang San right at his feet. He had indeed struck Tang San. Xia Zhifeng wasted no time, wielding the Xianyuan sword to deliver a fatal blow, only to be abruptly intercepted by the arriving Tang Chen. "What the hell? How are you still alive?" Xia Zhifeng exclaimed in disbelief. Tang Chen's body was riddled with wounds, and half of his face had been cleaved away by Xia Zhifeng's strike. He truly resembled a ghost. Dai Shi had sensed Tang Chen from the outset, but the path was so narrow that he could not fly. Blocking Tang Chen would undoubtedly spell his own demise. "Dai Shi, go kill Tang San. I will ensure that this old dog, Tang Chen, meets his end today." Chapter 51. Escape from the city of slaughter. Xia Zhifeng shouted as he witnessed the chaos unfolding. Tang San, in a flurry of movement, hastily attempted to flee. With Dai Shi hot on his heels, Tang San employed his ghost shadow perplexing track to its utmost potential. Yet it was not long before Dai Shi caught up with him. Just as Dai Shi was poised to crush Tang San, the 3-headed Bat King and the 10-headed Sun Snake emerged with astonishing speed, charging towards Dai Shi. Seeing this, Dai Shi had no choice but to raise his gun in defense. "Yes, that's it. You too, eliminate him." Tang Chen laughed heartily. Suddenly, he received a punch from Xia Zhifeng, sending him flying across the battlefield. "Do you dare to concern yourself with other matters while fighting us?" Xia Zhifeng mocked. At that moment, the 10-headed Sun Snake lunged at Xia Zhifeng with its gaping maw, while Dai Shi found himself ensnared by the 3-headed Bat King. As for Tang San, Tang Chen dismissed this mere underling, considering it a trivial matter amidst the pressing confrontation with Xia Zhifeng and Dai Shi. Dai Shi swung his Overlord gun at the 3-headed Bat King, a move Tang Chen had once endured. How could the 3-headed Bat King possibly evade such an attack? In an instant, one of its heads was smashed to pieces by Dai Shi. Yet, to his astonishment, that very head began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace. Dai Shi leaped high once more, channeling a tremendous force into his Overlord gun. Suddenly, the soul rings surrounding Dai Shi appeared and shattered instantaneously. The city of slaughter forbade the presence of soul rings, a rule that applied to the weak. However, Dai Shi, despite being merely a soul sage with limited soul power, possessed exceptional combat prowess. He was capable of summoning soul rings in an instant and harnessing their power, a phenomenon known as exploding rings. Instead of targeting the 3-headed Bat King's head, Dai Shi aimed for its entire body. The creature was immediately smashed into hundreds, if not thousands, of blood-red bats. Although the three-headed Bat King recognized the strength of this blow, it believed it could simply reassemble the blood-red bats. Yet, its imagination proved insufficient, as it found itself unable to regroup after the devastating strike. The multitude of blood-red bats scattered under the force of Daishi's attack. The weaker ones were instantly obliterated, while the stronger ones were sent crashing against the walls, transforming into pools of blood. The prospect of even a single head of the three-headed Bat King surviving seemed hopeless. On the other side, after sending Tang Chen flying, Xia Zhifeng confronted the 10-headed Sun Snake. The Nine Heavens sword manifested in his grasp, rapidly enlarging. The 10-headed Sun Snake latched onto the sword, its jaw engulfing the blade. Xia Zhifeng, unyielding, drew forth the Xianyuan sword and sliced along the serpent's length, cleaving it in twain. The heart of the 10-headed Sun Snake appeared before him, but Xia Zhifeng showed no interest and swiftly severed the heart in half. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted and Xia Zhifeng vanished, replaced by Xia Xian and Tang Feng. Was that time really so fleeting? Xia Xian exclaimed in astonishment. It is not that time is short, it is that we have endured long enough under Tang Chen's command. We must retreat at once. After Tang Feng finished speaking, he took Dai Shifei with him as they sought to escape through the road of hell, intending to eliminate Tang San in the process. However, such an endeavor was now impossible, as Tang Chun was hastily approaching their location. The road of hell was not a path to life, but rather a pathway to death. The three had no choice but to hurry towards the cellar they had entered. Fortunately, Xiang Zhifeng's powerful punch had sent Tang Chun flying far away, allowing the trio to reach the cellar's lower level. As they burst out from the cellar, they were met with a cacophony of battle cries. Upon returning to the surface, they found the inn had been overwhelmed by corpses. Yet, the fighting was far from over. Daisher was now utterly exhausted, while Xia Xian could only heal wounds but was unable to restore stamina. However, he could recuperate his own energy unless his vitality was severely drained. Tang Feng laid Daisher on the ground and joined the fray, and Xia Xian similarly engaged in the one-sided slaughter. The battlefield was quickly cleared, as the weakest present was at least a soul sage. Those who had escaped from the city of slaughter were predominantly soul sages. And if there had been any soul Douluo, they would have joined the enforcement team, which had already been annihilated by Daisher. Should we assign someone to guard the exit of the city of slaughter? Tang Feng inquired of Xia Xian. Tang San is likely fled by now? It matters little whether we guard or not. If we failed to kill him this time, it must be his good fortune, Xia Xian lamented. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San had not actually escaped. Tang Chen's speed of flight surpassed theirs, heading straight for the exit of the road of hell. Just as Tang San was about to use his grappling hook to flee, he was seized by Tang Chen. Where are your companions? Tang Chen bellowed at Tang San in fury. Tang San was unable to withstand the pressure, but understood that the being before him was no longer his great-grandfather Tang Chun, but the nine-headed Bat King. He had to endure, for if he did not, Tang Chen would cast him into the scalding yellow spring liquid below. I am not one of them, Tang San managed to utter. Then you shall perish, Tang Chen declared, ready to throw Tang San into the yellow spring liquid, but Tang San quickly added, you are gravely injured. I can help you recover swiftly. Intrigued, Tang Chen asked, how would you accomplish that? Tang San began to explain. You need to absorb human souls to heal your wounds, but the number of humans left in the city of slaughter is dwindling. I can bring thousands here for you to absorb. Naturally, Tang Chen was not interested, but the nine-headed Bat King certainly was, for he had a penchant for consuming the yellow spring liquid derived from human souls. However, the yellow spring liquid beneath the road of hell had become tainted, mingled with the corpses and blood of 10 sun serpents and 3 Bat Kings. Even if it were consumable, it lacked the purity of the souls needed for a delectable taste. Thousands. You speak grandly. Tang Chen scoffed. I truly can accomplish this, but I will require your assistance. Tang San insisted. Intrigued by the proposition, Tang Chen queried, my assistance? Firstly, I will not leave the city of slaughter. After all, while the humans may have fled, the essence of the yellow spring liquid remains largely intact. In the future, there will undoubtedly be more who venture into the city of slaughter. I only need to borrow one thing, Tang San stated. What item? Tang Chen inquired. My lord, do you not possess a token? Tang San replied. Tang San imparted his teachings, and Tang Chen was well aware that the token he produced was none other than the emblem of the sect leader of the Haotian sect. Can this trinket truly summon thousands? Tang Chen inquired. Tang San nodded. Surely you would not deceive me. Unfazed, Tang Chun retorted. After all, when pitted against thousands, who stands superior? It is evident to any discerning eye. Chapter 52. Su Xiaoxiao had fled once more, while Hulaina served as the secretary. Indeed, consuming the soul of just one person cannot suffice. Tang San, cradling the token, asked tremulously, may I take my leave? Tang Chen nodded and added, should you dare to deceive me, rest assured, I will hunt you down and eliminate you, regardless of your whereabouts. Rest easy, I shall not escape. Tang Sen hastily assured him before departing through the exit, having acquired the domain of the god of death. Unbeknownst to him, upon his exit, Tang San donned a different facade. A mere token could command the ancient elders of the Haotian sect, including the sect leader Tang Xiao, who was also his uncle. Brother to his father Tang Ho. Indeed, he sought power to rival the Dawn sect, driven by a thirst for vengeance. Was he not afraid of Tang Chen's pursuit? Certainly. He was. Yet, the current Tang Chun was merely a vessel for the nine-headed Bat King, unable to fully wield even a fraction of the Azure God's power. If he could reach Sea God Island to receive the Sea God's inheritance, he firmly believed, based on memory, that the Sea God would intervene to save him. After all, when Bibi Dong hunted him in the future, the Sea God had come forth, commanding the entire Haotian sect. Meanwhile, Tang Feng suddenly sneezed. Even as a soul sage, one can still catch a cold? Xia Xian inquired beside him. He immediately nestled into Xue Xinyao's embrace and exclaimed, Xinyao, you cannot fathom how perverse that Tang Chen is. Xue Xinyao affectionately patted Xia Xian's head, saying, no matter how twisted he may be, he pales in comparison to your three soul sages. Wouldn't you agree? That is indeed the truth. If anyone were to be deemed perverse, it would undoubtedly be the trio who had thoroughly beaten Tang Chen. Tang Feng then made his way to his Xianyuan Hall, where he observed that the Fire Leopard sect, Sacred Dragon sect, and Sparrow Peak sect had already arrived, accompanied by all their combatants. Quite the swift response. Tang Feng smiled and proceeded to assign positions to each individual, dividing them into three groups. Much like the Bawang Hall and Element Hall, the leader of Group 1, Tuoba Shi, would guide all combat personnel from the Shanglong sect. The leader of Group 2, Huiyan Bao, would lead all fighters from the Huabao sect, and the leader of Group 3, Hua Tinglan, would oversee all warriors from the Kaifeng sect. However, it was only the leaders of the first two groups, Tuoba Shi and Huiyan Bao, who would engage in battle, while Hua Tinglan primarily focused on gathering intelligence and scouting enemy positions. Xia Xian learned from Xue Xinyao that the sects under her command, Xiangjia sect, Fengjian sect, Yinling sect, and Heihu sect, had also arrived, organized in the same manner. Group Dawn 1, led by Hu Yinjin, would direct all combat personnel from the Xiangjia sect. Group Dawn 2, under He Linhu, would command the warriors from the Heihu sect. Group Dawn 3, led by Feng Bailong, would oversee all fighters from the Fengjian sect, and Group Dawn 4, commanded by Yinling Gu, would lead all warriors from the Yinling sect. The first three groups were primarily for combat, while the fourth was dedicated to intelligence gathering. As the number of personnel tasked with this duty was rather scarce, members of the Shadow Guard brought Yin before Dai Shi, stating, Hall Master. This individual claims to have been assigned to our hall by Sect Master Xia Xian. Dai Shi turned to him and inquired, what is your name? What is your martial spirit? What is your soul power level? Yin, my martial spirit is Flame Lord, and my soul power is level 46. Yin replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, the shadow guards beside him exchanged glances, somewhat exasperated, wishing to question why the sect master would send such a weak individual to the Bawang Hall. Dai Shi, unfazed, remarked, send him to Group 3. Where is Group 3? What is their purpose? Yin asked. Group 3 is located in Xinglua, led by Shadow Guard Captain Izei, primarily responsible for gathering intelligence, Dai Shi explained. This raised a question. Why would the captain undertake such tasks? It was simply because Izei's training was exceptional, intended to supplement Groups 1 and 2 with fresh talent. Although Izei possessed the highest soul power level, his martial spirit was not primarily offensive, which is why Dai Shi assigned him this particular role. There was no intention to belittle him. The strength of the shadow guards in Groups 1 and 2 was largely due to his efforts. I refuse to go, Yin declared. His reasoning was simple. He was already not in the same hall as Hu Liena, and being assigned to a different location would render any collaboration impossible. Li Ziyun, Dai Shi called out. Li Ziyun promptly appeared at his side, fulfilling his designated role. He could only rest when Dai Shi did. Hall Master, is there something you need? Li Ziyun inquired. Dai Shi glanced at Yin and commanded, injure him, and then send him to Group 3. Without hesitation, Li Ziyun took Yin away, who remained defiant, though he would likely relent soon enough. At that moment, a member of the Shadow Guard rushed in, breathless, and reported to Dai Shi, Hall Master. Miss Su is not in her room. Dai Shi furrowed his brow, genuinely feeling that this young woman enjoyed creating trouble. Send the unoccupied Shadow Guards to locate her. Dai Shi commanded, while Xia Xian had just finished arranging matters, only to realize there were a few exceptional individuals, including Oscar, along with others. The combat personnel were no longer required, so these were the auxiliary spirit masters selected by Xue Xinyao and Dai Shi. Xia Xian addressed them. instructing them to form groups. Afterward, he took Oscar aside to the Xiangjia sect and said to Hu Yanzhan, "He is my friend. Please take good care of him." Once the arrangements were finally completed, Xiaoyu arrived with Hu Laina. Xia Xian first led them to Tang Feng, who was busy organizing everyone's tasks. The next moment, he spotted Xia Xian and the two individuals behind him. Running away was not an option, yet staying put was equally unfeasible. Ultimately, when Xia Xian approached him, Tang Feng did not flee. Xia Xian whispered, "Tang Feng, I entrust Hu Laina to you." Tang Feng let out a sigh, reluctantly agreeing since she was already present. Just as Xia Xian was about to depart, he heard Tang Feng instruct Hu Laina, "You will be part of Team 3, primarily tasked with intelligence gathering." Upon hearing this, regardless of Hu Laina's willingness, Xia Xian could not acquiesce. After all, Hu Laina was deliberately placed there by him. Xia Xian returned to Tang Feng, feigning a masterful demeanor, coughed a couple of times, and declared, "Hu Laina will be your secretary from now on." Tang Feng was taken aback, and Hu Laina shared his astonishment. Pleased with Tang Feng's reaction, Xia Xian was satisfied. Hu Laina had initially thought simply meeting Tang Feng would suffice, but unexpectedly, Xia Xian granted her an opportunity to be in his presence at all times, whenever events unfolded. Chapter 53. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian Sect. Without waiting for Tang Feng's response, Xia Xian patted his shoulder and reiterated, "I entrust Hu Laina to you." With that, he hastily departed with Xiaoyu, fearful that Tang Feng might wield the Haotian hammer against him. Tang Feng turned to Hu Laina and inquired, "What do you think?" What could she possibly think? Naturally, she was infatuated. Hu Laina blushed and nodded in agreement. It was evident that Tang Feng harbored feelings for her. After all, Hu Laina was a genuine mature woman. Although she was 3 years his senior, the adage holds, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. The first time he met Hu Laina, he felt his heart race and longed for her, but the formidable threat of Tang Sen loomed large. One could ascertain from his search that after 6 years at the Soul Master Academy, he could hardly miss the location of the principal's office. How could he possibly end up in the Soul King's realm on the 5th floor? It was simply because he had traversed the 4th floor, seeking a glimpse of Hu Laina. Surely, he did not ascend the stairs merely for exercise? As soon as Xia Xian finished speaking, Xiaoyu clung to his leg, exclaiming, "Idol, I want to be your secretary too." Xia Xian's actions could only be described as shooting himself in the foot. At the hospital, Yu Xiaojing slowly awakened, staring blankly at the ceiling above. Beside him sat Flandra and Zhao Wujia. "All right, Xiaojing, what has happened has happened. There's no need to remain sorrowful," Flandra consoled him. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing shed tears of resentment, declaring, "I want revenge." "How do you intend to seek revenge?" Shrek's members found themselves at a loss against the formidable Flandra. He held a good relationship with Yu Xiaojing, yet he was unwilling to drag the entire Shrek Academy into a perilous situation alongside him. "I must seek my father. My lineage is destined for extinction, and he will undoubtedly assist me in avenging this grievance," Yu Xiaojing declared with fervor. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao had indeed sneaked out. But she soon regretted it, as she was lost once again. "Oh dear, is it you again?" A sudden male voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see a familiar face, Ning Fingji, the father of Ning Rongrong. Fortuitously, she encountered him twice. Noticing Su Xiaoxiao's silence, Ning Fingji felt a sense of helplessness. "If so, might you tell me whom you seek?" he inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiaoxiao replied, "I am looking for Xia Xian." Ning Fingji, well acquainted with Xia Xian and the Dawn sect, recalled that Ning Rongrong had just entered the Dawn sect's elemental hall that very morning. "Come along, dear. Uncle will guide you," Ning Fingji said gently. "Can you truly help me find Xia Xian?" Su Xiaoxiao gazed at him with hopeful eyes, her innocence evoking sympathy. Ning Fingji smiled reassuringly, of course. Just then, a white-haired elder appeared beside him. "Sectmaster, there are many matters to attend to within the sect. Shall I accompany her instead?" The elder was Qinshin, the sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. No, Ning Fingji abruptly shifted his stance. "How about you assist me with the matters instead, Elder Jian?" Qinshin shook his head in resignation. "How could I? I am not the sect master, and besides, you require someone to protect you." "Very well," Ning Fengji conceded. Unbeknownst to them, a figure concealed from view observed their retreating silhouettes. He had overheard the girl mention her search for Xia Xian and initially planned to strike when Ning Fengji and the girl were alone. Although he was merely a soul respect, he perceived Ning Fengji as lacking any combat prowess. However, after Qinshin's arrival, he abandoned that thought and continued towards the Haotian sect. Coincidentally, he encountered Flander, who was assisting Yu Xiaojing towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. After a moment of confusion, he decided to follow them. Flander indeed knocked on the door, and Yu Xiaojiang, in his state, was unwilling to rent a carriage. Fortunately, the distance to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was only a 3-hour journey. Once he saw that no strangers lingered nearby, the figure revealed himself before Yu Xiaojiang and Flander. "Master, who has injured you so severely?" Tang San inquired with concern. Upon recognizing Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang sighed. "It was the people from the Tyrant Hall of the Dawn sect. They dared to look down upon me, a theoretical master." Tang San, filled with righteous indignation, replied, "I never expected them to be so ungrateful." Flander, upon seeing Tang San, was visibly excited, as if he had encountered a walking gold mine. After all, the Dawn sect had already declared a reward of 100,000 gold soul coins for capturing Tang San and 10 million for presenting his head. This was a golden opportunity. With Tang San's soul respect cultivation, how could he possibly escape the grasp of a soul saint like Flander? As he pondered, Flander even began to salivate at the thought. After all, greed can lead one to peril, yet the bond between the two men stood firm. Even if they were to clash, it must not be in front of Yu Xiaojiang. As the three approached the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, they were halted by a sentinel. "Who goes there?" inquired the guardian. It was Yu Xiaojiang, the son of the family patriarch, Yu Yuanjin. The sentinel, unfamiliar with him, noted that it had been over 2 decades since Yu Xiaojiang had been expelled. "Allow me to enter and announce my presence," he implored, but the guardian merely departed. Soon, the sentinel returned, escorting a young lad. "It's Tianheng. Quickly, take me to the patriarch," Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed. "Certainly," Tianheng replied, guiding the three of them unimpeded until they reached the grand hall. Within, 2 figures were seated. At the center was the current patriarch, Yu Yuanjin, flanked by his brother, Yu Luomian. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang noticed a crimson stain on his lower half. Falling to his knees, he wept, "Father, you must seek justice for me." He then recounted the events that had transpired. Yu Yuanjin remained silent, but Yu Luomian rose, declaring, "What a disgrace, the Dawn sect. Though you were cast out from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, they have no right to harm you. Please, sit," Yu Yuanjin interjected, prompting Yu Luomian to comply. "The current Dawn sect has amalgamated too many powers. Any vengeance must be meticulously deliberated," Yu Yuanjin spoke slowly. After all, he could not disregard his own son's plight. "And what if we include the Haotian sect?" Tang San suggested, lifting his gaze to Yu Yuanjin. "The Haotian sect?" Yu Yuanjin scoffed. "The world's foremost sect has long been driven into seclusion by the Spirit Hall. What if I could devise a way to summon the Haotian sect back into action?" Tang San queried once more. "Your reasoning holds merit. Indeed, the Haotian sect is formidable, yet it pales in comparison to the Spirit Hall." Yu Xiaojiang discerned a troubling undercurrent in his father's words, realizing Yu Yuanjin had no intention of aiding him. With a heavy sigh, Yu Yuanjin remarked, "The Dawn sect has already absorbed 7 sects, along with the 4 Elements Academy, and even the elusive Shadow Guards. Coupled with the identities of the Tiando Princess and the Xinglua Prince, it is evident that opposing them would be folly, even at its zenith. The Haotian sect led by Tang Chun would not be so foolish as to stand against the Empire." Xiaxin's identity was well concealed. Neither Oscar nor Xie Yu were privy to the truth. The only ones aware were Xue Xinyao, Tang Feng, and Dai Shi. Initially, Yu Luomian sought to advise his elder brother, but upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, he realized his own haste. If he were the patriarch, he might have led the family into irrevocable ruin. Yet, Tang San would not relinquish this opportunity. It was rare to find the Dawn sect as his adversary, especially the esteemed Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. He would not yield. To put it plainly, Patriarch, your concern lies in a lack of manpower, does it not? Tang San inquired. Yu Yuanjin nodded. That is one concern. Additionally, even if we were to annihilate the Dawn sect, what would follow? I must consider not only myself, but the welfare of our clan. What if we were to incorporate Sea God Island? Tang San turned to Yu Yuanjin and said, "The ordinary folk of Sea God Island remain oblivious, yet you, Yu Yuanjin, are no ordinary man." Yu Yuanjin felt as though Tang San was mocking him, and with a tone of derision remarked, "Initially, you claimed it was the Haotian sect, and now you speak of Sea God Island. Each of these entities is a formidable force in its own right. However, should you continue to speak such nonsense here, I assure you, you shall meet your demise." Indeed, in his eyes, Tang San, a mere 12-year-old child, was boastfully proclaiming his prowess. Were it not for the presence of Yu Xiaojiang, he would have easily silenced him. Yet, Tang San was not exaggerating. After acquiring the Sea Goddess legacy, could he not command the Sea God Island? In his recollection, the Grand Priest Poseidon had ultimately sacrificed his life. Yu Yuanjin rose and declared, "Second brother, expel Yu Xiaojiang and his companions. After all, Yu Xiaojiang is no longer a member of our family. Yu Lumian stood and responded, "Understood, elder brother." Tang San, undeterred, interjected, "Elder Yu. If I can persuade the Sea God Island and Haotian sect to assist us, would your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan then join the fray?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin regarded Tang San and replied, "If you can truly accomplish that, I shall lend you my support." With that, Yu Yuanjin departed, and Yu Xiaojing and his companions were summarily expelled. "Disciple, the revenge of your master rests upon your shoulders," Yu Xiaojing said to Tang San. Tang San nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, master." After speaking, Tang San set off towards the Haotian sect. Observing this, Flinder attempted to rush out, but Yu Xiaojing restrained him. "What are you doing, Xiaojing?" Flinder exclaimed, unwilling to abandon Yu Xiaojing, especially considering his injuries. "I have a question for you, Flinder. Do you wish to capture my disciple?" Yu Xiaojing inquired, gripping Flinder tightly. Flinder, at a loss for words, responded, "Xiaojing, that is 1,000,000 gold soul coins. How many tuition fees must I deceive to amass 1,000,000 gold soul coins? Once I eliminate him, I shall share 500,000 gold soul coins with you." Yet, Yu Xiaojing remained steadfast in holding Flinder back, preventing him from moving forward. Flinder, seeing no alternative, acquiesced, but resolved to pursue his plan with persistence. If 1,000,000 gold soul coins were unattainable, surely 100,000 could be earned. One piece of information could fetch 100,000 gold soul coins. Especially considering the significance of this particular intelligence, Flinder feigned compliance with Yu Xiaojing's demands, waiting for a moment when the crowd was plentiful. And then he would slip away unnoticed, soaring directly towards the Dawn sect. His eyes were filled with an insatiable desire for wealth, rationalizing that he was not betraying Yu Xiaojing. After all, what was the loss of a brother compared to 1,000,000 gold soul coins? Given the choice, he would certainly prefer his brother over a mere 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Within the Dawn sect, the grand hall had been constructed, and there sat Xia Xin at the head of the table, flanked by Xie Yu. Indeed, it was Xie Yu. Xia Xin had conceded, for otherwise, Xie Yu would continue to cling to him. To the left below sat Xue Xinyao, accompanied by Yu Tianxin and Shui Binger. To the right were Tang Feng and Dai Shi, with Hu Liena and Li Ziyun standing beside them. They were convening to discuss the allocation of personnel. With a sufficient number of individuals dedicated to gathering intelligence, Xia Xin turned to Dai Shi and inquired, "Where are the shadow guards currently assigned?" Previously, aside from Dai Shi's Overlord Hall, there were no other intelligence-gathering groups, which had been a persistent concern for Dai Shi. Xia Xin nodded and said, "Let us consolidate all members of the Shadow Guard intelligence team in the Star Luo Empire." She then turned to Xue Xinyao and inquired, "Can you take charge of the Heaven Do?" Xue Xinyao agreed, understanding that the members of the Four Elements Academy were well acquainted with Heaven Do. It was akin to how Dai Shi's Shadow Guard was originally stationed in the Star Luo. As for Spirit City, I plan to send the leader of the Dawn Group, Feng Bailong, along with half of the Windsword sect members. Xia Xian explained, "After all, Spirit City is not vast, especially since the Spirit Hall has been searching for Tang Hao's son. Unlike Heaven Do, Star Luo requires a larger contingent due to the uncertainty of royal support, particularly with the presence of the Snow Knight Emperor and Dai Yutian. If military forces are truly mobilized, the Snow Knight Emperor would certainly take notice." Upon concluding her remarks, Xia Xian looked towards Tang Feng and continued, "Next, I will have the leader of my Dawn Group, Yanling Gu, accompanied by all the members of the Yanling sect, and along with Tang Feng's Xianyuan Group leader, Hua Tinglan, along with all the members of the Kaifeng sect, to proceed to Sea God Island." Tang Feng nodded in agreement. The primary concern for dispatching members from the two sects was their unfamiliarity with Sea God Island. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian entered and announced, "Sect Master, esteemed Hall Masters, the Lord of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Fengji, has arrived." Chapter 55. Bibi Dong comes to settle the score. Upon hearing that Ning Fengji had arrived, Tang Feng inquired with curiosity, "What brings him here?" "Perhaps he is here to see his daughter," Xue Xinyao suggested. Knowing that only she and Xia Xian were aware of the connection, as Xia Xian possessed the list of all individuals involved, "Please allow Lord Ning to enter," Xia Xian instructed, and Feng Xiaotian promptly exited. Moments later, Ning Fengji entered, accompanied by two others. Upon seeing them, Xia Xian expressed surprise. "Su Xiaoxiao, why are you with Lord Ning?" Su Xiaoxiao, upon spotting Xia Xian, rushed to his side, resembling a startled little rabbit as she hid behind him. Fixating her gaze on Dai Shi, Dai Shi merely smirked disdainfully at the scene. There were numerous seats available below, considering future guests, and Xia Xian hastily invited Ning Fengji to take a seat, which he graciously accepted. The sword Douluo, Qin Xian, stood beside him. Xia Xian glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and then at Ning Fengji, feeling somewhat speechless. Su Xiaoxiao truly was a handful, incapable of even evading Dai Shi's scrutiny. Thank you. Lord Ning. Chen Xin, observing the situation, couldn't help but think. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Dawn sect are entirely divergent in nature. Suddenly, Yang Lingjie rushed in, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, Sect Master, esteemed Hall Masters, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, has arrived. This is it. She has come to demand accountability. Xia Xian thought abruptly, considering that he had summoned the Golden Generation. And Bibi Dong had already relinquished the Sacred Dragon sect due to her regard for Grandpa Qian Daolu. This truly is a matter of seeking retribution. Before Xia Xian could speak, Bibi Dong strode in directly, unaccompanied by any entourage, not even her ever-present companions, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, emphasizing her urgency. Xia Xian, I have handed over the Sacred Dragon sect to you, and now you seek to poach my prized successor. Upon entering, Bibi Dong exclaimed furiously. Present were only Hu Laiina and Xie Yu, while Yin was nowhere to be found. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's name, Xie Yu promptly concealed himself behind Xia Xian, leaving Su Xiaoxiao puzzled. Hu Laiina mirrored this reaction, though she could not hide as effectively as Xie Yu due to differing perspectives. Indeed, Bibi Dong spotted Hu Laiina immediately. After uttering her words, she took a seat, her chest rising and falling as she gasped for breath, clearly agitated. Xia Xian could only offer a smile. But Bibi Dong remained unyielding. The other three remained silent, as this was solely Xia Xian's decision. The only one displaying emotion was Tang Feng, who seemed to struggle to suppress a laugh. Ning Fengji was bewildered by the sudden turn of events, yet he politely rose and addressed Bibi Dong, saying, Your Holiness. Bibi Dong responded, Ah, it is Master Ning? Have they perhaps ensnared your daughter as well? To this, Ning Fengji awkwardly smiled and replied, My daughter is indeed at the Shuguang sect, but she came of her own volition, not by abduction. Intrigued, Bibi Dong inquired, Oh, are your two sects perhaps merging into one? Your Holiness certainly possesses a sense of humor, Ning Fengji chuckled. However, Xue Xinyao, Tang Feng, and Dai Shi, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, momentarily entertained the notion of an alliance with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, though not in a merging sense, but rather an absorption. This thought was fleeting. The three sects could certainly take action, but not at this moment. Bibi Dong, curious to probe further, considered that even if the Shuguang sect absorbed the seven major sects, their strength would still pale in comparison to her spirit hall. Yet, should the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect ally with the Shuguang sect, a reassessment would be necessary. At that moment, Bibi Dong commanded, Hu Laiina, come here. Unable to evade, Hu Laiina reluctantly approached her. Just then, Tang Feng grasped Hu Laiina's arm and addressed Bibi Dong. She is now a member of the Xianyuan Hall of the Shuguang sect. You have no authority to command her. Bibi Dong, unfazed, turned her gaze to Tang Feng and asked, Do you recall what transpired 9 years ago? Upon hearing this, both Xia Xian and Tang Feng knew Bibi Dong was about to invoke something significant. Tang Feng's ability to descend the mountain relied on Bibi Dong's directive. Without her words, Qian Daolu could not act independently. She was positioning herself on the moral high ground. Xia Xian quickly glanced at Tang Feng, who appeared momentarily stunned. Among the four, Tang Feng despised being indebted to others. He would assist as long as it did not exceed reasonable bounds. Hu Laiina was not at a disadvantage. How could it be conceivable for her to refuse? However, it meant allowing the girl he cherished to depart from him, albeit not permanently. Was that excessive? Not at all. Suddenly, Xue Xinyao interjected, causing everyone to look at her in confusion. She rushed to Hu Laiina's side, clasped her hand, and declared, Hu Laiina and I have already formed a sisterly bond. Though it has only been half a day, our connection is akin to that of family. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian widened his eyes, thinking, Isn't this reason rather contrived? After speaking, Xue Xinyao pulled Hu Laiina to Bibi Dong's side and playfully shook Bibi Dong's arm, saying, Oh dear sister, please grant us this favor. Can you not separate us? Xue Xinyao was being playful? Is it referring to that bombastic Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python? Even Dai Shi felt embarrassed, and Tang Feng appeared somewhat uneasy. When they turned their gaze towards Xia Xian, they saw her wide-eyed with astonishment, finding Xue Xinyao utterly adorable. Bibi Dong, while not an overly fierce woman, stern toward men perhaps, was certainly gentle with a charming little sister like Xue Xinyao. Instantly, her heart softened, and she tenderly remarked, Little girl, the spirit hall surely requires someone to inherit it, does it not? Upon hearing this, Xue Xinyao pouted playfully, Sister, there's no rush for an heir. You are still so young, and besides, Hu Laiina does not wish to leave. Bibi Dong turned to Hu Laiina and inquired, Nar, I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Hu Laiina, unexpectedly brought into the conversation, felt a bit shy. Bibi Dong treated her exceptionally well. Although she had not formally become her disciple yet, she genuinely regarded her as such. With unwavering determination, Hulaina gazed at her and stated, "Your Majesty, I wish to remain here. I am training diligently, all for the day I can return." Bibi Dong smiled at Hulaina, then glanced at Tang Feng, saying, "It seems it's not merely about coming here, but rather staying beside someone, isn't it?" At this, Hulaina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 56. Flinder's Intelligence. Bibi Dong continued. "However, you must keep your eyes wide open and not let impulsiveness cloud your judgment." Upon hearing this, Xia Xian and the others felt compelled to defend Tang Feng, whose character was well recognized. Bibi Dong stood up. "Since you have decided to stay here, I shall not intrude further." Approaching Hulaina, she gently caressed her cheek. "If anyone bullies you, do let me know. The Spirit Hall will always be your home." Hulaina nodded in agreement. Then, Bibi Dong remarked, "Xiaoyu, do you not even greet me?" Hearing this, Xiaoyu quietly emerged from behind his chair and indeed offered Bibi Dong a greeting. "All right, I shall take my leave," Bibi Dong said, just as Yang Lingjia entered again, announcing, "Sovereign, 3 Hall Masters, Flinder has arrived." Although Xia Xian was puzzled, she instructed Yang Lingjia to let Flinder in. Soon, Flinder entered, and upon his arrival, he was taken aback. He recognized Xia Xian and the others, but was perplexed as to why Ning Fengji and Bibi Dong were also present. Nevertheless, he respectfully greeted them. "I pay my respects to the Sovereign, 3 Hall Masters, Sect Master Ning, and Your Holiness." Bibi Dong remained curious about the intentions of her ex-boyfriend Yu Xiaojiang's good friend. "Dean, do you have something to discuss?" Xia Xian asked. Flinder replied, "I wish to inquire whether there is indeed a reward of 100,000 gold soul coins for information regarding Tang San." Xia Xian nodded. "That is true. However, we must verify the authenticity of the information. If verified, the reward will be granted. However, should you deceive us, you must understand the consequences." Flinder nodded in understanding, then turned to Bibi Dong and Ning Fengji. Bibi Dong appeared indifferent, not because she was unaware of his intentions, but rather because she too was curious. "Do not rush. Sect Master Ning, are you not curious?" Xia Xian smiled. Ning Fengji initially thought he was interrupting, but, seeing Xia Xian's demeanor, he took a seat once more. "Who among us lacks curiosity? Speak." Xia Xian, he began. Following that, Flinder interjected, "I encountered Tang San. He sought out the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuanjin, proposing that the clan join forces with the Haotian sect to launch an assault on the Shuguang sect, contingent on their emergence as the preeminent sect in the world. However, Yu Yuanjin declined, fully aware of the Shuguang sect's formidable influence. Yet, Tang San presented another proposition, an alliance with Sea God Island and the Haotian sect. Should they succeed, Yu Yuanjin and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would take action. Flinder, being a good brother to Yu Xiaojiang, refrained from divulging any information about him. Before Xia Xian could respond, Yu Tianxin, who stood beside Xue Xinyao, exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. How could my grandfather possibly do such a thing?" Flinder turned to Yu Tianxin and asked, "And you are?" Yu Tianxin, visibly anxious, looked toward Xue Xinyao, who then turned to Xia Xian. After receiving a nod from Xia Xian, Yu Tianxin hastily departed for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The matter was of utmost importance. If true, it would undoubtedly lead to rewards. "You should head down first," Xia Xian advised. After Flinder finished speaking, he withdrew. "Interesting indeed," he mused. "Tang Hao's son possesses such confidence in uniting with the Haotian sect and Sea God Island." He then turned to Tang Feng. "But we have a disciple from the Haotian sect here, do we not? Yet, what gives Tang Sen such assurance? Sea God Island is inconsequential. But why is he so confident about the Haotian sect?" Suddenly, Xia Xian recalled something and looked at Tang Feng in astonishment. Tang Feng seemed to share the realization. The thought of the Haotian sect's sect master token arose in both their minds. Those who held the sect master token, as long as their martial spirit was the Haotian hammer, could command the entire Haotian sect. Even if one were merely a soul master, they could exert authority over the sect, as the elders within understood the significance of the sect master token being in Tang Chun's possession. Would they dare defy the token entrusted to another? "It appears you two are aware," Bibi Dong inquired. "Do you require assistance from the Spirit Hall?" The thought of annihilating the Haotian sect excited her. "Our 7 Treasures Glazed sect can also lend our strength," Ning Fengji slowly added. The current situation had become quite evident. If Flinder's claims held true, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would indeed merge with the Haotian sect. Should the Shuguang sect be eradicated, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect would either face destruction or be swallowed by the 2 clans. Rather than face such a fate, It would be wiser to forge an alliance with the Shuguang sect, especially considering his daughter's ties to it. Xin rubbed his temples, stating, "This matter requires further verification. Should the need arise, I will enlist your assistance, and consider it a personal favor owed to you both." Yu Tianqin had already set off for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Bibi Dong and Ning Fengji recognized that they could not linger any longer, as they needed to convene with their internal members. Thus, they stood and took their leave. "Tang Feng, what do you propose we do?" Xia Xian turned to Tang Feng and inquired. Initially, he did not directly agree with the assertions made by Bai Dong and Ning Fengji, for the reason that the Haotian sect was Tang Feng's home. If the situation were indeed true, the Dawn sect, coupled with the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile sect, and the Spirit Hall, would inevitably lead to the destruction of the Haotian sect. Xue Xinyao and Daisher also cast their gazes upon him. In this matter, the trio would heed Tang Feng's counsel. If the situation were genuine, and if Tang San truly possessed the sect master's token of the Haotian sect, then complications would surely arise, Daisher declared. Tang Feng was equally anxious. He felt utterly powerless. Even if he rushed to the Haotian sect at full speed, he feared it would be too late. Indeed, his first thoughts were of his family. He was reluctant to wager whether the individuals of the Haotian sect would heed the commands of the one holding the sect master's token. It was only natural, as Xia Xian lamented, that he should have fought desperately to eliminate Tang Chun at that moment. Regardless of the consequences, nothing could be more troubling than this. "What are you waiting for?" Daisher suddenly pulled Tang Feng, exclaiming, "Doing nothing will only lead to tardiness." "Yes, doing nothing will only lead to tardiness," Tang Feng murmured. "Daisher, you should remain at the Dawn sect." Xia Xian interjected. This statement did not frighten the others, but it certainly terrified Su Xiaoxiao, who was already fearful in Daisher's presence. Chapter 57. Tang Zhao's attitude. As soon as Daisher finished speaking, Xia Xian swiftly approached him and delivered a punch. Daisher reacted quickly, blocking the blow, but just as he was about to question her, Xia Xian struck him down with a swift chop to his neck. Currently, Daisher was undoubtedly the strongest among the four, but his battle with Tang Chun had drained him of too much stamina, while his soul rings were mere embellishments. His soul power was not, it had already been exhausted. Xia Xian and Tang Feng, on the other hand, were different. They had merely fused and fought Tang Chun. And although the fusion had concluded, their bodies remained in peak condition. Li Ziyun witnessed the entire spectacle but did not intervene, recognizing that his master was utterly fatigued. Without a word, Li Ziyun carried Daisher away. "Xinyao, you should accompany us this time," Xia Xian suggested. "All right," Xue Xinyao replied. "Tang Feng and I will head over first. You summon all the soul Douluo and above from the sect, and then follow us," Xia Xian instructed before swiftly taking off with Tang Feng towards the direction of the Haotian sect. Meanwhile, Tang San had already reached the foot of the Haotian sect. As he remembered, upon entering a village, several young disciples of the Haotian sect appeared to block his path. At this moment, Tang San was not intimidated. But to put it plainly, he was merely a soul master. Even if he emerged victorious, he would not escape unscathed. Thus, he produced the sect master's token and declared, "I am the current sect master of the Haotian sect." The young disciples, unfamiliar with the appearance of the sect master's token, nonetheless understood that the current sect master, Tang Xiao, did not possess it. "Where is your Haotian hammer?" one of the disciples inquired, and before long, Tang Sin manifested the Haotian hammer, crackling with blue lightning. Logically, possessing the Haotian hammer should grant him entry into the Haotian sect. However, apart from Tang Feng, none were aware of who had exited. It was possible that their sources of information were lacking. Thus, they permitted Tang San to enter, assigning a disciple to guide him. With the Haotian sect disciple leading the way, Tang San traversed with ease to the sect's entrance. However, he first requested the guide to assist him in finding Tang Xiao. The disciple knocked on the door and announced, "Sect Master. Someone claims to possess the Haotian Sect Master's token, and his martial spirit is the Haotian hammer. He has come to see you." From within, a voice responded, "Let him in." The door opened, and Tang San stepped inside. Upon seeing Tang Xiao, much like Yu Xiaozhang's reaction to Yu Yuanjin, he immediately knelt and exclaimed, "Uncle, you must stand up for me." Addressing his father's brother as uncle was entirely appropriate. Observing Tang San prostrate before him, Tang Xiao felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet, upon hearing the title of uncle, he quickly realized that this was Hao Yin's son. He hastily helped him to his feet and asked, "Are you Hao Yin's son?" Tang San nodded, his expression a portrait of grievance. In response, Tang Xiao inquired, "What has happened to Hao Yin? Why did he not accompany you?" Tang San squeezed out a few tears and replied, "My father has been killed. Uncle, you must take responsibility for us." Taken aback, Tang Xiao recognized the weight of the situation. He understood that Tang Hao's strength was formidable, likely equal to his own. "Child, please sit and speak slowly," Tang Xiao said gently. Tang San sat down and continued, "Uncle, my father was merely a blacksmith in a village, but he was seen by Tang Feng, who informed his companion, Xia Xian. Xia Xian belongs to the Spirit Hall, and soon after, all the elders and 6 offerings from the Spirit Hall came to slay my father." Tears streamed down Tang San's face as he pleaded, "Uncle, you must stand up for me." His earlier words were a fade, while the latter bore truth. The blend of reality and fabrication culminated in authenticity. Moreover, Tang Xiao could not descend the mountain, so the narrative was dictated by Tang San. That Tang Feng, a traitor from within. Tang Xiao fumed. Tang Feng had been nurtured by the 7 elders, who had instilled in him the belief that the Spirit Hall was their enemy, alongside the notion of labeling Tang Hao a traitor. Thus, even if Tang Feng had indeed betrayed them, the blame would inevitably fall upon those 7 elders. The sect master had become akin to a puppet, manipulated by their strings. However, it would be disingenuous for Tang Xiao to harbor no resentment towards Tang Feng. Upon witnessing Tang Xiao's demeanor, Tang Sen realized he had succeeded. Just as his memory suggested, Tang Xiao shared a uniquely profound bond with his father, Tang Hao. After all, they were biological brothers. "Uncle, what should we do?" Tang Sen asked earnestly. Tang Xiao, having calmed his anger, replied rationally, "Our Haotian sect is far more powerful than before, yet confronting the Spirit Hall now would lead us to ruin." This statement rang true, as the sect master, despite his anger, he had to consider the welfare of the sect's members. "Uncle, I understand. Hence, before coming here, I reached out to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and they have agreed to ally with us." Tang Sen spoke, and upon hearing this, Tang Xiao was somewhat taken aback. He realized he had underestimated the son of Hauer. "However, I must first make a trip to Sea God Island to rally its forces," Tang Sen declared. "Sea God Island? Are you certain you can accomplish this?" Tang Xiao inquired. Tang Sen nodded with unwavering confidence. Tang Xiao rejoiced, exclaiming, "In that case, we need not fear the Spirit Hall at all. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Haotian sect, and Sea God Island can indeed contend with the Spirit Hall. By the way, Sanner, do you possess the sect master token of the Haotian sect?" Tang Xiao asked. Without hesitation, Tang San produced it. Tang Xiao examined the token in his hand for a moment, fully convinced it was indeed the sect master token of the Haotian sect. Tang San felt a twinge of concern that Tang Xiao might keep it, but he underestimated the bond between Tang Xiao and his father, Tang Hao. "Since that is the case, you should keep the token safe. As long as you possess the Haotian Hammer Spirit and hold the sect master token, you can command the entire Haotian sect." Tang Xiao returned the token to Tang San. "Especially those 7 elders. They are quite stubborn but will surely heed your command." Tang Xiao then asked, "Sanner, where did you acquire this token?" This question would be met with skepticism from anyone with common sense. Yet Tang Xiao was already enveloped in an aura of admiration, viewing it through the lens of his brother's son. Tang Xiao continued, "Sanner, when do you plan to set off for Sea God Island?" Tang Sen tucked away the sect master token and replied, "There is no rush. I have something I wish to attend to first." He then turned to Tang Xiao and asked, "Uncle, could you entrust me with Tang Feng's parents?" Chapter 58. Tang Feng's brother. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Xiao immediately grasped his intentions. Naturally, he aligned himself with Tang San. Yet his moral compass would not permit him to acquiesce to such a request. As expected, Tang Xiao shook his head and replied, "I cannot assist you with this. I am still the leader of the Haotian sect, and even if Hauer were to make this request, I would not consent." Seeing Tang Xiao's unwavering stance, Tang San abandoned his previous plans. Tang Xiao continued, "Moreover, both of Tang Feng's parents are soul saints. Your strength is insufficient to contend with them." This was indeed a truth. Tang San was merely a soul master. While he might be capable of defeating a soul elder, overcoming a soul saint was beyond his reach. "Very well, I shall not intrude any further. I will set off for Sea God Island," Tang San declared before taking his leave. Tang Xiao did not impede him, for the timing was not yet ripe. The fundamental reason remained that Tang San was too weak. Furthermore, as the son of Tang Hao, he could not continue residing within the Haotian sect, especially considering that the 7 elders were not to be trifled with and held disdain for Tang Hao, let alone his son. After Tang San departed, he did not leave the Haotian sect immediately. He believed Tang Xiao's words about Tang Feng's parents being soul saints. Yet he was still reluctant to give up and wished to investigate further. As a newcomer, Tang San could not appear before the members of the Haotian sect, especially since the sect had been isolated from the outside world for over a decade. Everyone on the mountain was well acquainted with one another. Anyone who had spent 10 years in the village without leaving would certainly be recognized by the locals. Of course, searching blindly would yield no results, especially since Tang San did not know Tang Feng's parents. Thus, he sought out an individual of merely soul master rank and summoned him to his presence. The man, seeing Tang San within the Haotian sect, though unfamiliar, assumed he must be a disciple of the sect and approached without trepidation. When the man reached Tang San, he inquired, "Do you know where Tang Feng's home is?" The man furrowed his brow upon hearing this and replied, "You don't even know where Tang Feng lives?" Tang Feng was not only renowned at the Martial Spirit Academy but was also a prominent figure throughout the Haotian sect, akin to a contemporary superstar. Tang San, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "I have been in seclusion for some time and am unaware of his fame. Upon my emergence, I learned of this legendary figure. How could one not be legendary with a natural talent of 30 levels?" The man scrutinized Tang San with suspicion. He was quite young. Was it possible that he had been in seclusion since awakening his martial spirit at the tender age of 6? "How old are you?" the man asked. "Oh, it makes sense that you have not encountered him. When Tang Feng awakened his martial spirit at 6, you were merely 3 years old. In that case, I shall take you there. After all, who would not wish to meet his parents?" Upon the departure of the individual, Tang San followed closely behind. Akin to a family member of a celebrity, while a select few may wish to meet him, most would simply dine at the establishment his parents opened. With his guidance, even as a newcomer, Tang San faced no obstacles along the way. They soon arrived at another hill where Tang Feng's parents resided. Basking in the glory of their son's newfound fame, the individual gestured towards a room, instructing, "That is the place. You may observe from a distance. No need to approach, as it may inconvenience them." "Thank you," Tang San replied. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man and woman emerged, exuding an aura of a soul sage. Suddenly, a child dashed out from within, running to the couple and exclaiming, "Mom, Dad." Noticing Tang San's perplexed expression, the man elucidated. Their family has welcomed a child with innate soul power of level 30, prompting the 7 elders to encourage them to have another. "So, that child is Tang Feng's younger brother?" Tang San inquired with intrigue. The man nodded affirmatively. A sudden thought crossed Tang San's mind. If he could not deal with his parents, then perhaps he could with the younger sibling. Rising to his feet, he declared, "In that case, I shall take my leave." The man also stood, accompanying Tang San, when suddenly, a concealed weapon pierced his throat, causing him to collapse lifelessly. One might wonder why Tang San had chosen a soul master as a guide. It was merely to facilitate his assassination. This was a deed Tang San was resolutely committed to, for once Tang Feng's younger brother went missing, he would undoubtedly be the first suspect. As for the man, with the multitude of mountains in the Haotian sect, a fall from a cliff would likely result in his remains being nothing more than a skeletal frame months later. Tang San acted decisively, casting the man over the cliff. Logically, with so many mountains in Haotian sect, soul beasts must inhabit the area. Otherwise, how could those individuals procure soul rings? After completing this task, Tang San concealed his visage and stealthily followed the family. Though he had not yet reached the point of direct action, after a day of surveillance, he found no opportunity to strike. The couple was preoccupied with their child, and he nearly risked being discovered. As evening fell, the 7 elders approached them, inviting them to attend a meeting at the Haotian sect. Thanks to Tang Feng's influence, the couple's status had significantly elevated. Naturally, the child could not accompany them. It was not a matter of leaking information, as a child would hardly comprehend, but rather the fear of potential disruption, given a child's propensity for laughter and tears. Clearly, this was not the first occurrence, as the couple adeptly arranged for someone to watch over their child. After all, within the Haotian sect, even in the absence of supervision, they felt no apprehension. Observing this, Tang San felt a surge of joy, for the individual assigned to watch over the child was weaker than he. He sensed that fortune was favoring him. Once the couple departed, Tang San removed his disguise, revealing himself before them. The man, still cautious, regarded Tang San, shielding the child behind him, with no one around. For night had fallen and the moonlight was their only illumination. Tang Feng's parents had merely stepped out to procure snacks for their child. "Who are you?" the man inquired cautiously. In his memory, there was indeed no one by the name of Tang San. Tang San smiled and replied, "I am a friend of Tang Feng." The man, still on guard, responded, "Then why have I never seen you before?" Tang San explained, "I am a friend from the foot of Tang Feng Mountain. I have come to Haotian sect to see how his family is faring." "How could that be? Even if you are a friend of Tang Feng, you wouldn't be allowed into Haotian sect. Moreover, why hasn't Tang Feng come himself?" Chapter 59. Tang Xiao breaks the line. Seeing the man's skepticism, Tang San summoned the Haotian hammer into his hand and declared, "The reason I am able to enter is that I am also a disciple of Haotian sect. As for why Tang Feng did not come in person, you may not be aware of the circumstances. The man frowned and asked, unaware of what? The truth and lies intertwine, often rendering them more believable, especially to those of Haotian sect, for their conviction against the spirit hall serves as their foundation. Although this man was more vigilant than the previous one, upon hearing the word spirit hall, he lost his rationality. It seemed that the only eccentric within Haotian sect was Tang Feng, who bore no hatred towards the spirit hall. Noticing this, Tang San approached the child and inquired, "Little friend, what is your name, and how old are you?" The child, somewhat frightened, replied in a childish voice, "My name is Tang Yi, and I am 3 years old." Tang San gently patted Tang Yi's head and asked, "Tang Yi, would you like to see your brother?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's eyes sparkled as he vigorously nodded. He had always heard his parents mention that he had an older brother, and he longed to meet him, but his parents had never taken him to see him. "Please, let me take care of Tang Yi," Tang San said to the man. "Even though you are a friend of Tang Feng, I cannot hand him over to you. This is a task entrusted to me by Elder Qi," the man replied resolutely. Tang San sighed and said, "Very well, if words fail, then do not blame me for taking action." As the man led Tang Yi past him, a concealed weapon suddenly appeared in Tang San's hand, and he turned to stab at the man's neck. To his surprise, the man brandished the Haotian hammer and swung it towards Tang San. Which is more formidable, a concealed weapon or the Haotian hammer? Undoubtedly, the Haotian hammer. Tang San dared not confront it head-on and swiftly retreated. "Indeed, your intentions are nefarious," the man declared, pointing the Haotian hammer at Tang San. Soon, 200-year and 1,000-year soul rings manifested around him. Tang San cursed inwardly, wishing to eliminate his opponent quietly. Yet, once the Haotian hammer was in play, stealth was no longer an option. The man addressed Tang Yi, saying, "Quickly, go find others to help me." Tang Yi, confused by the sudden turn of events, knew only to obey as a child. He hurriedly ran off, but where he would go to summon help was beyond him. "There's no way I will let him escape," Tang San called out, and then employed the ghost shadow Mistral steps, swiftly pursuing Tang Yi. The individual wielded the Haotian hammer, striking toward Tang San with a powerful blow. Tang San evaded with a delicate maneuver, revealing the blue-silver grass in his hand, as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, illuminated. The first soul skill, Binding, was unleashed, followed by the second soul skill, Parasite. Instantly, the adversary was ensnared by the blue-silver grass emerging from the ground. However, he soon broke free, and in the next moment, the Parasite soul skill activated, causing numerous blue-silver grasses to entangle him once more. Tang San then executed the Shinyu hand, launching hundreds of concealed weapons toward the foe. The third soul skill, Thunder Hammer, manifested, and the lightning on the Haotian hammer became even more menacing. The trajectory of the concealed weapons was expertly aimed, yet some were scattered by the lightning strikes. He was running out of time, as Tang San had already secured Tang Yi and was fleeing into the distance. Given their equal soul power, the man could not catch up to Tang San, who possessed the ghost shadow Mistral steps. Thus, he sprinted towards the Haotian clan's assembly, reasoning that if the elders and the clan leader intervened, capturing Tang San would be as effortless as drinking water. As expected, he spotted the clan leader, Tang Xiao, emerging from the conference room, along with the elders and Tang Feng's parents, who had already departed. Tang Xiao was the last to leave. "Clan leader, Tang Yi has been abducted," the man shouted urgently. Out of breath, he continued, "A person claimed to be a friend of Tang Feng, wanting to take Tang Yi away. I refused, but he attempted to assault me. I managed to block him, yet his speed was exceedingly strange. I couldn't keep up. Clan leader, please save Tang Yi." Naturally, he recognized that the individual was Tang San, who disregarded his warnings. Tang Xiao inquired, "Have you informed anyone else?" The man shook his head, replying, "No." "Quickly, take me to the site of your confrontation," Tang Xiao commanded. The man, not daring to delay, swiftly led Tang Xiao to the scene. Observing the scattered concealed weapons, Tang Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that Tang San had indeed fought with lethal intent. "Clan leader, we cannot delay any longer. If we do not pursue now, it will be too late," the man urged. With Tang Xiao's strength and speed, it would be effortless to catch up to Tang San. Yet, in the next moment, the man was engulfed in darkness and collapsed. Tang Xiao knelt, collecting one concealed weapon after another, then proceeded to erase the evidence of the struggle. He hoisted the man's body and carried him to the edge of a cliff, unceremoniously casting him over the edge. The deed was done. No matter what Tang Xiao said afterward, it would make no difference. Tang San was the sole bloodline of Tang Hao. How could he possibly act against the son of his own brother? After completing his task, Tang Xiao gazed up at the bright moon and sighed. He had indeed crossed his own boundaries, yet all was for the sake of Tang Hao's son. Meanwhile, Tang San navigated through the forest, having rendered Tang Yi unconscious. which he held in his grasp. He aimed to leave the Haotian clan before dawn, uncertain of when Xia Xin and the others would arrive. Aware that his trail could not go unnoticed. Just hours after he entered the city of slaughter, Daishir had already made his entrance, frightening him nearly to death. On the other side, Xia Xin and Tang Feng had arrived at the foot of the Haotian clan's mountain, embracing Tang Feng warmly, who reciprocated their affection. Subsequently, Tang Feng inquired, "Has anyone recently entered the Haotian clan?" One person candidly remarked, "There exists an individual who possesses the token of the Haotian sect's leader. Its authenticity remains uncertain. However, even if it were genuine, what difference would it make? In our generation, we only acknowledge you." One among them gazed at Tang Feng with a smile and continued, "Yet, now that we are aware that Tang San has arrived." Tang Feng wasted no time stating, "If you happen to see him again, eliminate him." The others were taken aback. After all, it was Tang Feng. He was destined to be the future leader of the Haotian sect. They all bowed in respect, having long regarded Tang Feng as their future master. Naturally, Xia Xin would also be welcomed as part of the leader's entourage. By the way, shortly, a girl will bring people to the Haotian sect, so do not obstruct her. Chapter 60. The Past and the Future Understood, Brother Feng. With that, Tang Feng and Xia Xin hastened towards the Haotian sect, while Tang San rushed down the mountain with equal fervor. Eventually, the three met in the woods. Tang San looked at Tang Feng and Xia Xin with trepidation, while the latter two exchanged sinister smiles. "If you manage to escape this time, I shall wash my hair upside down," Tang Feng declared, brandishing his Xianyuan sword. Tang San, suddenly clutching Tang Yi, warned, "Tang Feng, if you come any closer, I will strangle him." As a soul master, it would be effortless for him to take the life of a child. Tang Feng, incredulous, retorted, "If you wish to strangle him, do so. What does it have to do with me?" Xia Xin, equally perplexed by Tang San's bizarre actions and threats, felt the absurdity of the situation. At that moment, Tang San smirked, "This is your brother." Upon hearing those words, Tang Feng was taken aback, and Xia Xin was momentarily stunned. "My brother?" Tang Feng questioned uncertainly. "Come up and test it if you don't believe me. If you kill me, your brother will perish as well," Tang San threatened viciously. "You do share a striking resemblance," Xia Xin interjected, noting the uncanny similarity between the child and Tang Feng. In that instant, Tang Feng hesitated. Xia Xin, unaware of Tang Feng's internal struggle, recognized that he was at a crossroads, whether to kill Tang San or save his brother. He pondered, having been absent for 9 years. Perhaps his parents had indeed had another child. "Tang Feng, I initially planned to use your brother as leverage against you in the end, but unexpectedly, he has proven useful sooner than anticipated," Tang San taunted. Finally, Tang Feng exhaled heavily. Xia Xin understood that he had made a decision. Tang Feng looked at Xia Xin and stated, "We have pursued Tang San for so long. We cannot simply give up now." Xia Xin quickly replied, "Have you thought this through? If you let him go now, there will be future opportunities." Tang Feng shook his head, affirming, "I have made my decision. This is your biological brother." Tang San fumed. He realized that although Tang Feng acknowledged the child as his brother, he would not spare him. "If you wish to kill, then do so. Once you are done, I shall take my revenge," Tang Feng declared fiercely. Tang San could not afford to take such action. This was his sole bargaining chip. If he truly killed the child, it would be the end for him. Tang Feng was merely speaking bravely, but perhaps he was compelling himself to act. "Goodness, you truly are despicable." A sudden voice emerged from behind Tang San. He turned to see a strikingly handsome figure swiftly approaching him. The man deftly snatched Tang Yi from Tang San's grasp and tossed him to Tang Feng, instructing, "Make sure to catch your brother." Tang Feng securely received the boy, then turned his gaze toward the man. Enraged, Tang San struck at the intruder. But the man deftly evaded the punch by tilting his head, retaliating with a blow to Tang San's chin. The sound of cracking bone echoed as Tang San was sent sprawling. Was that the sound of his jaw being dislocated? Tang Feng asked uncertainly. His eyes shifted to Xia Xin, who appeared astonished as she looked at the man. In an instant, the Nine Heavens sword materialized in her hand, slashing toward him. "Don't be hasty." Suddenly, an ice shield appeared out of thin air, standing between the two. Just as Xia Xin prepared to strike again, Tang Feng intercepted her, asking, "Xia Xin, what's wrong? Do you know him?" Xia Xin nodded. "Do you remember when I fell off the cliff? He was the one who pushed me." Tang Feng was taken aback, pondering, so is he one of us or one of Tang San's? After all, he saved your brother but also sent you tumbling off a cliff. "Friend, who exactly are you?" Tang Feng inquired, as none of the four knew the man's identity. "My name is Hui Yuhao," he replied candidly. "Hui Yuhao? The one from 10,000 years later?" Tang Feng questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Hui Yuhao looked puzzled. "You know me? Wow. Both Xia Xin and Tang Feng were taken aback. Indeed, he was the Hui Yuhao from millennia ahead, the master of the Spirit Pagoda, the Ice Empress Douluo, and the god of emotion. Xia Xin asked hesitantly, "Is that truly you?" Now it was Hui Yuhao's turn to be astonished. Not only did they know his identity, but they were also aware of his titles and divine rank. "No wonder my father-in-law called you heretics. You seem to know everything," Hui Yuhao exclaimed. "By the way, aren't you Tang Wudong's husband? Did you really dislocate the past Tang San's jaw?" Xia Xian inquired, bewildered. Who would have thought he could be so sinister? Hui Yuhao remarked as he glanced toward the spot where Tang San had been, now devoid of his presence. "Run as you will, as long as you can evade my watchful eyes." Hui Yuhao activated his soul skill, employing mental detection. In no time, he located the fleeing Tang San. Turning to Xia Xian and Tang Feng, he instructed, "Stay here, I will return shortly." Though they were perplexed, knowing that Tang Feng's brother was safe, they decided to wait for him. After all, once their forces arrived, it would spell doom for Tang San. To alleviate the boredom, Tang Feng began to kindle a fire. Though they were in the woods, even if it ignited, they had Xue Xian Yao with them. The two sat by the campfire, with Tang Yi resting on Tang Feng's lap, still unconscious. However, he seemed unscathed, likely just sleeping off the incident. "Who would have thought my parents would bless me with a brother?" Tang Feng said joyfully, genuinely pleased. His earlier decision to abandon his brother was ultimately for the benefit of all three of them. "Come on. You have a sister as beautiful as Qianrenxue who dotes on you. Why would you even need a brother?" Dragging Tang San by the arm, it was evident that his face was smeared with blood, and his teeth were almost obliterated. After Hui Yuhao pulled Tang San to the campfire, he joined Xia Xian and the others in a seat. "Initially, our intention was to use the excuse of Tang San secretly controlling you to win you over. But it appears you are already aware," Xia Xian remarked. Hui Yuhao sighed and replied, "Do you truly think me foolish? I am cognizant of everything he has done, yet I lack the capacity to alter any of it. I had considered simply allowing events to unfold without seeking vengeance, as I am aware I cannot win. However, I am grateful that you have afforded me this opportunity." "We?" Xia Xian and Tang Feng questioned, puzzled. Hui Yuhao nodded and elucidated, "We exist on two distinct timelines. You represent the past, while I embody the future. The individuals surrounding Tang San are akin to points on a line, representing both past and future. Therefore, if a point from the past ceases to exist or undergoes transformation, the corresponding point in the future will also be affected." Chapter 61. Hui Yuhao's plan. Could it be that the current Shrek 7 monsters have been separated, thus altering the future? Tang Feng inquired, bewildered. Hui Yuhao shook his head, clarifying, "This is unrelated. Take the Shrek 7 monsters as an example. Even if they are apart now, what if they reunite in a few years? Or in 10 or 20 years? The only certainty for change is death." Xia Xian suddenly grasped, "So, you are implying that Tang Hao's death means the future Tang Hao will no longer exist?" Hui Yuhao, upon hearing this, also came to a realization. "So it is Tang Hao who has perished? You were unaware?" "I was not informed. My father-in-law did not tell me." Hui Yuhao sighed, "That is understandable. He does not trust me, as my desire for vengeance remains unquenched. By the way, Yuhao, you mentioned that if a point in the past changes, the future will be aware. So, does that mean the future Tang San sent you to eliminate us?" Xiao Xian queried. Hui Yuhao nodded. Tang Feng, noticing Tang San's condition, initially overlooked it, but now realized with alarm that Tang San's feet were missing, the severed ends encrusted with frost. Observing Tang Feng's expression, Hui Yuhao chuckled. "I feared he might flee, so I severed his feet. In comparison to what he has done to me, it should be considered relatively mild, no? Indeed, it is not significant. If you sever Tang San's feet now, will the future Tang San be aware?" Xia Xian asked. Hui Yuhao shook his head, "No. Unless Tang San dies. Consider this as the beginning. I sever his feet, and the outcome is that he attains dual divine status. So he will eventually regain his feet for some reason." With this understanding, Tang Feng and Xia Xian simultaneously recognized that the future Tang Wulin and Tang San during Lan Xuanyu's era might also become aware of these events. However, during Tang Wulin's time, the divine realm seemed to be lost somewhere. "Yuhao, are you alone?" Xia Xian inquired. Hui Yuhao shook his head once more. "My wife, Tang Wudong, has also arrived." "Your wife is here? Shall I assist you in eliminating Tang San now, to prevent Tang Wutong from witnessing a quarrel between the two of you?" Tang Feng spoke, rising to summon the Xianyuan sword. Just as he was about to strike, Hui Yuhao intervened. "As I mentioned earlier, altering the present will inevitably change the future. In other words, if you kill him now, my beloved Tang Wudong will vanish as well," Hui Yuhao quickly asserted. "Very well. But are you not concerned that your wife will discover your actions towards her father?" Tang Feng inquired. Hu Yuhao shook his head, responding, "Rest assured. I shall tell her it was a confrontation between you two, and I fought valiantly to rescue Tang San." As he spoke, Hu Yuhao produced several blood bags, crushing them and applying the contents to himself. The forest, illuminated by the night as campfire, appeared ominously foreboding. "What do you plan to do?" "Killing him now is not an option," Xia Xian remarked, speechless. Hu Yuhao then declared, "Since you both are present, I will reveal my plan. First, when Tang Wudong and I traverse back to the past, we shall be devoid of divine status, so I must find a way to attain divinity. Second, I will require your strength to open a temporal portal, enabling us to confront my divine realm. In this way, if Tang San perishes in the future, my wife will harbor no resentment towards me, but she will certainly despise you, won't she?" "Hu Yuhao, this plan is unfeasible," Xia Xian interjected. Hu Yuhao sighed. "What alternative exists? To protect Tang Wudong while eliminating Tang San. This is the only course of action. Even if it were possible, I would still object," Tang Feng stated. Hu Yuhao looked at him in confusion. "I understand your point, but humans cannot live for millennia. Therefore, in this era, you would aid Tang San in achieving divinity. Wouldn't you?" Tang Feng inquired. Hu Yuhao nodded. "However, I would only grant him the weakest divine status, under 3 conditions. First, that Tang San attains immortality. Second, that his wife is Xiao Wu." Xia Xian interjected, "And the third condition pertains to the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, correct?" Hu Yuhao awkwardly nodded. "What relevance do the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python hold?" Tang Feng questioned, perplexed. Xia Xian turned to Hu Yuhao, and upon noticing his silence, continued, "Because Tang San's daughter, Wang Donger, is the same person as Tang Wudong." Tang Feng asked. Xia Xian waved her hand. "Do not interrupt. Let me finish before you speak. Initially, Tang San erased Tang Wudong's memories and then descended as Wang Donger. You may regard Wang Donger as a newborn. She has been nurtured by the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, and in many aspects, she surpasses Tang Wudong. To be candid, Wang Donger loves Hu Yuhao to the extent that she would forsake her own life. She dares to confront the Titan and the sky blue, while Tang Wudong lacks the courage to oppose Tang San, as her love does not reach such depths. That may be an exaggeration, but there is some truth to it. The stakes are different. Perhaps Tang Wudong is simply afraid of Tang San?" Tang Feng queried, turning to Hu Yuhao. "Is it truly so?" Hu Yuhao shyly scratched his head. "It's somewhat accurate, but my affection for both is comparable. However, my heart belongs to Wang Donger, not Tang Wudong. Their personalities differ vastly. I perceive them both as quite lively," Tang Feng remarked, puzzled. "Very well," he then said, turning to Hu Yuhao. "You saved my brother, so I will assist you. I had previously stated that upon reaching level 80, I would eliminate the Titan to make him my soul ring, but I shall refrain from doing so now. Thus, we are even." "Thank you," Hu Yuhao began. "However, how can you ensure that Tang San will only receive the weakest divine position?" Xia Xian inquired. "It's quite simple. I am currently undertaking the inheritances of the Sea God and the Shura God," Hu Yuhao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the two nodded in acknowledgement, then gazed at him in astonishment. "I didn't quite catch that. What did you just say?" Tang Feng asked incredulously. "I said I am undertaking the inheritances of the Sea God and the Shura God," Hu Yuhao reiterated calmly. "How did you unlock the Sea God's inheritance?" "And what about the Shura God?" Tang Feng questioned. "For the Sea God, you can simply visit Sea God Island to understand. As for the Shura God," Hu Yuhao looked at the two and continued. "When you left the city of slaughter, I had just arrived. I had been at Sea God Island all along. And if not for Tang Wudong insisting that I seek out Tang San, I would not have come at all. The Shura God's inheritance chose me solely because I killed Tang Chun," Hu Yuhao explained. "Is it really possible to achieve that?" Xia Xian asked, puzzled. "Indeed, it is possible. I am uncertain how Tang San initially acquired the Shura God's position, but I am confident that the Shura God favors the strong. And in this era, I am undoubtedly the strongest." Chapter 62. A Tale from a Millennium Later. Wait. Xia Xian interjected hastily as the two looked at him with curiosity. "I suddenly realized something. Let me clarify my thoughts," Xia Xian continued, turning to Hu Yuhao. "In your era, did Tang San still achieve the titles of Sea God and Shura God?" Hu Yuhao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, so what? It seems we have underestimated the situation. This implies that with our presence, Tang San will still attain dual divinity, and will you not be able to alter this outcome?" Xia Xian queried. "That cannot be possible. I have already commenced my divine trials. How could it not be changed? Then in the future, have you heard of us?" "Myself, Xia Xian, Tang Feng, Xue Xinyao, and Dai Shi, there are 4 of us." Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao began to grasp Xia Xian's implication. Observing Hui Yuhao's expression, Xia Xian and Tang Feng understood that it meant not only had they failed to eliminate Tang San, but they also would not exist in the future. Hui Yuhao suddenly remarked, "However, I have heard of the Dawn sect. During my time, the Dawn sect devoured the body sect. Is the Dawn sect truly that powerful a millennium later?" Xia Xian expressed with relief. Hui Yuhao continued, "I have heard of the Dawn sect. Yet I have never encountered them. After the body sect was consumed, I have not met any of its members. The Dawn sect, in the future, belongs to the hidden sects, unless there are more formidable sects on the continent, such as the body sect, which could then devour the Dawn sect. It is good that the Dawn sect still exists. Even if they fail now, they continue to amass strength for the future. You possess such strength? The Dawn sect has not sought to recruit you?" Xia Xian asked, puzzled. After all, someone as formidable as Hui Yuhao would seemingly be a prime candidate for the Dawn sect. Hui Yuhao chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I have only met 2 individuals from the Dawn sect, Dragon Emperor Douluo Long Xiaoyao and my master, Dragon God Douluo Muin. Long Xiaoyao? It appears he has indeed joined the Dawn sect." Xia Xian remarked. "Yes, when I learned of this, I sought to join the Dawn sect. But the sect leader refused my request, perhaps deeming me unworthy." Hui Yuhao jested. "Even I, Hui Yuhao, find it hard to regard myself highly. The future leader of the Radiant sect certainly possesses discerning taste. What is the strength of the future Radiant sect? Surely, you have heard the rumors surrounding it?" asked Xia Xian. Hui Yuhao pondered for a moment before realizing, "I have heard my master speak of it, and it appears he is not deceased. First, tell me what you have heard about the Radiant sect, then we shall discuss your master," Tang Feng urged. Very well. A millennium later, within the Sea God Pavilion, Muin reclined in a chair while Hui Yuhao stood attentively beside him. "Master, you mentioned you would recount events from 1,000 years ago. Are those events related to the current Radiant sect?" Hui Yuhao inquired with curiosity. Muin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this matter is intertwined with your Tang sect's founder, Tang San, and the Radiant sect. A millennium ago, Tang San was pursued by 4 individuals who seemed destined from their inception to hunt him down. The historical records do not elaborate on the specifics, but it is known that the leader of the Radiant sect and 3 Hall Masters possessed twin martial souls and divine statuses, supported by the martial soul city, the Tindo Empire, the Xinglua Empire, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang San, in turn, allied himself with the Haotian sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and numerous formidable beings from Sea God Island. Unexpectedly, 1,000 years ago, Tang San learned of the events on the Sun and Moon continent through 2 powerful allies by his side, subsequently forming an alliance with that continent. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao exclaimed, "Master, a millennium ago, the whereabouts of the Sun and Moon continent were unknown. How could Tang San have known?" Muin replied calmly. "Because the 2 powerful allies by his side hailed from the future, though their identities remain undocumented in ancient texts. At that time, the Spirit Hall boasted around 20 titled Douluo, alongside the formidable Douluo. Yet, the Radiant sect suffered a dismal defeat. It was not merely a loss but a comprehensive failure, as Tang San's survival rendered their efforts futile. Indeed, the most remarkable figure from our Shrek Academy a millennium ago was a man named Oscar, who succeeded Flanders as the new dean. They underestimated Tang San, allowing their vigilance to wane. During that era, the Sun and Moon continent had already begun developing soul-guiding devices. Otherwise, we would not have found ourselves at a disadvantage. The number of tidal Douluo on the Sun and Moon continent at that time was significantly greater than it is now, nearly 30 in total. After all, it was the primary force of the Sun-Moon Empire that later intercepted the Radiant Church. The Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, along with the Sea God Island, were the main attacking forces against the Spirit City at that time. However, the strength of the Radiant Church surpassed ours by a considerable margin. Back then, the Radiant Church boasted merely 4 limit Douluo and 13 title Douluo, supplemented by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, totaling 15 title Douluo. At that time, the Radiant Church nearly obliterated the entire Sun-Moon Empire. Among the limit Douluo, one possessed the Supreme Earth attribute, capable of levitating the entire Sun-Moon Empire into the sky. Subsequently, the other 3 limit Douluo, along with the 15 title Douluo and approximately 300 soul Douluo, plus over 3,000 soul sages, launched a relentless assault on the Sun-Moon Empire, executing a true indiscriminate bombardment. Among the 4, one possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, which meant that at that moment, the entire Sun-Moon Empire transformed into a forest. And within the Radiant Church, no one sustained any injuries, not even a scratch. As a result of this miraculous healing, he could only focus on restoration and was unable to engage in offensive maneuvers, while the other two were adept at attack. Even a title Douluo would not withstand a single blow from them. Truly, not even a second strike. The one with the supreme earth attribute ultimately summoned the ultimate thunder and flame, as lightning and fire rained down, engulfing the entire Sun-Moon Empire. They originally believed that Tang San was within the Sun-Moon Empire. However, he was actually on another battlefield, specifically at the Spirit City. At that time, the Spirit City was formidable, bolstered by the armies of the Tiando Empire, the Poison Douluo, the Star Luo Army, and 3 title Douluo. In addition to the approximately 20 title Douluo already present in the Spirit City, rendering them entirely unafraid of Tang San. Additionally, after Tang San launched his attack, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan unexpectedly rebelled and turned against him. The power of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was immensely strong, causing Tang San to struggle momentarily. Yet, in the final moments, the 2 individuals by his side intervened. While their precise identities remain unknown, one of them possessed the Supreme Ice attribute and swiftly eliminated the clan leader, Yu Yuanjin, thereby intimidating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. However, the young clan leader, Yu Tianxin, soon took charge, and upon seeing him, the one with the Supreme Ice attribute disregarded Tang San's commands and did not harm Yu Tianxin. Chapter 63. The Future of the Radiant Church. Did Tang San succeed? Asked Wei Yuhao. Muin shook his head and replied, Tang San failed. The sudden betrayal of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan sealed his fate. Nevertheless, in that battle, Tang San achieved the dual deification. Wei Yuhao expressed his astonishment. He directly attained dual deification? What about the 2 individuals beside him? Muin explained, indeed, he directly achieved dual deification and then proceeded to the divine realm. For a normal person, after attaining dual deification, one would certainly annihilate the enemies before them at the Spirit City, but he did not, as if he feared something. After much contemplation, I realized what he feared was those 4 individuals. As for the 2 by his side, they were ultimately discovered to be a man and a woman, who perished on the battlefield. Wei Yuhao had many lingering questions. What happened to those 4 in the end? What was their fate? Wei Yuhao continued to inquire. Then why did they not eliminate Tang San from the very beginning? Muin pondered for a moment and replied, there was a prime opportunity within the Haotian clan. Yet for reasons unknown, they refrained from executing him. Ultimately, the conclusion was grim, due to Tang San's escape. All the formidable beings from both the Haotian clan and Sea God Island perished. When the leader of the Dawn sect arrived on the battlefield, he resurrected all his fallen comrades and departed with Yu Tianxin and all those above the title Douluo rank. Wei Yuhao expressed his astonishment. Resurrection. This is not the same as healing injuries. Can the deceased truly come back to life? Muin responded calmly, indeed, such is the case. For this ability has been passed down from my ancestor, Yu Tianxin. It is no wonder, master, that you are so reluctant for me to join the Tang sect. Wei Yuhao remarked. The techniques within the Tang sect are indeed practical. After a brief chuckle, Muin continued, in truth, your master yearns to join the Dawn sect as well, to uncover what lies within, for it too is a gathering place for the mighty. It is truly something to aspire to. A gathering place for the mighty? Wei Yuhao queried, his curiosity piqued. Master, since you have witnessed it, please share your experience with me. I long to know more. Muin began to recount. That event transpired before I broke through to the 99th level. The leader of the body sect, Poison Must Die, sought me out for a duel, which I accepted. However, on that day, I waited for an extended period without seeing him, prompting me to investigate the body sect instead. My dear disciple, I assure you, you have never encountered a scene like that. Approximately 300 limit Douluos, each adorned with a century-old soul ring, all donned masks and black cloaks, encircled the body sect. That was a staggering assembly of 300 limit Douluos, all bearing century-old soul rings. Master, did they not notice you at that time? Wei Yuhao inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. Muin chuckled. I wish I could say I went unnoticed, but that was impossible. I was spotted at the mere glance. Yet that individual chose to spare me. Why did they spare you? Wei Yuhao pressed further, sensing Muin's genuine enthusiasm for sharing these tales. As he referred to himself rather than as the old man. Months later, as Muin's time drew near, his disciples wept outside. Just as he concluded his final words and prepared to depart this world, 10 limit Douluos appeared in the sky, clad in black robes and wearing masks. None among the Shrek team possessed the strength to intervene. The 10 limit Douluos caused no harm to anyone. As they approached the Sea God Pavilion, the leader commanded, you shall stand guard here. Yes, leader, they replied, as he entered alone. The excitement was indescribable. Wei Yuhao recognized this individual as the one his master had spoken of, who wore a mask resembling a blue giant dragon. Without further ado, that person unceremoniously cast Wei Yuhao out of the Sea God Pavilion. At that moment, Hui Yuhao was merely a soul master with no ability to resist. The masked figure turned to Mu In and stated, "I told you I would return for you." Mu In had always longed for the Dawn sect. Without hesitation, he donned the mask and, in the next moment, felt his once relaxed skin become firm. Was this rejuvenation? Mu In contemplated, yet he did not remove his mask. He could sense that the pain in his legs and the strain in his waist had dissipated. Hui Yuhao stood guard outside, not at the entrance of the Sea God Pavilion, but within the academy. He observed as 11 figures soared above him. How did 10 transform into 11? A companion beside him inquired, and Hui Yuhao comprehended that his master's wish had been fulfilled. Mu In followed the individual to the Dawn sect, which lay at the base of a cliff, its upper layer concealed by rock. Like a form of intelligent recognition, the masked individual merely needed to touch the surface for it to automatically part. Mu In touched it, realizing that even with all his might, he could not break through the stone. The person adorned with a blue dragon mask led him directly into the hall of the Dawn sect. Along the way, he encountered countless titled Douluo. "Senior, may I inquire about the whereabouts of the others after your sect absorbed the body sect?" Mu In asked. The individual, upon hearing this, removed his mask to reveal a youthful and handsome visage. "There is no need to call me senior. You should address me as ancestor." The titled Douluo and those below in strength from the body sect were dispersed by the sect master. They neither speak nor dare to speak. However, it matters little, for their power is lacking, and they are unaware of this place. "By the way, my name is Yu Tianxin." As he spoke, Yu Tianxin's features visibly aged at an alarming rate. Hastily, he donned his mask once more, stating, "The mask has been imbued with vitality by the sect master. Do not remove it lightly." Upon entering the hall, they beheld a man seated high above, clad in white, with long emerald hair cascading down his back. "The sect master." "The person has arrived," the attendant announced. The man turned his gaze. "You must be Mu In." Mu In nodded in affirmation. Chapter 64, Summer's Awakening After Arranging Matters. Xia Xian rose to depart, but just as she was about to leave, Mu In posed a question, "Sect master, there is something I do not understand." Given that he had realized Xia Xian was the same Xia Xian from 10,000 years ago, he naturally had many inquiries, and his pupil's doubts mirrored his own. "Speak." "But only one question, the one you most wish to know." "My patience is limited," Xia Xian replied. "I wish to understand why." After Tang Sen ascended to the divine realm 10,000 years ago, the Dawn sect chose to remain hidden, Mu In queried. Xia Xian elucidated, "You may not be aware, but I do understand. Tang Sen's position as the god of Shura ranks among the highest in the divine realm, while I am merely at the first level divine rank. Thus, was it to avoid his brilliance?" Mu In spoke subtly, implying their fear of Tang Sen. Xia Xian retorted with derision, "Avoid his brilliance? Does Tang Sen even qualify? He is but a mere insect. Your perspective is too narrow. Let me put it this way. Tang Sen's position as the god of Shura is that of a divine king, and within the divine realm, there are 5 divine kings. The other 4 are the god of destruction, the goddess of life, the god of goodness, and the god of evil. Use your intellect to ponder. What is it that we aspire to achieve?" Upon hearing this, Mu In was taken aback as realization dawned upon him. He was not foolish. They intended to seize control of the entire divine realm. But were the 5 divine kings not the most powerful entities within the divine realm? How would they manage to dominate it? Mu In, still perplexed, inquired, "It seems your intellect is not lacking." Indeed, among the divine realm, the 5 deities are the strongest. However, the enhancement of their divine powers is exceedingly challenging. Yet, I have discovered another form of divinity, one whose divine strength knows no bounds, signifying an infinite potential. To possess such a divine rank, one must harness the faith of the people of Douluo Continent. As they believe in you, you ascend to divinity. But this is contingent upon the fervor of their worship. The greater your renown, the more individuals become aware of you. Despite the passage of 10 millennia, our collective fame endures, and there are still those who recognize and revere us. In our radiant sect, there is not a single individual who is not renowned, including you. Mu In, your name is scarcely known even in Shrek Academy and across the continent today. For millennia, all members of our radiant sect have attained a divine rank of belief, and the masks you wear also represent a primary divine status. Of course, should one falter, the consequence is death. However, your presence before me indicates that you have withstood the trial. Thus, every individual possesses dual divine ranks, including your leader, Yu Tianxin, standing before you. To avoid repeating past mistakes that allowed Tang Sen to escape, I have resolved to wait until everyone can possess and wield dual divine ranks. That day will coincide with the anniversary of Tang Sen's demise. I aim to instill in him an even deeper despair, to allow him to relive the psychological torment of a millennium ago, to experience the most hopeless death imaginable. Muin, still bewildered, asked. Has Tang Xin never thwarted you throughout these 10 millennia? Xia Xian replied. Muin, look up at what lies above you. Curious, Muin glanced upwards, his eyes widening in shock. Hundreds of individuals, both men and women, had their throats pierced by ice chains, their eyelids frozen shut, rendering them unable to blink. Their bodies were encased in earth. The sight of these hundreds of people suspended from the ceiling was chillingly horrific. What was more alarming was that Muin could see their eyeballs moving, clearly indicating they were still alive. Xia Xian, with a smile, remarked, They are all first-level deities from the divine realm, sent down by Tang San with the intent of annihilating us. However, these deities, seeking to curry favor with Tang San as their king, have descended without considering that even he dares not come down himself. They are divine beings, capable of immortality. Thus they shall never perish. Yet, as time passes, even after a century, they will still feel thirst and hunger. But they will not die, hanging here. They cannot even wish for death. Every day, witnessing their expressions of despair brings me immense joy. Allow me to introduce the characters before us, the fire god, the water god, and the space god. As for the others, their names have escaped my memory. Initially, they were merely suspended above. Yet their incessant vocalizations compelled me to instruct my wife to pierce their throats, rendering them mute. I ensured that ice would forever encase them. On a subsequent occasion, I discovered that they had closed their eyes in slumber, prompting me to have my wife encase their eyelids in ice, ensuring they could never open their eyes again. A third instance arose when their movements became irksome, leading me to request my wife to encircle their forms with earth, the weight of which left them in a perpetual state of torment, as if their necks and lower bodies were being torn apart daily. I had presumed they were divine beings, yet I had overestimated them. The original fire god has endured 3 renditions of this torment. I surmise that in 3,000 years, his neck will inevitably separate from his body. However, I possess the power to resurrect them. Xia Xian chuckled. Thus, I revive them time and again, allowing them to experience this sensation. Suddenly, a man entered, unmasked, and upon seeing Xia Xian laughing maniacally, remarked, Xia Xian, you are indulging in your peculiar whims again. Xia Xian turned to him. Tang Feng, do you not find it amusing? Tang Feng shook his head. I cannot fathom how you have become this way. He approached and handed Xia Xian a list, saying, This is the list of those who have recently acquired their second divine position. With that, Tang Feng departed. Muin distinctly heard Tang Feng's parting words as he passed by. I still prefer the former Xia Xian. Following this, Muin accompanied Yu Tianxin as they left. Once outside, Muin retched by the roadside. This was his first encounter with such beings, who could hardly be deemed human. Those who are immortal feel hunger yet cannot perish from it. They experience thirst yet cannot die from it. Perhaps their daily hope lies in the separation of their necks from their bodies, hoping not to be discovered and resurrected by Xia Xian. Yu Tianxin patted Muin's back, advising, you must acclimate. Muin turned to Yu Tianxin, inquiring, was the leader of the Dawn sect ever like this? Yu Tianxin shook his head. I am not certain, but I know the leader did not behave this way initially. You may inquire with our hall master. She is also the leader's wife. Muin shook his head, fearing that their hall master might resemble the leader. Why did both the leader and the man just now not wear masks? Muin asked. Yu Tianxin explained. It is quite simple. They have inherited divine positions. Even if they have inherited divine positions, are they permitted to remain in the mortal realm? Even if they do not descend, no deity would dare to descend to apprehend them. Thus concludes this tale. Chapter 65. Transformation of everything. Does this mean Xia Xian will truly be my husband in the future? Suddenly inquired Shuexinyao. The 3 were startled, unaware of her arrival. You all seemed so engrossed in the storytelling that I did not wish to interrupt. Shuexinyao smiled. She continued. But are you certain that the individual in your story is indeed Xia Xian? Tang Feng too was eager to know. For Xia Xian had mourned for quite some time after annihilating the families of the 4 clans. Tang Feng understood Xia Xian well. He was capable of vanquishing foes but would not resort to torture. It is evident that the character Xia Xian in the tale of Hui Yuhao exhibits signs of instability. Hui Yuhao scrutinized Xia Xian, noting that her appearance, hair length, and color all matched, albeit she was not clad in white attire at the moment. He recalled that it was only after meeting his master that he learned of it. Heavens, could I truly be on the verge of insanity? When did I develop such peculiar interests? Xia Xian lamented. Shuexinyao embraced Xia Xian from behind, saying, What does it matter? At least in the story. You are my husband. Even if you were to become mad, I would care for you for a lifetime. However, now that we are aware of the future, we cannot let him escape, can we? Xia Xian inquired. No, Hui Yuhao interjected hastily. Tang Feng added, Though you have shown me kindness, the narrative is quite clear. The male and female who perished at the Soul Master City are undoubtedly you. Moreover, Tang Sin evidently did something to you at the critical moment, especially since both divine positions are in your possession. Hui Yuhao remained resolute, responding, I'm sorry, but I truly cannot assist you, Tang San. Tang Feng turned his gaze towards Xia Xian, who declared, if that is the case, then we shall be enemies upon our next encounter. I will not allow him to survive until the end, whether he does or not rests upon you. Xia Xian genuinely wished to avoid becoming the kind of unstable person that awaited in the future. After Hui Yuhao mentioned Tang San, Tang Feng intercepted him. Hui Yuhao looked at them in confusion, asking, are you reconsidering? Xia Xian laughed. We will not turn back, especially since you saved Tang Feng's brother. However, we require the sect master's token, which should be in Tang San's possession. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao searched Tang San and indeed found it, subsequently handing it over to Tang Feng, who was meant to have it all along. Hui Yuhao then took Tang San and departed. What shall we do next? Tang Feng pondered, playing with the sect master's token. It is quite simple. We must first seize control of the Haoyan sect. But until Tang Xiao is dead, I will find no rest. Xia Xian remarked, turning her gaze to Tang Feng. He nodded in agreement. For it was evident to all present that since Tang San had managed to bring Tang Yi out, and given that they had been at this location for quite some time without encountering the Haoyan sect's pursuers, someone must be assisting them. This could only be Tang Xiao. As the 7 elders were aligned with Tang Feng, Xia Xian affirmed, if there are any developments, do inform me. Following this, Xia Xian and Xue Xinyo departed. While Tang Feng continued his ascent, Xue Xinyo expressed her concerns. Xia Xian, I fear that even if we proceed in this manner, the outcome will remain unchanged. Xia Xian jested, are you truly worried I might become insane? That is not what I meant. Xue Xinyo replied, distressed. Let us first locate the Sun and Moon continent and destroy them. That way, we shall have no further worries. Suddenly, Xue Xinyo asked, is it possible for Hui Yuhao to obliterate the Sea God and Shura God inheritances? Otherwise, I will remain quite apprehensive. As a precaution, the next time we meet, we must eliminate Hui Yuhao. Indeed, Xia Xian harbored significant concerns regarding the tale recounted by Hui Yuhao. Daisher continuously lamented about Xia Xian. Yet she chose to ignore him, avoiding him whenever they crossed paths. Meanwhile, Xue Xinyo sought discussions with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, or Ningfengji, who had long contemplated an alliance with the Shuguang sect, readily acquiesced. This was not an endeavor of annexation, but rather a collaboration. Days later, auspicious news emerged from the Haoyan sect. Under the pressure of 7 elders, Tang Xiao conceded to his misdeeds, demonstrating his integrity as a true man who took responsibility for his actions. The Grand Elder ascended to the position of the new sect master of the Haoyan sect. However, considering Tang Xiao was the former sect master, he was not executed but instead imprisoned for eternity within the dungeons. Su Xiaoxiao sought Xia Xian multiple times, only to be met with rejection. At that moment, he was hardly inclined to immerse himself in the study of imperial power techniques. After several refusals, Su Xiaoxiao despondently sat in a corner, her face reflecting a sense of grievance. She found herself unable to fulfill the task assigned by her father. Why are you upset? I haven't done anything to you. Suddenly, Daisher approached her, inquiring. Su Xiaoxiao, feeling exasperated, replied, it's all because of Xia Xian. He insisted on learning from my father, and now, when my father asks me to teach him, he dismisses me completely. I truly despise him. Daisher chimed in. I too find him intolerable for not allowing me to engage in fights. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao gazed into Daisher's eyes and asked, do you enjoy fighting? In truth, it was not merely fighting. One could say it was akin to killing. Yet, he feared that this lady might be frightened away once again. Fighting less often would serve you well. You currently project the image of a delinquent youth, which is decidedly unflattering. The term delinquent youth was already a compliment to Daisher. Hearing this, Daisher chuckled. When have I ever frightened you? He then counted on his fingers. For your safety, I remained by your side during your hospitalization. Even having my subordinates bring you meals. You seemed quite pleased at the time, did you not? Furthermore, during our time at Shrek, had Flinder been present, do you think he would have let you treat his disciple so disrespectfully? You are merely a spirit king, while he is a spirit saint. I rode to find you, fearing even a moment's delay. So tell me, in what way have I wronged you? The notion that I am not a good person is utterly ridiculous. Su Xiaoxiao, upon reflection, recognized the veracity of his words. All along, it had been her unilateral perception that Daisher was not virtuous. She pouted, regardless, that is my opinion. Why should you care? Daisher, intrigued, asked, care to guess whether I dare to care? Can I even manage you? If you dare, I will promptly inform Xia Xian. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed hurriedly. Daisher waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I have no interest in your youthful figure. Chapter 66. Daisher's composed mind. Su Xiaoxiao felt her face flush with indignation at Daisher's words, pouting as she looked at him. Daisher, unfazed, remarked, What is this? Do you wish to strike me? Su Xiaoxiao huffed, then stood up to leave, muttering, You are truly insufferable. Daisher followed her with his gaze. Boss, have you managed to provoke Su Xiaoxiao again? Yang Lingjie approached him with a smile. Among those who had a good rapport with Daisher, they all referred to him as boss in the absence of outsiders. Which eye of yours witnessed me provoking her? Daisher inquired. It is evident to any discerning individual. Moreover, you have conversed with your fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing, far less in the past 15 years than you have with Su Xiaoxiao over these few days. How could that be possible? At that moment, Li Ziyun interjected, Boss, that is indeed the case. Daisher rose and kicked Li Ziyun lightly. Weren't you confined by me? How did you end up here? Daisher questioned. The previous afternoon, after Xia Xian had rendered Daisher unconscious, she had entrusted him to Li Ziyun. Initially, Li Ziyun had kept Daisher confined, ignoring all his protests. However, once Daisher regained his strength, he had imprisoned Li Ziyun instead. Boss, I am your exclusive bodyguard. Of course, I must be present. Li Ziyun chuckled. I could also serve as your exclusive bodyguard, Yang Lingjie remarked. Give it a rest. Your impulsiveness makes you unsuitable. Li Ziyun responded with a shrug. In the hall, Xia Xian recounted the story mentioned by Hui Yuhao to Daisher. Daisher's serious expression indicated his deep contemplation. He turned to the three of them, noticing their focused gazes upon him, and slowly asked, Do you genuinely wish to hear my thoughts? The trio nodded. After all, in a moment of crisis, Daisher's perspective was the most valuable, as he remained devoid of emotions, free from worries and doubts, and maintained a calm demeanor. All right. First and foremost, Tang Feng and Tang Xiao. He has merely been imprisoned. He is not dead, correct? Daisher directed his question at Tang Feng. Tang Feng nodded. I joined forces with 7 elders to compel Tang Xiao to confess the truth. He admitted to the murder of the Haoyan sect disciples. However, the Grand Elder, considering that he had not committed any wrongdoings during his tenure and had treated the sect's disciples well, deemed him to have been misled and subsequently imprisoned him in the dungeon. Yet, I can assure you that the dungeon cannot truly contain Tang Xiao. But the 7 elders believe he will not escape. From what I know of him, he is indeed that type of person. Daisher pondered, if that is the case. Then it follows that in Hui Yuhao's story, we must have acted similarly, yet the Haoyan sect still assisted Tang San. So, why do we presume that Tang San is in the Sun-Moon continent? Xia Xian replied. I discussed this matter with Xue Xinyao and concluded that it stems from a highly credible individual informing us. What that person said convinced all 4 of us. Daisher looked up and asked, Is there such a person? If I were to consider whom I trust the most, it would undoubtedly be the 3 of you. Xue Xinyao seemed to recall something and asked, What if it is not a person? The 3 of them looked at her in confusion. What if it is a system? Would you believe it? Xue Xinyao inquired. A system? If it were the system speaking, it is likely that all 4 of us would believe. But why would the system assist Tang San? Tang Feng questioned perplexedly. There is some merit to that. Do you not find that the system behaves like a child with a penchant for play? I wish to recount an amusing incident that transpired between us and Tang San. Initially, we were forbidden from harming him, but subsequently, we were permitted to do so. By that time, however, Tang San had already taken refuge beside the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, aiding him in regaining his memories. This sensation was akin to the system being the audience, while we were the performers on stage. Upon uttering these words, everyone fell into a deep contemplation. Let us consider this matter as the first incident and no longer dwell on it. The progression of a story may evolve. As its course diversifies, so too will its conclusion. Thus, it is inevitable that Tang San will, in the future, assault the Spirit Hall faction, at which point we shall retrieve him. As for the second matter, I pondered extensively, and the most crucial element is undoubtedly Xia Xian. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian looked at him with a puzzled expression and inquired, Is there something concerning me? It appears that the worst he might face in the future is suffering from a mental affliction, yet it has been a millennium since then, Tang Feng remarked. Daisher interjected, No, it cannot be that simple. If a millennium were sufficient to alter matters, why do your words and actions in that tale mirror those of the present? Reluctant to engage in frivolous discourse, he noted that the sole distinction between you and the future lies in your interaction with Xia Xian. The 2 of you converse readily. How could it be that only a few words are exchanged? Moreover, in the narrative, time is abundant. Tang Feng queried. Could it be that Xia Xian has succumbed to madness, leading me to refrain from engaging with him? To which he countered, if he were to lose his sanity, would you treat him thus? Reflect upon your current disposition. After pondering, Tang Feng shook his head. Even if Xia Xian were truly afflicted, their bond as brothers would endure. How could they only exchange mere sentences when time is ample? Continuing the analysis, Dai Shi remarked, even if Xia Xian were genuinely delusional. Envisioning hundreds of first-level gods suspended from the ceiling hardly seems the work of a madman. After all, insanity merely entails a disarray of the mind. Yet we are well aware of Xia Xian's benevolence and kindness. He would eliminate them swiftly, akin to how he dealt with Tang Hao, executing them without torment. This is not madness, it is perversion. Dai Shi turned to Xue Xingyao and asked, consider this, if he is indeed so twisted, would you still marry him? Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Xingyao replied, I would. Very well, yet you cannot dwell on this any longer. Allow me to pose another question, a millennium hence. With time at your disposal, both of you are seemingly inseparable. Why has the future never mentioned you? Furthermore, why have I not been mentioned? Indeed, however, in that tale, Yu Tianxin remarked, the hall master is also the wife of the sect master. This particular word, also, implies that the master of the elemental hall may indeed be you. Or perhaps not. Upon hearing this, Xue Xingyao promptly tugged at Xia Xian's ear and questioned, do you dare to marry another woman? That is certainly not the case. You know me well, and Tang Feng is also aware, Xia Xian quickly asserted. Tang Feng concurred. Indeed, Xia Xian is not that type. Yet who can predict the events of the future? Others may not comprehend, but he understands her best. The first time Xue Xingyao found herself so close to Xia Xian, he blushed. A university student, despite lacking vast wealth, surely has experienced romance, whether in college or even high school. Xia Xian's reaction was sufficient to indicate that Xue Xingyao is his first love in 2 lifetimes. Subsequently, Dai Shi activated his system. Playing a video recorded by Xia Xian of Hui Yuhao recounting a story, it is conceivable that in the future, Xia Xian may have more than one romantic partner. However, it is essential to note that the Xia Xian of tomorrow may not resemble the one before us today. Tang Feng, puzzled, queried, Dai Shi, what do you mean by that? Dai Shi gradually responded, next is the crux of the second matter. Tang Feng, you have stated that even if Xia Xian were to become deranged or unhinged, he would still be our brother, yet it cannot be merely a trifling conversation. Dai Shi then turned to Xue Xingyao, saying, do not take my words amiss. When it comes to understanding Xia Xian, it is undoubtedly Tang Feng who knows him best. After all, they have cohabited for 9 years. When Xia Xian turns over in bed, Tang Feng can discern his thoughts. So is this really possible? The personality traits of the Xia Xian before us differ significantly. Could this be so? No, it is indeed possible, Xia Xian replied calmly. Immediately, the three regarded him with puzzled expressions. Dai Shi, if you have lost your emotions, does that mean I will lose my reason as well? Xia Xian inquired. That is quite simple. You need not unleash your full martial spirit power, just leave it to me, Tang Feng chuckled. After all, given that he could slay a tidal Douluo with a single move, it was evident he had activated his martial spirit power, yet he appeared unaffected in the future. At that moment, Xue Xingyao raised her hand, saying, it seems that I can activate my full martial spirit power without any cost. She continued, my martial spirit power is contingent upon my soul power level, which opens gradually, unlike you, who can activate your full martial spirit power at will. I am not yet capable. I would rather accompany you, Dai Shi remarked. So, does that mean I need not activate my full martial spirit power? Xia Xian asked. That should be the case, Dai Shi affirmed. Though Dai Shi's analysis was extensive, it remained speculative, with both correct and erroneous elements. Xia Xian sincerely hoped that the disturbances were indeed caused by his martial spirit power and not because the future Xia Xian was not himself. If that were the case, wouldn't it be akin to soul possession? That notion was terrifying. Xia Xian and Tang Feng continued to share their living quarters. In bed, Xia Xian pondered this matter. Stop overthinking, just sleep. Tomorrow, we shall seek out the spirit hall, and together, we will bring an end to Sea God Island, Tang Feng urged. How do you know I'm not asleep? Due to your irregular breathing, the following morning, Xia Xian and Tang Feng set out for the spirit hall. Xia Xian did not visit the offering hall, for on this journey to Sea God Island, the demise of Poseidon was imperative, and he remained uncertain of Qiandaliu's intentions. She was pivotal to whether anyone could ascend to the status of sea god, as her sacrifice was essential. Although Hui Yuhao had mentioned that Tang Sen did not achieve divinity through a divine trial, eliminating Poseidon was still a necessary undertaking. Upon arriving at the spirit hall, Xia Xian and Tang Feng entered directly. A guard attempted to stop them, but was unsuccessful. Xia Xian did not spot Bibi Dong and thus began their search within the spirit hall. Ultimately, they located Bibi Dong in the Elder Hall, where she was evidently engaged in a meeting. She sat high upon her throne, surrounded by 14 titled Douluos. Bibi Dong noticed Xia Xin, yet continued her address. Xia Xin remained patient, waiting at the entrance. It wasn't long before Zhu Douluo emerged, spotting Xia Xin and Tang Feng. Her Holiness the Pope mentioned you were outside and sent me to fetch you. I initially thought I was seeing things, he remarked. Zhu Douluo led them inside, where they stood facing Bibi Dong. In her presence, Xia Xin did not kneel, nor did Tang Feng, as Xia Xin forbade it. Bibi Dong was not offended and inquired. Speak, what do you desire? After all, the Sacred Dragon sect and the Golden Generation had already been granted to Xia Xin. Well, the Sacred Dragon sect was indeed given. But Hulina and her companions had been brought over by Xia Xin's own merit. Your Holiness, I wish to discuss a transaction with you, Xia Xin began. Oh? You do not intend to absorb our spirit hall, do you? Bibi Dong jested. Xia Xin shook his head and replied earnestly, Your Holiness. I have heard from others that the spirit hall previously attacked Sea God Island but failed. This was due to the leadership of Qian Xuanji, which led to the defeat. However, under your command, the spirit hall shall undoubtedly succeed. Your Holiness, I wish for your spirit hall to join us in the assault on Sea God Island. Bibi Dong's interest was piqued as she asked, Is it just you, the Radiant sect, in our spirit hall? Xia Xin shook his head. No, it involves 4 forces, Tiando, the Radiant sect, Xingluo, and the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong inquired, For forces? What shall our spirit hall gain from this? The combined strength of your 3 forces cannot surpass that of our spirit hall. Sea God Island is not vast. We should share the spoils. All of it to you? Bibi Dong exclaimed in astonishment. You mean, after we conquer it, Sea God Island belongs solely to the spirit hall, and you receive not a single share? Xia Xin nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Chapter 68. An alliance to attack Sea God Island in 10 days. Are you jesting with me? Bibi Dong continued. The 2 great empires are also involved. Ultimately, Sea God Island is entirely ours. How can they agree to this? They will agree, Xia Xin asserted. The 4 had initially reached an understanding, as no one had any ties to Bibi Dong, yet the spirit hall was an indispensable force. Thus, if there were no connections, they would resort to the allure of profit. The entirety of Sea God Island represented such profit. Why do you not seek the grand offering first, but instead come to me? Bibi Dong queried, for in her view, the matter seemed exceedingly dubious. Anyone would find it suspicious, wouldn't they? On my grandfather's side, there are some things that are difficult to articulate. Xia Xin slowly replied, What do you mean by difficult to articulate? Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the door. Qian Dalu entered, accompanied by 6 esteemed elders. Grandfather. Zhang Mo placed his arm around Xia Xin's shoulder and said, Little Xin, is it not a bit inconsiderate of you? You did not come to greet your uncles before rushing to the elder hall. Qian Jun echoed this sentiment, putting his arm around Tang Feng's shoulder. Little Feng, why did you not seek out your uncles? The other 4 nodded in agreement with their remarks. Xia Xin turned to Qian Dalu and explained, Grandfather, we intend to launch an assault on Sea God Island. We must eliminate Poseidon. Her death is imperative. Qian Dalu understood the gravity of the situation, being fully aware of Poseidon's attachment to Sea God Island. After all, she was the high priestess of the sea god, while he held the title of the high priest of angels. Yet, Qian Dalu remained unfazed. Isn't it just Sea God Island? If you wish to attack, then do so. However, I have already stated that I shall not intervene. Yet, your 6 uncles are quite eager. Guangling glanced at Bibi Dong, saying, Pope, since you are reluctant, the conquered Sea God Island shall belong to our Hall of Offerings. Although the Hall of Offerings, like the Elder Hall, was part of the Spirit Hall, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, could only command the elders and not directly issue orders to the offerings. Thus, they operated as a single entity, yet were distinctly separate. Who said I'm reluctant? Since you are here, I find myself quite interested, Bibi Dong chuckled. She had been concerned about being deceived by Xia Xin. However, with the members of the Hall of Offerings present, her fears dissipated. Bibi Dong then turned to Xia Xin and inquired, How long do you plan to prepare for the assault on Sea God Island? The Spirit Hall will lend its full support. Xia Xin responded with delight, Tomorrow. Tomorrow? Such haste? Not to mention that our Spirit Hall needs to reorganize its forces, but the 2 great empires, Tiando and Xingluo, cannot possibly be ready within a day. Bibi Dong remarked. Realizing the truth in her words, Xia Xin acknowledged, Indeed, I have been too impatient. How long will it take? It will take at least 5 days. Tiando and Xingluo are vast and will require a minimum of 10 days, Bibi Dong explained. 10 days. Xia Xin murmured. Suddenly, the system panel appeared. And Tang Feng's did as well. Sure, Xia Xin, Tang Feng, how are things on your end? My father has already given his support for the assault on Sea God Island, but it will take at least 8 days. Shui Xin Yao. I am in a similar position, though the 7 treasure glazed tile school only needs 2 days, as our main forces are Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Xia Xian replied, in that case, we shall launch our campaign on Sea God Island in 10 days. He then communicated this to Bibi Dan and Qian Daolu. Very well, let us proceed as planned. Just as Xia Xian and Tang Feng thought they had resolved the matter and were about to leave, they were pulled back by the offerings, insisting that they must stay the night. Meanwhile, several days later, at the Haotian school, a man appeared in a mountain village. His body covered in wounds, some still bearing remnants of ice. Who goes there? Several disciples of the Haotian school inquired. I am Tangshan. Tangshan slowly began to speak. It was evident that the others had heard of him, for he was known as the most formidable leader in the history of the Haotian sect, as well as the most powerful individual. However, they were still quite young and had never encountered Tangshan personally. It was inconceivable that anyone could simply claim to be Tang Chun and gain entry into the Haotian sect. Tang Chun understood this and did not press the younger generation. Instead, he summoned his martial soul, the Haotian hammer, which manifested 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. At that moment, everyone was convinced that he was indeed Tang Chun. Soon, someone escorted him into the Haotian sect. After decades, the sect had undergone significant changes, and Tang Chun felt a sense of novelty upon entering. He sought out the current sect master, who was also the Grand Elder. The 7 elders, all elderly, recognized him and were visibly excited, having endured years of oppression from the spirit hall and struggling to hold their heads high. Tang Chun, recognizing the elders, teased, "Why have you all aged so much?" Ha. There was no denying that their late admission into the title Douluo rank had taken its toll on them. Their age is comparable to that of the formidable demon subduing Thousand June. Without hesitation, Tang Chun took his place as sect master, prompting the Grand Elder to relinquish his position upon seeing him. Are there any descendants of my generation? Tang Chun inquired. The Grand Elder nodded. There is one. His name is Tang Xiao. Oh, why is he not the sect master but you? I thought I had no descendants. Bring Tang Xiao forth to face me. Tang Chun said bluntly. Tang Xiao has killed members of our Haotian sect and is currently imprisoned in the dungeon. We cannot release him. The 7th elder interjected. It was merely a few lives lost. Their lack of strength was to blame, Tang Chun replied nonchalantly. However, he soon noticed the 7 elders staring at him intently, especially the Grand Elder, who understood Tang Chun well enough to know that such words were uncharacteristic of him. Regardless, they are still our kin. Tang Chun covered his forehead. My apologies, my experiences over the past few decades have left my mind somewhat muddled. I mean no offense. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder turned to the 7th elder. Go bring Tang Xiao here. The 7th elder, begrudgingly, exited the room. When Tang Xiao was brought before him, Tang Chun requested that the 7 elders leave, as he wished to converse privately with his lineage. Once the elders departed, Tang Chun looked at the visibly anxious Tang Xiao and smiled. Do not be nervous. In terms of relationships, I am your grandfather. Grandfather? Tang Xiao questioned, bewildered, before suddenly realizing, you are Tang Chun, my grandfather? Chapter 69, 2 lives thereafter. Tang Xiao recounted the events of 13 years prior, explaining why the Spirit Hall had chosen to assault the Haotian sect. What of Qian Daolu? What is he up to? Tang Chun inquired, to which Tang Xiao shook his head and replied honestly. I have heard that Qian Daolu has not concerned himself with worldly affairs for over a decade and will not intervene again. However, when the Haotian sect was attacked, he was not present, and none of the offerings from the Hall of Spirits participated in that assault. Tang Xiao spoke the truth. If one were to ask Tang San, the resentment would be palpable. That's surprising. I initially thought it was Qian Daolu leading the charge, believing he would extend me some courtesy, Tang Chun said with pride. Then expressed astonishment. So, without the offerings intervening, you still could not prevail against the Hall of Spirits? Hearing this, Tang Xiao felt a sense of shame. Yet it was a fact that without the offerings, they could not overcome the Hall of Spirits. Grandfather, what transpired during your decades of disappearance? The outside world has not had any news of you, Tang Xiao asked in confusion. As he was of the same lineage, Tang Chun trusted Tang Xiao completely, disregarding the 7 elders. Indeed, the king of the 9-headed bat controlled his body, forcing him to consume the loathsome Huang Quan Du, and he could only watch helplessly, powerless to act. Tang Chun spoke. It was a young man who fought valiantly. It is thanks to him that I could break free from my shackles. Grandfather, please tell me what truly happened. Tang Xiao urged. It was only half a story. Who wouldn't be curious, especially when someone could inflict such harm upon Tang Chun? Tang Chun ceased to withhold the truth, choosing only to recount the events that followed, particularly regarding Xia Xian, Tang Feng, and Dai Shi's escape. From Tang Chun's perspective, he observed a disciple of the Haotian sect declaring his intent to use the sect leader's command to offer everyone up to himself. leaving him in a state of helpless urgency. In truth, he had not been able to see this perspective earlier. It was only because the current king of the nine-headed bat had been severely injured by Xin and the others. He then helplessly watched as the Haotian sect disciple departed, unable to take any action, even as he was under control. He still worried about the safety of the Haotian sect. The Hell Messenger had been slain, and all either perished or fled. The city of slaughter, cultivated over decades, could not be mourned by the king of the nine-headed bat without pretense. Thankfully, there was still an abundance of Huangquan. Just as the king of the nine-headed bat prepared to indulge in a drink, a shard of ice suddenly pierced the cup before him. Upon looking, he discovered a youthful figure. He found the sight of youth, especially in light of Xin and the others, utterly intolerable. "Who are you?" the king of the nine-headed bat inquired. "I am Hui Yuhao, here to kill you," Hui Yuhao declared, summoning an ice sword and charging at the king of the nine-headed bat. Naturally, the king of the nine-headed bat dismissed him, wielding the Shura sword in combat. The Shura sword was indeed an extraordinary artifact. Although it could not unleash its full power, it could still exhibit a fraction of its might. As expected, he swiftly shattered the ice sword in Hui Yuhao's grasp. Hui Yuhao expressed his surprise. "I thought they had left you incapacitated." The king of the nine-headed bat scoffed. "Even if I were injured, you would not be capable of killing me." Hui Yuhao raised his hands in resignation, saying, "Could you please refrain from boasting? What just manifested was merely an ice sword crafted from my utmost mastery of ice, not a soul skill. However, I do not intend to employ any soul skills against you." In the next moment, Hui Yuhao brandished the sea god trident, pointing it menacingly at the nine-headed bat king, declaring, "Now, you shall meet your demise." The clash of blade against trident resonated sharply, slicing through the morning mist as the trident, aglow with a cerulean light, aimed a chilling thrust at the bat king's throat. The nine-headed bat king evaded, yet the Shura sword emitted a piercing shriek as its spine struck against the trident's shaft, producing an explosion of sparks. Hui Yuhao leveraged the momentum to leap back, the sea god trident carving a crescent arc through the air, its tip suddenly shifting to pierce towards the bat king's knee. However, the sword's radiance surged forth with overwhelming force, trailing sparks and lightning along the trident's shaft. Amidst their fierce engagement, the wielder of the trident swept it horizontally, shattering the ground beneath with a resounding crack. The nine-headed bat king, sword in hand, leaped into the air, aiming to strike Hui Yuhao's neck with a deceptive angle. Yet, the trident's shaft traced an unexpected arc in midair, and the three sharp edges collided with the sword tip, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. By heavens, not bad at all. Though I am unfamiliar with the sea god trident, the fact that you can hold your ground against me is commendable. Hui Yuhao chuckled, despite his unfamiliarity with the trident. The nine-headed bat king was well acquainted with the Shura sword, yet he still found himself unable to best someone who was unaccustomed to wielding a trident. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He preferred battling with Xin and the others, where the contest relied solely on brute strength. Unlike the intricate techniques required when facing Hui Yuhao, the crux of the matter was that while he was proficient with the Shura sword, he had always relied on overwhelming force, never having been compelled to engage in skillful tactics. "Enough, enough. Let us cease this, for I am here to eliminate you," Hui Yuhao declared. In the next instant, a man and two women materialized out of thin air. "Little Yuhao, what do you require of us?" Tianming inquired with a smile. "Freeze him. After our earlier battle, he must be quite fatigued after sparring with me." Hui Yuhao replied with a grin. "Very well," the Ice Emperor acquiesced. Soon, Tianming, the Ice Emperor, and the Snow Emperor encircled the nine-headed bat king. Indeed, he was drained of energy. The nine-headed bat king ascended into the air, wings spread wide. In the next moment, Hui Yuhao struck him down with the sea god trident. An overwhelming wave of frigid air descended, and Hui Yuhao, not idle, unleashed a torrent of icy breath from above. For streams of the purest ice converged, and in the incredulous gaze of the nine-headed bat king, he gradually transformed into an ice sculpture. Hui Yuhao retrieved the Shura sword, remarking, "This sword is a treasure." Suddenly, he stood motionless. The Snow Emperor poked his forehead, puzzled. Why has little Yuhao stopped? Just as Tianming and the Ice Emperor were engulfed in confusion, Hui Yuhao exclaimed joyfully, "Tianming, Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, I have received the legacy of the Shura god. Congratulations, Yuhao." Tianming responded with delight. "With this, you have taken a significant step closer to fulfilling your aspirations." The Snow Emperor added gently. Hui Yuhao nodded, thrusting the sea god trident into Tang Chen's body before withdrawing it, stating, "Let us depart. The matter has been resolved." Yet, he held two lives in his hands, one of the nine-headed bat king and the other of Tang Chen himself. Hui Yuhao had slain the nine-headed bat king, but he mistakenly believed Tang Chen to be dead, unaware that Tang Chen had been possessed by the nine-headed bat king.